Today's story, The House of Horror. This is the gorilla house here.
Yeah. What about the watchman?
There's only 2 of them in the whole zoo this time of night. They won't be around here for an hour.
Well, this is the screwiest job we ever done. Putting a snatch on a gorilla. Why does he want the gorilla? Is he going to terrorize the city or what?
I never asked no questions on a job. And this is a job, so let's get at it.
There's the cage over there. That's him. That's the gorilla.
Got that chloroform?
Yeah, right here.
Give me it. Now we'll pour some on this rag. Put the rag on a pole and slam it in the gorilla's snoot. Keep away till this stuff is dynamite.
Okay.
Now, take a whiff of this, big boy.
Looks like that'll do the job.
Hey, sounds like he's passing out. All right, open that cage. I'm going in.
Hey, wait, Mac.
Open it up. This'll take about 1 minute. Hey, take it easy, big boy.
Hey, Mac. Mac, are you all right?
Shut up, you fool. All right, now come in here.
In the cage?
It's all right. He's passed out now. Come on. Help me move.
Okay, if you say so, but I don't like it. Hey, he ain't exactly no baby.
No. All right. Here, let's try and haul him out. All right. Let's go. Oh. Heavy.
Anybody in here?
Someone's coming. See what you're yelling, Did? Stay where you are, bud. Get that flashlight out of my eyes.
Hey, what are you doing? The gorilla. You're taking the gorilla out of here.
You figured that one out in a hurry.
Well, you can't do that.
You'll call for nobody. Come on, Eddie. Let's get this gorilla in the van, quick. Then, Margot, according to the version I read, the men were seen hauling the gorilla to a truck. That's how they made their getaway.
And what about the keeper in the zoo that discovered them, Lamont?
Dead when they found him. 2 bullet holes through the head.
Oh, no.
Excuse me, but could I protrude myself into the conversation? Could I, hey?
Why, certainly, Shrevey. This is your cab. What's on your mind?
Well, about this here now case of the missing gorilla.
Yeah?
Well, just this morning I'm talking it over with my friend and acquaintance of whom you have heard me talk.
Big Charlie Hay. And what did your friend and acquaintance, Big Charlie Hay, have to say?
Well, he's no more than most of us about what could have happened on account of he knows the fellow who owns the monkey.
Oh, that's very interesting.
We're getting warm, Lamont.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Them darn pedestrians. Well, where am I?
Well, Big Charlie is knowing a fella who owned a monkey.
Correct. Now, according to Big Charlie, he says it's according to the fellow who owns the monkey, this here now gorilla, who was just an overgrown monkey after all, maybe just broke out of the zoo all by himself.
Oh, this is Big Charlie's theory?
Yeah. He says the monkey fella says that all it makes us born wanderers, so Big Charlie figures that this here gorilla got sick of the zoo and opened the cage in Scranton.
Oh. You mean the gorilla drove the truck away, huh?
Well, he could have had a Confederate.
Oh, Shrevey, how does Big Charlie explain the keeper being shot and killed?
Well, to tell you the truth, Miss Lane, that stumps him. He never heard of a gorilla carrying no gun.
No, not without a permit.
No, not without a foot. Hey, you're kidding me.
Well, Shrevey, I'm afraid that your friend Big Charlie's barking up the wrong tree this time.
Yeah, he's just a dreamer, I guess.
Oh, Shrevey, will you stop here, please?
Sure.
Hey, what's the idea, Margot? I thought I was taking you to the country for lunch.
Well, you're taking me to lunch, Lamont, but not to the country.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Not this place.
Why not?
I hate tea rooms, Margot. Especially one that's called Ye Oldie and Quainty Gypsy Tea Room.
Oh, but Lamont, they tell wonderful fortunes in there.
I don't care, Margot. This is one time I'm going to be firm. I definitely and absolutely am not going into that tea room.
Some more tea, Lamont.
Huh? Oh, no thanks.
Lamont, you're not paying any attention to what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, Margot. I've been doing some unconscious eavesdropping.
What do you mean?
There's a very interesting fortune being told in the next booth. Listen.
By the cards that you have lost something. Is this not true, me?
Yes, I have. A piece of jewelry.
Of course. It was in the form of...
It was a necklace.
The fair young lady has lost a necklace. The cards tell me where the necklace can be found.
Really? Where?
Wait. I must consult the crystal. The Sabivas, Nanahalari, Sai. I see a shop, a tiny shop. In the window of the shop are many animals. They are dead animals, soft to look alive.
Taxidermist shop?
That's it. Inside that shop, there are many more animals. One of these is a giant stuffed gorilla. In the mouth of that gorilla, your necklace will be found.
Where is this place?
I will write down the address.
Oh, thank you. You'll never know how grateful I am to you for telling me.
Quite all right.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll go there. I'll go there at once. Thank you. Oh, here you'll see.
This fair young lady is very generous. Don't forget, in the mouth of the gorilla, you find your necklace.
Oh, I won't forget. Goodbye.
Fortune? I'll tell you fortune.
That taxidermist shop sounds very interesting.
You mean you like stuffed gorillas?
No, but considering the events of last night at the zoo, it is a coincidence to learn of someone who has such an interest in the beast.
Oh, this must be the shop. Stuffed animals in the window. Oh, yes, this must be it. Hello? Hello? Is there anyone here? Oh, what an eerie place. The animals almost look alive. Well, let's try again. Is there anyone in the shop? I don't see any gorilla. Oh, might as well. Oh, wait. Yes, there it is. There's the gorilla. Oh, you're an ugly beast. Well, might as well give this thing a try. In the mouth of the gorilla, I'll find the necklace. Well, open up, Mr. Gorilla, and let me...
No need to worry. Nothing to fear. The time awaited is almost here. Now, you must be quiet. You mustn't fret. The time is coming, but not quite yet.
Professor Fielding.
Yes, my dear. What is it?
Shall I give the girl another sleeping drug?
Let's see. Yes, I believe you better.
She looks so white and still lying there strapped to that table. Is she dead?
Suppose, Madam Santo, you leave this case to me. I don't think the gorilla is very fond of you, madam. Did you tell him a bad fortune, perhaps?
I hate the beast. I'm afraid of him. I will be glad when the experiment is over and he has gone away.
You shan't have long to wait, Madam Santo. Within 24 hours, I shall be ready. Madam Santo.
Yes, Professor.
You know you still haven't finished or fulfilled your entire bargain with me.
You mean the other girl?
Yes. I need 2 young women for this experiment, you know.
Believe me, Professor. When you are ready, the other one will be here.
Good. Excellent. 2 women I need if I should succeed. Then my experiment with an ape will make all sit and gaze.
When you perform this experiment, will it kill the girl?
You are prying into secrets, my dear. Prying into things you should not hear. Enough of my silly jingles. You see this machine, Madam Santo?
Yes.
Its delicate mechanism will assure my experiment success. Of course, the young woman will live. I have but to turn the switch so, and the work will be done.
But will the young women be normal again?
To all appearances, yes. But appearances are deceiving, my dear. These women will be possessed of a superhuman strength and cunning. At my bidding, they will rob, pillage, and even murder. All in the guise of sweet, innocent womanhood.
We'll be rich. With them working for us, we will have a fortune.
Not only a fortune, Madam Santo. If the experiment turns out as I believe it will, we'll perform many hundreds of human transformations. Who knows? Perhaps, I say, we might even rule the world. Mister.
Thank you.
Well, who is this missing socialite, Lamont?
Oh, probably some publicity-seeking... Margot, look.
What?
Look at this picture.
Why, Lamont. It's the girl we saw in the tea room.
Yes, listen to this. Doris Molnar missing since Monday afternoon. No clues to her appearance, or disappearance, rather, found.
On Monday? That was the day we saw her.
Oh, yes.
Say, that fortune teller. Do you suppose she would know anything about this thing?
I have an idea she might. Yes. Yes, I think it would be very worthwhile paying a call on her as the shadow.
Cedar wants a fortune. Cedar wants a fortune.
We shall both have a fortune told, Peter, my little bird. The cards will tell us what we wish to know.
Cedar wants a fortune.
Cards say we will no longer have to work in that tea room or live in these dingy rooms above it. We will be rich, Peter, rich. What was that?
I'm sorry to interrupt your fortune-telling, Madam Santo.
Who speaks? Who's here?
I am called the Shadow.
Shadow.
Where are you? Where are you, Shadow?
I'm standing right here beside you.
But I don't see you.
By my hypnotic power, I've made myself invisible to your eyes.
Why are you here? What do you want of me?
I have come to seek information.
What about?
A young lady named Doris Molnar. She disappeared 3 days ago. She was last seen with you in your tea room.
I don't know her. I have never heard of the girl.
Doris Molnar.
You do know her, Madam Santo. In fact, you sent her to a taxidermist shop. Where is this shop located?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Professor Feeling.
Who is this Professor Feeling your strange bird mentions?
I don't know him.
Does he have anything to do with the taxidermist shop?
Why, no. No, he doesn't.
Gorilla. Professor Feeling.
Now you won't talk anymore. You won't talk. Now see what you made me do. I have killed her. I have killed my sister.
But not before she revealed a very interesting clue. You'll be hearing from me again, Madam Santo. Very soon. Now, Margot, you know what you're to do?
Yes. I'll tell the fortune teller that I've lost a ring. And then we'll see if she directs me to the taxidermist shop just as she did Doris Molnar.
That's it. And be sure to get the address. Oh, here she comes now. I better finish my tea and get ready to go.
Your fortune? But, your fortune told me?
Why, yes. Yes, I would like to have my fortune told.
Good. But the gentleman, you want him to listen?
Well, I was just leaving. See you tomorrow, Margot.
Righto, call me, won't you?
Yes, I will.
Well, here we are.
Yes, here we are. That man, your fiancé, perhaps?
Oh, no. He's just an acquaintance.
Cut the cards, please. And make your wish.
All right. There you are. And do try to make the wish come true.
Ah, a young lady in love.
Oh, no. No, it's not that at all. Well, it's something I've lost.
See. Then we shall not need the cards. The crystal is for things that are lost. Now, was it jewelry that is missing?
Yes. Yes, that's right. It's a ring.
I consult the crystal. The Savivas, Nana Halares, I see a street down by the riverfront. On that street is a tiny shop. In the window of the shop are many animals. They are dead animals, stopped to look alive.
Yes. Yes, go on.
Inside that shop, there are many more animals. One of these is a giant stuffed gorilla.
Yes?
In the mouth of that gorilla, in the mouth, your ring will be found.
Oh, are you sure?
The crystal never lies. You will go to the shop?
Yes. Yes, of course.
The crystal shows that time is very precious. If you want your ring, you must go for it right away. This very night.
Fog, Lamont. I can scarcely see 2 feet ahead of me.
Well, we're right on the riverfront, Margot.
It's deserted here at night. We haven't passed a living soul since we left the car.
Oh, it's not exactly a pleasant neighborhood.
A foghorn doesn't help any either. Gosh, I hope we don't pass by the shop. I can't see a thing.
I've been watching for it.
You know, everything considered, I'm certainly a smart kid.
What do you mean?
I picked a fine night to go out and put my hand in a gorilla's mouth. That is, just in case anyone should ask you.
What's the matter?
Oh, something's brushing against my leg. Oh, it's wet and slimy.
Margot, it's only a cat. A black cat, I might add.
Oh. Well, it's a good thing I'm not superstitious. Did he cross in front of me?
Oh, not superstitious, eh?
Well, no, just careful.
Oh, wait. I believe this is the place. Yes. See the animals in the window?
Oh, yes. Do you suppose the shop is open this late?
I'm quite sure it is. Expressly for your benefit. We'll try the door. There you are. Now, Margot, if we hear anyone coming, I'll duck behind one of the animals.
All right. Gee, it's a frightening place, Lamont. What's that noise?
Just the clock ticking off the minute.
You don't think it's a bomb?
No, I'm sure it isn't. I don't think, though, we should attempt to find the lights. It's better that we remain in the darkness. Margot, you look on that side of the room, and I'll take this side.
All right. And if I find it, I'll shout, but loud.
All right.
Lamont,
Yes?
I found a stuffed goat. Will you settle for that?
I won't be the butt of that joke.
Oh, well, no harm in trying. Lamont, what was that?
Well, it sounded like a live gorilla.
Oh, but why should... Lamont.
Yes?
I found it. The stuffed gorilla. The mouth is closed.
Well, wait a minute. Let me help you.
Wait, I'll open it.
You must be quiet, young lady. The time is now at hand when we shall all travel to the promised land. So you're becoming impatient too, eh, big boy? Soon, oh so soon, you'll know the supreme joy. The machine is almost ready, but we must be steady. I must. Yes, my dear.
The other young lady has arrived.
Good. Bring her in, Madam Santo.
Yes, sir.
Now we are all set. The finest we are about to do. Yes, I know, big fellow, I know. Your waiting has ended. Both the young women are ready and here. My hour of triumph is very near.
Get in here, you. Where am I? She's still dazed from the fall through the trapdoor.
I see. She's an excellent specimen. Put her on the table next to the other young woman, Madame Santo.
Wait, get your hands off me.
She has a temper. That's very good, very good.
That girl on the table. Why, it's Doris Molnar. The girl that disappeared.
You know her?
Well, I know who she is, yes. What are all these strange-looking machines? What do you intend to do?
Put her on the table, Madame Santo.
No, you
Close
won't
the
get
door
me in
quickly.
there. No, stop.
It is very foolish of you to try to escape.
Let me out. A gorilla.
That's right, young lady, a gorilla. Seems to like you. That's very good. Considering that you and he shall soon be one,
What do you mean?
I intend to combine your brain with portions of the brain of the gorilla.
No.
When it is finished, you and the other young lady shall retain your brain. But the strength of this beast...
Oh, no, you can't.
But I can. Fasten the straps around her body, madam.
No, let me go, I say.
Now
no.
I'll put the machine in place here.
Let me off this table.
We attach the electrodes. There we are.
Stop it, you're
Now we try out the machine. In a moment, the current will be passing through your body, young lady.
Don't let me off.
Now, just see. What happened? My machine, the current has failed. What was that?
Have I spoiled your plans, Professor Fielding?
Huh?
Shadow.
Yes, Madam Santo. I warned you that you'd hear from me again.
Who is this talking? I see no one.
It is the shadow. He's invisible, Professor. You cannot see him.
Why is he here?
I have come to learn of your experiment, and it appears that I arrived just in time.
Did you tell this voice where we were, Madam Santo?
No.
And how did you know him?
It came from our quarters last night.
I trusted you. Now you tricked me. Trying to ruin my experiment.
That is not true, I swear it.
Now, Madam Santo, you know you told me to come here.
No.
Don't you remember that you promised that we would learn the secret and profit by it ourselves?
No, that is a lie. Don't you believe him, Professor, please?
So you are going to reap the harvest of my years of labor. Steal my secret and then dispose of me.
That is not so. He lies.
I have a way of dealing with those who betray my trust.
Professor, put down that knife.
This is to be the survival of the fittest. I'm going to be the one who survives.
Shadow, help me. Help keep him away from me.
I do not fear him. He's only a voice. You are flesh and blood. I can deal with you.
No.
Leave her alone, Professor Fielding.
Keep out of this.
I will open the cage. If you don't keep away, I will open the cage. I will free the gorilla.
You wouldn't dare. You are more afraid of him than you are of me.
I am warning you. Keep away or I will open it.
Don't open the cage, you fool.
I told you I would do it. I told you.
Look out for that beast, both of you.
Professor, he's coming at you.
Keep away. Keep away. No.
Don't try to save him, Madam Santo. The beast will get you, too.
Help him.
Look out, Madam Santo.
Come on, he'll turn on us next.
Yes, fortunately, I'm prepared.
Oh, he's coming toward me. Look.
Don't move, Margot. No, you don't, Victoria.
Lamont, I just spoke to Doris Mona on the phone. She's feeling much better. Fortunately, she doesn't remember any of the gory details of the gorilla killing Madame Santo and Professor Fielding. That drug that they'd given her saved her that unpleasant memory.
Good. Well, I went to the shop with the police this morning. You'll be happy to learn that Commissioner Weston ordered that infernal machine of Fielding is destroyed.
Oh, I hope they destroy the whole shop. I don't want to see any more animals for the next few weeks. In fact, right now, I'd even hesitate to look at a stuffed chicken.
Of men. The shadow knows.
The shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's story, The Green Man.
Come on. Get out of the car, Gracie.
Where are you taking me, Mark?
And get inside.
Well, you got against me. What have I done?
Stop playing innocent.
What do you mean, Mark?
You know what I'm talking about. You crossed me, Gracie. Not only once, but twice.
Oh, how?
Well, first there's Turk Tully.
Well, what about him?
Been running around with him behind my back.
Oh, no, that ain't
Wait
so.
till I finish. I happen to know you played around with that punk for a year without my ever knowing it.
Mark,
Shut up. 3 days ago, you were tipped that I'd found out about you. You were smart enough to know what I'd do to both of you, so you run quick to Commissioner Weston and put the finger on me. You tell him just where to find me. Yeah, but I was a little too smart for all of you.
Mark, you're crazy. I didn't do nothing like
You
that.
thought it worked out a perfect setup, huh? Weston could pick me up, and then you and Ted Tully would have nothing to worry about. But I'm spoiling all that. Right now.
Mark, what are you going to do?
Gracie, you ain't going to leave this house alive.
No. No.
Squealer is a squealer in my book, Gracie, whether it's a guy or a dame.
Now, listen, Mike, you better not touch me, see? Because they'll know you done it. The cops have been trailing me for 3 days, and they knew I was seeing you tonight.
You thought you
Listen,
were...
you hear that?
Why, you...
Oh, you weren't so smart after all, were you, Monk?
I'll show you how smart I am. They ain't never going to get me.
Monk.
I'm to
Monk,
get up
what are
with
you
these
doing?
guys right now. Yes, sir. There goes one of them.
Monk, don't.
Come on and get me, you guys.
They're surrounding the house. They'll riddle this place with bullets.
I can take care of that, all right. There, how do you like that, you guys? Well, here's another sample. Oh, I'm out of bullets. Well, coppers, you can have this gun as a present.
You've got to give up now, Monk.
Not a chance. I'm never going to give up. You understand that?
Look by the side of the house. They're setting fire to it.
Why, the dirty rat.
This place is like a tinderbox. It'll go up in no time.
Well, I ain't giving up.
And then you're staying here alone.
Hey, come back here, you. Don't open that
You
door.
can stay here and burn, Monk. Burn.
Read all about it. Tom Hardy burns to death in hideout. Career of famous criminal comes to blows.
Good evening, Miss Martin.
What do you want?
I'm Margot Lane.
Well?
I asked the hospital officials if I might visit you here.
Why?
Well, I wanted to talk to you.
What about?
Well, you see, several other people and myself have been able to help girls who are in the same circumstances that you are now.
What do you mean, help them?
Well, we've tried to redirect their mode of living, and we've found jobs for them and changed their environment.
See.
Well, would that interest you at all, Miss Martin?
Well, yeah. Yeah, it would.
Good.
After what I went through last night, Miss Lane, I think I'd jump at a chance to start clean again.
Oh, it must have been horrible.
It was, believe me. After I got out of the house, to stand there and watch the place burn with Monk inside. Gee, I hated him, but I didn't want to see him go like that.
No, I understand.
I suppose you wonder how I ever got mixed up with a guy like that, huh?
Well, it really doesn't matter now.
Well, I was just a kid, Miss Lane. And he was a big shot. That counted with me then. He was a flashy guy, too. Always dressed in green. Green hat, green suit, green tie. That's how he got that nickname, the Green Kid. He used to say that was his lucky color. Wasn't lucky last night. It didn't keep him from being burned to death. What's that? What's the door's opening.
Lights. Who put out those lights?
Look in the doorway. Ghostly green light. A man. A man in green.
His whole body is glowing with that green light.
He's coming towards us.
I'll call the desk. I'll get help.
That phone.
Keep away from us.
Told you not to touch that phone.
Let go of me.
I'll take care of you.
Oh,
That'll shut you up for a while.
Monk?
it's Monk come back from the dead to get me.
That's right, Gracie. Come back from the dead. You're going to know what it is to die, too.
Monk don't come near me.
There's only one way out of here for you now, Gracie. The window.
No.
The window. You can jump from the
No,
window.
please, Monk.
It's open, Gracie. The window's open. You better jump.
No, don't, Monk. Don't come near me.
Just keep backing up, Gracie.
Monk,
That's it. You're nearer to the window now.
No,
You want to jump, Gracie. You want to jump. There. You're there now. Now just get up on the sill. Up on the sill.
Up on the sill.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it.
Up on the sill.
Yeah. Here, now's your chance, Gracie. Jump. Jump. That's it. Now.
Well, I came to, Lamont, after the girl had jumped. I'm sure that I would have been his next victim if he hadn't been frightened away by the hospital attendants who were pounding at the door. I still don't know how he got out of the room. He just disappeared. No one could find him.
This green light, Margot. Can you describe it more clearly?
Oh, it was
ghostly light, Lamont. His whole body seemed to glow with it. Its radiance almost filled the room.
You say that the girl identified him as the man who was killed last night?
Yes, she called him by his name, Monk.
I see. Come in.
Mr. Cranston, the messenger left this package in the outer office for Miss Lane.
For me?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll take it. Thank you.
Yes, sir?
Well, who'll be sending me a package here?
Well, let's open it. We'll find out. Here you are.
All right. Oh, this isn't a surprise gift from you, is it, Lamont?
No, I... Say, what on earth is that?
I don't know. It looks like a tiny coffin.
Well, that's what it is. Let me have it, Margot. I'd better open it for you.
If that's someone's idea of a joke, it's a pretty poor one. Look inside. Doll. Small green doll.
Yes. There's a card attached to it. The writing is in green ink.
What does it say, Lamont?
I have come back from the dead. You are one of 3. Your turn will come soon. Signed, the man in green.
Oh, Lamont.
Now, Margot, don't be alarmed.
But, Lamont, he's found out who I am. He knows that I'm the one who was with Grace Martin.
Yes.
Lamont, what should I do?
I think we'd better take this box to Commissioner Weston at once.
May I see the small coffin, please, Cranston?
Here it is, Commissioner.
The same. Exactly the same.
Well, what do you mean?
Was there on my desk.
Oh, you received one, too.
Came in the mail this morning.
Commissioner, was Monk Harvey really burned to death in that house?
Yes, of course he was. The place was a charred ruin.
Oh, Commissioner, if you could have seen him. That green light that surrounded his body. It was almost like a ghost.
Now, tell me, Commissioner, have you any idea who the third victim might be?
Well, it might be Turk Tully.
Who's he?
Rival of Monk. Monk hated him because he stole Grace Martin away from him.
Where can this Tully be found?
His headquarters are over on the west side.
I see. Well, Commissioner, we'd better be getting along. If you hear of any further developments, I wish you'd call us.
Yes.
And, Commissioner, you'd better watch your step, too.
Yes. If anything happens to me, I'll call the cop.
Goodbye, Commissioner.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Lamont, you have something in mind. What is it?
This Turk Tully. I'm curious to learn just what he knows about this affair, and possibly warn him, if he doesn't already know, that the Green Man may have marked him as one of his victims.
Well, are you going to his headquarters?
No, Margot. That's going to be a job for the Shadow.
I put the car away, Turk. You want me any more tonight?
Hey? Oh, no, you can go.
Okay, Turk. See you later.
What was that?
You're Turk Tully, I believe.
Who said that? Who's talking to me?
No, don't be alarmed.
Well, where are you? Who are you?
Men call me the Shadow.
The Shadow?
You've heard of me, then?
Yeah.
Then you know that it's useless to try to see me. By my hypnotic powers, I've made myself invisible to your eyes.
What do you want with me?
I've come here to learn what you know about Monk Harvey.
Why, he's dead. That's all I know.
He was your enemy, wasn't he?
Yeah. I hated him.
You took his girl from him, didn't you?
Who told you that?
Did you know that she was with Monk Harvey the night he died?
Sure.
Weren't you jealous of that, Turk?
What do you mean?
Didn't you think that Grace Martin double-crossed you and went back to him again?
What gives you that idea?
That reason would be enough for you to want to take his life, wouldn't it?
No.
Do you know how she died, Turk?
Sure. She jumped out a window.
She was urged to jump out that window by a man who was dressed in green.
What?
A man she said was Monk Harvey.
I didn't know that.
Are you sure? Are you sure you didn't take advantage of the fact that Monk was dressed in green? That you impersonated him and killed Grace Martin?
No. I don't know nothing about it.
I see. Well, I can't prove anything yet, Turk Tully. But let me warn you. If the man in green strikes again, he will have to deal with the Shadow.
Lamont, won't you come into the department for nightcap?
No, thanks, Margot. I'd better be getting home. I'll call you in the morning.
All right. Don't forget. Good night, Lamont.
Good night, Margot.
Ouch. Where's that light switch? There it is. Oh. What happened to the light? You were sitting in a chair. The green man.
That's right, sister. I'm back from the grave to get you.
Light. Your body is glowing with it.
Don't try to back up, sister.
I'll get out of here. I'll call for help.
No, you won't. You're staying right where you are.
What do you want? Why are you here?
You got my message, didn't you?
Yes?
Well, then you know why I'm here. I'm going to make you jump out that window.
No.
Just like I did with Grace Martin.
No.
Go on. Start walking.
I'll keep away from it.
Start walking toward the window.
Don't come near me.
Just keep backing up, Shirley. That's it. That's it. You're nearer the window now.
No. No.
You want to jump, Curly. You want to jump.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
All right, you're there now. Now turn around. Get up on the sill.
Please.
I said, get up on the sill.
Up on the sill?
Yeah, you got the idea. All right, now, open the window, girlie.
Open the window.
That's it, girlie, that's it. That's it.
What's new in the social scene? Need advice on home decorating, fashion?
Yeah.
Where am I? What am I doing here?
Going out that window, sister.
Oh, no. Oh, no, I'm not. And you keep away from me. I have a gun here in my handbag, and if you come any near, I'll use it on you.
Go ahead. Go ahead and use it. You gotta know that guns can't hurt a goat.
Keep away or I'll shoot.
Go on, shoot.
Don't come any nearer. I warned you. I don't understand. You're still with me. Oh, this has stopped you. Oh, no.
No more bullets, huh? And I'm still coming up.
Margot, what happened to you? Oh, darling. I'll get some water. Margot, are you all right? Here, take this water.
Oh,
That's it. Are you hurt, Margot?
oh, Lamont. Oh, you're here. Thank heaven you're here.
What happened, Margot?
The man in green, was here in my apartment. He was sitting there when I came in, and that light glowing from his body.
What did he do?
He tried to make me jump from the window like Grace Martin.
Yes?
I shot at him, right at him, and it had no effect. He still came at me. And then I had no more bullets. I fainted, I guess.
I heard the shots and I came running back to your apartment and pounded on your door.
I must have frightened him away.
Yes, but how did he leave? That door is the only entrance to the apartment.
Well, perhaps the fire escape.
Oh, yes, the window's open. He must have gone out there. Well, there's only one thing to do now.
What's that?
I'm paying a call on Mr. Turk Tully right now. Eddie.
What do you want, Pug?
Come here.
Yeah?
Who left this package for me?
Well, it was a kid, I told you. A messenger kid with a uniform.
Do you see what it is?
Hey, it's a coffin. It's a tiny little bit of coffin.
Yeah. And look what's inside of it.
It's a doll. Hey, what's the idea, Ted?
Doll dressed in green. Don't that mean anything to you?
No, I... Well, dressed in green. That's the way Monk Harvey used to dress.
Yeah. That come from the grave, Eddie. That package come from the grave.
Oh, now, Turk.
Now, what else can it be? Monk had it in for me, didn't he?
Yeah, but
We was enemies, wasn't we?
Well,
I took a girl from him, didn't I?
yeah, but he's dead now. Now, you're getting all worked up over nothing. Look, I think I'll be running along.
No, Eddie, don't go. Stay here a while, will you?
You ain't scared, are you?
No, I just got a funny feeling, that's all. Stick around. We'll play some cards or something, hey? I'll turn out for some... Hey, what happened to them lights?
I don't know. What?
Listen.
Look, the closet door. It's open. There's a funny kind of light shining out of it. That green light.
Look what's standing there. A man in green. With light shining from his body.
You remember me, Kirk?
Monk Harvey.
I used to be Monk Harvey.
What does he mean? Used to be.
Did you hear about me getting burned to death in that hideout?
It's a ghost. It's a ghost.
That's right, Kirk. A ghost from the grave, and I've come back to get you.
Oh, no. Oh, do something, Eddie, will you?
Yeah, he'll do something, all right. He'll drill you full of holes.
Hey, wait, let me out of this, will you?
Get your gun out, Eddie.
Oh, now don't, Eddie. Don't listen to him, Eddie.
Get your gun out.
I can't do it. Don't make me do it. He's my buddy.
You don't want to die, too, do you, Eddie?
No.
And do as I say.
Oh, now you can, Eddie. No, put away that gun. Now listen to me, Eddie. Don't pay no attention to him.
Shoot him, Eddie.
Oh, now, Eddie, don't. I don't want to die, Eddie. Now, honest, please.
Let him have it, Eddie.
I gotta do it,
Oh,
Mike.
no.
No, I gotta.
Give it to him.
Eddie.
I shouldn't have done it.
Well, that's one down and two to go.
When I reached Kirk Tully's hideout, I found him dead on the floor. His henchman was babbling hysterically about a ghost in green.
Do you believe his story, Cranston?
Yes, I do.
Then you think that the ghost of Monk Harvey is really responsible for the crime?
I'm not sure yet, Commissioner, but one thing is certain. Both you and Margot are in great danger. I wish you'd do me one favor, please.
Well, what's that?
I have an idea, a lead that I want to investigate. While I'm away, I wish you would stay with Margot as much as possible.
Well,
I know that you have your work to do, Commissioner, but if you could be with her just this evening, take her to the theater, perhaps. You'll give me the chance to learn one thing that can clear this entire case.
Well, certainly. I'll be glad to do it.
Good. There's a new play opening tonight, Commissioner. I'll try to get back in time to meet you at the theater. And meantime, if you value your life as well as Margot's, keep a sharp lookout at all times for a man in green.
Pardon me, Commissioner Weston.
Yes?
I have a message for you from a Mr. Cranston.
What is it?
He wants you to meet him in the lounge during the middle of the second act.
Oh, thank you, son.
Yes, sir.
Do you suppose he found out something about the man in green?
I hope so. That's the warning for the second act. Come on, Margot. We'll watch the play for a while, and then we'll keep our rendezvous.
Jack wouldn't believe me when I told him that you'd come back.
Come on, Margot. Better get up to the lounge.
All right.
We go up these stairs here, Margot.
Well, I wonder why Lamont didn't come right into the theater. He knew we were saving a seat for him.
Well, it must be urgent. Right in this door here, Margot.
Oh, thank you. I don't see him. I guess we're early.
We might as well wait. Would you like a cigarette, Margot?
Yes, thank you. Suppose you might as well.
What happened to the light? It turned off.
Commissioner, look.
What is it?
Over there by the wall. That light.
What?
That weird light. It's the man in green.
Yes, it is. It's him.
You answered my message, huh, Commissioner?
So you sent that message.
That's right. I thought it was as good a way as any to get you both together.
Who are you?
Oh, haven't you heard, Commissioner? I'm the ghost of your old friend, Monk Harvey.
You're no ghost.
Well, that's something you're never going to be able to prove.
What does he mean?
Either one of you are going to leave this place alive.
Why, you...
Don't reach for your gun, Commissioner. I saw to it that you were relieved of it in the lobby during intermission.
Now, see here. You're not scaring us.
Well, you got my card, didn't you, Commissioner? The same one I sent to your girlfriend? That card meant business.
Listen, Harvey.
Shut up, I'm doing the talking. You remember the warning on that card? It said you are one of three. I've taken care of Kirk Tully, and that leaves two of you. Now it's your turn.
Commissioner, look how his body glows in the dark. That ghostly green light.
Yeah. Take a good look at it. It's going to be the last thing you'll ever see.
He has a gun.
That's right. Got a silencer on it, too. Nobody's going to hear this sound. You're going to die real peaceful.
Put down that gun, Monk.
I'm giving the orders now, Weston. You ain't got no coppers around here to help you neither.
He's coming at us.
Yeah. I want to get real close. Take no chance of missing.
Keep away from us, Monk.
You're going to get it first, mister. That's being polite, you know. Ladies first. You got away from me once, but this time it's different.
Keep him away from me.
All right, girlie. Get ready for it.
No.
Don't you fool. All right, sister. Here it
Drop
is.
that gun, Tub.
Let go of my hand. Who's grabbing my gun?
I'll show you. Get his gun, Commissioner.
Shadow.
Yes. Now put on those lights, please. We're going to have a look at this fellow.
Switch is on the wall, Miss Lane.
All right.
I think you'll find that your green man is Monk Harvey, a very live Monk Harvey, not a ghost. Take a look at him, Commissioner.
Hey, seems to be wearing a kind of rubber suit.
That's right. The
rubber is covered with a phosphorescent paint. Even his face is painted green. And I think if you look under that rubber suiting, you'll find that Mr. Harvey is wearing a bulletproof vest.
Well, then that explains why I shot at him with no effect.
Yes. Harvey didn't die in that fire, Commissioner. If your men had examined the ruins more closely, they would have found a cellar under the house. A cellar that was an excellent hiding place for Monk Harvey.
Now, how did you learn all this, Shadow?
You've forgotten, Commissioner, how many things the Shadow knows. Now, you'd better get your police here. Monk seems to be coming, too.
Yes, I'll open this window and see what this brings. That ought to do it. I want to thank you, Shadow, for helping me on this case. I do appreciate it. But you still haven't answered my question. How did you learn all this, Shadow? Shadow, where are you?
I think the shadow's gone.
Margot, are you all right?
Yes, Lamont, thanks so much.
Oh, there you are, Cranston. Well, you missed the excitement.
Well, I just came back. I have important news for you, Commissioner. I examined the house that Monk Harvey was trapped in, and I found a cellar.
Ah, yes, I know. He hid in the cellar and wasn't killed at all.
Well, how did you learn that?
Well, I'm not commissioner for nothing, you know. Look there. That's Mr. Monk Harvey, our green man. He's now in the custody of the police.
Well, good work, Wester.
That'll give you amateur boys an idea of how a professional cop works.
Yes.
What's so funny?
Commissioner, you'll never know. Is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Curse of Siva.
Good evening, Mr. Simmons.
Good evening, Watson. Mrs. Simmons at home?
Yes, she is, sir. She's in
What in places was that?
That was one of the guests, sir.
One of the guests?
Yes, Omar, sir.
Omar?
Omar the Mystic, sir.
Oh, I see. Well, with Omar the Mystic?
Yes.
Well, now, just what goes on in there with Omar the Mystic?
I believe, sir, it is called a seance.
A seance?
Yes.
In my library? Well, I'll put a stop to it. Who else is in there?
Mr. Loring and Mr. Reynolds, sir.
Well, now, that's fine. Of all the tomfoolery I've ever heard of.
And now we will prepare to contact the spirits of those...
Ruth, what's going on here, dear?
Oh, John, we've been waiting for you.
Oh, good evening, John.
Good evening, John.
Well, what are you doing? What's this all about?
You break the spell.
Yes, and I'll break my neck if you don't put some lights on in here.
Quiet, please. We are about to proceed.
Who is that?
Oh, you don't know Omar, do you? This is my husband, Mr. Simmons, Omar.
I am pleased and delighted to meet you, Said.
And now, John, we're about to enter into communication with the spirit world.
Well, I would expect this from Ruth, but you, Paul. Hey, are you serious?
Well, of course, John.
Well, of all the... Do you believe in this thing, too, Bill?
Well, I'm very interested.
Well, I'm surprised at all of you.
Oh, please, John. You may proceed, Omar.
Thank you, men, Said.
Well, why does he have to make so much noise?
I am about to make contact with the gods, Said.
Oh, I see. Did you have any particular one in mind?
I had. Do you see this statue before me on the table?
Oh, certainly. It's big enough.
That is the great god, Siva. You will notice that he is blessed with 7 hands.
Oh, now, this is too much, Ruth. This turban faker and his 7-handed playmate...
Stop. You have defiled the honor of Siva. He's communicating with me now. Quiet, please. He says...
Oh.
Wait. He says that there are dire things in store for the Simmons family. Siva is greatly offended. Siva promises death.
Oh, it's bunk. Pure, unadulterated bunk. You, Mr. Omar, your tin cymbals, and your seven-handed friend can all get out of my library. Now, I have some work to do.
Oh, John, how can you be so rude?
Well, now, you'll please
Oh,
do as I
but
ask
John,
you.
I am leaving, Mrs. Simmons. But before I depart, one word to your husband.
Oh, yes? Well, what is it, my turban friend?
I must warn you, Sahib. You have angered the great god Siva. Death must follow.
Well, it must be just about time for bed. Oh, that you, Bill? Hey, who put out those lights? Huh? Well, come on, now stop playing games. Turn on the lights and we'll... Hey, let go! Let go of me! Help! Help! Oh.
John, what's happened?
John, you've got... Wait a minute, Paul. No use. He's dead.
Oh, no.
Look there on the floor beside it. The statue of Siva. His head was battered in by its weight.
The statue of Siva.
That's Ruth.
The promise of death was kept.
May we come in, Commissioner?
Oh, hello, Cranston. Miss Lane.
Hello.
What do you two want?
Well, that's an interesting point. You see, Commissioner, we were sitting around having dinner, and I said to Margot, "What are you doing?" And she said,
Nothing. What are you doing? And Lamont said,
"Nothing," and there you are.
And there I am. So you came down here to bother me.
oh, now, Commissioner, is that nice? We just thought that...
That I'd be doing nothing?
Yes, Commissioner, that's right. That's what we thought, that you'd be doing nothing.
Oh, you did, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you were wrong. I'm very busy, and I'm leaving headquarters right now.
Somebody passed through a red light, old boy?
Did somebody pass...
Well, maybe somebody broke a window.
No, my facetious friends. Somebody was murdered.
Oh, gosh.
Well, we did get here just in time. Who was it?
John Simmons, the broker.
When did it happen?
A few minutes ago. Listen, you're wasting my time. Buy a paper in the morning. You read all about it.
Oh, that won't be necessary.
What do you mean?
We're coming with you.
And then, Commissioner, Omar predicted that Siva would seek vengeance for the wrong that was done.
And this same statue was the murderer's weapon, Mrs. Simmons?
Yes.
You, sir, what's your name?
Paul Loring. I'm Mrs. Simmons' nephew.
And you?
I'm Bill Reynolds, Commissioner. Mr. Simmons was a very dear friend of mine.
Oh. You both agree with the story that Mrs. Simmons has just told me?
Yes,
Yes,
of course.
we do.
May I say something, Commissioner?
Uh-oh. What is it, Cranston?
Well, this Omar chap sounds like a pretty fascinating character, Commissioner. Wouldn't it be wonderful if Omar could name the person who assisted Siva in taking his revenge?
That sounds like a wonderful idea, Lamont.
Now, wait a minute, both of you.
I agree with Mr. Cranston, Commissioner.
But Mrs. Simmons,
Omar could do it. I know he could. He could hold a seance, communicate with my husband, and then John could name the one who killed him.
Listen, lady. There's a police department in this city. I am the head of that department, and we don't trap our criminals with a Ouija board.
But this thing might be a simple way to solve the whole case.
Cranston,
Now,
that's...
please, Commissioner, won't you just try it? Oh, I'm sure that Omar can help us.
Okay, where does this Omar live?
I'll show you.
Well, suppose we all get going.
Oh, just a minute. You're not in on this party, Cranston.
Oh, but
no, Miss
Commissioner-
Lane either. I'm going to be made a fool of. You're not going to be there to see it.
Oh, but Commissioner, we...
Sorry, those are orders. Now, come along, all of you. Tell you the truth, Mrs. Simmons, I've never been to a seance.
Lamont, what do we do?
Well, I've got a hunch there'll be an uninvited guest at that seance.
The late Mr. Simmons?
No, the shadow.
We will proceed with the seance. You will all sit in a circle.
Now, wait a minute. What's this circle business?
Please, I must have silence, Commissioner.
Huh?
Now,
Someone will put out the light. You shall all join hands, please. The hands must remain joined. The chain must not be broken. We are thinking, many minds as one mind. Our thoughts are traveling to the world that is beyond the world. We are seeking contact in this world, contact with one that has newly arrived. We are sending our wishes that he will return to us in spirit and speak to us. Now, the contact has been made. The spirit of he who was once among us, the spirit of John Simmons, will speak to us again. Speak, John Simmons. Speak, John Simmons.
That isn't John. That's not his voice.
No, you're quite right. This voice belongs to the Shadow.
Shadow, what are you doing here?
Sorry to interrupt your little party, Commissioner Weston.
Turn on the light, someone. Turn it on.
That would be a wasted effort, as the Commissioner will tell you. Even if the lights were on, I would be quite invisible. By my hypnotic powers, I've clouded your mind so that you may not see me.
That's right.
Why did you come here?
To tell you that Mr. Simmons will not appear tonight.
You lie.
No, Omar. I had the foresight to cut the cable that leads from the amplifying system to the loudspeaker that is under your chair.
Shadow, you mean this whole business is a fake?
That's rather a harsh way of stating it, but true.
Well, of all the...
One moment, Commissioner. Before you sneak out the door, Omar, you're going to answer a few questions.
What question?
How did you know that Mr. Simmons was going to die tonight?
The great god Siva revealed it to me.
That's a lie.
No,
Your source of information was human. Someone requested that you plant your threat, didn't they?
Please. I don't know what you're saying.
Answer me. You must reveal what you know.
Very well. I will tell you. I will tell you all that I know. But you must protect me. You must save me from meeting the fate that befell John Simmons. You must save me from meeting death at the hands of...
Put on those lights. Look, he's been shot through the head.
That revolver on the table is still smoking.
That gun.
What about it?
It belonged to my husband. Siva, does it work again?
It wasn't Siva this time, Ruth. That gun was fired by someone in this room.
Oh, Paul. Oh.
What about the Shadow? Where is he?
Yes, where's the Shadow? Shadow, you still here?
He's gone. Well, that's your murderer, Commissioner.
Listen, right now, I don't care who the murderer is.
What do you mean?
All I can see is a blazing headline. Police commissioner at seance where mystic is killed. Mind confessing to you, Lamont? I'm completely baffled.
Well, how about the murderer's gun? Were there any fingerprints on it?
Not a sign of one.
Well, then it couldn't have been the great god Siva.
What do you mean?
Well, surely with 7 hands, he'd be bound to leave at least one fingerprint.
I'd rather not hear any more talk about the great god Siva. Did you see the newspapers?
You mean the headlines?
Yeah. They're calling me 7 Hands Weston. That's fine stuff for the department.
Well, you would go running around to seances.
Listen, who was the one who insisted that I attend that clam bake? You, my friend. You told me you'd solve the whole case.
Well, I can be wrong, you know, Commissioner.
Yeah, and I can be wrong for even talking to you. Now, clear out, will you, both of you? I've got work to do here.
You mean you don't want us to help you?
Yes. You can help me by getting out.
Well, you'll be sorry. Come on, Margot.
Okay.
We'd still like to give you a hand, Commissioner.
No, but he doesn't need one, Lamont.
No?
Of course not. He's got 7 of them now.
Get out.
Well, what to do now, Lamont?
Well, I think a visit to the Simmons household might be in order.
May I come along?
No, I'm afraid not, Margot. This will be a private visit for the Shadow.
I do know how you feel, Ruth. I wish I could do something to help.
Oh, why don't you stop that talk, Bill?
Oh, Paul, what are you saying?
All day long I've heard nothing but I do know how you feel, Ruth, and I do wish I could help Ruth.
Oh, Bill has been very sweet to me, Paul.
I know how sweet he's been to you. You think I'm blind?
What do you mean?
Now, listen, Bill, you may have fooled John Simmons, but you're not fooling me. You're crazy about Ruth.
Oh, Paul.
Always have been crazy about her. Now that John is out of the way, there's nothing to stand between.
Just a minute. Are you implying that I killed John Simmons?
Well?
Are you? You saying that I murdered my best friend just to get his wife?
If the shoe fits, then.
No, please, both.
I'm not going to stand for that kind of talk, Ruth.
Oh, no?
No, you lying
Just
little
a minute,
lie.
gentlemen. I see you remember me, Mrs. Simmons.
What are you doing here? What do you want?
Well, I came here to clear up a misunderstanding. The accusation that I killed your friend Omar.
You must have done it. You were the only one.
No. Don't forget that there are 3 of you, any one of whom could have committed both the murders.
That's not true.
I must confess, Mrs. Simmons, that I've been eavesdropping on your little conversation here, and it was most revealing.
No, see here, if you're going to believe what Paul just said about me...
I'm not believing anything. Yet. First, I must ask some questions. We'll begin with you, Mr. Reynolds.
Well?
Is it true that you are in love with Mrs. Simmons? Is it?
Yes.
Bill, why did you...
Why not admit it, Ruth? Bound to come out sometime. I'm not at all ashamed to say that I love you.
And the inheritance from Mr. Simmons' estate. An inheritance that will go to his wife. Does that make her any less attractive in your eyes?
No. No, it doesn't. That's not my reason for loving you.
There, you see.
Just a minute, Mr. Loring. You said that John Simmons was your best friend, Mr. Reynolds. Was he still your best friend before he died?
Well,
Of course he wasn't. They'd had a quarrel. Ruth will tell you that.
Oh,
Is this true, Mrs. Simmons?
well, perhaps it is. Oh, but Bill didn't kill him. I know he didn't.
How do you know?
Why, I just feel it, that's all.
That's not a complete answer, Mrs. Simmons. You know more than you're willing to tell.
Oh, no. No,
When the second seance started, the one at which Omar was killed, the mystic instructed all of you to join hands. Isn't that right?
Yes.
One of you broke that chain when the shot was fired. Now, which one of you did it?
not I.
I didn't.
Oh, no, I didn't do it.
One of you is lying, and I'm warning you. I shall be watching all of you constantly until I find out who it is. That guilty one will then answer to the shadow.
Well, what did you learn, Lamont?
Not very much. At this point, I would say that any one of the 3 could have done it.
Even Simmons' wife?
Yes, even his wife.
Well, perhaps it was all 3 of them.
Wait, Margot.
What?
Wait, I think I have it. I think I've come up with something.
Well, what? What is
Margot, this could be the key to the whole mystery.
it? Well, tell me.
I'll take it. Hello.
Lamont, this is Weston speaking.
Oh, yes, Commissioner.
Siva struck again.
What? Who was the victim?
Woman's nephew, Paul Loring, was attacked with the same statue that killed Simmons.
Is he dead?
I don't know. Look, Cranston, I don't know why I'm doing this, but I think you might be some help to me. Meet me out at the Simmons' home at once.
The police commissioner is right in there, sir.
Oh, thank you. Come along, Margot. Well, good evening, Commissioner.
Come in, Cranston.
Thank you. Loring, you're alive.
Yes, I'm alive.
He was just stunned by the blow. Got a bump on the head, that's all. Go ahead with your story, Loring.
Well, as I told you, I was seated at Simmons' desk. The lights went out. Then someone seized me. We struggled, and then I was struck on the head. That statue.
Reynolds, where were you and Mrs. Simmons?
We were upstairs. We heard Paul call for help and rushed down.
Did you see anyone leave the room?
No, we didn't.
Commissioner,
Yes, Cranston.
may I make a suggestion?
Oh, the same old story. Not another seance.
Yes. Only I'll conduct it this time, Commissioner.
Yeah, you?
Yes. I do have a knowledge of those things.
Now, listen. There'll be no more seances, even if Siva himself were conducting it.
But, Commissioner, what have you got to lose?
Yeah. What have I got to lose? Just my job, that's all.
Commissioner, that last gathering, the one that Omar conducted, proved that the murderer was human and present in Omar's apartment.
So?
At another seance, the murderer would be present again.
Oh, why do I listen to you?
But you are listening, Commissioner. Will you give me a chance?
All right, all right.
Good boy.
I'll bring Mrs. Simmons, Loring, and Reynolds to your apartment in an hour. Let me warn you. If any word of this thing leaks out to the newspapers, believe me, Cranston, in front of witnesses, I'll skin you alive.
Well, now that we're all gathered here, I'd just like to say that I'm merely an amateur at this psychic business, and I promise no definite result. I will, however, follow the usual seance procedure.
I've arranged the seats in a circle, Lamont.
Oh, thank you, Margot. Now, will you all please occupy the same seats that you used at Omar's seance?
Well, I was sitting on this side.
That's all right. Thank you very much. Now, Margot, would you please put out the light?
Yes, surely. There you are.
In this circle, as in the circle before, hands will be joined as hands were joined before. The chain must not be broken. Thought must concentrate with thought, mind with mind, until all thoughts and minds are one. Through space, through the infinite, through the many outer worlds we journey together, hands linked, minds linked, in search of one who can tell us much. Omar, do you feel this wave of thought that is reaching you? Omar, speak to us. Speak, Omar.
Look, it's all emerging into life. It's Omar. The face of Omar.
It is. Silence, please. Speak to us, Omar. Reveal to us all that you know.
I have been awaiting your call. I could not rest until the sun was reached me. I must tell all that I know. One of you gathered here was my friend. I trusted you, friend. Believed in me. But you failed me. Betrayed that trust. You are my murderer. Why did you do it? Why? Did I not swear to keep our plan secret? Did I not fulfill my part of the bargain?
No.
I cannot rest. The great Siva will not let me rest until I reveal the name of the murderer. I must unmask him that all may know of his treachery.
Stop it.
I cannot stop now. I must reveal the name. I must bring this into the open. Paul Loring.
No, this is a trick.
This is no trick. I followed your instructions, Paul Loring. I helped you to do away with John Simmons. I defiled myself by putting the blame for it on the great name of Siva. You killed him.
That's a lie.
You killed him, and you killed me as well. You are a double murderer.
Put on the lights, Margot, quickly.
The second time now, you're dead.
Take that gun away from me, Commissioner.
Give me that revolver.
Commissioner, there's your man, Mr. Paul Loring.
Paul. Oh, I can't believe it.
I did it. I killed John.
Why?
Because of his money. His money.
How could you get the money? It all went to his wife.
Well, his wife is also my aunt. I knew that when the estate passed into her hands, I could control both her and the money.
Why did you kill Omar?
He knew too much.
And I suppose the blow on the head that you received in the library was self-inflicted?
Yes. No more questions. Please.
All right. Better come along with me, Loring. You too, Mrs. Simmons. I'll go with you, Ruth.
Thank you, Bill.
Well, I hope you enjoyed the seance, Commissioner.
Well, it was all right, Cranston. I didn't really need it. I was wise to this bird all along. Come on, everybody. Good night.
Good night,
Good night,
Commissioner.
Well, Lamont, that was an excellent job.
Thank you, Margot.
But, you know, I do wish you'd explain a couple of things to me.
Oh, what's that?
Well, first, I could have sworn that was Omar himself. How did you manage that?
That was a death mask of his face. And as for the voice, well, I indulged in a bit of mimicry. I felt sure that it would unnerve the killer and he'd give himself away.
But how did you know that Loring was the killer?
Oh, it was simple. The good old process of elimination. There were 3 suspects, each of whom swore that he never let go of the hand of the other during the seance, when Omar was killed.
And yet you knew someone had broken the chain in order to fire the gun.
Exactly. Consequently, the only reason why none could remember letting go of his neighbor's hand is that no one did, except Omar. Omar must have been holding the murderer's hand.
And you couldn't very well ask Omar.
No. Thus, the murderer of Omar must have been sitting right next to him.
Oh, but Omar had 2 hands.
I know, but it had to be Loring. You see, Commissioner Weston was sitting on Omar's other side.
Oh, I see.
But there's one thing you overlooked, Lamont.
What's that?
Good old Siva could have been holding hands with all of them.
Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Voice of Death.
Yes, Annie. You almost finished reading your paper?
Yes, Annie.
Time to go to bed, ain't it?
Yes, Annie.
Better make sure all the windows are shut. Sounds like a real mean storm coming up.
Yes, Annie.
Sam.
Yes, Annie.
Did you hear that?
What?
You hear it? Sounds just like little kittens.
Yeah. Well, I wonder where they come from.
Well, the poor things outdoors on a night like this. Sam, will you go out and find them? Go on, will you?
No, Annie, you don't.
Just listen to them little critters. Ain't you got no heart, Sam?
Oh, all right. Where's my raincoat now?
Oh, here you are. I'll set up a little box for 'em by the fire.
All right. Now, stop your crying, kittens. I'm coming. Just wait.
I'll heat up a bit of milk, too. You see him, Sam?
No, not yet. Here, kitty. Annie,
Sam, what's wrong? What in the name of all that's holy? Sam, what is it? Sam, what happened? Sam, blood. You're all covered with blood.
Rose. They tore my throat up.
Sam, how could kittens do... Sam. He's dead.
Well, I must say, Lamont, that we picked a fine day to go visiting.
You want no secret, Margot?
I'm your man.
This whole thing is just an effect.
Huh? A fact, eh?
People always look for a mysterious atmosphere in the Louisiana bayou, so Mother Nature very obligingly provides for them.
Oh, I see. Well, I must say that sunshine wouldn't make a great deal of difference. I don't see how it could ever penetrate those moss-laden trees. Was much further to go, Lamont?
I don't think so. Arthur told me the house was exactly 5 miles from that last bridge.
Why in the world would anyone want to live way off like this?
Well, the house has been in Arthur Whittington's family for many, many years, and Arthur, being a rather peculiar chap, I don't suppose it bothers him in the least.
Oh. Well, forgive me for appearing dull, but I don't get it.
Well, Margot, it's a long story. It began in college when we took a medical course together. I guess I was the only person in the whole school who really understood him.
Well, why was that?
Well, Arthur was a brilliant student, but he was also a highly sensitive lad, always imagining that people were making fun of him, laughing at him behind his back.
Was there any reason for that?
Well, yes, there was. It was his voice. He had the harshest sounding voice I'd ever heard. It cracked, it rasped, He did everything that a voice shouldn't do.
Really?
In fact, it was his voice that made him leave medical school.
I don't follow you, Lamont.
Well, it all happened one day in class. Arthur had prepared a paper, an excellent paper that he had to read aloud to the student body. I can see him now, nervously getting to his feet, fumbling with the paper, then clearing his throat.
Thank you, Professor. I have the paper ready. I will now read some facts that I have prepared that are based on my findings of diseases of the heart. As we all know, diseases of the heart may be classified in two main groups. One, diseases of the valve.
Gentlemen, please. You may proceed, Mr. Whittington. Mr. Whittington, where are you going? Wait, why are you leaving the classroom? Well, he threw down his paper and walked right out of the room.
And he also walked right out of the school, Margot.
Oh, the poor boy.
I've never heard of him since. But we've corresponded. And then, as you know, when he learned that we were down here in Louisiana fishing, he got in touch with me and invited us out to see him.
Well, that goes a long way toward explaining his living out here so far from civilization. You know, he still must be sensitive about that horrible voice.
Yes, I'm sure he is. But remember, we mustn't do anything to call attention to it.
Oh, heavens, no, I wouldn't. Lamont, something right ahead on the road.
Yes, Margot, yes, I see it. This rain on the windshield is hard to... Wait. It's some sort of a fence.
Well, it looks like we've reached the end of the line, and not a house in sight.
Oh. And there seems to be a sign on it. We better get out and investigate. Button up that raincoat, Margot.
Oh, don't worry.
Yeah. It's getting so dark you can hardly make the sign out.
Here's your flashlight, Lamont.
Oh, thank you. There we are. Well, Whittington Hall. Keep out.
That's a nice welcome.
Oh, I'm sure that doesn't mean that. Well, looks like we'll have to walk down this path to get to the house.
I think I can just see it through the trees. Lamont, did you hear that?
Yes. Sounds like little kittens.
Oh, the poor things out in weather like this. I'm going to find them. They seem to be under that bush. Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
Margot, you'll get so climbing around in that underbrush.
Well, I'll have them in just...
Margot!
Lamont, come here quickly.
Margot, what in the name? Dogs, giant dogs.
Help me, Lamont.
Get down, you. Get down. Get down. Run for it, Margot. This club will take care of them. Get down, you. Get out. There. They're running away. Margot, are you all right?
Yes, I guess so.
They didn't hurt you?
No, one of them ripped my coat, that's all. Lamont, I don't understand. They sounded like little kittens.
Yes, I know.
Oh, what do you make of it, Lamont?
I don't know. But one thing is certain. We're going back to the car and get my revolver before we start for that house.
Lamont, I've never seen such an eerie-looking house in my life. The broken shutters and the crumbled stairs, those unpainted walls. Don't tell me that this is the Whittington mansion.
I guess it is, Margot.
I wish we were back in New Orleans.
Well, if you'd rather we...
Well, no, we've come this far. Go ahead and knock at the door. I promise you, if a ghost answers, I won't be surprised.
No, frankly, nor will I.
You going to tell Mr. Whittington about the dogs?
Of course. Why not?
Well, it may sound a bit strange in the telling. Dogs that sound like little kittens.
Well, he may know who's...
What do you want?
Oh, good evening. We'd like to see Mr. Whittington, please.
What is it about?
He's expecting.
There are no guests expected here tonight.
Well, if you'll say that Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston are here...
I tell you that Mr. Whittington is not seeing anyone tonight.
Jasper, what is it?
People here, Mr. Arthur.
Oh, Arthur. It's Lamont Cranston.
Lamont, come in. Jasper, you old fool. I told you we were expecting Mr. Cranston.
Sorry, Mr. Arthur. Come in, sir, please.
Well, Lamont, I'm glad you were able to come. It's good seeing you again.
Well, thank you, Arthur. I'd like you to meet a friend of mine, Miss Lane. This is Arthur Whittington, Margot.
How do you do, Mr.
How do you
Lane?
do, Mr. Whittington?
Well, come, take off those wet coats.
Yes, More or less swimming in these.
Jasper, show Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston into the living room. There's a fire there, Lamont. You can dry off.
All the comforts of home.
Yes. Now, if you'll excuse me for a moment, I'll go and arrange for dinner.
Oh, yes, of course.
You will come this way, please.
Thank you.
Lamont, this place is just as scary inside as it was outdoors.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Those musty walls and that worn furniture. The candles and old-fashioned lamps. Gee, I don't understand how anyone can live here.
There's something else that's more difficult to understand, Margot.
What do you mean?
That man that greeted us was Arthur Whittington. But it was not Whittington's voice.
No, Lamont. I saved this wine for special occasions. Very special occasions.
Well, we're flattered.
I suppose my mode of living is a bit mystifying to you, Miss Lane.
Mystifying?
Well, my staying here in the wilderness, in a house that's almost in ruins, living alone with just the servants.
Well, I think it might have its advantages, too.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that. Some people might not understand.
I must say, though, Arthur, for a man who's roughing it, you set a highly civilized table.
Well, I'm like a Britisher in the tropics, I guess. I still like to maintain...
Master Arthur.
What is it, Jasper? Why are you interrupting my meal?
Master, they are loose again.
What? I told you to keep that door locked.
I know, but they got out.
You fool.
They must be someplace near. I keep hearing them.
Excuse me, please, Miss Lane. Lamont, I'll be right back. Come along, Jasper.
Yes.
Oh, don't mind us. Lamont, you know the worst people. What's all this about?
I'm not sure, Margot. But it could be those savage dogs.
Lamont, do you think they belong to Mr. Whittington?
Perhaps.
You know, I'm letting you in on a little secret. I wish we could leave here.
Well, why, Margot?
Well, the way Arthur Whittington acts, the way he talks, the way he looks at you. I don't know, it just sends shivers up my back.
But we can't leave now. Not until this storm is over, at any rate.
Oh, I certainly wish that we'd never... Lamont, do you hear that?
Yes. That same sound. They're near the house this time.
Why should he have such beasts around here? And how did they get the voice of a cat?
That's something we'll find out when Arthur returns. I'll just go...
What was that?
It was a human voice.
It sounded like it came from someplace here in the house.
Yes.
Oh, I don't like this place, Lamont. When he comes back, I think you should ask for an explanation. I think we should know about those dogs and that moaning, too.
Yes, when Arthur returns...
I have returned, Lamont.
I didn't hear you come in.
What was that about my returning, Lamont?
Well, Arthur, both Margot and myself are very curious to learn something about two giant dogs that we encountered on our way in here.
Oh, yes? What about them?
Well, we wondered just how it was possible that these huge animals had the vocal cords of tiny kittens.
Oh, Lamont. I shouldn't have given you that last glass of wine.
No, but it's true. I saw and heard them, too.
Oh, now come, Miss Lane. I'd say your imaginations were working overtime.
Who is that, Arthur?
What? Well, what are you talking about?
There, hear it?
That voice. Someone in this house. Arthur, we've got to...
Yes. Yes, I know. Now that you've heard him, I'll have to explain his presence.
Well, who is it? Why did he cry out like that?
Miss Lane, that was a cousin of mine, Frank Harper. He's in one of the rooms off this corridor. He's locked in that room because he's not right mentally.
Oh.
I'm sorry you had to learn about this. Family skeletons are never very pleasant topics. Harper.
Yes, you see, my dear cousin Harper, I've gotten free of my cell at last.
Oh.
And now...
Get out of here, do you hear me?
No, I won't. Help me, you two. Help me. He can't keep me here like this.
Look, fool, get back to your room.
No, let me go.
Take it easy, Arthur. I must handle this my own way.
Don't let him send me back. Help me. Shut up, you fool. Come in here with me. No.
Lamont. Oh, Lamont, that was horrible.
Yes, and it was also very revealing.
What do you mean?
The voice of that man Harper is the same one that used to belong to Arthur Whittington.
What does all this mean?
I don't know yet, Margot. Some way, somehow, that poor creature that rushed in here has been given Whittington's voice.
Listen, the animals again.
Yes. They're part of this thing, too, this mix-up of voices.
Oh, Lamont, I wish we could leave here right now.
We can't go now, Margot. Not until we learn what's behind all this.
Oh, Lamont, what's happening up there?
Sounds as if Harper's being beaten. Come on, Margot. We're going to that room.
What are you going to do?
I want to talk to that boy. Quietly, Margot. We must get down the hall without Whittington hearing us.
Oh, what is he doing to him?
Quiet. The room is right down here.
Are you going in there?
Not yet. Not until Whittington leaves. I want to talk to the boy alone.
Oh, perhaps I'd better wait in the living room.
Well,
If Whittington wants to know where you are, I can tell him that you've gone out to the car for something.
very well, Margot.
But please, Lamont, please don't be long.
I won't. The answer to this mystery will be found very quickly by the shadow.
That'll teach you not to go running around this house. Now you stay here and be quiet, understand? See that you obey me in the future. Good night, my dear cousin.
Harper.
What was that?
I've come here to help you, Mr. Harper.
Hearing things. I'm hearing things again.
No, you're not.
Who speaks to me?
I am called the Shadow.
I see no one.
I'm standing right here beside you. But you can't see me because I've used my hypnotic power to cloud your vision.
I don't understand.
Listen to me, Harper. I'm here to help you get out. But first, I must learn something from you.
You'll help me?
Yes. But tell me, why are you here? Why has your cousin kept you locked in this room?
He's jealous of me. He always has been.
How did he get you into this house?
I came to visit. Just like that couple I saw in the dining room tonight. But I never got out. They never will either.
Why do you say that?
He will use them just as he used me. For his devilish work.
Why was your cousin jealous of you?
My voice.
Yes? What about your voice?
I used to have the voice that Arthur has now.
I knew it. What did he do? How did he accomplish this transference?
Came to my house one night. Had dinner. Then I felt drowsy. I'd been drugged.
Yes, then what happened?
Well, when I came to, I was in his laboratory.
He has a laboratory here in the house?
Yes. I was strapped to a table. I fought to get loose, but it wasn't any use. Then he clamped an ether cone on my face. I passed out.
And when you came to?
When I came to, it must have been days later. I had his voice, this horrible voice of his, and he had mine.
And you've been kept prisoner here ever since?
Yes, always in this cell. In this same cell. Even the dogs get out, those savage dogs that he gave the voices of little kittens.
Oh, I see. That accounts for the dogs. Well, I promise you this, Mr. Harper. You shall be free to leave this cell of yours after tonight.
Is that you, Lamont?
No?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Mr. Whittington.
Where is Lamont?
Well, he went out to the car for something. He should be right back.
I see. Well, perhaps you'd like me to show you your room while we're waiting.
Oh, no, thanks. That's all right. I'll wait for him.
I'd rather you'd come with me now, if you will. I have several chores to perform, and I'd just like you to know where your room is.
Oh, very well.
Just down this hall, Miss Lane.
Thank you.
I think you'll be very interested in what I have to show you. This will be your room. Won't you step inside?
All right. Is there a light that I can... What are you doing?
I'm just making sure that no one will disturb us, Miss Lane.
Why did you lock that door?
You'll see. Now we'll put on this lamp. There.
What's wrong? What is this place?
This is my laboratory, Miss Lane. My workshop, where I conduct my experiments.
Let me out of here and unlock that door at once.
I'm sorry, but you're staying
If
here.
you don't let me out, I'll call for help. Lamont will hear me.
Why don't you call?
Lamont! Lamont!
Before you continue, Miss Lane, you might be interested to learn that these walls are completely soundproof.
Why are you doing this? Why have you got me here?
You're going to help me, Miss Lane.
Help you?
Yes. You're going to be a party to an experiment of mine. My greatest experiment.
What do you mean?
You'll learn soon enough. First, I'm afraid I must strap you to this table.
No, keep away from me.
Stop being such an obstinate fool.
No, don't do that.
Stop pounding on that door.
Let go of me.
You come with me now.
Ow!
On this table.
No, you can't do this.
There you are.
Let me go. Let me go.
Now, a few straps to hold you securely.
No, let me loose.
There we are.
Oh.
Now you can struggle or scream as much as you wish. I'd particularly recommend the scream. It may be your last chance to use it.
What do you mean?
This experiment of mine has to do with your voice, Miss Lane. That's my work, you know. The transference of voices.
What are you saying?
You've already heard two of my examples. The dogs with the voices of little kittens, and my cousin Frank Harper.
And it's true. What Lamont thought is true.
Oh, so he guessed my secret, eh? Well, he'll never live to tell it.
Oh, no.
You will survive, though. But you won't be able to tell it either, Miss Lane.
What are you going to do to me?
I'll show you. The answer to your question is in this box. Let me open it. There we are.
A cat.
Yes, a cat. Have you ever seen a more beautiful cat? She's pure Persian, aren't you, girl?
What has a cat got to do with me?
A great deal. And giving her your vocal cords.
No, you don't know what you're doing. You're mad.
Not at all. I merely have a great hatred, Miss Lane, for the entire human race. They ruined me. Their heartless cruelty blighted my entire life. But animals, you're different. Aren't you, my little pet?
No, you can't mean what you say.
But I do. Lady knows that, don't you, girl? She knows that after tonight, we'll be able to converse. Be able to tell one another all the things that we've kept stored up.
You can't do this.
And you, Miss Lane, as befits your sex, you will have the vocal cords of a cat.
No.
Now I think we can proceed with the
experiment. No, keep away.
There will be no pain. This ether will take care of that. Are you ready?
No, please.
No, she isn't ready, Mr. Whittington.
Who is that? Who spoke?
I spoke to you.
Who are you?
I am called the Shadow. Don't try to find me. I've made myself quite invisible to your eyes.
What are you doing here? Why are you interrupting my work?
I've come to put an end to your work. I'm here to free that young woman.
Oh, no, you won't. I'm not frightened by someone I can't even see.
Put down that ether.
I'm going ahead with my work.
No!
You may not be able to see me, Mr. Whittington, but I think you'll feel this.
Why, you...
Now I'm releasing this girl, and then I'm holding you until I can get the police out here. They'll be very interested in your experiment.
You think you can keep me here, do you?
The light. Put out the light.
Now, Mr. Shadow, I am invisible, too. And I'm getting out of here right now.
Stop it. He's going through those casement windows.
Come back here, Whittington.
Come and get me, Shadow.
Come on, Margot. He's not getting away.
There he is, crossing the lawn.
Evidently trying to get to our car. Look, Margot. Those two figures running after Whittington. It's the dogs, the giant dogs.
They're chasing him, Lamont. Oh, they'll tear him to pieces.
Whittington, look out.
Oh, Lamont, can't you do something for him?
I'm more concerned with doing something for you, Margot. Those animals have spotted you. Quick, back to the house.
Oh, they're coming at us, Lamont. Oh, they're with me.
All right, you stand still, Margot. Don't move. I'll take care of them.
Well, now that we've seen that Mr. Hawker's in good hands, I don't mind saying I'm certainly glad to be leaving that place, Lamont. You do know such interesting people.
Well, you can't say they're dull.
No. Did you tell the police about the dogs?
Yes. They've destroyed them. And Whittington's body is being removed to town.
You know something, Lamont?
What?
Whenever I see an alley cat from now on, I'll think to myself, there, but for the grace of the Shadow, go I.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
whereabouts of men. The shadow knows.
The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Killer's Rendezvous. We find Margot and Lamont flying westward high above the clouds in a silver-winged passenger plane.
Oh, dear.
Bored, Margot?
Oh, no, not at all, Lamont.
Perhaps you'd like to play a little game.
You mean cards?
No, just a pastime that I've been indulging in for the last 15 minutes.
Well, what is it, Lamont?
Well, it has to do with our fellow passengers.
Oh, good. Sounds interesting.
I've been watching their mannerisms and behavior, trying to guess just what sort of persons they are and what they do.
Oh, that sounds like fun. Well, what have you discovered so far?
Well, my number one exhibit is that tall, heavy-set chap sitting just across the aisle. How would you classify him, Margot?
Oh, now, that's not fair, Lamont. You've had a head start. Well, tell me your deductions.
All right. He's a graduate of State University, class of 32. He's married, has 2 children, and he sells jewelry, precious gems.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Holmes. How did you find all that out?
Oh, very simple, my dear Watson. In fact, elementary.
Oh, please, Lamont. Tell me, how did you learn all that?
Oh, why should I divulge my secrets of the trade?
Oh, now, stop it. Come on, Lamont, tell me.
Well, I shouldn't do this.
Well, how did you know about the university?
The class ring on his finger. I noticed it when he reached back for his wallet.
And the family?
Their picture fell out of the wallet when he opened it.
And his profession?
That tiny leather case that he's holding so nervously under his arm. That type of case is carried by jewel salesmen.
Lamont, you're very good. Well, let's hear about some of the others now.
Well, that man sitting directly in front of our jewel salesman is, he's a bit more difficult.
Oh, why's that?
He's a fussy old gent. A bit of a hypochondriac, I'd say. He's been constantly having the stewardess fetch him glasses of water, which he uses to down the endless succession of pills.
Well, maybe he's an invalid.
Oh, I don't think so. Something puzzling about him. That old man appears to be constantly watching for something. Waiting for something to happen.
Ah, intrigue. Well, what do you suppose is going to happen?
You really want to know?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
Oh, Lamont, you spoil everything. Well, now, wait a minute. That leaves only 2 more passengers. What about those 2 up in the front seat?
Ah, now you've come to something. I've been saving them for my climax.
What do you mean?
If you'd noticed them more closely, Margot, when they boarded the plane, you'd have seen that they were handcuffed to each other.
What?
Evidently, the detective and his prisoner on their way to the state penitentiary.
Well, of all things, I'd never have suspected.
Say.
What?
Look, the stewardess is coming through the plane giving instructions to the other passengers. I wonder what's up.
We'll know in a second. Here she comes.
Pretty thing, isn't she?
Eyes front, Oscar.
I wonder if you would mind adjusting your safety belts, please. We're going to land soon.
Are we nearing the city?
No, but we've gotten word of a severe storm ahead, so we're landing at another field until it blows over. Just a precaution.
Well, very well.
Oh, Lamont, I hope we're not delayed too long.
That seems to be the feeling that you share with our fellow passengers. Judging by their appearance, they're not pleased with it either.
No, I noticed that.
Well, one thing, Margot. If we are grounded for long, we'll be with some very interesting companions.
I'm very sorry to have to tell all of you that word has just come through that we'll probably be grounded for the night.
No, what's this? Grounded for the night? Why, that's an outrage, Stewardess, fetch me some water. Let's take a pill at once.
Your fussy old man is running true to type, Lamont.
Yes.
We can't stay in this little hangar all night.
My jewel salesman is provoked too, Margot.
Yes, you know, the only ones who seem untouched are the detective and his prisoner.
Yes.
Please, gentlemen.
Wait, the stewardess wants to talk. We might as well hear what she's got to say.
Thank you. We've arranged for a car to come here. It's outside now. I don't suppose it can get very far in this storm, but it can take you all to a small inn up the road.
Take us to an inn? You mean we're spending the night around here? Is that it? Is that what I understand?
I'm afraid you'll have to.
Oh, no,
Oh, we've gotten word that all roads leading to any of the towns are flooded.
Well, I've got to get through. I can't spend the night here.
Well, it doesn't look as if we have much choice. So I think we should all make the best of it. Perhaps we'd better introduce ourselves. I'm Lamont Cranston, and this is Miss Lane.
Cranston and Lane, Cranston and Lane. My name's Carson. It's almost the same. I made a poem, didn't I? That's a hot one. Where's that girl with my water? I got to take my pill. It's nice to have met both of you.
Well, my name is Waterman. I'm happy to meet all of you.
Same here, same here.
I'm sorry that you're not able to get through, Mr. Waterman.
Yes, it's quite upsetting. I have a delivery to make, you see, a most important one. I have it here with me in this case.
Oh, well, if it's something of value, Mr. Waterman, perhaps you could leave it here in the plane.
Oh, no. I'll carry it with me, thank you.
What about the detective and the prisoner, Lamont?
Oh, yes, I didn't get your names, gentlemen.
Our names?
Yes.
We're just two guys named Smith.
Here's your glass of water, Mr. Carson.
Now, what kept you? I don't feel like a pill now. And don't tell me I look like one.
Well, then, the car's waiting, folks.
Oh, thank you. I guess we better get it going. Come on, Margot.
Righto.
Do you know something, Margot?
What?
I have a feeling that this is not going to be a dull evening. Well, I guess we've reached our destination.
Is that where we're spending the night, that place?
I guess so.
Cheerful-looking spot. What there is left of it.
Yeah, the woman's right. Cheerful. I hope she was being sarcastic.
It appears to be some sort of a roadhouse. You see the sign above the door, the Rendezvous?
Rendezvous. Sounds like a nightclub.
I imagine it was at one time. Judging by its broken down appearance, that time has long since passed.
Well, are we going in?
Oh, might as well. Now, you take my coat, Margot. It's raining pretty hard.
Oh, thank you, Lamont.
Come on, everybody. You run ahead, Margot.
All right, Lamont.
What an experience. Where are my pills?
Can't you forget those fool pills, Carson?
Now, how about the two Mr. Smiths? You getting out, gentlemen?
Yeah. Come on.
You'll return for us in the morning, driver?
Right.
Fine. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, what's the matter? Why are you all standing outside?
Very funny, that question of his.
Lamont, the door is locked. No one seems to answer.
Oh.
Open up in there. I'm getting soaked. Why doesn't someone answer?
Well, someone in there.
Oh.
What is it? What do you want?
Well, you want to get in out of the rain.
Why? Why do you wish to come in here?
Good heavens, man, we're getting drenched.
Well, I'm sorry. The inn is closed.
Oh, no, you don't close that door.
Come on, folks. Pay no attention to him. Come on.
You can't do this. You can't come in.
Yeah, but we are in. Somebody close that door.
Phew.
Who are you? Why did you come here?
Our plane was grounded, sir. We understood that you could put us up for the night.
Oh. Stupid of me. I remember now. They called about you.
Oh, then you have rooms for us?
Oh, yes. Yes, I have.
Oh, good. This is Miss Lane.
How do you do?
Mr. Waterman.
How do you do?
Mr. Carson.
Yeah.
And two gentlemen named Smith.
Lane, Carson, Waterman, and two gentlemen named... Why, it's...
Yes?
Two gentlemen named Smith.
Where are the rooms? Where are the rooms in this place?
They're upstairs. The rooms are upstairs. I'll get some wood and start a fire. You must be uncomfortable from the rain. I'll be back.
Give you the creeps, wouldn't he? Wouldn't he give you the creeps?
Look, Lamont, our friends the Smith brothers are going upstairs.
Yes. They haven't much liking for our company. I imagine, though, that the detective prefers to put his prisoner in a room where he can keep a close watch on him.
I don't know how the rest of you feel, but I don't like this place. Something about the atmosphere and that old man.
I wouldn't worry about it, Mr. Waterman. After all, we're all in the same...
Oh!
You hear that?
What was that?
Those were shots. I may be a nervous wreck, but I know shots when I hear them.
Yes, and they came from upstairs.
Did he come down here? Did you see him?
Whom are you talking about?
My prisoner. He escaped? Did you see him?
No. He didn't come down the stairs.
Well, he's gotten away. Now, listen, all of you. You've got to help me.
Well, what happened?
I was taking that man to the state prison. He was a dangerous criminal.
Yes, but how did he escape?
Just slipped out of the cuffs when I got him to the head of the stairs.
I fired at him, but it was too dark up there to see anything.
Then he must still be up there.
Yes, that's right.
We better go look for him.
Will you fellas help me?
Well, certainly I will.
And you, Waterman?
Oh, just a minute. I don't think you'd better include me in that.
Well, why not, Waterman?
I prefer to remain down here, that's all.
Well, if he stays, I stay. That's all there is to it.
Very well, Carson. You want to stay here too, Margot?
No, I should say not. I'm coming with you.
Good. Let's go then. I have a flashlight here.
I have one, too.
Fine. Now, why don't you search that corridor, and we'll go down this way.
Okay. If you see anything, holler.
Right. Come on, Margot.
All right. Lamont, do you think the man is still in the house?
I don't know.
Why do you suppose that Mr. Waterman refused to join in the search?
Well, he might be concerned about his jewels.
Did you notice how quickly old Carson volunteered to stay with him?
Yes, I did notice that. But there was something else that happened downstairs that was more important than either of those things.
What was that, Lamont?
The behavior of the old innkeeper. Did you notice his startled expression of recognition when he saw the detective and the criminal?
Yes, I did notice that.
He knew that criminal. I'm sure of it. There's a look about that old man in his roadhouse that has the familiar ring of a criminal background.
Lamont, do you think that this is a gang hangout?
No, not anymore, no. But it could have been a few years back, in Prohibition days. You know, Margot, it's fairly possible that the old man not only knew the criminal, but he might even have helped him escape.
Lamont, do you really think that?
Yes, but there's only one way to prove it. That old man is going to receive a visit right now from the shadow.
Out here in the rain chopping wood. There's really no need for a fire. They'll all be warm enough tonight. Yes, with that killer loose. Huh? What was that?
I've come to pay a call on you, old man.
Who speaks to me?
I am called the Shadow.
Where are you? I see no one.
That's true. By my hypnotic power, I have made myself quite invisible to your eyes.
What do you want of me?
I want you to answer some questions.
What about?
Did you know any of the people who came here tonight?
No.
You're lying to me. You knew one of the men who was introduced to you as Mr. Smith.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He wouldn't have been an old criminal acquaintance of yours, would he?
What do you mean?
Someone that you might have known in the old days when this inn was a criminal hideout?
Who told you that?
It's true, then. This was a gang hideout.
That was a long time ago.
But not so long ago that you wouldn't remember an old companion. Am I right?
What are you driving at?
That criminal that you recognized was being taken to the state prison. A few minutes ago, he escaped from the detective that was guarding him.
He escaped?
Yes. He's at large in this roadhouse. And I think you helped him get away.
No, you're all wrong.
But you knew him, didn't you?
Hey, yes. Yes, I knew him all right, but I didn't help him.
How can you prove that?
I'll show you how. I'll go with you. I'll go with you to the detective that was guarding him and tell him all I know about it. Oh.
Who fired those shots? Come back here. Come back.
Oh.
Old man. Old man. Why? He's dead.
I can't stand any more of this.
After all,
What were those shots? The old man, the old innkeeper was shot and killed.
It was the criminal, the escaped criminal. He did it.
Did anyone see the killer?
No, we just heard the shots outside, and when we got out there, the murder was gone.
What a night. What a night. Get me some water, somebody. I need a pill.
What are we going to do? All of us are in danger.
Well, I'd better phone for the police.
No use. The phone is dead. Wires have been cut.
No one can go out in a storm either. Lamont, what can we do?
Well, Margot, we'll just have to stay here till morning, I guess. Wait till the car comes for us.
Look, gentlemen, there's something I must tell you.
Yes? What is it, Mr. Waterman?
In this leather case, I have some very valuable merchandise. It's something that the killer would be very anxious to get his hands on. I must ask all of you to help me protect it.
Don't you worry, Waterman. We'll take care of you. My only real concern now is to capture that man. I'm responsible for him.
Well, tell me, did you see any trace of him upstairs?
No, not a sign of him.
I see. Well, I have a suggestion to make, and I think that you all should follow it.
Yes?
What? What is it?
All of us should go to our rooms. That is, all of us except you, Detective
Hawkins is the name.
Oh, thank you. I think that Detective Hawkins should stand guard, and the rest of us should try to get some sleep.
Get sleep. Get sleep with a killer running loose? Are you crazy?
He's right, Carson. If my escaped prisoner thinks we've all turned in, he might come out of hiding. But, Mr. Cranston, would we be safe in our room?
I think so, Mr. Waterman. At the first sign of anything suspicious, I suggest that we call out.
Well,
Come along. It's the best thing to do, really.
Do it under protest. Only under protest.
I understand, Mr. Carson. Come along.
This night better end soon. I'm running out of pills.
Lamont, why did you want everyone to go to their rooms? Isn't it dangerous?
Perhaps. But the danger would be just as great downstairs. Besides, Margot, I wanted to talk to you alone.
What about?
Were you downstairs when the old man was shot right outside the door?
Yes.
Who was missing from the room?
Well, the detective, of course, and let's see. Oh, yes, Mr. Carson.
Carson, eh?
Mm-hmm.
I wondered about him.
What do you mean?
That old boy is doing his act too well. His pills and his nervousness are too conspicuous to be genuine.
Why, do you think that he's in league with the man who escaped?
I don't know. There's something mighty strange about his behavior.
Lamont, did you learn anything from that old man Baxter before he was killed?
Not anything that really counted. He knew the criminal, all right. He seemed just on the verge of revealing something important about him when he was shot.
Why do you suppose Mr. Waterman wanted to tell us about his case of jewels?
I can't figure that either. Unless he really did want protection. Oh, I must say I don't trust him either.
What was that?
I don't know. Come on, Margot. Yes, coming from this room here.
Oh, Lamont, it's Waterman.
Yes, he's been hit on the head. Margot, help me lift him up, please.
All right.
There you are, man.
My jewels.
Did you hear that, Lamont?
Yes.
Hey, what's wrong? What's wrong?
Mr. Waterman, he was attacked.
Good heavens. Good heavens.
Waterman was hit on the head. He seems to be coming to. Give him a little air. Now, just take it easy, old man. That's it. Easy.
Robbed. I was robbed.
Well, tell us who did it. Did you see anyone?
No, my back was turned. I was hit. My case was taken. My case of jewels.
This is terrible. This is terrible.
Wait a minute. Who said that?
Why, that was Mr. Carson.
Carson, I have some questions that I'd like you to answer.
Well, what do you mean?
You've got my jewels.
What?
Yes, he has, I tell you.
Crazy. He's crazy. He doesn't know what he's saying.
Oh, yes, I do. I know that you've been following me ever since I left New York. You can't deny that, can you?
Well, now, that blow has affected his head.
You see, he doesn't answer my question. Why don't you answer him, Carson?
You keep out of this. It's none of your business.
You're forgetting that I am a detective, Carson. And it is my business. Let me get up. Just let me get up. I'll make him admit he stole my jewels. Let me out of here. Just take it easy.
You'd better go to your room. There may be some trouble here.
All right, but do be careful.
Just let me get up, and I'll give him the same treatment he gave me.
This is an outrage. An outrage. You don't believe him, do you, gentlemen?
Never mind your innocent talk, Carson.
This is no innocent talk. It's the truth. I can prove that I...
That's Margot. Something's happened to her. Margot! Margot!
I'm right here, Lamont.
Are you all right?
Yes, but look.
A body. A dead body.
Yes. I opened this door. I thought it was my room. It was a closet. His body found.
What's the matter?
Miss Lane just discovered this body.
Holy smoke.
Is it your missing criminal?
Yeah. Yeah, it's him.
He's dead.
Carson again. That Carson is behind this whole thing. I don't get it yet, but I'm going to soon enough. I'm taking that guy downstairs and giving him a good going over.
Are you going with him, Lamont?
No, not just yet, Margot. I'd like to examine this body more thoroughly.
Why? What do you expect to find out?
I'll let you know in a minute. Let me see. Oh, this is interesting. Do you see the marks of a handcuff on this man's wrist?
Yes.
I just want you to remember that these marks are on his left wrist, Margot.
Well, I don't understand.
You will presently. Now, let's have a look under the coat. Just as I suspected. Look here. A very clear imprint of a shoulder holster under the left armpit.
Well, what does that prove?
Just come with me, Margot, and you'll find out.
Where are we going?
Downstairs.
Oh, I wish I knew what you were talking about.
Just be patient, Margot. Just be patient.
What did you know with those jewels? I didn't take them, I tell you.
He's lying, Hawkins.
Yes,
I know. Who did it? Oh, we've got some news for you, Mr. Cranston.
Oh, what's that?
We found this gun in the Carson tent.
So he tells us that he's a private investigator who was hired by Waterman's company to protect you.
That's the truth. I can show you my credentials. I can prove it.
You never heard of any investigator who was hired to protect you, did you, Waterman?
No, of course not.
You've got to believe me.
I do believe you, Mr. Carson.
Huh? What'd you say?
I said that I believe Mr. Carson's story.
Are you crazy?
I don't think so. I even believe that I know who really stole Mr. Waterman's jewels.
Who? Who was it?
You, Mr. Hawkins.
Me?
Well,
but he's a detective, Mr.
I'm not so sure that he is.
What do you mean?
I've just finished examining that body upstairs, Mr. Hawkins. The body of your supposed escaped criminal.
Yeah?
I learned several very revealing facts.
Is that so? What?
First of all, I discovered handcuff marks on his left wrist. That means that he was linked to your right wrist. Don't you think it unusual that you, a detective, should have changed your right hand? The hand you hold that gun in now?
You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, I do. Another thing I found on that body was the imprint of a shoulder holster. I've never known criminals on their way to jail to carry guns.
Well, what are you trying to say?
Simply this. That dead man upstairs was the real detective, Mr. Hawkins, and you are the criminal.
Why, you...
I'll thank you to give me that gun.
Okay. Now, stand where you are, all of you. Well, you see what happened to one guy who got smart. Too smart.
You can't do this.
Shut up. I've killed 2 guys tonight, sister. And the night ain't over yet.
Why, what do you mean by that?
This place we're in now is an old hangout of mine. We had a lot of excitement here one night a few years back. 5 guys knocked off. Yeah. Right in this room, too. Lined up right at that bar over there.
Oh, please stop.
Yeah, that's why I had to kill that old man Baxter. He remembered me.
Oh, Lamont.
Get away from him, sister.
Oh.
Are you Waterman? Pull him into that room over there.
No, you don't.
I said pull him into that room.
Oh, you're pretty brave with that gun in my ribs, aren't you?
Get going, punk. I'm going to use him later on for a little scene I'm staging.
You're mad, Hawkins.
Maybe you're right. But you're going to enjoy this scene. Yeah. You all play important parts in it. The parts of the ones who was shot in that old gang killing.
You mean you're killing us, too?
Yeah, you get the idea. But first we got to be authentic. It was all done with music. That nickel and the slot piano was playing. We'll start that up first. Oh, you're all going to like this.
Oh, please don't.
Yeah. Same funny old tune. Yeah, I can remember it like it was yesterday.
I don't like your humor, Mr. Hawkins.
Now, ain't that too bad? Now, line up at the bar. All of you.
No, you can't do this.
No? Get over there. Go on. Now, just turn your backs. You too, sister. It'll all be over in just 1 minute. What happened?
Sorry to spoil your little scene, Mr. Hawkins.
Who was that? Who spoke?
You might know me, Mr. Hawkins, as the Shadow.
You again. Well, where are you? Come out where I can see you.
I prefer to remain invisible. I can deal with you better that way.
You ain't dealing with me. Not till I take care of them first.
Put down that gun.
Try and make me.
Very well, I will. Grab his gun quickly.
I got it.
That's it. I give him to you now, gentlemen. He's your prisoner.
I've got him covered.
See if he has my jewels.
Yeah, wait. Yeah, here they are, right in his coat pocket. Good work, Shadow. Hey, you hear me, Shadow?
Shadow's gone.
Oh, where?
Oh, Lamont.
Where am I?
Oh, Lamont, here, let me help you.
All right, we got him. We got him, Cranston.
Oh, good work. Darling.
Oh, dear. This is awful.
What's the matter?
Something terrible has happened.
What is it, Carson?
I've run out of pills.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men?
knows.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we near the start of the happy holiday season, the Blue Coal Dealers of America wish you, the members of their vast unseen audience, the merriest Christmas ever. And they present as their special Christmas gift to you a heartwarming Yuletide adventure of the Shadow. Before the Shadow starts his adventure, I'd like to add my Christmas greetings to those of the Blue Coal Dealers of America. You know, their product, Blue Coal, is the modern equivalent of the old-fashioned Yule log. You can depend upon Blue Coal to bring warmth, good cheer, and comfort to your home 24 hours of the day. And with each order of Blue Coal is included the free extra home heating service of your friendly Blue Coal dealer. Is your bin well filled for the holidays? If not, phone your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer first thing in the morning. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with a hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Joey's Christmas Story.
Was there any particular destination you was wanting me to drive you to, Mr. Cranston, hey?
I'm looking for little Joey, the newsboy.
Oh, well, if it's a paper you want, I could stop at any...
No, we're looking for Joey, Shrevey. We have a special date with him that we keep every Christmas season.
Oh, you mean like a rendezvous, huh?
That's right, Shrevey. Every year for the past 3 seasons, we've taken Joey on a tour of the toy sections of all the department stores.
Oh, well, now, ain't that nice? You know, this time of year, I get wishing I was a kid again myself. Ain't that silly?
No, of course not, Shrevey. We all feel that way.
You know, my friend and acquaintance, Big Charlie, of whom you have heard me speak?
Yes?
Well, him and me used to have some fun at Christmas time when we was kids. That is, till Big Charlie spoiled it.
Well, how was that?
Well, he got us banded from all the toy departments in the stores.
Why?
Oh, just on account of one peachy little thing he used to do.
Well, what was it?
Giving Santa Claus a hot foot.
That was a fine thing to do.
Oh, look, Lamont. There's little Joy on the corner. Stop your cab, Shrevey, will you?
Hey, Mr. Cranston. Gosh, I thought maybe you wasn't coming.
Well, how are you, Joey?
I'm fine, thanks. Hello, Miss Lane.
Hello, Joey.
Are you all set for our little excursion, Joey?
Well, I still have a couple of papers left.
Oh, well, how many papers have you?
Let's see. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. 11 I got.
11, eh? Well, do you think $5 would pay for them?
Gosh, $5. Gee, Mr. Cranston, you shouldn't give me that much sister.
Now, throw your papers away and we'll hop into the cab.
Well, would you mind if I don't throw them away? Well, I mean, it's being almost Christmas and everything. Well, I like to give them away to some certain people who couldn't maybe afford to buy one.
Why, sure. Go ahead, Joey.
Gosh, thanks again, Mr. Cranston. Hey, Willie, here's a paper. Compliments to Joey.
Oh, he's a swell kid. Look at him. You'd think he was giving away $1 million.
That's just about what it is to him, too.
Yeah, that kid is a regular character. I hope he saves a paper for me, hey?
Oh, Shrevey, I don't think you're on his charity list.
That's what I get for owning a cab.
Well, I got rid of more but one, Mr. Cranston.
Well, good. Let's get into the cab.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, why'd you save the one paper, Joey?
Oh, that's me old friend Hobo Sam. He gets a lot of good out of a paper.
Really? How's that?
Well, when he finishes reading it, he wears it inside his shirt to keep warm. And the Evening Record's the warmest paper in town.
They should advertise that.
As I says before, that kid's a character, huh? Hey?
Well, you tell us where Hobo Sam can be found, and we'll stop off there before we go to the stores.
He's down the street away. Hey, look, there's my pop. Hey, would you please go slow past this corner, Mr. Shrevey?
Oh, sure thing.
Every little bit helps, thank you.
Hiya, Pop!
Hello, son.
Pop, gee, doesn't he look nice, though? I bet you that he's the best-looking street corner Santa Claus in the whole world.
Joey, how long has he been doing that job?
Oh, ever since the holiday season started. He kind of needed a job, too.
You see, he ain't been able to get much work the last couple of years.
Well, it's good that he's found something at Christmas time anyway, Joey.
Yeah, that's what I told him. But the money he's been making on this job is going out for back rent and bills and things. It ain't really Christmas money.
Oh, so your prospects for Christmas are still none too bright.
Well, Mr. Cranston, I ain't worried. Papa will find some way for us to have a good Christmas. You see, when he's worried like of anything, me and him take a walk down by the docks. We sit on the pier and watch the water going by. You know, Pop says that watching the water like that makes him all easy inside again. See, I like going down there with him. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, Joey.
Well, I figured you'd probably... Hey, look, there's Hobo Sam. Hey, will you stop a minute, Mr. Shrevey?
Yeah, to be sure.
Hey, Sam, wait a minute. I got something for you. Excuse me, please. I'll be right back.
All right.
I got a paper for you, Sam. Lots of ads in it, too. It's practically an overcoat.
Oh, Lamont. I wish there was something that we could do for Joey's family as well as for him.
We will, Margot. We will do something. But it can't be charity. They're much too proud to accept that.
But there must be some way to help, though.
We'll find a way. Leave it to me.
Okay, I'm ready, Mr. Cranston.
Well, how did Hobo Sam like the paper?
Uh-huh.
I say, was he glad to get the paper?
Oh.
Hobo Sam.
Oh, Hobo Sam, yeah.
Well, what's the matter, Joey? You seem worried.
Well, I just found out something from Hobo Sam.
Oh, what?
He just told me that the father of one of the kids I run around with was on his way to a house on Water Street to murder a guy.
What?
A guy murdered, did he say, hey?
Did you get the address?
Yeah, 18 Water Street.
Well, we better notify the police at once.
They ain't time for that, Mr. Cranston, but you could help.
How?
Well, you got a reputation as a gentleman detective, like, and you could do something about this yourself.
Well,
What is a guy being murdered, Mr. Cranston?
Very well. Shrevey, 18 Water Street, and hurry.
Sure you got the right address, Joey? This is just an old deserted warehouse.
I know this is the right place, Miss Lane. A lot of the men come here to play cards and stuff.
Well, we'll see what's in this room here. Come on.
Lamont, look at this room.
Yes. Furniture broken and strewn all over the room. Well, there's been a fight here, all right.
Yeah, this must be the place. This must be it.
Look, right there. Blood on the floor.
Yes, I see it. No sign of a body, though.
No sign of a body. No.
Joey, what are you doing?
Oh, just making notes in my notebook. I like to keep a record of how a detective works.
This room looks as if a dozen men had staged a brawl here.
Looks like dozen.
More notes, Joey?
Yes, sir.
I can't make head or tail of this thing. Dozens of clues and no evidence.
Come on, look here.
What is it, Margot?
Note, I found it on the floor.
What does it say?
Hurry to 19 West Street before another disaster occurs.
Well, that's a mighty convenient message. They must have been expecting help. Come on. We're going to 19 West Street.
There's the number. 19 West Street. And I am attempted to add in a very unusual neighborhood this address is in.
Yeah, it's just an old boarded-up tenement house.
Well, let's have a look.
How can we even get into the place? The doors are all barred.
Yes. We may have trouble forcing an entrance.
Hey, you think maybe the body's in there, Mr. Cranston?
I never make predictions in a case like this, Joey.
No predictions. Hey, how do you spell predictions, Mr. Cranston?
Oh, please, Joey. Forget your notebook for a moment, will you?
Yeah, but it's all in the line of duty, Mr. Cranston.
Lamont, look up there by that window. There's a piece of paper tacked to it.
Oh, yes. Get it for me, will you, Joey?
Yes, sir.
Lamont, what is all this about?
Margot, I haven't the slightest idea.
Here you are, Mr. Cranston. It's a note, all right.
All right, let me have it. Please come at once to 66 Broom Street. Urgent.
Hey, that's my address. That's where I live. Hurry, will you? Hurry! Our flat is right on this floor. Above here's a sort of a storage place, like kind of an attic.
Oh, I suppose we better look up there.
Joey, look, what are you doing home so early?
Oh, hello, Mom. I'm working on something.
Oh, again,
Look,
eh?
Mom, please. This here is Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston.
How do you do, Mrs.
How do you do?
Did Pop get home yet?
Well, you know he has another hour to work in the corner. And what are you up to now, young man?
We think there's a dead man up in the attic.
A dead man? Glory to heaven.
No, don't be alarmed, Mrs. McNulty.
just a superstition.
Well, whatever it is, I don't like it.
Oh, don't you really think that there's a dead guy up there, Mr. Cranston?
No, I don't think so, Joey.
Yeah, but them notes and the blood and everything in the warehouse.
What about them?
Well, don't that mean somebody's dead?
Not necessarily.
But it does in all the detective stories.
You read detective stories, do you, Joey?
Well, sure. I'm surprised at you, Mr. Cranston. I always thought that when the detective saw blood and everything...
But I'm not even sure it was blood.
It was so blood.
How do you know?
How do I know? Didn't I cut my own finger?
I suspected as much.
Yeah, but wait a minute. What I meant to say was... Well, I mean...
You mean you staged this whole thing just for our benefit, didn't you?
Well,
Joey, did you do that?
Well, maybe I sort of did it that.
What did he do? What are you up to now, young man?
Just a little game that Joey played on us, Mrs. McNulty. A game that sort of backfired.
Oh, gee. And I thought I had it planned so good.
You did, Joey. You just made one mistake.
Only what? What?
Those notes were all in your own handwriting. The same handwriting you used in your notebook.
What do you know? Am I a dope?
What was that?
Joey, is this part of your game?
No, I don't know nothing about that.
Well, we better have a look up here in this attic. Wait there, Margot.
Hey, I'm coming with you. That's the door right ahead. Gee, it's Mr. Murphy.
Oh, he's been hit on the head. Say, that's a nasty wound. Who is he, Joey?
Well, Mr. Murphy's sort of the rich guy here in the neighborhood, and he's the meanest and stingiest one, too.
I see. What happened? What happened to you, sir?
It's hit on the head.
Well, who did it?
I don't know. Blow came from behind. Hit me. Robbed me.
Hey, look, here's his pocketbook on the floor.
Let me see it, Joey.
Here.
Well, there's still some money in it. $10. How much money did you have, Mr. Murphy?
$75.
Oh, that's strange. If it was robbery, why did your assailant leave you the $10?
I don't know.
Hey, he's passed out again.
Well, I wonder how the person who attacked him made his getaway. There are no windows in this room, and we were at the only door.
Gosh, then it must have been... Oh.
Huh? What were you going to say?
Nothing.
It must have been who, Joey?
I didn't say nothing.
Very well. You'd rather not tell me. We'd better get Mr. Murphy down to your apartment at once. Well, the wound isn't serious, but it might not be wise to move him until a doctor has had a chance to look him over.
I'll phone for Dr. Collins right away.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. McNulty. Thanks. Now, Margot, if you could get me some hot water, please.
I didn't know you were home.
Gee, Pop.
I guess you were so busy cooking you didn't hear me come in.
Oh, no, Pa. I'd have seen you.
Hey, Pop, come on in here.
Hello, son. What's going on here?
Mr. Murphy, he got hit and robbed.
Oh, well, no, that's too bad.
Yeah, these are friends of mine, Pop. Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston.
How do you do, Miss McNulty?
How do you do?
Mighty glad to know you, folks.
Well, I think we better be getting along, Joey.
Yeah, I guess maybe you had.
But let's make a date now to go to the stores tomorrow afternoon, shall we?
Oh, sure, thanks.
Goodbye, Joey. Miss McNulty.
Oh.
Bye.
What do you suppose happened to that man, Lamont?
I'm not quite sure yet. There are several things that are obviously not on the up and up.
Wait a minute. What do you mean?
Well, first of all, why should the crook, whoever he was, leave $10 in the man's purse?
Yes, I thought of that.
And secondly, how did he make his escape from that loft? And why was little Joey so upset by it? He almost revealed something to me up there, and then he changed his mind.
Why do you suppose Mr. McNulty acted so strangely?
I'm just as curious about that as you are, Margot. I don't believe his story about coming into the house unnoticed. Tomorrow, Margot, we're going to stop at Mr. McNulty's corner and have a little talk with Santa Claus.
Before Lamont Cranston interviews Santa Claus, put yourself in his place for just a moment. If you had the privilege of a personal interview with Kris Kringle, what would you ask him to bring you? Well, maybe you ladies would ask him for handkerchiefs, and possibly you gentlemen would put in a bid for some neckties. But if Santa Claus should bring you a sack full of blue coal, that would bring real Christmas cheer to ladies and gentlemen alike. For blue coal is America's finest hard coal. It burns better, banks better, distributes steady, long-lasting, convenient heat from cellar to attic of your home. And then supposing you got a blue coal automatic heat regulator, neatly done up in a special holiday wrapping. Then you'd be doubly lucky, for you'd have the perfect heating combination for economy and comfort. Blue coal and a blue coal automatic heat regulator. But if you don't get the opportunity to interview Santa Claus personally, here's the next best thing to do. Phone your friendly blue coal dealer. You'll find him willing and eager to help you with any home heating problem. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal. And now back to Joey's Christmas story.
Well, there he is, Margot. What's your footing on the snow now? Good afternoon, Mr. McNulty. Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought that this was Mr. McNulty's corner.
Well, it was till this morning.
Well, what happened?
Oh, he didn't show up, so I got his uniform and location.
Well, where is he, do you know?
Well, you got me, mister. Maybe he's up at the North Pole getting the reindeer ready for the big run. Keep the pot
We should
boiling.
stuff him for over the
folks.
mantelpiece.
Well, Lamont, what do you suppose has happened to him?
I don't know. Something is wrong, though. I think that the shadow has a call to make at the McNulty flat.
Now, let me see. Is that 2 cups of flour or 1 cup of flour? Oh, dear.
Mrs. McNulty.
Who is that?
Now, don't be alarmed, Mrs. McNulty. I've come here to talk to you.
But where are you? Who are you?
I'm called the Shadow. Don't try to find me. I'm standing right here beside you. But by my power, I've hypnotized your mind so that you cannot see me.
I don't understand. What do you want of me?
I've come here to help you.
How? How?
Where's your husband?
I don't know.
Please have confidence in me. He's in trouble, isn't he?
Yes, Tim is in trouble.
Is it about money?
Yes. Oh, yes, you do know, don't you?
Not the whole story.
Oh, Tim's a good man, believe me. And what he done because of me and little Joey.
Tell me about it, please.
Well, last night, after the doctor come and took Mr. Murphy home, Tim made me a present of $65.
Did you know where the money came from?
No. I mean, I wasn't sure. I asked him about it. I asked him where he come upon such a sum of wealth, and he avoided my question.
I see.
All he could tell me was that this Christmas, Joey and I were going to have all the things he couldn't give us in the past.
I understand, Mrs. McNulty.
And this morning, after he went to work, I found this note from Tim sitting on the kitchen table.
What does the note say?
It says that he was the one that robbed Mr. Murphy. Oh, my Tim done that. My poor Tim.
Did he explain why he did that?
Oh, yes. That the money had been owed to him by Mr. Murphy for several years. He tried many times to collect it from him, but Mr. Murphy is, well, a kind of a stingy person, you see.
So he chose that way of getting the money that was rightfully his.
Yes, that was it. Oh, but he knew he'd done wrong in doing it that way. Tim knows that now. He knows that he'd acted in desperation, just for me and little Joey. That was the only reason.
I believe that. It couldn't have been anything else.
Now he's ashamed. He's ashamed most of all because little Joey knows he done it. You see, there's a back stairway from our flat to the attic, and Joey knows that. And he knew that his pop had used those stairs.
Where do you think your husband's gone?
Oh, if I only knew. Oh, but that isn't my only worry.
What do you mean?
I'm afraid little Joey's gone, too.
Why?
He said he'd be home by 2:00, and it's almost 6 now, and no sign of him. And about an hour ago, one of his little friends come by to find out where he was. He told me that Joey hadn't been on his corner all day.
Now, Mrs. McNulty, don't worry. Please. I give you my word. They'll return. And everything everything will turn out all right.
Well, what did you find out, Lamont?
Joey's father was the one who robbed the man, all right.
Oh, Lamont.
Now both he and little Joey have disappeared.
Oh, how awful.
Oh, it's not that bad, Margot. I think I can find them on the docks at Water Street.
Why'd you have to do that to Mr. Murphy?
I don't know, son.
Golly, we didn't need the money that bad.
Ah, Joey, can't you understand? This year I wanted you and your mother to have all the things I couldn't give you in the past. I've been a failure, Joey. A failure.
Oh, that ain't no way to talk. You've been a swell, Pop. Whatever you've done better than anybody in the whole world. Even Santa Claus. You're the best Santa I ever seen. Better even than the real one.
Ah, that's nice to hear, Joey, but say it so.
Pop, I don't know what got into you. Don't you remember all the things you told me when we were down here by the river before? About courage and hope and the future and all the things you told me I should look for.
That was for you, Joey, not for me.
Yeah, but I'm part of you, Pop. Whatever you are, that's what I am. And Mom feels the same way. We're all together. All for each other, honest.
Joey is right, Mr. McNulty.
Who was that? Who spoke?
I did.
Who are you?
Men call me the Shadow.
The Shadow? Holy smoke, it's the Shadow, Pop. You heard of him, the invisible guy.
Yes, Shadow.
If you've heard of me, then you both know that I'm here to help you.
Did you hear that, Pop? The Shadow's gonna help us.
Yes, but how?
I know of the trouble that you're in, Mr. McNulty. I know what you did to Mr. Murphy.
Oh, he wasn't to blame for that, honest, Mr. Shadow.
Yes, I was, Joey.
But Mr. Murphy was a mean old man. He had plenty of dough, and he owed Pop that money for years and years and never paid it to him. That's why Pop done what he done.
I know. I realize that, Joey.
Well, what I did was wrong, Joey, and I must pay for it. I'm going to tell my story to the police.
Oh, no.
I don't think that will be necessary, Mr. McNulty. There's another way, a better way.
Well, what is it?
I want you and young Joey to go to Mr. Murphy's house. Tell him what you've done.
Oh, he'd send Pop to jail for life.
Wait, now do as I say, please. I'll be there with you. I believe if you explain your reasons to him, honestly and sincerely, tell him why you did what you did to him, even as hard a man as Mr. Murphy will listen to reason on this night of nights, Christmas Eve.
I know it. I had a feeling that you'd done this to me from the very beginning, McNulty.
But I've come to ask your forgiveness, Mr. Murphy.
Yeah.
I've come here to ask you to understand why I did it.
You robbed me. That was all. That's why you did it.
But it was really Pop's money.
Makes no difference. Turning you over to the police.
We'll tell him it was Pop's money, too.
Yeah, I'll never believe you. I'm the only one who knows about the debt. Remember that.
That's where you're wrong, Mr. Murphy. You aren't the only one.
Huh? Who's that?
Oh, boy, the Shadow. He's here just like he said he'd be.
Now, where are you? I can't see anyone.
I shall remain quite invisible to your eyes, Mr. Murphy. But you're going to hear me, and you're going to do as I say.
I don't understand this.
I know all about this episode of the stolen money, and I realize that Mr. McNulty was wrong in what he did. But his reason for doing it is one that I shall always admire.
What do you mean?
Mr. McNulty has a family. A fine family, a wife and son. He loves them both very dearly. Things have not gone too well for that family for a long, long time. You wouldn't know what that means, Mr. Murphy. You can't realize how a man feels when he wants to give everything to his loved ones and he has nothing to give.
No, that doesn't justify it.
Wait, let me finish.
Wait.
He never bothered you for that money you owed him, although many times he needed it. Very much. Then Christmas time approached. He asked you for the money and you refused. That $65 meant the difference between happiness and despair to his wife and son. And what he did to you, he did for them.
I see.
Do you know what Christmas really means, Mr. Murphy? It's a time of forgiveness, of man's goodwill to man. You must know that feeling. You must show it by letting bygones be bygones between you and the McNultys.
I see what you mean.
I want whatever has stood between you
to be forgotten. Tonight, that young boy is singing in the choir at the cathedral. I want you to join him and his family. Go with them to the church. Open your heart and your hands in forgiveness to them and all mankind.
Oh, that was so lovely, Lamont. Church, the choir, everything.
Yes, it was beautiful.
Oh, look, Lamont. It's snowing again. Soft, gentle snow, covering the city with a blanket of white.
Gee, that's almost like poetry, ain't it, Pop?
Yes, Joey. Poetry. Shall we walk home, Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I'd like to very much.
Come on, Mother.
Of course, kid.
Golly, ain't that swell the way Pop and Mom and Mr. Murphy are friends and everything?
Well, Joey, that's the spirit of Christmas. Peace on earth, goodwill to men.
Hey, Mr. Cranston, that's all right. I gotta make a note of that in my notebook.
In just a moment, we'll hear once again from the shadow. But now, a Christmas message from John Barclay, America's home heating expert. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. And good evening, friends. Well, once again, Christmas Day is almost here. As I recall it, our last year's broadcast fell on Christmas Eve. And I'd like to repeat now what I told you then. I wish I could meet each one of you and personally extend to you the season's greetings. But not having that privilege, I do wish all of you, my unseen friends, a very Merry Christmas. And I especially include in that greeting all the John Barclay servicemen who carry the Christmas spirit of goodwill throughout the year by helping thousands of blue coal customers enjoy greater heating comfort. Now, there may be some of you householders who haven't yet completed your Christmas shopping. And to you I offer this suggestion. For a lasting gift that will be appreciated not only on Christmas Day, but throughout the years to come, I recommend a Blue Coal automatic heat regulator. Merry Christmas, friends, and thank you.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters' names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the Blue Coal Dealers of America bring you an adventure of the shadow chock full of thrills and dynamic dramatic action. So be sure to listen. And be sure to phone your friendly Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. We wish you a very Merry Christmas on behalf of our entire cast.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week by the Blue Coal Dealers of America. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Before the Shadow begins today's adventure, let me ask you, are you householders starting the new year the Blue Coal way? I hope so, because Blue Coal is America's finest home fuel. It gives you steady, even, healthful heat with the least effort. For you see, the Blue Coal way is the easy way to heat your home. Blue Coal requires less attention, gives you greater heating comfort at less cost. What's more, an order of blue coal entitles you to the full benefit of extra home heating service. So phone your friendly blue coal dealer tomorrow, won't you? Start the new year the easy, economical blue coal way. The shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's story, The Ghost on the Stair. It is evening. We find Margot and Lamont seated on the veranda of a small hotel. They are conversing with the proprietors, Roger Miller, and his wife, Adele.
Adele, I should say that you and Roger have discovered the ideal way to live.
Really, Lamont?
Yes, I should be quite content to change places with you.
No.
I'd like nothing better than to spend my days just sitting here on the veranda, observing the daily life of this delightful old southern town.
Oh, here. Listen to old Pappy Cranston.
There's the cross I have to bear. Margot just doesn't understand me.
Oh, I know you too well, my friend.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, you'd be running this hotel for 5 minutes when up would pop a murder or a crime or a mystery, and you'd be off to the races again.
Well, if it's a mystery he wants, he wouldn't have to leave the premises.
Well, what do you mean, Roger?
Oh, forget it.
Now, there you see. One sniff, and he's on the trail.
Don't pay any attention to my facetious femme, Roger. What were you referring to?
Oh, it's not very exciting, Lamont. Our mystery is why we can't get the guests to stay at the hotel.
It's not really a mystery, Roger. Why don't you tell them the whole story?
Yes, please do.
Well, as you know, about a month ago, I inherited this place from my uncle.
Yes, I remember.
Since we've taken possession, no guest has ever stayed here more than one night.
What?
I said that no guest has ever stayed more than one night.
Well, why is that, Roger?
Because there's a ghost legend, a jinx on the place. A jinx that's lasted for almost 100 years.
Oh, it's not really a jinx, Roger.
Now, what else would you call it, Adele? We're not making a go of it, are we? There's only one reason for our failure, isn't there?
No, what is this reason?
It's the house itself, the evil reputation that it bears.
Well, I may be a bit dull, but I don't follow you.
Well, this wasn't always a hotel, Margot. It was originally a plantation. 100-odd years ago, it was owned by a family named Branch. During the Civil War, it was used as a hospital by the Confederate forces. It was in that period that the tragic event occurred that has placed a curse on this dwelling down through time to the present day.
Well, what was this thing? What happened?
A young Union soldier was a prisoner in the hospital. His nurse was the daughter of the house, Becky Branch. And you can guess what happened.
They fell in love?
Yes. The boy was fond of music, and every night Becky Branch would play for him on the spinet. One night, as she sat playing, the boy softly called out to her. Becky.
Oh, yes, John.
The doctor told me today that my wound was practically healed.
Your wound? But, John, that means...
Yes, it means that they'll be taking me away from here, Becky, to a prison.
No. No, they can't do that.
But they can and they will, unless...
Unless what?
Unless I can escape.
John.
Oh, it's the only thing left, dear. If I can just get out of this building, I have a good chance of reaching the Union lines.
But, John, what of us?
Oh, I'll come back for you, dear, after the war is over. You know I will.
Yes. Yes, I do know that.
Then will you help me? Help me to escape?
Yes, John. I know of a way. A way for you to get out.
Young Becky Branch plotted his escape. Finally, after a tearful farewell, the boy prepared to leave.
I'll just keep playing. They'll think you're still here with me, John.
All right. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye. Goodbye. John. Oh, my dearest. My dearest. John. John! John, what happened? John! John! Oh! Oh, John!
And that's the story. The boy was dead, stabbed through the chest. No one who could have committed the murder was to be seen.
That sounds fantastic.
Becky Branch's partner attempted escape was discovered, and she was banished from the community.
But what does that have to do with the jinx?
Just this, Lamont. Since that day, this house has passed through many hands. In each family that has lived here, a mysterious death has occurred. Each of these deaths has been caused by a stabbing.
Well, that is a story.
Yeah, but that isn't all, Margot. Before each death occurred, the playing of a spinet was heard.
The legend reenacted, eh? Well,
Have you heard this mysterious music since you've been here?
No, not yet. May I clear away the glasses, sir? Oh, yes, of course. Very good. Yes, sir. And now, Lamont, if I haven't been too boring, that's the reason why you should stay out of the hotel business.
Well, you've got a point there.
Well, I think we'll turn in if you'll excuse us.
Oh, yes, of course.
Coming, Adele?
Yes, dear. I guess it is bedtime. Good night, Margot.
Good night,
Lamont.
Good night, Adele.
See you in the morning.
Right.
Lamont, do you believe that story?
Well, I don't know, Margot. There's always a legend that goes with these old places. Some of them are false.
But this one's true, sir.
Oh, I forgot you were here, Beauregard.
Well, how do you know it's true, Bo?
I've been here many years, ma'am. I've heard that music many times.
You have?
Yes, sir. I've even seen the ghost.
What ghost?
The ghost that's always seen on the stair. Ghost of Miss Becky Branch.
Lamont, listen. Am I hearing things?
No, I hear it, too.
There it is, sir. There that old spinet playing again.
Come on, Margot. We're going to look into this.
Well, it seems to be coming from inside the house.
Yes. Margot.
Yes?
Wait here a moment till I locate the sound.
That room. It's coming from that room right over there.
Yes. Let's walk quietly now. We mustn't be heard.
Lamont, what if it really is the ghost?
Would you rather wait outside, Margot?
No.
Stay right here. When I open this door, I'm going to rush quickly into the room. If I encounter trouble, you go for help.
Yes, all right.
Right, here we go.
Hello. Oh, what is this?
Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought that you were well, I'm terribly sorry.
Well, that's quite all right.
Lamont, are you all right?
Yes, of course. Come in, Margot. Keep right on playing, sir. I'm just showing the young lady about. This is the music room, I believe.
Yes, I presume it is. I've only been a guest here since this afternoon, so I wouldn't be sure.
Oh, I see. Please continue your playing.
Thank you. I have traveled many miles to play in this old room.
Really? Why is that?
Because of the legend of this house. Have you ever heard of it?
Yes. It was just told to us a while ago. In fact, we thought that you were...
You thought I was the ghost of Becky Branch? No. But I have come here to seek inspiration from her departed spirit.
Oh, I see.
I'm a composer. I've come to this old room because here I can sense the presence of the departed. Perhaps my music will even woo the ears of the lovely ghost.
Yes. Yes, that's very interesting.
The beauty of the music of the dead is beyond compare.
What was that?
Someone in trouble.
Yes, come along. Maybe that's your ghost.
The ghost again. Oh, now you must calm down, Mrs. Turner.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset everyone. It was just so startling.
What's the trouble? What happened?
Oh, Lamont, this is Mrs. Turner, a guest here at the hotel.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Was it you that screamed, Mrs. Turner?
Yes.
What was wrong?
Well, I was on my way to my room, and I happened to glance down the stairwell and saw a woman coming up the stairs to the second floor.
Yes?
Thinking it was Mrs. Miller, I went to greet her. When I reached the head of the stairs, there was no one there.
What?
No, it was such a shock that I just screamed, I guess.
Was it you, Adele?
No, indeed. I was in my room.
Oh, I see. Well, are there any other women guests in the hotel, Roger?
No others.
Well, perhaps you just imagined you saw someone, Mrs. Turner. No, I'm positive I saw a woman.
Of course you did.
What?
She saw the ghost. The ghost of Becky Branch.
What did you say, Mr. Simeon?
It was Mrs. Turner's privilege to see a very old resident of this house, the spirit of Becky Branch.
What's he saying? Are there really ghosts here?
Of course not.
That's not true, Mrs. Miller.
Now, what makes you so sure of that?
If you want proof of my statement, Mr. Miller, just be awake and listening at the witching hour of 3.
Why? What'll happen?
You will hear music. Lovely music. Played on the spinet by the ghost
that Mrs. Turner saw on the stair.
Now, look here, Mr. Simeon. You're not frightening us, so why don't you stop your little game?
Yes, we're all getting upset over nothing. I'd advise that we all go to bed.
I agree, Lamont.
We can go to bed. We can lock our doors. But we can't lock the ghost out.
Come now, Mrs. Turner. You're all upset. Come along. I'll see you to your room.
You're right, Adele. Come along, Margot.
All right.
We'll let these good people get some sleep.
Righto. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
I warned you.
Good night.
I warned you. Hey, Lamont, did you really mean to make light of that little episode?
Only to ease the poor woman's mind.
Do you suppose she really saw someone?
I don't know. But there's a more important question to be answered.
What's that?
I'd like to know just where Mr. Simeon has acquired his extensive knowledge of the habits of the so-called ghost of Becky Branch.
Yes, I noticed that he seemed to know the whole story.
He knew much more about it than Roger Miller does. I think, Margot, that our Mr. Simeon is going to be called on to answer a few questions by the shadow. Perhaps before the night is over, we'll have our ghost.
What was that?
I hope I'm not intruding, Mr. Simeon.
Who speaks to me?
Men call me the Shadow.
Where are you? I see no one.
I'm standing right here beside you.
I don't understand.
Mr. Simeon, I have the power to make myself quite invisible to your eyes.
What do you want of me? Why are you here?
I want you to answer a few questions.
What about?
How do you know so much about the legend of this old house? Where did you hear of Becky Branch?
What is that to you?
Answer my question, Mr. Simeon.
Very well. Very well, I'll tell you. I was born in this house, Mr. Shadow. I spent my early youth here. I used to play on this very same spinet.
Was there any evidence then of this so-called ghost?
Oh, yes. We heard her many times, many times. She played so beautifully.
Was she ever seen?
Only as she was seen tonight on the stairs.
Do you believe this legend?
Of course. I have very good reason to believe it.
Why?
On the second floor, by the staircase, my father was found, my stepfather, stabbed to death.
Who did it? Who killed him?
We never found out. He died just as the young soldier died on the very same spot. Yes, it was a blessing, though. I never liked my stepfather.
You wanted him to die?
I didn't care.
Why have you returned here?
I'm seeking inspiration. Yes. The inspiration that I lost when I left here. Inspiration that can only be gotten from the spirit of Becky Branch. Listen for her tonight. It usually comes from the cellar below at the witching hour of 3.
I don't believe that you've come back here in search of an inspiration, Mr. Simeon. You have another motive. And when I learn what it is, let me warn you. You will receive another visit from the Shadow.
What is Mr. Simeon's true motive? We'll find out in just a moment. But first, here's a question that's nearer home. Have you ever asked yourself, how can I cut down my coal bills this winter? Well, the answer to that question is blue coal. For not only does blue coal burn steadily and last longer, but with every order of blue coal, you get free heating advice that helps you cut your home heating expenses. These helpful hints come to you as an extra courtesy extended by your friendly blue coal dealer. And he offers you another aid to economy, the Blue Coal Automatic Heat Regulator. Its initial cost is surprisingly low, and it pays for itself over again in the fuel it saves you. A Blue Coal Heat Regulator working with blue coal makes the perfect heating combination. For blue coal gives you better heat with less attention, and the heat regulator saves unnecessary trips by automatically opening and closing the dampers on your furnace. Phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow and ask him to show you this easy, economical way to heat your home. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal. And now, back to the shadow.
Lamont,
Yes, Margot.
what do you expect to find down here in the cellar?
Well, according to Mr. Simeon, this is where the ghostly music has come from. Here, take this other flashlight.
All right, thanks. Well, did you learn anything else from Simeon?
Yes. He lived here as a child. His stepfather was killed in this house, stabbed to death just as the soldier was stabbed. And he met his death on the second-floor landing by the staircase.
Is that where the soldier died?
According to Simeon, yes.
Well, I don't see anything down here that looks like a musical instrument, do you?
No.
Do you believe Simeon's story?
Well, I think he told the truth about living here and his stepfather's death, but, well, his talk of ghosts was, well, not very believable.
Here, somebody come see.
Well, it's the old servant, Beauregard. He's calling from upstairs. Let's get up there, Margot, quickly.
Oh, Lordy. Lordy, oh.
What is it for? What's the trouble?
Look there, Mr. Cranston.
It's Mr. Simeon.
Yes, sir.
Lamont,
Hey, you better not look, Margot. It's Simeon. He's been stabbed in the chest.
Oh, is he dead?
Yes.
Oh, Lordy, it's just like the Yankee soldier. Just like what happened to him. The ghost done it. That's what.
Be quiet,
I
Bo.
told
What's
him.
wrong here? Why were you calling out, Bo?
Look, Master, look.
Good heavens. What happened? Simeon was stabbed in the chest. He's dead. How did it happen? I don't know. When did you discover this, Bo?
I just come walking down the hall, sir, and there he was, stretched out like you see him now.
Oh, I see. Oh, Roger, you sleep on this floor, don't you?
Yes?
Did you hear anything? Sound of a struggle or a fight?
No, not a thing.
Oh. Well, we'd better call the police at once.
Well, that certainly was a fine investigation, Lamont.
Yes.
I'd hate to see that sheriff in charge of a crime wave ever hit this town.
He'd probably handle it just as he did tonight, Margot. He'd just say, I'll tow the body away and come back in the morning when it can rustle up a corner, Jury.
Yes, in the meantime, the murderer has a perfect opportunity to cover up any traces of his crime.
Exactly. I must say, though, that I haven't any more leads to work on than the good sheriff had.
No, Mr. Simeon was your number one suspect in this ghost business, wasn't he, Lamont?
Yes. I felt that he knew much more about what went on here than he was willing to tell.
Maybe that's why he was killed.
And that's quite possible.
But who could his murderer be? There are only 4 other people in this house. Old Beauregard, Mrs. Turner, Adele, and Roger.
Yes. Roger.
Did I hear you mention my name?
Roger!
Oh, sorry, Margot. I didn't mean to startle you. I heard your voices, so I came in to see if you'd uncovered anything.
No, I'm afraid we haven't.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait till morning now. Oh, say, why don't you two get some sleep?
We will presently, Roger.
Well, good night.
Good night.
Good night, Roger. Lamont,
Yes, Margot?
isn't it strange the way Roger just popped in here like that?
Yes. There are several other points about Roger that need clearing up in my mind.
What do you mean?
Don't you think it odd that he didn't hear any sounds when Simeon died? His room is right on that floor.
Yes,
And why did he take so long in responding to Beau's call for help?
I thought of that, too.
If you don't mind, Margot, we won't be retiring for some time yet. There are many things here that require investigation before the night is over.
Well, what are you going to do, Lamont?
Well, first of all, Simeon told me that the ghostly music was always heard at the witching hour of 3. It's almost that now, isn't it?
Yes, just about.
Well, I think we should stay up for that little recital. Let's sit out here by the staircase.
All right.
I'm afraid I'll have to turn out this light.
Well, that's all right, Lamont. Just stay near me, that's all.
All right. Now, follow me. Take hold of my hand.
If we ever meet a ghost now, I'm afraid that
Now, Margot, no. Here. Sit here on the stair.
Thanks. What was that?
There was an owl outside the house.
Oh. Oh, I wish he'd get a sore throat or something. I can't stand it.
Shh. Well, according to Mr. Simeon's story, it's time now for the concert to be...
Lamont, there it is.
Yes. Quiet now. See if we can locate the sound.
It's not coming from the music room.
No, it seems to come from up above. Somewhere on the upper floors.
Well, why don't we get...
Come on, Margot. Something's happened up there. There's a light switch on the wall, Margot.
I've got it. It's Roger.
Yes. Call Adele quickly.
What's happened to him?
The same wound in the chest. He's breathing, though. There may be a chance of saving him. Go, please. Get Adele.
Yes, all right.
All right, old man. Now, just take it easy. Lie quietly, please. That's it. Take it easy.
Must tell you.
What are you trying to say?
Passageway. Secret passageway.
Where is this passage? Roger. Roger.
What's happened to him? Oh, Roger, what's happened?
He's still alive, Adele, but we must act quickly. Call a car. He must be gotten to a hospital at once. It was much more important for Adele, if he regained consciousness, to call us at once.
Well, Lamont, this passageway he spoke of, did he tell you where it was?
No, but it must be somewhere in this hall. We'll try all of these panels.
All right, I'll start at this end.
All right. If we can locate the source of the ghostly music, I think our mystery will be solved.
Lamont?
Huh?
Lamont, I think I found something. Come here, mister.
What is it?
See? The wooden decoration is loose. And it seems to pull down, yes.
Wait, Margot. Let me do it.
I can do it. It's opening.
Margot, look out! Oh, that was a narrow escape, Margot. That knife almost plunged into your body.
Oh, what happened, Lamont?
I think we've discovered our weapon of death, Margot.
That knife?
Yes. We've also solved a murder that is over 70 years old. The murder of Becky Branch's sweetheart.
I don't understand.
I'll release the weapon and show you. The weapon that also killed Mr. Simeon and wounded Roger Miller.
Well, how was this done?
Well, it's quite simple. This knife is really an old bayonet. It's attached to that heavy spring, which was released when the secret door was opened.
I see.
It was evidently put there years ago to prevent the escape of men like Becky Branch's soldier. And through the years, it's taken the lives of all those who discovered the passageway.
Why, that's amazing. But, Lamont, that doesn't explain the supernatural happenings in this house.
Yes, I know that. That's something that we must...
Listen, the music again.
Yes. And this time I'm going to trace it to its source. It seems to be coming from somewhere in this passage. You wait here, Margot. This is a job for the shadow.
If I play, he'll return. He must return. But it's been so long.
Old woman.
Oh. Did someone speak?
I did. What are you doing in this house?
Playing my spinet.
Who are you?
I'm Becky.
Becky Branch.
John. John, it's you. It's you. You've come back for me at last.
You are Becky Branch?
Yes. Don't you know me, John? Don't you remember me? I've gotten older. I've been waiting for you so long, so many years.
You've been waiting here, in this house?
Just at night. Only in the night I return here. They sent me away, John. They sent me away when you escaped. You remember that night when I played for you as you left? I was away for many years. Then I returned. No one in the village knew me. I could go and come as I pleased. So I came to the house here at night by the cellar entrance and played just as I'm playing now, hoping that someday my playing would bring you back to me.
You've waited many years.
Many years, John. But it's all worthwhile now. You've come back to me. You've come back to me. I'm so glad. Now I won't have to...
No, Becky Branch. You won't have to play anymore.
to hear that Roger's doing so well, Adele.
He's doing splendidly. The doctor thinks he can come home by the end of the week.
Good. Oh, you might be interested to know that some of the older residents of the town arranged for a decent burial for Becky Branch.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Adele, did Lamont tell you that he found an entrance in the cellar that Becky used to use to enter this house?
Oh, so that's how she got in.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh, and we finally learned how the secret panel worked, too.
How?
When the panel was opened, the spring that held the knife was released.
Oh, I see.
And after the stabbing, the door sprang shut, returning the knife to its former position.
Dinner is served, Mrs. Miller.
Oh, thank you, Bo.
You know, there's one point that you haven't cleared up yet, Lamont, and that's the ghost on the stair.
Oh, Margot, I'm afraid I have no answer for that.
Yeah, I can explain that, Mr. Cranston.
Oh, can you, Bo?
Yes, sir. That was the real ghost.
More from the Shadow in just a minute. But first, here's John Barclay, America's home heating expert. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. You know, every good housewife takes a kind of pride in her kitchen. She installs the best cooking equipment she can afford, and she keeps her kitchen clean and immaculate. Well, that's as it should be. But you men don't have to let the ladies get ahead of you. No, sir. You can have your cellar just as modern and clean and immaculate as your wife's kitchen. And it won't cost you anything either. As a matter of fact, you'll save money just by following the advice I've given thousands of other householders. Ask your blue coal dealer for the free services of a John Barclay trained serviceman. He'll tell you in a few simple words just how to bring the furnace you've had for years right up to date. He'll show you the clean and easy way to operate your furnace. And most important of all, he'll show you how to cut down the cost of heating your home. So if you've not already benefited from this free John Barclay heating service, just phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow. Thank you.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the Blue Coal Dealers of America bring you an adventure of the Shadow unequaled for sheer terror and stirring dramatic action. So be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your friendly Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. This is Ken Roberts saying, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week by the Blue Coal Dealers of America. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Shadow will be with us in just a moment. But first, here's an important tip that will add to the enjoyment of your home. When ordering fuel, be sure to ask for Blue Coal. You'll enjoy greater heating comfort at less cost. What's more, the extra convenience of a steady burning, longer lasting Blue Coal fire will give you more leisure time to enjoy a truly comfortable, well-heated home. Call your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. You'll find him eager to please you with a prompt, clean delivery, plus free information about low-cost home heating. Phone him tomorrow, won't you? He'll show you the easy Blue Coal way to heat your home. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Leopard Strikes.
Oh, hello, officer. Officer Kelly.
Well, how are you, Mac?
Fine. Had any excitement tonight?
Now, my young lad, what would be excitement on a beat like this around the animal house? Nothing's happened here in the park for 20 years.
Well, you can always hope.
Oh, yes, that you can.
What time have you got, Officer Kelly?
And it's almost midnight.
Well, if anything's to happen, this is the time. Midnight. Say, do those animals always howl like that?
Never a let up all night long. They just don't like being caged up in a zoo, I guess. You'll get used to them after a while.
I suppose so. You know, for my first assignment, I sort of hoped I'd get a more exciting place than this.
Well, the park is the home of the rookies and the has-beens, son. Barring promotions, you start here, move away, and end here.
Well, I hope I move away soon. Maybe you've noticed I sort of like action.
Well, if it's action you want, go in and wrestle with one of them wild beasts. Yeah, they're the only culprit you'll ever find here, Mac.
I guess you're right. Well, I suppose I'd better take one more turn around the beat.
Yes, see that the squirrels and the spooners are behaving themselves. Well, see you later, son.
Okay, see you later.
Excitement. Ah, the rookies want excitement. It's those green kids that are pushing us old ones off the force. Well, maybe some of them will get more than they bargained for. Hey, what's that? Hey, Mac! Mac, what's the matter? Mac, what in the name of... Glory be. Magpie. What happened, son? Mac, your face. Ripped and cut. Mac, speak, son, speak.
Read all about it. Policeman killed by wild animal in park. Read all about it,
They're holding an inquiry at the head keeper's office at the zoo this afternoon, Margot. Commissioner Weston asked me to drop by.
Well, Lamont, why are they holding an inquiry? They know how he was killed.
I'm not so sure that they do.
What do you mean?
Well, when I spoke to the commissioner this morning, he told me that there was no evidence of any animal having escaped from the zoo last night.
Excuse me, but could I subject my opinion?
Of course, Shrevey. This is your cab.
What is your opinion, Shrevey?
Well, it is not exactly my opinion, Hay. It is more the opinion of my friend and acquaintance, Big Charlie.
Oh, well, what is Big Charlie's opinion?
Well, he is making the observation, which is the same thing as an opinion, that this here now cop is not being killed by one of the animals from the zoo at all.
Oh, no?
No. He thinks it was done by a squirrel.
A squirrel?
Exactly. He says that them bushy-tailed beasts can be very mean when they're of a mind to be.
Oh, now, Shrevey, how could a squirrel kill a man?
Now, that's just what I asked Big Charlie.
And what did Big Charlie say?
Well, he just shows me a scar on his finger that was given to him by a squirrel. And he says that if a squirrel could do that to him, he could certainly kill anybody else.
Oh, Shrevey.
That's an excellent deduction. In fact, I'd like to hear more, Shrevey. But I think we've reached the zoo.
Reached the zoo, huh?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah, so we have.
All right. Come on, Margot.
All right.
Do you want I should wait, Hay?
Well, yes, you might as well, Shrevey.
Good. I'm going out and give a couple of squirrels the third degree.
What a man.
Oh, Lamont, are they holding this inquiry in one of the cages?
Well, if they are, they'll probably lock you up and throw away the key.
Oh.
We go right in here.
Oh, hello, Cranston. Come on in.
Well, thank you, Commissioner.
How are you, Margot?
Fine, thank you, Commissioner.
These are the two keepers that were on duty here at the zoo last night, Mr. Oliver and Mr. Harper.
Harper? Well, have you come up with anything yet, Commissioner?
Not a thing. The officer was killed by a wild animal, all right. But both these men here swear that none of them was loose last night.
Yes, that's right.
They were all locked in.
Oh. Any clues at all?
Well, Harper here thinks that the job was done by some member of the cat family. Isn't that right?
Oh, yes. After looking at the body, my guess would be that he was killed by a member of the cat family.
I see. Well, why do you say that?
Well, we get to know all the habits of the animals around here. We watch them eat and sleep. We practically live with them. My opinion is that it was a leopard.
Wait a minute. I don't agree.
Well, now, John, you know that...
Why don't you agree with him, Mr. Oliver?
Because that would put the blame on Rebu. She's the only leopard we've got here. Why, she wouldn't hurt nobody. She was in her cage all night, and you know that, Harper.
Now, wait a minute, John. I wasn't blaming Rebu. Of course, I know she was in a cage. But there's more than one leopard in the world, you know.
Yeah, I know, and I also know you don't like Rebu. You're jealous because she only lets me feed her. She'll only obey me.
Hold on, both of you. You can settle that later. I've got a tougher problem on my hands. There's a wild beast at large in this park, and we've got to find it.
Just how do you propose to do that, Commissioner?
Well, now, don't you worry. We'll find him, that's all. We'll set traps for him. Yeah, set traps. That's what we'll do.
That should be very effective, very. You'll probably catch everything in town but the leopard.
But in this weather, you might catch a cold in that trap.
Yes.
You're both a big help. If you don't mind, I'll conduct this thing my own way.
But, Commissioner, you asked me to come here.
Yes, I thought that your knowledge of wild animals that you picked up in Africa or wherever it was might be of use to me.
Well, I still offer that knowledge.
No, I don't need it.
Very well. I guess we better be going, Margot.
All right, Lamont.
Good day, gentlemen.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr.
Preston. Catch a cold.
Now, Margot, it might be wise if I took an active interest in this affair.
What do you mean, Lamont?
That argument between the two keepers interested me very much. I'd like to learn more about them.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, late this evening, those two gentlemen are going to receive a visit from the Shadow.
Now, Rebu. Quiet, Rebu girl. Don't you behave like the others.
Now, look, Oliver. There are other animals in this house, you know. They need attention, too.
Rebu hasn't finished her dinner yet.
Well, can't she eat it without your help?
Leave me alone, Harper. I'll tend to the others when I'm done with Rebu.
I wonder if she knows that she's under suspicion of committing murder.
Now, listen, Harper, don't start that again.
Well, you heard what the police commissioner said.
Well, who put the idea in his head that a leopard done the killing? You did.
Well, he asked my opinion, didn't he?
Yes, and you tried to frame poor Rebu. That's what you done. What was that?
Which of you gentlemen is on the right side of this quarrel, may I ask?
Who was that? Who spoke to us?
I did, gentlemen.
Who are you?
Men call me the Shadow.
But where are you? I can't see you.
I'm standing right here beside you.
Where? Where?
Don't try to find me. By my hypnotic power, I've made myself invisible to your eyes.
What are you doing here? What do you want of us?
I'd like to learn just what you both know about the officer who was killed last night here in the park.
We don't know anything about it, except that he was killed by a wild animal.
Was that animal from the zoo?
I don't know.
Do you know what kind of an animal it was?
Why, it was a leopard, I guess.
No, he's wrong. It wasn't a leopard.
How do you know?
I don't know, except I know it wasn't Rebu here, and that's who Harper's trying to put the blame on.
Why should Mr. Harper do that?
Because he's scared of her, that's why. She hates him, and he knows it. That's why he wants to get rid of her.
Oh, he doesn't know what he's saying. I'm not blaming this cat here, and I'm not afraid of her either.
Then why don't you go into her cage the way I do?
Just a minute. You're avoiding my questions, both of you. You're hiding something from me. Something that you know and refuse to tell. Isn't this true? Isn't it?
No.
Of course it isn't.
I don't believe either one of you. So let me warn you. I'm going to be watching you both. And if the leopard strikes again, you'll answer to the Shadow.
Read all about it. Mysterious leopard kills 2 more people in park. No clues found. Get you later.
Lamont, we've been walking through this park for 3 nights straight, and all we've accomplished is to fill our shoes with snow.
I'm sorry, Margot.
Now, Hawkshaw, you know you're not a bit sorry.
Well, I just didn't want to miss being around if that darn leopard should strike again.
Well, do you think that we might be the victims?
Could be.
What?
Oh, don't be alarmed. I have a gun here with me. Besides, I'm afraid this weather is a little too cold for a tropical beast.
Yes, but maybe he got... What was that?
Come on, Margot.
Stop! Stop!
Through these bushes here, Margot.
All right.
Oh, all the saints in heaven.
Now, what happened? What's going on here?
Look, the leopard. The leopard has struck again.
Oh, Lamont, look at that body.
Margot, stand over there, please.
He's beyond help. He's dead.
Yes. Who is the victim, do you know?
A park derelict from his appearance.
Did you see the leopard?
Yes, I did.
Where were you when the screams were heard?
Where was I when I was walking my beat about 50 yards away. When I heard the scream, I come running.
What happened then?
When I came near this clearing, I saw a large spotted animal standing over the body, tearing at it with its claws. Well, I was so surprised, I cried out.
And the animal heard you?
Yes. He turned quickly and snarled and leaped into the bushes.
I see. And that's when you fired at him?
Yes. I was quite a distance away, but I think that one of my shots must have winged him.
Oh. I'll have another look at this body.
He did a job on him, didn't he?
It was a leopard, all right. That's their method of killing.
Yes, the same dirty beast that got my pal Mac.
And there's something wrong here. Something missing. Can't quite place what it is.
I'm going now to send out an alarm.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Oh, Lamont, what do you make of it?
I don't know, Margot. When I was hunting one time in Africa, one of our native boys was killed by a leopard. The body, when we found it, looked exactly as this one does.
Then there is a wild leopard at large.
I'm not sure. Well, this killing tonight has brought back that whole episode in Africa. There's something missing here.
Well, Lamont, all I can say is it's a good thing I'm not an old-fashioned girl.
What do you mean?
After this little episode, I'd certainly need some smelling salts.
Some smell... Margot, that's it.
What?
That's it.
What, Lamont?
That's what's been missing. The smell. The unmistakable smell of the leopard.
Is the killer really a leopard? That's an important question. But there's no question about this. It's easy to keep your home cozy and comfortable morning, noon, and night with blue coal. And here's why. Blue coal is America's finest hard coal, carefully prepared for convenient home heating. You can depend upon blue coal for quick heat on cold mornings, steady, healthful warmth all day long, and a slow, long-lasting fire when you bank it for the night. No wonder thousands of people are heating their homes this easy blue coal way. What's more, with each order of blue coal, you enjoy the full benefit of your friendly blue coal dealer's extra home heating service. He'll gladly send a trained serviceman to give your home heating plant a thorough inspection and help solve any heating problems you have. This extra service is yours for the asking. Yes, you definitely get more for your money when you place your order with a blue coal dealer. So next time you order fuel, ask for blue coal. Your neighborhood dealer's name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of the classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal. And now, back to Lamont and Margot.
Where are you dragging me now, Lamont?
To the zoo, Margot. The commissioner should be there by now.
Are you going to tell him about your discovery?
You mean the fact that there was no smell of leopard at the scene of the crime?
Yes.
I should say not. Can't you imagine what his reaction would be to that?
Yes, I suppose it'd be a big joke to him.
Yes, certainly. Oh, the squad cars are arriving now. That's the zoo just ahead.
Say, Lamont, you're not forgetting that Commissioner Weston is still angry at both of us.
Oh, he gets over those things very quickly, Margot.
Wait a minute.
Oh.
Where are you going?
Oh, we're friends of the commissioner, officer.
Oh, okay. If you're looking for him, he's in the big animal house.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Come on, Margot.
All right. Say, Lamont, just how important is the fact that there wasn't any smell of leopard near the body?
It can be most important, Margot.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, I can't tell you that yet. In here, Margot.
Well, I tell you...
I don't give
look,
a
they're all
hoot,
over there by
Manny.
that cage.
Good evening, Commissioner.
Oh, it's you, Cranston. What are you doing here?
Well, Margot and I happened to be in the park when the last victim was killed.
Oh, yes, I remember them, Commissioner. They stood by the body while I phoned in the alarm, sir.
Well, my amateur friend, you're a little too late this time.
What do you mean?
Crime has been solved.
Really? Well, who was the murderer?
There he is, right in that cage. A leopard that belongs in the zoo.
No, you're wrong.
Quiet, Oliver.
Lamont, that animal is dead.
Yes, killed by one of the bullets from Officer Kelly's gun.
You mean one of the shots you fired in the park, officer?
Yes, sir. I got one of them all right.
And he crawled back to his cage and died, is that it?
That's it.
It's not true. Rebo didn't do it.
Oliver, your friendly leopard did do it, and that's that.
Were you on duty here in the zoo when the animal got out, Oliver?
No, I always eat my late dinner at this time, but I wasn't gone long, and she couldn't have got out of this house.
She got out all right.
May I examine the beast, Commissioner?
With my compliments, Cranston.
Thank
Kelly,
you.
make out your report. I'm calling this case officially closed.
Yes, sir.
Calling the squad that's combing the park. We're finished here.
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Commissioner.
Huh? What's that?
I say I wouldn't call this case officially closed yet.
Why not?
Just come here a minute, will you please?
What is it? What is it?
Officer Kelly killed this leopard, right?
Yes, Kelly killed him.
Would you say that Officer Kelly was a knife thrower by any chance?
Knife thrower?
Yes.
Of course he's not a knife thrower.
Oh, that's strange, because this animal died from a stab wound in the heart.
Well, Lamont, you certainly spoiled the commissioner's case.
Yes, I'm afraid I did.
What to do now?
Hmm?
I say, what's the next angle on this thing?
Oh, well, we'll have to wait until the police clear out of the zoo.
Then what?
Then the two gentlemen in charge of the animals are going to receive another visit from the shadow.
Poor Rebo. They tried to put the blame on you, didn't they, girl? Tried to say you killed all those people.
Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver.
Oh, it's the shadow again.
That's right.
What do you want? Why are you here?
Don't you remember my telling you that if another murder occurred, I would return?
Yes, I do.
Where is your friend Harper?
I don't know.
Isn't he supposed to be on duty tonight?
Yes, he is.
Then why isn't he here?
I don't know, I tell you. I haven't seen him since early in the evening. Before Rebo was killed.
You don't like Mr. Harper, do you?
Why do you say that?
It's true, isn't it?
What difference does that make?
Do you know who killed that animal? Do you?
Why do you keep asking me all these questions?
Because I want to find out all I can about Harper. He killed your leopard. I know he did. And you know it, too.
Yeah.
But you're afraid to say so because he has some hold on you. Something that he knows will keep you from talking.
Oh, yeah?
Sure, you're afraid of him, Oliver. Afraid.
That's not true. I'm not afraid of him. Even though he has got something on me, that doesn't stop me from talking.
Especially since he killed Rebo, eh?
Okay, I'll tell about him. I'll tell plenty.
Good. Where is he now?
Well, I'm not sure. He's probably downtown, down where he always goes, to the big house on Columbus Square.
What's down there in that house?
That's where they meet. All of them meet.
Who meet?
The whole cult.
Cult? You mean that...
I mean that Harper is the leader of a crazy cult.
Oliver.
Didn't get a chance to...
Yes?
To tell you the cult is...
He's dead.
You want I should cruise around the square again, Mr. Cranston, hey?
Yes, Shrevey. Once more, if you please.
You think we ought to get out and ring doorbells, Lamont?
No, we'll never learn anything doing that.
Hey, you know, going around and around the square like this is fun. It's sort of like a merry-go-round. Hey, do you indulge much in merry-go-rounds, Mr. Cranston, hey?
I haven't lately, Shrevey.
It's a nice, clean sport. You know, I remember one time I'm riding on a big one. It's down on the island, and...
Lamont.
What is it?
Shrevey, stop the cab a minute.
Oh, sure.
Lamont, that house on the corner. 2 men and a girl just went up the stairs, and she seemed to be ill. They were holding her up between them.
Yes? And what happened to them?
Well, I may still be upset from that killing in the park, but I could have sworn that when the door opened, they were greeted by what appeared to be a big leopard reared up on his hind legs.
What?
I'm quite sure, Lamont.
Then that's the place we're looking for. It's the headquarters of the cult that Oliver spoke of just before he died.
What kind of a cult?
The cult of leopard women and men. I've heard much about these things, but I never thought they were in this country.
Oh, but that's incredible, Lamont.
Margot, go get the police. Have them outside the house as soon as possible.
Well, what about the girl they were bringing in that house?
She's probably their next victim. Go, Margot. Go at once.
As we are all gathered, the ceremony will begin. To you, O leopard, most lovely of beasts, we bow down in humble reverence. Your beauty of form we greatly admire. Your courage and cunning is our courage and cunning. As you are, so we will try to be. As you so majestically stalk through the jungle, so we too will stalk through the streets of this city. Our deeds are deeds that are done for you.
Priestess! High priestess.
Yes, O worshiper?
The offering, the sacrifice is ready.
There is time yet. There is time.
No, we must do it now.
Oh, you are too eager. We are not really going to kill this beautiful girl.
Why do we not kill her?
Why? Because we are not murderers. We worship beauty, not death.
Death is the beauty supreme.
You do not know what you are saying.
The cult of the leopard is death. It has always been death.
Worshipper, you are behaving most strangely tonight.
Why did we bring the victim here if not to kill?
Enough of that talk. There is no need. Your arm. What is wrong with your arm?
Oh, that is
How did you hurt it? Answer me. How did you hurt your arm?
I'll tell you how he hurt it.
Who speaks?
It is I, the Shadow.
Shadow?
Quiet. Quiet. Oh, where are you? I cannot see you.
I am standing right beside you here in the shadows. Your friend, Mr. Harper, can explain how I make myself invisible.
Do you know this voice? Did you bring him here?
No.
No, he didn't bring me here, madam. I came here seeking him.
What do you mean?
I said that I'd reveal how you hurt your arm, Mr. Harper.
How did he do it?
He was shot. Shot by a policeman who discovered him in the act of committing murder.
That's not true.
What are you saying?
This man, this member of your cult, disguised as a leopard, has already claimed 2 victims.
No.
Killing them as a leopard kills by slashing their throats with razor-sharp claws.
Is this true, Harper?
No, of course not. He's lying.
I suppose that you deny, too, that you shot and killed your fellow keeper in the zoo, just as he was about to tell me all about you.
Of course I deny it.
Then how do you account for that wound in your arm?
Yes. Yes, Harper. Explain that.
Why should I have to explain? What are you trying to do to me?
I already know what I'm going to do to you. I'm going to turn you over to the police.
Oh, no. No, you're not.
Let him, Harper. Then you can prove your innocence.
You keep out of this.
He's afraid. Afraid that he'll be found out.
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anything.
Harper. Harper, what is wrong with you?
You think that any of you can trap me? That you can match my cunning or courage? The cunning and courage of a leopard?
Harper, do not talk that way.
What if I did kill? It's a leopard's right to kill. Wantonly. Joyously. Just for the love of killing.
Be quiet, Harper.
You can't silence me. And you can't trap me either. I'll fight. I'll claw. I'll kill. You hear me? Kill. Kill.
Look out for him. Stand back. Harper.
Oh, you have killed him.
That's right, madam. And now you and your cult are going to have to explain your existence to the police. Well, Margot, Weston has rounded up all the members of the cult, so I guess our work is done.
Well, Lamont, what I don't understand is how a cult like that was formed. What was the purpose of it?
Well, cults of leopard men had their origin in Africa. They're still active there. Their ritual is a form of pagan worship. This group that we encountered tonight were obvious fanatics who'd learned the secrets of the African ceremony and were practicing them here.
Nice people, these fanatics. I wonder if you'd mind taking me home, Lamont.
Why go home?
Because I want to dig into my closet and burn my leopard skin coat.
In just a moment, we'll hear from the Shadow again. But first, here's John Barclay, America's home heating expert. Mr. Barclay?
Thank you. And good evening, friends. Right now, with the whole world in a state of chaos, it's cheering to realize that in spite of war and widespread destruction, civilization marches steadily ahead. For instance, take the American home of 100 years ago. There was no electricity, no running water, and heating plants were in a crude state of development. Now compare that home with the American home of today, with its electric lights, modern plumbing, and central heating. And you know, folks, we can thank the blue coal engineers for many of the modern benefits of central heating. They've given us blue coal, America's finest hard coal. And they've perfected the blue coal heat regulator that automatically operates furnace dampers. All you do is just set that modern thermostat for whatever temperature you want. Then you can sit back and enjoy steady, even, healthful warmth. Yes, blue coal and the blue coal heat regulator are the modern combination for real comfort. So bring your home up to date. Buy blue coal. Just call your neighborhood blue coal dealer. He'll gladly show you this easy, economical way to heat your home. Thank you.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the Blue Coal Dealers of America bring you a thrilling adventure of the Shadow that will hold you in breathless suspense from start to finish. So be sure to listen. And be sure to phone your friendly Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week by the Blue Coal Dealers of America. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gene Paul King, pinch hitting for his sick pal, Ken Roberts, and telling you that the Shadow starts his adventure in just a moment. But first, are you starting off the right way these cold winter mornings? Does your furnace send up quick heat the moment you open the drafts? It will if you burn blue coal. What's more, with blue coal, you'll have a truly comfortable, well-heated home all day long. So next time you order fuel, be sure to ask for blue coal. You can get blue coal and free information on low-cost home heating from your neighborhood blue coal dealer. Give him a call first thing in the morning. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Ghost Building.
Jerome Neat speaking. Yes? Yes, we just completed purchase of the ground this morning. That's right. And in your story, you can say that the building we intend to erect will be the largest and finest in the world. We're calling it the Coast Building. That's right. Not at all. Goodbye. Oh, Miss Carlson, Why, who are you? What are you doing in here?
No, Mr. Meade, don't get excited.
Who are you?
You're the head of the construction company of this proposed new Coast Building, are you not?
That's right. Now, look, if you're a reporter, I've already given the story.
I'm not a reporter. I've come here to warn you not to erect that building.
Now, listen, if this is a prank, it's in pretty poor taste.
This is not a prank. It is simply a forecast of death and torture if the present plans go through.
I don't know who you are, nor do I take any stock in your forecast.
I'm sorry, but you're wrong on both counts. My forecast must come true. And you do know me.
Oh. From where?
From the past. It's slight wonder that you don't recognize me after all this time. But one day, Jerome Need, you will remember me all too well. You'll pay me back in full all that you owe me.
Hey, watch yourself. You almost missed that rivet.
Oh, I was just thinking.
You ain't supposed to think. You're supposed to catch rivets.
Oh, that's what I was thinking. Years from now, when my kid says to me, Pop, what did you have to do with putting up that largest building in the world?
And you'll say what?
I'll say, a guy threw a rivet, and I caught the rivet. Then a guy threw a rivet, and I caught the rivet. Then a guy threw a rivet.
Catch that when it's coming now.
Oh, I didn't see.
Hey, look out. Don't lean over like that. Mike, look out. Watch out above. We're swinging the girder in.
Hey, boss, look at that lad up there. His back is turned. You don't see the girder.
Hold it. Stop that crane, quick.
Look out up there.
Watch it, boys.
Look out. It hit him. It hit him, boss. He's falling.
Too many dying, that's what. Too many die on this job.
Hey, you got to take chances in this business,
Not
Joe.
me, I don't. Too many dead men on the foundation of this building now. I got Anna and the kids to think about.
Nah, you're talking screwy. We're safer up here than them guys down on the street. Besides, Anna and them kids got to eat, don't they?
Sure, don't worry. I feed them, but not from this job. I'm going below and quit now. This Coast Building is jinxed.
Okay. Good luck, Joe.
Yes. So long, kids.
So long, Joe. Hey, watch your step. Joe, hold on!
Lamont, I thought you weren't coming.
I'm sorry I'm late, Margot.
You know, there's nothing duller than a dedication ceremony. I was beginning to think I'd have to sit through it all alone.
Why, that's a fine thing to say, Margot. But I'm about to introduce you to Robert Lewis, the architect who designed this coast building.
Oh, dear.
Do you think you'd like to meet Miss Lane after that remark, Bob?
Oh, of course I would. I even agree with his statement. How do you do, Miss Lane?
Hello, Mr. Lewis.
Say, this is a distinguished gathering. Look who's among those present. Our good police commissioner. Hello there, Weston.
Hello, Lamont.
Well.
Hello, Commissioner.
Do you know Bob Lewis?
Yes, glad to see you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Oh, what brings you here, Commissioner?
Duty. Just duty. These things bore me stiff. You waste half a day listening to an old stuffed shirt like Jerome Need. Take a lot of bows and watch him lay a cornerstone.
Why, Commissioner, is that a nice way to talk about one of our leading citizens?
Leading citizen, my eye. Need is as crooked as a corkscrew. If he didn't hold a high political office, the judge would have thrown the book at him years ago. Furthermore, if we get...
Ladies and gentlemen.
Here's your friend, Mr. Need, now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to dedicate this glorious edifice. Although there were several unavoidable delays in the building's construction, we have still finished on schedule. And today I am justly proud to present to our fair city the world's largest and most modern structure. I would like at this time to...
Get off of your lines, Mr. Need.
What was that?
Someone's cut in on the public address system.
But there's no one standing beside
For you,
him.
Mr. Need. I shall continue your speech for you and tell the truth about this great building of yours.
Where is that voice coming from?
It is useless to attempt to find me, so you'll just have to listen.
Let's hear what he has to say, Margot.
That's better. Many months ago, I warned Jerome Need not to try to erect a coast building. These warnings were not heeded. In reciting the glories of this building,
Mr. Need did not mention one very important thing that went into its construction. Human life. Yes, human life. The foundation of this building is not all steel, brick, and concrete. There is also blood. Blood of the men who died during its construction.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Be quiet. I have another warning for you, Jerome Need. And all of you listening shall be my witnesses. The ghosts of those men who died will return to haunt the coast building. In fact, before too long, the coast building will be known as the Ghost Building.
Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Mr. Cranston. Is Mr. Lewis in, please?
Oh, yes. Come right in. He's expecting you.
Thank you.
Oh, Bob, Mr. Cranston is here.
Righto.
I'm Bob's uncle, John.
Oh, how do you do, sir? This is Miss Lane.
How do you do,
Hello,
Miss Lane?
Lamont.
Well, Bob.
Miss Lane.
Hello.
Won't you come on into the study?
Yes, thank you.
I'll have some tea prepared, Bob.
Thank you, Uncle John. Right in here, Lamont, Miss Lane.
Thanks. Has anyone learned how that voice cut in on Mr. Need's speech yesterday, Bob?
Yes. Whoever it was hooked up another mic on the line inside the building.
Oh, I see. But you haven't learned his identity.
No. Won't you sit down, please?
Yes,
Thanks.
Frankly, I'm worried, Lamont. I'm worried because the coast building has meant everything to me. I don't know if I've ever told you of my earlier life, Lamont.
No, you haven't, Bob.
Well, I was brought up in an orphanage.
Yes.
Now, the only reason I tell you this is so that you might understand how important this job has been to me. You see, ever since I left the home, my one ambition was to find success as an architect.
Which you certainly have.
Well, I thought so until yesterday, but now I'm not so sure.
What do you mean, Bob?
Well, if the coast building turns out as that voice predicted, if it is jinxed, then all my hopes are ruined.
But surely you're not going to let an idle threat spoil this great triumph.
I don't think it was an idle threat.
Well, why do you say that?
Well, let me show you this personal message that I discovered in this afternoon's paper. I chanced on it in the classified section. Here you are, Lamont. Read this.
Where is it?
Right there, right at the bottom of the page.
Oh, yes. To Henry Johnson, president of H.P. Johnson Corporation. This is not a warning. It is a forecast. The first of many to come. The ghosts of those who died that the coast building might be erected will return today to claim their own.
Johnson has a suite of offices in that building.
But surely a threat as public as that couldn't be carried out.
Has anyone notified Johnson?
I tried to reach him on the phone, but he was busy, so I left word for him to call me back.
Well, perhaps we should go over there and see.
Oh, this may be he now. Hello? Oh, yes, Mr. Need. What? When? I see. I'll be right over.
What's the trouble, Bob?
Henry Johnson has just been found in his private office in the coast building, stabbed to death.
On down, 70th floor.
Well, if I can crowd in here.
Step in, sir. Move to the rear of the car, please.
We'll make room for you, Bill.
Oh, look, Fred.
Aren't you going home a little early?
Well, to tell you the truth, Fred, I read that personal in the paper today, the one that forecasts death to everyone using the express elevator at exactly 5 o'clock, so I figured I'd beat the rush.
Superstitious?
No, just careful.
Well, it's a good thing that you're not superstitious because your watch is wrong. It's exactly 5 o'clock now.
5 o'clock. Listen, everybody. This car's out of control.
Well, this is the last window I'm going to wash, see? 55 stories is too high up.
Stop grumbling, will you?
Listen, did you see the paper this morning? There was an ad in it, see? And that ad says a window cleaner's going to do a Brody sometime today, and, brother, I just ain't going to be that guy. No, sir, Hey, my safety belt's busted.
Here, give me a hand. Give me...
I can't reach a car!
Moving out. Hey, read all about it. Coast building becomes ghost building. Extra. Read all about it.
Now, look, Mr. Need. I didn't ask you down to headquarters to get your opinion on what's legal and what isn't legal. That goes for you, too, Mr. Lewis.
Commissioner, I'm not arguing with you at all.
What?
As both Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston here know, I'm just as anxious to solve this mystery as you are.
That's true, Commissioner.
All right, Cranston, just let me handle this.
But I can't say that I think much of your handling so far, Weston.
Oh, no, Mr. Need? Well, suppose you toy with this little statement for a few minutes. I'm arresting you on suspicion of murder.
What? Why, of all that...
What do you base this on, Commissioner?
Have you got any
Now, wait a minute, all of you. I've got a story to tell. It won't take long, but it definitely links you, Mr. Need, with these mysterious deaths.
Oh, this is ridiculous. But go ahead. Let's hear your accusation.
I've been checking the newspapers to learn who was sending in those fatal ads in the personal column. And I learned that they'd been sent from various substations and paid for by postal money orders signed by different aliases.
Why does that cast suspicion on me?
Well, in the first place, Need, I've known you as a crook for many years.
Why, you...
But your fatal mistake was brought about by overconfidence. You see, the newspapers, on orders from me, did not publish the last warning they received. They turned it over to me.
What are you driving at, Weston?
This particular warning was addressed to Jules Seaborn, president of Seaborn and Eddy, one of the few remaining tenants in the building. It said that he'd be killed this afternoon.
Have you warned Mr. Seaborn?
Not personally. I left word for him to contact me. However, the warning wasn't necessary, because I have the would-be murderer here in my office.
Weston, I demand to know why you say that.
Because, as I said before, overconfidence led to your fatal mistake. This last message to the papers was paid for by a money order signed by a person named Dean. D-E-E-N.
Dean?
Now do you understand? Obviously, Dean is Need, spelled backwards.
Dean, eh? I'm beginning to understand.
Ah.
Tell me, Weston, was there any first initial accompanying the name of Dean?
As if you didn't know. Yes, my friend, the first initial was J. J for Jerome.
I thought so. John Dean.
What?
He was the one who warned me not to put up the Coast building. He said you'll pay me back for what you owe me.
Who are you talking about, Need?
I can't say just yet.
Can't say? You're under arrest for murder, and you can't say? Hello, Commissioner Weston speaking.
Oh, hello, Commissioner. This is Jules Seaborn. Did you call me?
Yes, Seaborn, I did. I thought you ought to know that I intercepted a newspaper ad today that forecast your being the next victim in the Coast building.
Oh, I see. Well, I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. No one is going to kill me in the middle of the afternoon in the world's largest office building. Besides, my secretary's right outside the door, and she... Who's that? What do you want here?
Seaborn, what in blazes is that?
Put down that gun. I said put down...
Seaborn! Seaborn! I told you I was innocent, Commissioner.
Well, Commissioner, who's your murderer now?
More from the Ghost Building in just a moment. But first, are you looking for a home heating plan that will really give you your money's worth? Of course you are. And that's why I recommend Blue Coal. For Blue Coal is America's finest hard coal, and no doubt about it. You see, Blue Coal comes from the very heart of Pennsylvania's richest anthracite region, mined deep down in the earth, where only the best hard coal is found. Consequently, Blue Coal distributes a steady flow of even-burning, long-lasting, healthful heat from cellar to attic. Yes, a Blue Coal fire will keep you warm and comfortable and help safeguard your family against colds caused by chilly or underheated rooms. So fill your bin with Blue Coal. And when ordering, ask your dealer about the Blue Coal automatic heat regulator. It controls the heat in your home by automatically opening and closing furnace dampers. Yes, Blue Coal and a Blue Coal heat regulator working together make the modern combination for real comfort and real economy. This is part of the Blue Coal plan for better heat at less cost. Give your neighborhood dealer a call tomorrow. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal. And now, we return to the Ghost Building.
I realize that there's a slight penalty for illegal entry, Margot, but it must be done.
Well, I'd like to know how you came by that bunch of skeleton keys, Lamont.
Why, in my spare time, I whittle them.
In your spare time, you whittle.
That's right, I whittle. There we are. May I have that flashlight, please?
Yes, here you are.
Thank you. You better stay close to me, Margot. All these murders that have occurred here in the ghost building, it's just possible that what I seek in Mr. Lewis's office may be pretty well guarded.
I won't stray, don't worry.
Well, let's have a look in this desk.
May I hold a flashlight for you?
Yes, please.
Lamont, what if a watchman or someone should see this light?
They only check this floor once an hour. I made sure of that. Well, no luck so far.
What are you looking for?
A very important bit of evidence that I hope to find here, but it doesn't seem to... Hello? What's this?
Is that it? Is that what you were after, this letter?
No, it isn't what I came after, but nonetheless, it just about cinches the case.
Why? What's in it?
I haven't even looked at its contents. The address in the envelope is all that I need. I'll show you what...
What are you doing here?
Steady, Margot.
Answer me, why are you here?
If, you'd take that mask off your face, I might answer you.
You'll answer me now or I'll shoot.
Now, look, we haven't any... Put out that flashlight, Margot. Duck!
Why, you...
No, it's no use, Margot. He's gotten away, and we can't break through this panel.
Lamont, where could he have gone?
He's somewhere behind this wall. Did you see that trail of blood leading across the floor? I must have wounded him.
Lamont, what can we do?
I know what you can do, Margot.
What?
Contact Commissioner Weston at once. Tell him to send a squad of men to the ghost building because I'm certain that another murder will soon occur.
Well, where are you going?
I'm going to pay a call on Robert Lewis's home as the Shadow.
Uncle John? Uncle John, is that you? Thought he came in. And now let me see. There's windows on the ground floor. Space for a store. That's it. What was that?
Sorry to interrupt your work, Mr. Lewis.
Who is it? Who's speaking to me?
I am known as the Shadow.
Where are you? I don't see anyone.
I'm standing right beside you, Mr. Lewis. But you needn't bother to look for me. By my hypnotic power, I've made myself quite invisible to your eyes.
Why are you here? What do you want of me?
I would like to know where your uncle is.
Why, he's out.
Then perhaps you can tell me what I wish to know about him.
What is it?
Is he really your uncle, Mr. Lewis?
Of course. Of course he is.
You're lying.
Now, see here, I don't...
The man that you call your uncle is in reality your father. Isn't this true?
No. No.
And you are not Robert Lewis. You are Robert Dean, the son of John Dean, the man you call your uncle.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Then perhaps if I remind you of a letter, it will help. A letter addressed to you at the orphanage, postmarked 1908. I found it in your office.
How dare you rifle my office?
I checked with the orphanage and found that a Robert Dean had been left there in 1908 at the age of 3, after his mother had died, and his father had been sent to prison to serve a 40-year term. He was sentenced for attempted murder on the person of Jerome Need, his business associate.
You learned all this?
Your father was released in October of 1940 for good behavior. And he has since made good his revenge on Jerome Need.
You can't prove that.
Oh, but I can. By the money order that he signed with the name J.D. Jerome Need could identify him, too.
Why do you do this to me?
Because you share your father's guilt. Your complicity helped him perform the murder.
No.
You built those secret passageways in the building. And I have an idea that you even have blueprints. Secret blueprints of your work. Now, where are they?
You'll never get those.
So you have them then. In that drawer that you involuntarily reached
Keep
for.
away from me. You shall never get those.
Oh, yes, I will. Don't put out that light.
It's too late, Mr. Shadow.
Not too late to see those prints and take them.
Give them to me. Give them back to me.
You'll never get them now.
No, and you won't get me.
Lewis! Lewis!
I hated letting Lewis get away, but at least I have the blueprints, Margot. Here, take a look at them.
What are those circled numbers, Lamont?
Well, number 1 was Johnson's office. Number 2, the elevator shaft. Number 3, the window ledge from which the cleaner fell. Number 4, Seaborn's office.
What is number 5? That's circled, too.
Wait, I'll look below. Wait, that's the conference room of the Board of Trustees. That must be the planned scene of the next murder.
Oh, Lamont, do you really think so?
Of course, Margot. If another vicious killing is to be averted, we must get to the ghost building at once. Come along, Margot. Weston's right down here.
All right. Lamont, I wonder why the commissioner has stationed so many police on this conference room floor. Do you suppose something's happened?
I don't know. I hope we're not too late. Oh, there's Weston. Commissioner!
Wait a minute. Not so loud, Cranston. There's a meeting going on in there.
I know. That's why I'm here. You've got to stop that meeting at once.
Oh, is that so?
Now, look, Weston. I happen to know that the next murder or murders in this building will take place in that room.
Oh, you mean that 10 board members all together, somebody's going to sneak in there and stab the ball?
I'm telling you the truth, Commissioner.
And I'm telling you the truth. Meade and his directors are holding a meeting in there. And at their request, they're not going to be disturbed. Now, that's my orders.
And, Commissioner, you know how I love to break your orders.
Hey, get away from that door. Oh, no. Mr. Cranston, I'm running this show.
Weston, put a handkerchief to your face at once. This room is full of a poisonous gas.
Holy Moses.
We must open the windows quickly.
Are those men? Are they alive?
There's a chance that they might be.
How was it done? I was... The door...
Don't talk, you fool.
What?
There we are. We've taken as much of this as we can stand. Come on.
Yeah, I was right there all of...
You all right, Weston?
Yes, I...
Get some men in there. Bring those directors out.
Yeah, well, Senate Hill. Come on, you warriors.
Lamont, what happened?
Our room is full of a poisonous gas. It must have been released through the ventilating system.
Are they dead?
I don't know. I hope not. I haven't time to wait to find out.
Well, where are you going?
The Shadow is going to follow the secret passageway in the blueprint that will lead him to the murderers.
Dad, won't you let me get you to a doctor?
No, son. It wouldn't be safe for you. Besides, I'm afraid it's too late. This wound is bleeding so much.
Dad, isn't there anything I can do?
Yes. Yes, Robert, there is.
What is it?
My plan. My plan of vengeance. You must carry it through. Knowing that, I can die happy. What was that?
The Shadow.
I see you remember me, Mr. Lewis.
How did you get here?
Your blueprints were a great help. And now that I am here, your plan of killing is at an end.
Who is this man? I cannot see him.
I am invisible to your eyes, Mr. John Dean. But I'm familiar with all you've done. The victims you've claimed in this building.
He knows everything?
Yes, Dad, everything.
Then he must know why I killed. Need sent me to prison. I was an innocent man. An innocent man. My wife died of a broken heart when they took me away. That is why I swore vengeance against Mr. Meade. I've ruined him by destroying his greatest dream.
Nonetheless, you and your son must both pay for your crime.
No, not Robert. He mustn't suffer, too.
He was your accomplice, your willing accomplice.
I see. Then you forced me to change my plans. Yes.
What do you mean?
I have a charge of dynamite planted down here for just such an emergency as this. I'm about to die anyway, and if my son is to face the electric chair, I'd rather he went out with me, taking all others with us.
I wouldn't advise you doing that, Mr. Dean.
You're too late, Mr. Shadow. My son has slipped over to the plunger that will set off the charge. See? Even now, he awaits my word.
Yes, how do you like that, Mr. Shadow?
Don't touch that dynamite, Lewis.
Go on, son. Now. The plunger now. Yes.
Nothing happened.
No. I should have told you that I discovered your dynamite and took the precaution of cutting the wires. I guess there's nothing left to do now, gentlemen, except to wait for the arrival of the police.
And so, before pronouncing sentence on you, John Dean, and your son, Robert Dean, I would like to point out to you and to all other members of society that no matter how great a grievance you have against an individual or individuals, you have neither a legal nor a moral right to seek a personal vengeance to atone that grievance. Your case is an object lesson of a familiar phrase that cannot be repeated too often. Crime does not pay.
And now, before we hear from the Shadow again, a brief word from John Barclay, America's home heating expert. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Jean Paul King, and good evening, friends. You know, of all the letters I've received recently, one from a man upstate interested me particularly. He wanted to know why his furnace fire kept dying out. Well, in the first place, a well-kept fire doesn't die out unless something's wrong with the draft. And a poor draft may be due to any number of causes, such as loose bricks in the chimney or blocked flue passages. So I advised him to get in touch with his neighborhood blue coal dealer immediately. Since then, he writes me that a John Barclay trained serviceman discovered the trouble was a leaking connection around the smoke pipe where it entered the chimney. Naturally, this caused him a great deal of unnecessary inconvenience until it was fixed. Well, I just thought I'd mention this as an example of a common complaint. And in case you're not entirely satisfied with the results your furnace is giving you, let a John Barclay trained serviceman give it the once-over. He can probably help you, too. For this extra customer service, just phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by The Shadow magazine. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Next week, same time, same station, the Blue Coal Dealers of America bring you an adventure of the shadow that will send thrills racing up and down your spine. So be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your friendly Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. This is Jane Paul King saying, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. Thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week by the Blue Coal Dealers of America. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. While they set the stage for today's Shadow drama, let me ask you a brief but vital question. Have you heard about the new, easy, three-way plan for better home heating? It's the Blue Coal plan, with the accent on convenience, economy, and comfort. Blue coal in your furnace means a steady-burning, longer-lasting fire that heats your home comfortably from cellar to attic. Next time you order fuel, insist upon Blue Coal. Your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer will be glad to explain his three-way plan for better home heating. Phone him tomorrow, won't you? The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Shadow Challenged.
Hello? No, I can't speak to him. And please don't put more calls through, operator. I'm busy working and I don't wish to be disturbed. Thank you. Now, let me see. Where was I? Oh, yes. What was that?
I'm sorry to interrupt your work, Professor Rice.
Who is that? Who is speaking? I see no one.
I am called the Shadow.
The Shadow? I've heard of you. What are you doing here?
That manuscript you're translating, Professor Rice. It is of great value, is it not?
Yes, of course.
I want you to give it to me, Professor.
Give you this manuscript? Why, that's impossible. It's not mine. It belongs to the museum. It's a direct key to ancient Hindu culture.
I know. That's why I've come here. I want that manuscript.
Now, see here. I've always had a great respect for you, Shadow. You work for the forces of good against the forces of evil. But now, you're behaving like a common thief.
Give me that manuscript.
No.
Very well. I see that I must use other methods.
What do you mean? What are you going to do?
This is what I'm going to do, Professor Rice.
Oh, Shadow. Why did you do this?
Oh, Lamont Cranston, to think that I believed you all these years when you told me what a golfer you were.
Oh, I just had an off day, that's all, Margot. Even the best of us experience those. Besides, I'm not used to playing in the sun.
You weren't in the sun. You were in a nice, shady wood. You never saw the fairway all day.
All right, you win.
Do we have time for a swim?
I think so.
Oh, good.
I've got to vindicate my athletic ability in some fashion.
Big snowstorms, extra.
Don't you
Paper,
ever
mister?
change that headline down here?
Well, not till I think of a better one. Paper, mister?
All right, here you are.
Thank you. Extra, entire northern states buried by snowstorm. Read all about
Well,
it.
how bad was the storm? How many feet of snow?
Margot, you're talking like a tourist. All they need is a flurry up north to cause a headline like this.
Oh, really?
Oh, sure. You get used to these headlines after you hear. Margot.
What?
Margot, look at this.
What is it?
The story on the front page. Museum professor murdered by the Shadow.
By the Shadow?
Well, that's what it says. Professor Rice of the Cosmopolitan Museum was found dying in his apartment late this evening by the police. In a deathbed statement to Commissioner Weston, he described his assailant as an invisible man who called himself the Shadow.
Well, Lamont, that's impossible. How do you explain it?
I have no explanation. But one thing is certain. We're catching the next plane north. And you say, Commissioner Weston, that the dying man swore that his assailant was the Shadow?
That's right.
Well, somehow I can't believe that.
Now, look, Miss Lane, facts are facts.
Well, what Margot means, Commissioner, is that she can't believe that the Shadow would do such a thing.
Well, that's her opinion. Me, I think different.
What do you mean?
I've always suspected that the Shadow was a criminal at heart.
Why?
Otherwise, why would he always remain invisible? Oh, I tell you, he's a bad egg, and this murder confirms it.
This manuscript, Commissioner, the one that the killer stole from Professor Rice. What do you know about it?
Well, it's something that the professor was working on. Rice and 3 other scholars are employed by the Cosmopolitan Museum, specializing in, restoration and recreation of ancient Hindu culture.
Yes, I'm acquainted with all of them and their work.
Well, you probably know more about it than I do. Anyway, this manuscript was very valuable to them.
But what value would it have to anyone else?
That's out of the department, Miss Lane. My job is who put it to the corpus delicti. In other words, who killed Professor Rice? The answer to that is the Shadow.
And the motive?
Larceny, my friend. Good old-fashioned larceny. Shadow wanted that manuscript, and he killed the guy to get it.
Commissioner, I don't think that the Shadow had anything to do with it.
Look, I heard the accusation with my own ears just before the erstwhile Professor Rice gave up the ghost.
Nevertheless, I can't believe the Shadow is guilty. And I hope to be able to prove my point.
How?
Well, with your permission, I'd like to go to the museum and talk to Professor Rice's associates. See what I can learn.
Go ahead. Go ahead, my friend.
We'll leave the car here, Margot. I believe that the night entrance to the museum is in this wing.
Lamont, do you suppose that someone has discovered your secret and is misusing it in the Shadow's name?
That's possible, Margot.
Well, what else could it be?
Well, perhaps Weston is putting the blame of the crime on the Shadow to excuse his department's inability to solve the murder.
Oh, Lamont, what a horrible thing to do.
Well, it's just a supposition, Margot. Well, here we are. We'll have to ring for the watchman.
What do you expect to find out here, Lamont?
Well, I want to talk to the other professors and find out more about the missing manuscript.
Yes? What is it?
Oh, good evening. We wish to see either Professor Carter or Hagen or Professor Almond.
Yes?
I know they're working here this evening.
Are you expected?
Yes, we are.
Oh, well, come in.
Thank you.
We seldom have visitors at this late hour.
Well, I guess not.
I must ask you to walk quietly, please. They do not like to be disturbed.
You mean the professors?
Oh, no, not the professors. I mean those that live here.
Oh, are there people there?
This is their time to rest. Who? Those that you see about you. The statues, the paintings. Tires them, you know. People staring at them through the day.
Oh, yes. Yes, I can understand that.
Lamont, does he mean...
Margot, the statues must appreciate your consideration for them, sir.
Oh, yes, they do. They know that I watch over them through the night. There is the door to the offices. I must leave you here.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yes, it was nice of you to show us the way.
Not at all. Good night.
Good night.
Yes, good night. Cheerful fellow. Makes you feel right at home.
Yes. Well, let's go in, Margot.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Cranston. I didn't expect to see anyone.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Miss Lane, Professor Carter.
How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Lane? Won't you go into the office? Professor Armand is there. I have to consult a file. I'll be right back.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Professor Carter. Well, come along, Margot.
All right.
May we come in?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, Mr. Cranston. Do come in.
Thank you. I don't believe you know Miss Lane.
No, I have never had the pleasure.
This is Professor Armand, Margot.
How do you do, Professor?
I am most delighted to make your acquaintance. Won't you both be seated?
Thank you.
Thank you. I spoke to Professor Hagen this afternoon. Did he explain to you the purpose of my visit?
Yes, he did. You are interested, I believe, in solving the murder of our most worthy colleague, Professor Rice?
Yes.
A very noble endeavor.
I thought I might begin by learning more about the manuscript that Professor Rice was working on when he was killed.
An excellent beginning.
Yes. What was its value, Professor Almond?
The missing manuscript was quite priceless in rarity, but its monetary value was slight indeed because any attempt to resell it would bring immediate arrest.
Well, Professor, what was in the manuscript?
I must confess that I do not know. You see, it was one section of a single volume that the four of us were translating. Each of us took 1/4 of the work.
The work deals with ancient Hindu culture, doesn't it?
Yes.
Would it by any chance contain any secrets? Secrets of that civilization which could be of value to someone today?
I fear that I am not at liberty to answer that question, Mr. Cranston. Perhaps Professor Hagen might be of greater service to you. He is our superior, you know.
Where is the professor?
He's working in the laboratory upstairs. I shall be most willing to go up and get him for you.
But can't you possibly...
I shall return in a moment with Professor Hagen. You will excuse me, Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Well, our Hindu friend didn't appear to be too willing to talk.
No. I believe he knows much more than he can to tell.
Lamont, I wonder if... Should we answer it?
Well, I suppose I'd better. Hello?
To whom am I speaking?
This is Lamont Cranston.
Oh, then I can leave my message with you.
Certainly. What is it?
Of the 3 men who once were 4, one more is about to die.
Who is this? Who's speaking?
The Shadow.
The Shadow? Hello? Hello?
What's the matter, Lamont?
That person on the phone called himself the Shadow.
Then there is an impersonator.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry to be so long.
Professor Carter, someone just called on the phone. He said that one of you 3 professors is about to die.
What?
It might be a crank, but we can't take any chances.
Where are the others?
Upstairs in the laboratory. You'd better take us up there at once.
Oh, yes. Follow me. Up these stairs.
Come along, Margot.
I can't imagine who's...
There's trouble up there. Hurry, Carter.
Sounds like Ahmed's voice. Right in here.
What's wrong? Oh, Margot, you better stay out of here. It's not a pleasant sight.
Ahmed, what happened? What happened to Professor Hagen? I found him so, on the floor, dying.
Oh. Was he still alive when you got here?
Yes.
Could he talk to you? Did you learn anything?
Yes, he told me that his attacker was an invisible man who called himself the Shadow.
Well, Margot, we now have definite proof that someone is impersonating the Shadow.
Yes, Lamont, but what can you do about it?
Don't worry, Margot. I've always used the power of the Shadow to aid the forces of law and order, to help good conquer evil.
Yes, I know.
And now that someone else has discovered my secret of invisibility and is misusing this power, I shall travel to the ends of the earth to conquer him. This, Margot, is the Shadow's greatest challenge. But I'm sure that I can meet it and come out on top.
We'll find out how the Shadow meets his challenge in just a moment. But first, are you running your home on a budget plan? If you are, then every penny counts. And you can save not only pennies, but dollars by heating your home with blue coal. Yes, any way you look at it, blue coal gives you more for your money. It burns better, lasts longer, distributes dependable, healthful heat that will cut down your heating costs. And no wonder. You see, blue coal is America's finest hard coal. It comes from the heart of the northern Pennsylvania anthracite field, thousands of feet below the surface, where only the choicest hard coal is mined. What's more, with every order of blue coal, you enjoy the extra home heating service and free advice of your neighborhood blue coal dealer. Besides, he'll give you a free demonstration of the blue coal automatic heat regulator. Just as its name implies, the blue coal automatic heat regulator regulates the heat in your home by operating furnace dampers automatically. You simply set the thermostat, and the heat regulator does the rest. Blue coal and a blue coal heat regulator work together with clock-like precision to increase your comfort and reduce wasted fuel. Ask your neighborhood blue coal dealer about this modern way to heat your home. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal. Call him tomorrow. And now, back to the Shadow.
Lamont, have you uncovered any clues? Any leads as to the identity of this person who's masquerading as a Shadow?
Nothing important, no. But in the past 12 hours, I have received 2 mysterious unsigned messages.
Really? What about?
I'll read you one of them. It says, "Why don't you inquire into the jealousy of the 4 who now are 2?
Does that refer to the 4 professors?
Yes. And I learned that it's quite true. A great jealousy existed. All 4 men, although they worked together, were constantly vying with one another for individual glory.
Then that's why the original manuscript was divided among the 4 of them.
Exactly.
Well, Lamont, you mentioned that you received 2 messages. What was the other one?
I have it here. Now, listen to this. What were the secrets to be found in the manuscript that was being translated by the 4 who now are 2?
And did you learn the answer to that question?
Not very satisfactorily. I can only guess that these secrets were of an occult nature. Secrets of the ancient Orient.
I see.
And it was in the Orient, Margot, that the Shadow learned his secret of invisibility.
Yes, of course. Lamont, who could have sent those messages?
I don't know his identity, but judging by the phrases he used, they were written by the same man that I spoke to on the telephone. The man who calls himself the Shadow.
But why should he be helping you?
I wish I knew. In any case, Margot, his messages bear further investigation. So I think I shall begin by paying a call on Professors Carter and Amwood as the Shadow.
Do you by any chance have a feeling of uneasiness, my dear Professor Carter?
How do you mean?
We still have in our trusted possession the remaining parts of the manuscript. That would make us, shall I say, logical victims.
Then you believe, Professor Ahmed, that we too are marked for death?
That was not my statement. I merely point to the past as a warning of the future.
Well, that's a pleasant picture. If you don't mind, Professor, I'd rather not hear any more of your prophecies tonight.
Very well, if that...
What was that?
You'll pardon my intrusion, gentlemen.
Who speaks? I see no one.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am called the Shadow.
Shadow? He's come here to kill us.
Now, don't be alarmed, Professor Carter. I shan't harm you. I've merely come here seeking information.
It is true. It is true, just as we have heard. You are invisible, Mr. Shadow.
Yes.
Very interesting. Very. How do you achieve this invisibility?
By hypnotizing your minds, gentlemen.
Are you here to kill us as you did the others?
I did not kill the others, Professor Carter. That was done by an imposter who used my name. And you can both help me to trap this masquerading murderer.
Help you? How?
By telling me what I wish to know. By answering my questions.
What are your questions?
What precious secrets were contained in the manuscripts that were stolen?
Secrets? I do not understand.
No evasions, please, Professor Ahmud. You are both working on sections of that book. What is it about? What mysteries of the ancient Orient does it reveal?
I am afraid you have been misinformed, my dear Shadow. Hasn't he, Professor Carter?
Oh, yes. Yes, there are no secrets.
You're lying, both of you.
Lying?
Yes. And your lies are most incriminating. You see, gentlemen, I happen to know the circumstances surrounding the death of Professor Hagen. And based on these circumstances, either of you could have been his murderer.
That's not true.
You don't know what you're saying, Shadow.
Ah, but I do. So shall we say, gentlemen, that it might be wise for you both in the future to be much more careful.
Lamont, did you learn anything from Ahmud or Carter?
Nothing definite. They wouldn't talk, either one of them.
Dear. Well, what's to be done now?
I'm not sure. I think that I'll take it.
All right.
Hello?
Is this Lamont Cranston?
Yes?
I just want to tell you that of the 4 who now are 2, one more is about to go.
Who is this?
You know who this is, Mr. Cranston. I am the Shadow.
Hello. Hello.
Oh, Lamont. Was that the imposter?
Yes. He's delivered another warning.
What was it?
Another one of the professors is marked for death.
Oh, which one?
He didn't say. We must warn them both at once. Come on, Margot. Carter lives right down the street. We'll go to his place first. If he's all right, we'll call Almond from there. But come quickly. We must hurry. Professor Carter. Professor Carter.
Lamont, do you suppose something's happened to him already?
We'll soon find out. I'll use the skeleton key. I hate to do this, but... there we are. Come on, Margot. Professor Carter!
Lamont, look. The living room. There's been a fight.
Yes, furniture overturned, lamps broken.
But where's Carter?
I'll look in the bedroom. Carter! Carter, are you in there?
Any sign of him, Lamont?
No. This is the only other room in the apartment.
What could have happened to him?
I don't know. It's quite obvious, though, that he was the one selected as the next victim.
This whole thing becomes more baffling every minute.
Quite the contrary, Margot. I think it becomes increasingly clear.
What do you mean, Lamont?
Before we came here, Margot, I was practically convinced that either Carter or Ahmud was the one who murdered Hagen and Rice.
Lamont, are you serious?
Yes, Margot. I felt that one of them had learned something from their share of the manuscript that made them kill to obtain the other men's copies.
I see. But how was the Shadow impersonated?
That fits into it, too, Margot, very neatly. I learned the secret of invisibility in the Orient. It came from an ancient source. And one of those men could have learned this secret from his manuscript.
Yes. Yes, that's very logical. But now that Carter is missing...
Yes, that leaves only Ahmud. And I think we should pay a call on that gentleman at once. We'd like to see Professor Ahmud, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. He's not in his apartment.
When do you expect him?
Well, not for some time, sir. He's been called out of town unexpectedly.
When did he leave?
A short time ago, sir.
Did he say where he was going?
No, sir. He just said he'd been gone for an indefinite period.
Well, I guess that just proves Ahmed's guilt, doesn't it, Lamont?
I don't know, Margot. I've been reviewing the entire case in my mind, and several new factors have occurred to me.
What are they?
Well, let's wait till we get into the apartment. We'll talk over a cup of tea.
All right.
Won't you go in, Margot?
Yes, thanks. Lamont, look, there seems to be a note here right under the door.
A note? Let me see it.
Here.
Well, listen to this, Margot. Tonight at the hour of midnight in the storage room in the basement of the museum, the one whom you seek can be found.
Does that mean the person who's masquerading as the Shadow?
I think it does. What time is it, Margot?
Let's see. About 20 of 12.
Well, if I don't want to keep our friend waiting, I'd better be getting over to the museum.
Well, Lamont, suppose this is a trap of the killers, a scheme to do away with you as he did the others.
I'll chance that, Margot. But I want you to get word to Commissioner Weston. Have him at the museum with his men at 12:15. Tell him that he will find the murderer who has pretended to be the shadow. Is there anyone here? This is Lamont Cranston. Is there anyone here? Who is that?
Don't let me frighten you, Mr. Cranston. I'm your old friend, the Shadow.
You are not the Shadow?
No. How would you know that? Answer me.
I repeat, you are not the Shadow.
I see. And would your knowledge be based on the fact that you yourself are the Shadow? Would it, Mr. Cranston? You don't have to answer. I know. I've known for some time now. You are the Shadow.
What makes you think so?
I've followed the activities of the Shadow for many years. I was most curious to learn his real identity. I began keeping track of the people who were present before and after all of his appearances.
I see. And after discarding many suspects, your search narrowed down to me, is that it?
That's it exactly. And I am the only man who knows the identity of the Shadow.
Well, I must compliment you on your cleverness. I admit to you, I am the Shadow.
Yes, but a very powerless Shadow at this point. Having learned your secret of invisibility, I've hypnotized your mind before you were aware of me. This time, the real Shadow is visible, and I am the one unseen.
How did you learn my secret?
From the Hindu manuscript.
Then you admit the murder of Professor Hagen and Professor Rice?
Yes. Yes, unfortunately, they were in the way.
Why did you commit these crimes in my name?
Because I wanted to attract the attention of you, the real Shadow, and I succeeded. I led you on, Lamont Cranston, with my phone calls and anonymous notes.
Why? What was your purpose?
My purpose was and is to put an end to your activities. After tonight, Mr. Cranston, I alone will be the Shadow, and I shall capitalize on this power. You are a fool.
Why do you say that?
Always working for the powers of good. I shall take real advantage of the name. With a trick of invisibility, the world will be mine.
I gather that I'm to be the next victim in your chain of murders.
To put it bluntly, yes.
I should think that you would make sure of your talents for invisibility before you attempted that.
What do you mean?
Unlike your other victims, my mind is not receptive to your hypnosis.
What are you saying?
I mean that you have been perfectly visible to me ever since you entered this room, Professor Carter.
What? You see me?
Most clearly. And now, if you will observe closely, I shall instruct you in the true art of hypnosis. Look at me, Professor Carter.
No.
Look at me.
No.
I am disappearing before your very eyes. You see? You see?
Wait, you can't do this. You're destroying my power. Do you hear? You're clouding my mind. Cranston.
I am no longer Cranston, Professor Carter. I am the Shadow.
So, you think you've tricked me, do you? You think you've gained the upper hand, but you're wrong. You're wrong.
That revolver won't be of much use. How will you ever find your target?
I'll find you. I'll find you.
Try again, Carter.
I won't miss this time.
Open up in there. Open up.
I believe that's the police, Carter. You'd better put down that gun.
Let them come and get me, and they'd better come shooting.
You'll have to break open the door, Commissioner.
We're coming in.
And beware, this man here is armed.
Keep out of here. I'm warning you, keep out. You're not going to take me. Oh.
He's been hit, Commissioner. Come ahead.
Shadow. So you're here, too.
I came here to apprehend that man on the floor. He is the one who used my name in killing Hagen and Rice.
What? What are you saying?
Look, he's still conscious. Ask him. Ask him.
All right. Why, it's Professor Carter.
Yes, he was my impersonator.
Carter. Professor Carter, is this true?
Yes, that's true.
How did you make yourself invisible?
I learned the secret from the manuscript which I've destroyed.
Carter, listen to me. You must know the identity of the real Shadow, don't you?
Yes.
Who is he? Tell me.
The real Shadow is...
You'll never learn now, Commissioner. But I think you should know this. In the future, you must always believe one thing about me. The Shadow at all times will be working on the side of right and justice.
We'll hear again from the Shadow in just a minute. But first, here's John Barclay, America's home heating expert. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Jean Paul King, and good evening, friends. You know, it's amazing how many people have the idea that there's only one size of hard coal. Yes, and I dare say just as many people think that it makes no difference what size coal they burn in their furnace. As a matter of fact, hard coal is prepared and sold in several home sizes. And it may be that one particular size or possibly a combination of sizes, will give you the best heat for the least money. Of course, many factors enter into the choice of the size coal for your particular furnace. Factors such as chimney construction, draft conditions, and the size of your furnace. At any rate, a trained John Barclay serviceman can give a quick inspection of your heating plant and tell at a glance whether or not you're burning the right size coal. This free inspection is part of the extra home heating service provided by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. So remember, if you're not completely satisfied with the results you're getting, maybe you're burning the wrong size coal. Just phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer first thing in the morning. Thank you.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the Blue Coal Dealers of America bring you an adventure of the Shadow that will amaze you with its breathtaking thrills. So be sure to listen. And be sure to phone your friendly Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. This is Gene Paul King saying, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. Today's broadcast marks the Shadow's 10th anniversary on the air. On this festive occasion, the Blue Coal Dealers of America are proud to present an unusually thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Before the Shadow starts today's adventure, I want to ask all you householders a timely question. When you consider buying a fuel, your first question is, what will it do for me? Well, here's what Blue Coal will do for you. It will keep your home comfortably heated morning, noon, and night. It will make things easier for you all the way round, and it will cut down your heating bills. You couldn't ask for more than that, could you? But Blue Coal gives you more, and without asking, too. For with every order, you enjoy the full benefit of your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer's extra customer service. So phone him tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with a hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Ghost of Caleb Mackenzie.
Well, here we are, gathered together, one big happy family. Happy family. I wish you could all see yourselves as I see you. You're vultures, huh? Vultures. Waiting for the poor old carcass to die. Of course, I don't include you in that description, Margot. You're merely an old friend of the family. You understand, but I didn't mean you.
Oh, I understood, Uncle Caleb.
But she's the only one that I exclude.
Still bitter, aren't you, Dad?
I thought you'd be the first to speak, Paul. You always have been. You take after me in that respect, I guess.
I hope that's the only characteristic of yours that I have.
No, that's what I call putting the cards on the table. I've always admired you for that, son. You make no pretense of your hatred for me. Which is more than I can say for the rest of you.
Oh, come now, Caleb.
I've been waiting for you to say that, my dear Damon. No family gathering is ever complete without your injection of the phrase, oh, come now, Caleb. I believe you first said it when I was 6 and you were 3. And as I recall, you were even then seeking something from me. Toys it was in those days. Why do you insist that all of us hate you, Caleb? Because it's true, Damon. In each of you, the hatred has a different basis. My son Paul hates me because he feels that I've been a tyrant. That's why he left home. And you, Damon, your hatred is based on envy. You're jealous of the money I've made, the power I've gained.
How do you pacify me, Caleb?
Well, now, Marie, you, my dear wife, you're in a class by yourself. Yours is a long-suffering hatred, a patient one. I shouldn't have classified you that way when you left me 10 years ago. Your loathing was stronger then, but being apart from me, seeing me only once a year, has tempered the emotion.
I see.
However, I can't say that time has lessened that feeling in your son.
His name has no place in this conversation.
Mother, please. Still protecting that misshapen, sniveling son of ours.
Don't talk that way about him.
How else could he be described? Look at him. To think that he bears my name, Caleb Jr.
I've heard enough.
At least when my first wife bore me a son, she bore me a man. Paul is a man.
Shut up, you hear?
Let me finish. I haven't described his hatred yet. I've saved that because his is the most bitter of all. It's a cunning hatred, a hate that you drilled into him from the day he was born.
Dad, please. For Mother's sake.
For Mother's sake. Always that's been your cry, Caleb Jr.
I think I'd better be leaving, Uncle Caleb. I have someone waiting in the village.
No, please, Margot. I asked you here tonight so that I might see one friendly face, even if it wasn't one of the family. No, you must stay.
Well, I...
sit down, please. Thanks. You see, Margot, this little ceremony only takes place once a year. I invite all my beloved kin here so that they may closely inspect my state of health. If I look wan or pale, perhaps it reassures them that the Mackenzie fortune will soon pass into their hands.
Oh, come now, Caleb. Let's break this up, shall we, Dad? I'm sleepy and I'm bored.
Of course you are, Paul. Of course you are. But I have a little announcement to make. An announcement about my will.
You've made out a will, Caleb?
Yes, my eager brother. Yes, I have.
Where is it? Who has it?
Now, Damon, a little decency, if you please. I'm still alive, you know.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Mackenzie, but it's 10 o'clock.
No, thank you, William, thank you. That means bedtime for all of you. Show them to their rooms, William.
Same old regimentation.
I shan't see any of you in the morning, so perhaps I'd better say goodbye until next year.
Good night, Uncle Caleb.
Good night, Margot. Oh, I hope none of you forget about the will.
Hello? Is this Locust 5430, ring 1?
That's right. Shady Inn, ring 1. What can be done?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Cranston, please. I believe he's staying at your inn.
Oh, yes. He's the city fellow sitting right here in the lobby. I'll fetch it for you.
Oh, for the joys of a bucolic soul.
Hello?
Hello, Lamont.
Margot, it's after midnight. I thought you'd be in bed.
No, I couldn't sleep. Lamont, would you mind terribly coming out here? I'd like to go back to the city tonight.
Why, what's wrong?
Well, I'll tell you when you get here.
Well, I'll be right over. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Sending out an SOS, Margot?
Oh, Paul, you frightened me.
I'm sorry.
I thought everyone was in bed.
Oh, I've been outside taking a walk. Cigarette?
Yes, thanks.
I'm sorry you had to be in on that little session tonight. My Uncle Damon sitting around whining, my dear stepmother glaring at us, and my beloved half-brother simpering in the corner. You know, as much as I dislike Dad, I can't blame him for despising him.
Oh, Paul, it all seems so stupid, this yearly gathering of your class.
It always will be stupid until my father's dead.
Paul, what's that?
Sounds like someone coming down the hall.
But who can it be?
Looking for something, Junior?
Oh, it's you, Paul.
Yes.
I was just going for a glass of water for Mother. You'll excuse me, please?
Sure. This guy gives me the creeps.
Always getting something from Mother.
Oh, now, Paul, there's nothing wrong in that.
I know, but... Say, what is this, Pennsylvania station? Everybody's up. Here comes Williams.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, Miss Lane.
Good evening, Williams.
Where are you going with that sandwich, Williams?
For your father, sir. He's in his study.
Sandwich. Say, that gives me an idea. How's about we raid the icebox, Margot?
Doggone, why not?
I haven't done that in this house since I was 16. And as I remember that...
What was that?
Sounded like Williams. Come on, Margot. He's in Dad's study.
Oh, Mr. Paul.
What is it, Williams? What's wrong?
It's your father, sir.
What about him?
He's been stabbed in the chest. He's dead.
Oh, Lamont, I'm so glad you're here. We've just found Mr. Mackenzie Sr. stabbed to death.
Good heavens. Well, where's the body?
Right down the hall here in his study.
When did this happen, Margot?
Williams, the butler, just found him a few minutes ago.
I see.
Right in here, Lamont.
Oh, come now. I still object to this whole rigmarole. Unfortunately, Uncle Damon, it's just one of those
Marie,
things
Paul.
Oh, Margot.
Listen, everyone. This is Lamont Cranston.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How do you do?
Lamont has helped the police to solve many crimes. And I'm sure that you won't object if he examines Uncle Caleb.
Not at all.
Come now, Paul. Don't you think that's a bit presuming?
No, I don't, Uncle Damon. My dad is over here, Mr. Cranston. I covered him with this shawl.
I see. Has the body been disturbed in any way?
No. Everything is just as we found it.
Well, I'll have a look if you don't mind.
Mother, please. You mustn't look at him.
No one has touched this knife?
No.
Good. Have you phoned the police?
No, not yet.
I'm afraid that'll be necessary.
Oh, no.
You'll excuse me while I phone Commissioner Weston.
Well, yes, of course.
We don't want the police out here, Paul.
No. Why do you allow a stranger to step in like this, Paul? Because that's our father sitting in that chair with a knife in his heart, or had you forgotten? Why should you be so concerned about him all of a sudden? You hated him, too. We all know that. Why, you sniveling little...
Paul, please.
I still say...
Darling, stay out of this conversation.
Well, as you wish, Mother. Yes, that's right, Junior. Run to Mother's apron string.
It'll take the police about 2 hours to get here. Meanwhile, they've ordered that nothing be disturbed.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes?
Lamont, this is Williams.
Yes, Williams.
Inasmuch as Mr. Mackenzie is departed, I have a duty to perform.
A duty? What is it?
I've been told many times by Mr. Mackenzie that if anything were to happen to him, sir, anything like this, that I would find an envelope in his desk drawer that should be opened at once.
Are you saying that my father anticipated that he would die this way?
Well, yes, sir.
Why shouldn't he have anticipated this? We all wanted to kill him. You know that. I do know that, Junior, and I also know that one of us gathered here is his murderer.
Oh, come now, Paul. I don't think that... Williams, would you look for that envelope, please?
Yes, sir.
Perhaps it will contain a clue to his death.
In that case, don't you think we should wait until the police arrive to look at it? Afraid of its contents, Uncle Damon? Oh, come now, Paul. Of course not.
Here's the envelope, sir.
I'll take it, William. Thank you. There appears to be writing on the outside. I'll read it to you if you wish.
Sure, go ahead.
It says, "Attention, vultures."
What's that? Good old Dad.
He who will have will to find the will look inside.
Well, did you hear that, fellow vultures? Dad dealing in riddles, even in death.
Now, perhaps you'd like to hear the contents.
Is it about the will?
I don't know. You'll have to figure that out yourself.
Read it, please.
It says, "To find the one who's passed the test, search the place where my soul will rest."
Well, that's enlightening. Doesn't mean a thing to me.
Now, I'm afraid I must ask you all to go to your room.
What?
Those are orders from Commissioner Weston.
Order to our room?
That's right.
What right is the police? All the right in the world, Damon. Come on, all of you. Let's obey instructions for once.
Thank you, Paul.
Okay, Margot. Coming, Junior? Yes. If Mother's with me.
Of course, dear.
I'll call you when the police arrive.
Okay. Well, fellow suspects, shall we march in single file? One of us will have to get used to that.
Very clever, Paul.
Oh, I'm so glad you've come here, Lamont.
Margot, have you any idea who could have done this?
No. It could have been any one of them. They all hated him.
I see. Oh, do you know the whereabouts of this family burial ground?
Oh, yes. Yes, that's right here on the estate. There's a large wall down near the brook.
Well, then what are we waiting for? That sounds like the answer to the riddle. Where is the missing will?
Find the one who's passed the test. Search the place where my soul will rest. This must be it. It must be. Now I shall find the will. What's that? Who's that? Who's there? Come now. Stop shining that light in my eyes. Who are you? Speak up.
Margot, come along. Our killer's loose again.
Those shots seem to come from the vault.
Yes, let's hurry. Look, Margot. Someone just ran out of the vault. See, running into the woods.
Shall we go and see who it is?
It's too late. We'd better look down on the mausoleum. I better go first, Margot. Give me that flashlight.
Here you are.
Thanks. Oh, wait a minute. I'll just... He's not enough.
Oh. Uncle James.
Yes. I'm afraid he's dead, Margot.
Oh, Mom, how awful.
Well, we know now, Margot, that this missing will is important enough for someone to murder for it.
More from the shadow in just a minute. But first, time out for a picture of a man getting up in the morning.
Boy, it's plenty cold this morning. I'll soon fix that. Where are those slippers? Oh, there they are. Now I'll just set that blue coal heat regulator.
Yes, more and more people are relying upon blue coal and a blue coal automatic heat regulator for quick, dependable heat these cold winter mornings. For blue coal sends up quick heat the moment drafts are opened. And the heat regulator opens drafts automatically. A flick of the finger and the thermostat is set. Then, presto, a steady flow of heat ascends to those upstairs rooms before you can say blue coal. And that heat will remain constant all day long at whatever temperature you wish.
Yes, blue coal in my furnace keeps my home comfortably heated 24 hours of the day.
And the blue coal automatic heat regulator enables you to control that heat without running up and down cellar to regulate furnace dampers. Yes, blue coal and a blue coal automatic heat regulator make the modern combination for convenience and comfort. Phone your neighborhood dealer for blue coal and ask for a free demonstration of the blue coal automatic heat regulator. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the word blue coal. And now, back to the shadow.
Lamont, do you think it's all right leaving Uncle Damon's body out there in the vault?
Until Weston and his men arrive, yes.
Why the concentrated scowl?
Boy, simply trying to reconstruct this thing from the beginning. From what you've told me, Margot, there were 3 people prowling about downstairs earlier in the evening, any one of whom had access to Caleb Sr.'s study.
Yes, that's right. Paul, Caleb Jr., and Williams.
Well, Margot, that makes 3 suspects that we know of who could have killed Caleb Sr.
3? You mean old Williams is a suspect, too?
Definitely.
Huh. I never thought of that.
Never thought of what, Margot?
Of suspecting old Williams. Now that I do think of it, he could have killed Uncle Caleb when he entered the study.
Right. Perhaps it's time for the shadow to hear more from this kindly old gentleman.
What was that?
Sorry to disturb your reveries, Williams.
What in the name of... Who's talking to me?
I am called the Shadow.
The Shadow? The man no one can see?
That's right, Williams. The man no one can see.
I know of you, but why have you come here to see me?
Seeking information, old man. Information that you must give me.
What is it?
First, I'd like to know why you aren't in bed at this hour. Why are you sitting in that chair fully clothed?
Why, I couldn't sleep.
Would that be caused by a guilty conscience, perhaps?
No, it's just the shock. The shock of Mr. Mackenzie's stabbing that keeps me up.
Williams, did you feel toward him as the others did? Did you hate him?
I had a great fondness and respect for Mr. Mackenzie.
You know, of course, that you will be suspected of his murder.
I presumed as much. But I shall have no trouble proving my innocence. That's more than I can say for some of the others.
What do you know about the will that he left? The one that he spoke of in the note?
Why should I know about that?
You were close to Mr. Mackenzie. He confided in you.
No.
I know he did. He must have told you about that will.
You don't know what you're saying. Why, I'm only a servant.
What do you know of the will? Was it in the burial vault?
No, it wasn't in the... I mean, how should I know?
You do know where it is. You also know the answer to the riddle. The place where his soul shall rest. Tell me, where is this place?
Please.
Tell me, Williams. If you would avert another murder, you must tell me.
Very well, I'll tell you. The will is... Someone outside, someone's listening.
Yes. Whoever it was has gotten away.
Please, Shadow. I can't talk anymore. I can't reveal the hiding place.
Williams, I'm going to give you time to reconsider. And remember that by telling what you know, you may save another's life. Think that over, Williams. Later, you shall receive another visit from the Shadow. And then, Margot, just when he was about to tell where the will was hidden, a noise outside the window frightened him. Someone was listening to our conversation.
Who was it?
I couldn't see. I'd guess that it was our murderer. Did you hear anyone moving about the house?
No, I didn't. I met Paul, though, as I was coming in.
Oh? What was he doing?
Just going into his room.
I see. Well, this is one time that I wish Weston could get to the scene of a crime a little faster. We have too many people to keep track of alone, Margot.
Lamont, did you hear that?
Yes, come on, quickly. Sounds seemed to come from down the hall.
What were those shots, Margot?
We don't know yet, Paul.
Old Williams' door is open. Perhaps we'd better look there first.
I'll go down the hall and see if young Caleb and Marie are all right.
Oh, Margot, wait.
Why? What is it?
There's no need of going there. I've found the victim.
Who is it, Lamont?
It's old Williams.
Oh, no.
He's been shot through the head.
Lamont, who is the murderer? Have you any idea?
Not yet. It can be any one of the three of them.
Why should old Williams have been killed?
Because he knew the whereabouts of the missing will. The person who was listening at the window when the Shadow talked to Williams must have come back to learn his secret.
And do you think that person found it out? Do you think the old man talked?
I have an idea that he did. If I could only solve that riddle, search the place where my soul will rest. That's the key to the mystery, Margot.
Yes, I know, Lamont.
Do you want to come into the study with me while I inspect old Caleb's corpse again?
Well, I'm not keen on it, but I'd rather not be alone either.
I just want to take another look at the placement of the knife in the old man's chest. I've just had a fantastic notion about his stabbing the... Margot.
What?
The knife is gone.
Gone?
Yes. Our murderer has wasted no time in covering up.
But how could the killer get in here?
Well, there are plenty of opportunities. Margot, this chap Paul, what can you tell me about him?
Well, Lamont, you don't suspect him.
I suspect all three of them. Now, what can you tell me?
Why, I've known Paul all my life. He couldn't have killed his father. I know it. We played together as children right here on this estate. We used to have treasure hunts in the Devil's Playground, and, oh, Lamont, it's ridiculous.
Margot, where did you say you played?
The Devil's Playground. It's a large cable up above the brook.
Margot, that's it. That solves the riddle.
What are you talking about?
Search the place where my soul will rest. That's what Caleb Sr. meant, Margot. I'm sure of it. The Devil's Playground.
Lamont, if you're right, that's where the will is hidden.
Exactly. And before many more moments, the Shadow has an appointment there with a murderer.
I demand to know why you're here in the Devil's Playground, Paul.
For the same reason that you're here, my dear stepmother.
Then you followed me, didn't you?
No, that wasn't necessary. I know this place very well.
And you've come here seeking the will?
Exactly.
You'll never get it, do you understand?
Oh, so you found it.
Yes. I found the will, and I'm going to keep it.
What was that?
You'll forgive my intrusion, I hope.
Who spoke? Who was it?
I am known as the Shadow.
Where are you? I can't see you.
Don't worry too much, Marie. No one has ever seen this fellow. What do you want here, Shadow?
Well, my clever friend, I've come in quest of a murderer. And I believe my search is ended.
What do you mean?
One of you has come here because of the information that you learned from old Williams. Now, which of you is that one?
Not I.
Nor I.
Obviously, one of you is lying. Well, we'll switch to the next point of deduction. The search. The search for the murderer's gun. I'm sure that neither of you will object to this, so we'll just proceed.
What makes you so positive, Shadow?
But don't you see, Mrs. Mackenzie? This is your chance
I warn you, don't come near me.
Why not, Mrs. Mackenzie? Is it because you're afraid I'll find that gun? Answer my question, Mrs. Mackenzie.
Very well. This is my answer.
Marie, you have the gun.
Yes. So keep away from me, both of you. You particularly, Mr. Shadow. I don't like your inquisitive spirit.
You forget I have the advantage of invisibility.
I think this gun will remove that so-called advantage.
So, you wish to add me to your list of victims, Mrs. Mackenzie?
I can't believe that she's the killer.
That is the same gun that shot Damon and old Williams, isn't it, Mrs. Mackenzie?
If you're that clever, you shouldn't have to ask, Shadow.
Why did you do it, Marie?
I'll answer that. Damon was unfortunate enough to be in her way. And old Williams was killed when he revealed the hiding place of the will. Isn't that true?
Yes, that's true.
You also feared that they might be named in the will as your husband's legatees, didn't you?
Very interesting. Go on.
But what of Dad? And she murdered him, too.
No, I don't believe so.
She didn't murder Dad?
No, but she thought that her son Caleb did.
That's not true. My boy had nothing to do with my husband's murder, nor did I. I admit, I did kill Damon Williams, but I had nothing to do with the first murder.
Well, then who did?
You. You did, Paul.
Well, that's a lie. That's a lie. You can't frame me for your crime.
Just a moment. I don't think either of you is guilty of the murder of Caleb Sr.
Then who did do it, Shadow?
We should learn presently.
I've heard enough. I'm leaving here, and neither of you had better try to stop me.
Put down that gun, Marie.
I'm sorry, Paul, but you will be the first to go.
Marie, don't you please?
Give me that gun, Mrs. Mackenzie.
No. Oh.
Thank you, Shadow, for saving my life. Whatever it's worth.
If you don't mind, I'll take that copy of the will, too.
Give me that. Give me that, too.
Hold up, Paul. Now, let's have a look at this precious paper.
Let go of me, Paul. Let go of me.
Listen to me, Mrs. Mackenzie. I have something to read to you. I'm sure its irony will point out a lesson, even to you. As I've said, you thought that your son Caleb killed your husband. To protect him and your share in the fortune, you murdered two men. Now, attached to this will, I find a single slip of paper signed by Caleb Mackenzie Sr. Listen to what it says. When you read this, I shall have committed suicide.
What?
In my will, you shall learn that I have left my entire fortune to my wife, Marie, and her son, Caleb Jr.
Oh, no. No.
Do you get the moral, Mrs. Mackenzie? It's one that I can't repeat too often. Crime does not pay.
And now, before we hear from the Shadow again, here's John Barclay, America's home heating expert. Say, Mr. Barclay, may I ask you a question?
Certainly, Mr. King.
Well, I've often heard you mention the check damper on the furnace, and I've never quite understood what function it performs. Is it really necessary?
Mr. King, the best way I can explain the function of the check damper is by comparing it to the accelerator on your car. You know how you press down on the accelerator when you want to go faster.
Well, you mean that the check damper speeds up the burning of the coal?
Precisely. When you want your furnace to produce more heat, you just close the check damper. And when you want the coal to burn slower, you open the check damper.
Oh, I see, Mr. Barclay. Well, I should say the check damper is very important.
Mr. King, the check damper is so important that anyone whose heating plant is not equipped with one should have it installed immediately.
Well, thank you, Mr. Barclay. Now I know what it's all about.
Glad to help you out, Mr. King. And if any of you listeners have a heating plant without a check damper, or if you have a heating problem, here's what you do. Simply call your neighborhood blue coal dealer. Tell him you'd like the advice of a John Barclay trained serviceman. This service is free. Thank you.
Today's anniversary program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine, which, like this program, is also celebrating its 10th birthday. And at this time, I'd like to thank all of you Shadow fans for the loyal support you've given us during the past 10 years. We will continue to present these Shadow dramatizations, and in return, we hope we can count on numbering you among the listeners to our future broadcasts. The characters, names, places, and plot of today's drama are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Next week, same time, same station. The Blue Coal Dealers of America bring you one of the most amazing adventures the Shadow has ever experienced.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Be sure to listen next week. Your friendly Blue Coal Dealers presentation of The Shadow. And for greater heating comfort at less cost, remember Blue Coal. This is Gene Paul King saying, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. Today's broadcast marks the Shadow's 10th anniversary on the air. On this festive occasion, the Blue Coal Dealers of America are proud to present an unusually thrilling adventure of the Shadow. This special dramatization resembles other Shadow dramas in but one alike. It is designed to point out to old and young the lesson we have stressed for the past 10 years, that crime does not pay. Before the Shadow starts today's adventure, I want to ask all you householders a timely question. When you consider buying a fuel, your first question is, what will it do for me? Well, here's what Blue Coal will do for you. It will keep your home comfortably heated morning, noon, and night. It will make things easier for you all the way round, and it will cut down your heating bills. You couldn't ask for more than that, could you? But Blue Coal gives you more, and without asking, too. For with every order, you enjoy the full benefit of your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer's extra customer service. So phone him tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with a hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Ghost of Caleb Mackenzie.
Well, here we are, gathered together, one big happy family. Happy family. I wish you could all see yourselves as I see you. You're vultures, vultures, waiting for the poor old carcass to die. Of course, I don't include you in that description, Margot. As merely an old friend of the family, you understand that I didn't mean you.
Oh, I understood, Uncle Caleb.
But she's the only one that I exclude.
Still bitter, aren't you, Dad?
I thought you'd be the first to speak, Paul. You always have been. You take after me in that respect, I guess.
I hope that's the only characteristic of yours that I have.
No, that's what I call putting the cards on the table. I've always admired you for that, son. You make no pretense of your hatred for me. It is more than I can say for the rest of you.
Oh, come now, Caleb.
I've been waiting for you to say that, my dear Damon. No family gathering is ever complete without your injection of the phrase, "Oh, come now, Caleb." I believe you first said it when I was 6 and you were 3. And as I recall, you were even then seeking something from me. Toys it was in those days.
Why do you insist that all of us hate you, Caleb?
Because it's true, Damon. In each of you, the hatred has a different basis. My son Paul hates me because he feels that I've been a tyrant. That's why he left home. And you, Damon, your hatred is based on envy. You're jealous of the money I've made, the power I've gained.
How do you classify me, Caleb?
Well, now, Marie, you, my dear wife, you're in a class by yourself. Yours is a long-suffering hatred, a patient one. I shouldn't have classified you that way when you left me 10 years ago. Your loathing was stronger then, but being apart from me, seeing me only once a year, has tempered the emotion.
I see.
However, I can't say that time has lessened that feeling in your son.
His name has no place in this conversation.
Mother, please. Still protecting that misshapen, sniveling son of ours.
Don't talk that way about him.
How else could he be described? Look at
Please.
him. To think that he bears my name, Caleb Jr.
I've heard enough.
At least when my first wife bore me a son, she bore me a man. Paul is a man.
Shut up, you hear?
Let me finish. I haven't described his hatred yet. I've saved that, because his is the most bitter of all. It's a cunning hatred, a hate that you drilled into him from the day he was born.
Dad, please. For Mother's sake.
For Mother's sake. Always that's been your cry, Caleb Jr.
I think I'd better be leaving, Uncle Caleb. I have someone waiting in the village.
Now, please, Margot. I asked you here tonight so that I might see one friendly face. Even if it wasn't one of the family. No, you must stay.
Well, I...
Sit down, please. Thank you. You see, Margot, this little ceremony only takes place once a year. I invite all my beloved kin here so that they may closely inspect my state of health. If I look wan or pale, perhaps it reassures them that the Mackenzie fortune will soon pass into their hands.
Oh, come now, Caleb. Let's break this up, shall we, Dad? I'm sleepy and I'm bored.
Of course you are, Paul. Of course you are. But I have a little announcement to make. An announcement about my will.
You've made out a will, Caleb?
Yes, my eager brother. Yes, I
Well,
have.
where is it? Who has it?
Now, Damon, a little decency, if you please. I'm still alive, you know.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Mackenzie, but it's 10 o'clock, sir.
Oh, thank you, Williams, thank you. That means bedtime for all of you. Show them to their rooms, Williams.
Same old regimentation.
I shan't see any of you in the morning, so perhaps I'd better say goodbye until next year.
Good night, Uncle Caleb.
Good night, Margot. Oh, I hope none of you forgets about the will.
Hello? Is this Locust 5430, ring 1?
That's right. Shady Inn, ring 1. What can be done?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Cranston, please. I believe he's staying at your inn.
Oh, yes. He's the city fellow sitting right here in the lobby. I'll fetch him for you.
Oh, for the joys of a bucolic soul.
Hello?
Hello, Lamond.
Margot, it's after midnight. I thought you'd be in bed.
No, I couldn't sleep. Lamont, would you mind terribly coming out here? I'd like to go back to the city tonight.
Why, what's wrong?
Well, I'll tell you when you get here.
Oh, I'll be right over. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Sending out an SOS, Margot?
Oh, Paul, you frightened me.
I'm sorry.
I thought everyone was in bed.
Oh, I've been outside taking a walk. Cigarette?
Yes, thanks.
I'm sorry you had to be in on that little session tonight. My Uncle Damon sitting around whining, my dear stepmother glaring at us, and my beloved half-brother simpering in a corner. You know, as much as I dislike Dad, I can't blame him for despising them.
Oh, Paul, it all seems so stupid, this yearly gathering of your clan.
Well, it always will be stupid until my father's dead.
Paul, what's that?
Sounds like someone coming down the hall.
But who can it be?
Looking for something, Junior? Oh, it's you, Paul. Yes. I was just going for a glass of water for Mother. You'll excuse me, please? Sure. That guy gives me the creeps. Always getting something for Mother.
Oh, now, Paul, there's nothing wrong in that.
I know, but... Say, what is this, Pennsylvania station? Everybody's up. Here comes Williams.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, Miss Lane.
Good evening, Williams.
Where are you going with that sandwich,
It's
Williams?
for your father, sir. He's in his study.
Sandwich? Say, that gives me an idea. How's about we raid the icebox, Margot?
Doggone, why not?
I haven't done that in this house since I was 16. And as I remember that icebox...
What was that?
Sounded like Williams. Come on, Margot. He's in Dad's study.
Mr. Paul! Mr. Paul!
What is it, Williams? What's wrong?
It's your father, sir.
What about him?
He's been stabbed in the chest. He's dead.
Oh, Lamont, I'm so glad you're here. We've just found Mr. Mackenzie Sr. stabbed to death.
Good heavens. Well, where's the body?
Right down the hall here in his study.
When did this happen, Margot?
Williams, the butler, just found him a few minutes ago.
I see.
It's right in here, Lamont.
Oh, come now. I still object to this whole rigmarole.
Unfortunately, Uncle Damon, it's just one of those
Marie,
things...
Paul.
Oh, Margot.
Listen, everyone. This is Lamont Cranston.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How do you do?
Lamont has helped the police to solve many crimes. And I'm sure that you won't object if he examines Uncle Caleb.
Well, not at all.
Oh, come now, Paul. Don't you think that's a bit presuming?
No, I don't, Uncle Damon. My dad is over here, Mr. Cranston. I covered him with this shawl.
I see. Has the body been disturbed in any way?
No. Everything is just as we found it.
Well, I'll have a look if you don't mind.
Mother,
Oh.
please. You mustn't look at him.
No one has touched this knife?
No.
Good. Have you phoned the police?
No, not yet.
Well, I'm afraid that'll be necessary.
Oh, no.
You'll excuse me while I phone Commissioner Weston.
Well, yes, of course.
We don't want the police out here, Paul.
No. Why do you allow a stranger to step in like this, Paul? Because that's our father sitting in that chair with a knife in his heart, or had you forgotten?
Why should you be so concerned about him all of a sudden? You hated him, too. We all know that.
Why, you sniveling
Stop
little...
it, Paul.
Paul, please.
I still say...
Darling, stay out of this conversation.
Well, as you wish, Mother.
Yes, that's right, Junior. Run to Mother's apron strings.
It'll take the police about 2 hours to get here. Meanwhile, they've ordered that nothing be disturbed.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes?
Lamont, this is Williams.
Yes, William.
Inasmuch as Mr. Mackenzie is departed, I have a duty to perform.
A duty? Well, what is it?
I've been told many times by Mr. Mackenzie that if anything were to happen to him, sir, anything like this, that I would find an envelope in his desk drawer that should be opened at once.
Are you saying that my father anticipated that he would die this way?
Well, yes, sir.
Why shouldn't he have anticipated this? We all wanted to kill him. You know that.
I do know that, Junior, and I also know that one of us gathered here is his murderer.
Oh, come now, Paul. I don't think that...
Williams, would you look for that envelope, please?
Yes, sir.
Perhaps it will contain a clue to his death.
In that case, don't you think we should wait until the police arrive to look at it?
Afraid of its contents, Uncle Damon?
Oh, come now, Paul. Of course not.
Here's the envelope, sir.
I'll take it, Williams. Thank you. There appears to be writing on the outside. I'll read it to you if you wish.
Sure, go ahead.
It says, "Attention, vultures."
What's that?
Good old Dad.
He who will have will to find the will look inside.
Well, did you hear that, fellow vultures? Dad dealing in riddles, even in death.
Now, perhaps you'd like to hear the contents.
Is it about the will?
I don't know. You'll have to figure that out yourselves.
Read it, please.
It says, "To find the one who's passed the test, search the place where my soul will rest."
Well, that's enlightening.
Doesn't mean a thing to me.
Now, I'm afraid I must ask you all to go to your rooms.
What?
Those are orders from Commissioner Weston.
Order to our rooms?
That's right.
What right is the police to
All
tell
the
us
right in the world, Damon. Come on, all of you. Let's obey instructions for once.
Thank you, Paul.
Okay, Margot. Coming, Junior?
Yes. If Mother's with me.
Of course, dear.
I'll call you when the police arrive.
Okay. Well, fellow suspects, shall we march in single file? One of us will have to get used to that.
Very clever, Paul.
Oh, I'm so glad you've come here, Lamont.
Margot, have you any idea who could have done this?
No. It could have been any one of them. They all hated him.
I see. Oh, do you know the whereabouts of this family burial ground?
Oh, yes. Yes, that's right here on the estate. There's a large vault down near the brook.
Well, then what are we waiting for? That sounds like the answer to the riddle. Where is the missing will?
who's passed the test. Search the place where my soul will rest. This must be it. It must be. Now I shall find the will. What's that? Who's that? Who's there? Come now. Stop shining that light in my eyes. Who are you? Speak up.
Margot, come along. Our killer's loose again.
Those shots seem to come from the vault.
Yes, let's hurry. Look, Margot. Someone just ran out of the vault. See, running into the woods.
Shall we go and see who it is?
It's too late. We'd better look down on the mausoleum. I better go first, Margot.
All right.
Give me that flashlight.
Here you are.
Thank you. Oh, wait a minute. I'll just... Easy, Margot, now.
Oh, it's Uncle Damon.
Yes. I'm afraid he's dead, Margot.
Oh, Lamont, how awful.
Well, we know now, Margot, that this missing will is important enough for someone to murder for it.
More from the Shadow in just a minute. But first, time out for a picture of a man getting up in the morning.
Boy, it's plenty cold this morning. I'll soon fix that. What are those slippers? Oh, there they are. Now I'll just set that blue coal heat regulator.
Yes, more and more people are relying upon blue coal and a blue coal automatic heat regulator for quick, dependable heat these cold winter mornings. For blue coal sends up quick heat the moment drafts are opened, and the heat regulator opens drafts automatically. A flick of the finger, and the thermostat is set. Then, presto, a steady flow of heat ascends to those upstairs rooms before you can say blue coal. And that heat will remain constant all day long at whatever temperature you wish.
Yes, blue coal in my furnace keeps my home comfortably heated 24 hours of the day.
And the blue coal automatic heat regulator enables you to control that heat without running up and down cellar to regulate furnace dampers. Yes, blue coal and a blue coal automatic heat regulator make the modern combination for convenience and comfort. Phone your neighborhood dealer for blue coal and ask for a free demonstration of the blue coal automatic heat regulator. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words blue coal. And now, back to the Shadow.
Lamont, do you think it's all right leaving Uncle Damon's body out there in the vault?
Until Weston and his men arrive, yes.
Why the concentrated scowl?
Boy, simply trying to reconstruct this thing from the beginning. From what you've told me, Margot, there were 3 people prowling about downstairs earlier in the evening, any one of whom had access to Caleb Sr.'s study.
Yes, that's right. Paul, Caleb Jr., and Williams.
Well, Margot, that makes 3 suspects that we know of who could have killed Caleb Sr.
3? You mean old Williams is a suspect, too?
Definitely.
Huh. I never thought of that.
Never thought of what, Margot?
Of suspecting old Williams. Now that I do think of it, he could have killed Uncle Caleb when he entered the study.
Right. Perhaps it's time for the Shadow to hear more from this kindly old gentleman.
What was that?
Sorry to disturb your reveries, Williams.
What in the name of... Who's talking to me?
I am called the Shadow.
The Shadow? The man no one can see?
That's right, Williams. The man no one can see.
I know of you, but why have you come here to see me?
Seeking information, old man. Information that you must give me.
What is it?
First, I'd like to know why you aren't in bed at this hour. Why are you sitting in that chair fully clothed?
Why, I couldn't sleep.
Would that be caused by a guilty conscience, perhaps?
No, it's just the shock. The shock of Mr. Mackenzie's stabbing that keeps me up.
Williams, did you feel toward him as the others did? Did you hate him?
I had a great fondness and respect for Mr. Mackenzie.
You know, of course, that you will be suspected of his murder.
I presumed as much. But I shall have no trouble proving my innocence. That's more than I can say for some of the others.
What do you know about the will that he left? The one that he spoke of in the note?
Why should I know about that?
You were close to Mr. Mackenzie. He confided in you.
No.
I know he did.
He must have told you about that will.
You don't know what you're saying. Why, I'm only a servant.
What do you know of the will? Was it in the burial vault?
No, it wasn't in the... I mean, how should I know?
You do know where it is. You also know the answer to the riddle. The place where his soul shall rest. Tell me, where is this place?
Please.
Tell me, Williams. If you would avert another murder, you must tell me.
Very well, I'll tell you. The will is... Someone outside, someone's listening.
Yes. Whoever it was has gotten away.
Please, Shadow. I can't talk anymore. I can't reveal the hiding place.
Williams, I'm going to give you time to reconsider. And remember that by telling what you know, you may save another's life. Think that over, Williams. Later, you shall receive another visit from the Shadow.
And then, Margot, just when he was about to tell where the will was hidden, a noise outside the window frightened him. Someone was listening to our conversation.
Who was it?
I couldn't see. I'd guess that it was our murderer. Did you hear anyone moving about the house?
No, I didn't. I met Paul, though, as I was coming in.
Oh? What was he doing?
Just going into his room.
I see. Well, this is one time that I wish Weston could get to the scene of a crime a little faster. We have too many people to keep track of alone, Margot.
Lamont, did you hear that?
Yes, come on, quickly. Sounds seemed to come from down the hall.
What were those shots, Margot?
We don't know yet, Paul.
Old William's door is open. Perhaps we'd better look there first.
I'll go down the hall and see if young Caleb and Marie are all right.
Oh, Margot, wait.
Why? What is it?
There's no need of going there. I've found the victim.
Who is it, Lamont?
It's old Williams.
Oh, no.
He's been shot through the head.
Lamont, who is the murderer? Have you any idea?
Not yet. It can be any one of the three of them.
Why should old Williams have been killed?
Because he knew the whereabouts of the missing will. The person who was listening at the window when the Shadow talked to Williams must have come back to learn his secret.
And do you think that person found it out? Do you think the old man talked?
I have an idea that he did. If I could only solve that riddle, search the place where my soul will rest. That's the key to the mystery, Margot.
Yes, I know, Lamont.
Do you want to come into the study with me while I inspect old Caleb's corpse again?
Well, I'm not keen on it, but I'd rather not be alone either.
I just want to take another look at the placement of the knife in the old man's chest. I've just had a fantastic notion about his stabbing that... Margot.
What?
The knife is gone.
Gone?
Yes. Our murderer has wasted no time in covering up.
But how could the killer get in here?
Well, there are plenty of opportunities. Margot, this chap Paul, what can you tell me about him?
Well, Lamont, you don't suspect him.
I suspect all three of them. Now, what can you tell me?
Why, I've known Paul all my life. He couldn't have killed his father. I know it. We played together as children right here on this estate. We used to have treasure hunts in the Devil's Playground, and, oh, Lamont, it's ridiculous.
Margot, where did you say you played?
The Devil's Playground. It's a large cave up above the brook.
Margot, that's it. That solves the riddle.
What are you talking about?
Search the place where my soul will rest. That's what Caleb Sr. meant, Margot. I'm sure of it. The Devil's Playground.
Lamont, if you're right, that's where the will is hidden.
Exactly. And before many more moments, the Shadow has an appointment there with a murderer.
I demand to know why you're here in the Devil's Playground, Paul.
For the same reason that you're here, my dear stepmother.
Then you followed me, didn't you?
No, that wasn't necessary. I know this place very well.
And you've come here seeking the will?
Exactly.
You'll never get it, do you understand?
Oh, so you found it.
Yes. I found the will, and I'm going to keep it.
What was that?
You'll forgive my intrusion, I hope.
Who spoke? Who was that?
I am known as the Shadow.
Where are you? I can't see you.
Don't worry too much, Marie. No one has ever seen this fellow. What do you want here, Shadow?
Well, my clever friend, I've come in quest of a murderer. And I believe my search is ended.
What do you mean?
One of you has come here because of the information that you learned from old Williams. Now, which of you is that one?
Not I.
Nor I.
Obviously, one of you is lying. Well, we'll switch to the next point of deduction. The search. The search for the murderer's gun. I'm sure that neither of you will object to this, so we'll just proceed.
What makes you so positive, Shadow?
But don't you see, Mrs. Mackenzie? This is your chance
I
to...
warn you, don't come near me.
Why not, Mrs. Mackenzie? Is it because you're afraid I'll find that gun? Answer my question, Mrs. Mackenzie.
Very well. This is my answer.
Marie, you have the gun.
Yes. So keep away from me, both of you. You particularly, Mr. Shadow. I don't like your inquisitive spirit.
You forget I have the advantage of invisibility.
I think this gun will remove that so-called advantage.
So, you wish to add me to your list of victims, Mrs. Mackenzie?
I can't believe that she's the killer.
That is the same gun that shot Damon and old Williams, isn't it, Mrs. Mackenzie?
If you're that clever, you shouldn't have to ask, Shadow.
Why did you do it, Marie?
I'll answer that. Damon was unfortunate enough to be in her way, and old Williams was killed when he revealed the hiding place of the will. Isn't that true?
Yes, that's true.
You also feared that they might be named in the will as your husband's legatees, didn't you?
Very interesting. Go on.
But what of Dad? And she murdered him, too.
No, I don't believe so.
She didn't murder Dad?
No, but she thought that her son Caleb did.
That's not true. My boy had nothing to do with my husband's murder, nor did I. I admit I did kill Damon Williams, but I had nothing to do with the first murder.
Well, then who did?
You. You did, Paul.
Well, that's a lie. That's a lie. You can't frame me for your crime.
Just a moment. I don't think either of you is guilty of the murder of Caleb Sr.
Then who did do it, Shadow?
We should learn presently.
I've heard enough. I'm leaving here, and neither of you had better try to stop me.
Put down that gun, Marie.
I'm sorry, Paul, but you'll be the first to go.
Marie, don't, you fool!
Give me that gun, Mrs. Mackenzie.
No. Oh.
Thank you, Shadow, for saving my life. Whatever it's worth.
If you don't mind, I'll take that copy of the will, too.
Give me that. Give it back to me.
Hold up, Paul. Now, let's have a look at this precious paper.
Let go of me, Paul. Let go of me.
Listen to me, Mrs. Mackenzie. I have something to read to you. I'm sure its irony will point out a lesson, even to you. As I've said, you thought that your son Caleb killed your husband. To protect him and your share in the fortune, you murdered two men. Now, attached to this will, I find a single slip of paper signed by Caleb Mackenzie Sr. Listen to what it says. When you read this, I shall have committed suicide.
What?
In my will, you shall learn that I have left my entire fortune to my wife, Marie, and her son, Caleb Jr.
Oh, no. No.
Do you get the moral, Mrs. Mackenzie? It's one that I can't repeat too often. Crime does not pay.
And now, before we hear from the Shadow again, here's John Barclay, America's home heating expert. Say, Mr. Barclay, may I ask you a question?
Certainly, Mr. King.
Well, I've often heard you mention the check damper on the furnace, and I've never quite understood what function it performs. Is it really necessary?
Mr. King, the best way I can explain the function of the check damper is by comparing it to the accelerator on your car. You know how you press down on the accelerator when you want to go faster.
Well, you mean that the check damper speeds up the burning of the coal?
Precisely. When you want your furnace to produce more heat, you just close the check damper. And when you want the coal to burn slower, you open the check damper.
Oh, I see, Mr. Barclay. Well, I should say the check damper is very important.
Mr. King, the check damper is so important that anyone whose heating plant is not equipped with one should have it installed immediately.
Well, thank you, Mr. Barclay. Now I know what it's all about.
Glad to help you out, Mr. King. And if any of you listeners have a heating plant without a check damper, or if you have a heating problem, here's what you do. Simply call your neighborhood blue coal dealer. Tell him you'd like the advice of a John Barclay trained serviceman. This service is free. Thank you.
Today's anniversary program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine, which, like this program, is also celebrating its 10th birthday. And at this time, I'd like to thank all of you Shadow fans for the loyal support you've given us during the past 10 years. We will continue to present these Shadow dramatizations, and in return, we hope we can count on numbering you among the listeners to our future broadcasts. The characters, names, places, and plot of today's drama are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Next week, same time, same station. The Blue Coal Dealers of America bring you one of the most amazing adventures the Shadow has ever experienced.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Be sure to listen next week. Your friendly Blue Coal Dealers presentation of The Shadow. And for greater heating comfort at less cost, remember Blue Coal. This is Gene Paul King saying, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. Thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week by the Blue Coal Dealers of America. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Today's story, Nightmare at Galesbury.
Close the window, nurse. It's beginning to pour again.
Yes, Dr. Blair.
Now, sir, why do you wish my death? Can't you understand that we here at the sanatorium are doing everything in our power to restore your health of mind again?
I don't wish your death. Not at all. That's not the case at all, you know.
What is, then?
It's difficult to explain. That is, I don't quite... Ah, there. There, we saw the lightning then. Now we know that thunder is coming. There, you see. We didn't wish it, but we knew it must come. Just so do I know that death is coming for you, Dr. Blair. There are more things in heaven and earth than you dream of, Doctor.
What's led you to think of my death?
I've been told about it.
Told? Who's told you?
There are more things in heaven and earth than you...
Who has told you?
A greater intellect than either you or I speaks to me, Dr. Blair. All the many things I know, he tells me. He who no one believed, just as no one believes me.
Cagliostro again.
Yes, the immortal Cagliostro.
Count Cagliostro died in the Bastille in the 18th century. He died. He's dead. Can't I appeal to your reason to give up this ridiculous obsession? After all, you were a man of science.
Well, I am a man of science, I am. My grasp of science is the greatest in the world, sir. He teaches me. He guides my hand.
Yes.
Your brain, your puny brain, is too dull, too blurred, too limited to comprehend the vastness of my knowledge.
That will do. The interview is over.
Such a scientific nonentity as you, Dr. Blair.
Well, McPherson, return the patient to his room, nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
Return to my room, Such a feeble-minded dabbler is not fit to be apprenticed to a man of my stature.
Ready, Dr. Blair? Yes, McPherson. Take him away.
Come along now, sir.
Very well. I'll go. I'm your patient and your prisoner. But believe me, there are more things in heaven and earth than you dream of, Doctor.
Well, best I could do.
Strange.
Strange? What?
How he keeps repeating that. More things in heaven and earth than you dream of.
Well, he was one of our foremost scientists once, you know. Experimented with insulin in mental cases long before the rest of us dreamed of the possibility.
Successfully?
No. His most important experiment failed. An experiment on which he had based all his hopes.
I see.
Contrary to all his theories, a patient, a young girl, I believe, died after treatment. It was too much for him. His nerves went, and after that, he lost all confidence in himself.
It was then, as a kind of compensation, that he developed the idea that the ghost of Cagliostro watches over him.
You take quite an interest in this case, don't you?
I suppose I do. I've been working desperately hard to cure him.
You work too hard, Doctor, much too hard. I don't believe you've had a free moment in weeks. Oh, really, Dr. Blair, you should relax, you know.
Well, nurse, Friday night I'm having friends down for the weekend. You've heard me speak of them, I think. Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane.
Oh, yes, yes.
And I mean to let everything slide and do nothing but enjoy myself until Monday morning. What is it?
You notice how the lights are dimming?
Yeah, the storm. I hope it doesn't upset the power plant at Galesbury.
They're going fast. I guess I'd better get some candles.
Say,
Yes?
what was that?
What?
Didn't you hear anything?
No.
Well, maybe you're right about my nerves, Perhaps I'd...
I heard that.
There's a shot. Listen, there's some kind of disturbance in the hall. Call McPherson.
The lights are gone. I can't find the door.
Hurt yourself?
No, just stumbled.
Find it?
Yes, but it won't open.
What do you mean?
It's locked.
Locked?
From the outside.
Impossible. Let me try it. Here, I don't see how... Oh, it is. McPherson! McPherson! Where are you, McPherson? McPherson! McPherson, can you hear me? Open the door!
All off for Galesbury.
The village of Galesbury.
Oh, fresh air.
How's your head, Margot?
Oh, still aching nicely, thank you. Is this where Bill Blair lives?
Oh, no, he lives about 15 miles over that way.
15 miles? Oh, how many cross-town blocks is that in round numbers?
Well, I'm not sure, but I'd say approximately plenty. But he's sending a chauffeur for us, milady, never fear.
Are you sure he said Friday night, Lamont?
Oh, absolutely. We're to pick him up at the sanitarium and then adjourn to the manor house for a weekend of Bill's fresh milk, fresh eggs, and old stories.
Oh, Lamont.
There's a blade, 2 blazes. Buy something, please. Buy something. Buy something, please. There's a blade.
Well, no, thanks. Afraid I don't need a thing.
Buy something, mister. Something you need, mister. Buy something, please.
You see anything you like, Margot?
No, not a thing, Lamont.
Oh, listen. Didn't you say you promised to bring your sister's boy a present?
That's right, I did.
Well, there, we do need something after all.
Buy something, please.
Oh,
There's
here's
a blade.
just the thing. Look,
Yes.
this jackknife.
Very nice, sir. Very nice. 50 cents, mister. 50
Well,
cents.
Lamont, I said I'd bring him something useful.
Well, now, look, my dear, I was a boy once myself, and a knife like this would have come in very handy.
Very handy for a trunk murder, if you ask me.
Very nice.
Here you are, old man.
Buy something more, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You got the knife?
Uh-huh, right here in my pocket. Oh, I say, remind me to call Weston around 10, will you, Margot? He may want to drive up and join us.
All right, I'll remember.
How's your head?
Still aches.
Bill will know exactly what to do for it when we get there.
That is, if we ever do get there.
We will.
You go sanitarium? Dr. Blair's, yes?
Why, yes. Are you Bill's chauffeur?
Dr. Blair's chauffeur. Named Torfu. Car waiting. You come.
Oh.
Quite a chauffeur Bill's got. What do you suppose he is, West Indian?
I'd say so. He must be all of 7 feet tall. A man that size could crack a skull with 2 fingers.
I hope he likes us.
So do I.
Come now. Car waiting.
But I don't particularly think he does. Coming.
Come in, gentlemen. Come in, lady.
If you'll just tell the doctor that Mr. Cranston and Miss Lane are here,
Torfu, tell. Please, you wait here.
Thank you. Well, handsome little place Bill has here, isn't it?
Yes, it's handsome, but I could easily develop an attack of the creeps just the same. I'll be glad when Bill flirts. What's that?
Knocking. On the door over there. Somebody in the other room wants to get in. I'll see. Yes? What is it?
Will you open the door, please? I'm locked in by mistake.
Oh, just a second.
Good evening. Do you know me?
Know you? No, I don't think I do.
Well, that is unfortunate. I must then introduce myself. I am Sigmund Arnold, the world-famous organist of whom you must have heard.
Zygmunt Arnold?
Yes.
Why, yes, we've heard of Zygmunt Arnold, but you...
Careful there, it's a patient. Just agree with him.
Oh.
Why, of course we've heard of you, Mr. Arnold. We're delighted.
Dear child, thank you. I came here to be treated for my nerves. They were never too good, you know. And now they won't seem to let me out. I haven't minded so much until tonight. But I have a concert at Angelus Hall, and I really must be there. Will you be good enough to help me escape?
Good evening, Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston. I am Dr. Griswold. I do hope I've not... Oh, see who's here. Number 8, you know you're not allowed in the reception room. Tofu! Tofu!
Yes, Master. Yes, Doctor.
You'd better take number 8 to his room, Tofu.
Oh, no.
And I think it might be wise to lock the door.
Yes, Doctor.
I will not be locked in. I won't be locked in.
Strange case, number 8. Most unusual. Oh, I beg your pardon. Won't you sit down? What can I do for you?
And we've come to see Dr. Blair.
Oh, yes. Dr. Blair was called away on an emergency case. I think he'll be back shortly. Can I offer you something? A drink, perhaps?
Well, thanks. The only thing that could possibly tempt me would be an aspirin.
Headache?
It's a beast of a one, Doctor. Since early this afternoon.
Oh, too bad. Nothing quite so distressing as a headache. But we'll have that fixed up in a very little while. Just come along with me, Miss Lane.
Come along?
Yes, into my office.
Oh, yes, of course.
Mr. Cranston will excuse us. Do help yourself to that drink if you change your mind. There in the cupboard. Cigarettes in the box, and the radio's in the cabinet behind you. Come, Miss Lane.
Oh, I say, Doctor, won't an aspirin do the trick?
I have something far, far better than aspirin.
But I never dreamed there was anything better for headache.
There are more things in heaven and earth than you dream of, Mr. Cranston.
Did you ring for me, Mr. Weston?
Oh, yes, Sam. I dozed off. Has Lamont Cranston phoned?
No, sir, he ain't.
I thought maybe I'd missed it. I'm expecting him to... there it is. I'll get it, Sam. I'll get it. Hello? Hello? Oh, hello. Who? Oh, Bill Blair. Hello, Bill. Huh? Bill, I can't hear you. What is it? What's the matter? What? Gatehouse. What gatehouse? What? Tell Lamont what? He's with you, isn't he? Isn't he, Bill? Bill, what in the blazes is going on? Bill! Bill! Oh, Bill!
Taking a long time with her headache. Maybe I will have that drink. The cupboard, he said, didn't he? All right. What in the name? There's no liquor here. This thing is jammed full of books. Well, maybe the radio works. Success.
You are hearing a series of compositions played by our studio organist. We are sorry to announce that the organ recital originally scheduled from Angelus Hall has been canceled due to the mysterious disappearance of Mr. Sigmund Arnold, the noted organist. Mr. Arnold, whose famous technique has thrilled many...
Sigmund Arnold? Mysterious disappearance of Griswold! Dr. Griswold! Dr. Griswold!
Gentlemen.
Oh, it's you, Tofu. Look, there's something very strange going on.
Gentlemen. Doctor sent me to tell you young lady's headache very bad. Very bad kind of headache. Must make treatment at once. Most important. Take long time. 3-4 hours. Maybe 5. He asked me, ask you. You want to wait?
If I want to wait? Say, what is this? Where is he? Let me by.
Gentlemen, no come in here. Tofu hurt him bad.
You want to see me, Mr. Cranston?
Yes, what the devil does he mean? What's the matter with Margot?
Incipient dementia precox, I'm afraid, Mr. Cranston. What? A dread malady, but you need not worry. I shall nip it in the bud, as the saying goes, by means of a treatment known only to myself.
Where is she?
I'm afraid I can't allow you to see her.
You can't allow me to see her? Now listen to me, Griswold. We haven't asked for treatment, and I demand that Miss Lane be released immediately.
You demand? Just as you say, sir. As a matter of fact, if you really prefer that I don't treat the girl, I shall... Oh! Tofu, my pet. Well done. Your master approves. The timely blow, the splendid timely blow. Now, Mr. Cranston, what are your demands? You don't speak. Take him away, Tofu. Lodge him in the gatehouse with my other enemy, where I shall attend to them both in my good time. In my good time, when I have treated Miss Lane's aching head. When I have proved to the world that the great spirit master Cagliostro guides my hand. That there are things in heaven and earth beyond men's dreams.
No. Not touch her. Release her immediately. Where in the... Oh, yes. I remember. Who's there? I can't see you. Who's there?
Lamont.
Bill. Bill, is it you?
Yes. Where's Margot?
With Griswold.
Griswold? Why, he's one of my patients.
What?
Yes, he's obsessed with the idea that Cagliostro is his guardian angel. This is just the opportunity he needs to use my insulin.
Insulin?
Yes, he's absolutely fascinated with it. Cause of his downfall.
Bill, do you think he'll...
I think he'll undoubtedly kill her if we don't stop him.
There's no hope of Tofu being...
He's another one of them. Griswold's absolute slave.
Oh.
3 days ago, they attacked my male nurse, McPherson, and killed him with his own gun. When they broke in the door of my office, I tried to get out through an emergency passageway under the building. But Tofu caught me, took my keys. The next thing I knew, I was regaining consciousness here in the gatehouse with my leg broken.
Bill, we've got to get out of here.
Yes, try and do it. A few minutes ago, Tofu caught me putting in a call to Weston and ripped the telephone off the wall.
Didn't you say something about an underground passageway?
Yes, but that's out in the grounds. Can't do us much good.
Got to get to Margot. Maybe we can work the boat from the inside, Bill.
It wouldn't help much if we could. The door opens out on the highway, out into the grounds.
Oh.
Besides, Lamont, you'd have precious little time to work with Tofu coming to the door every few minutes to make sure his birds haven't flown. I tell you, I wouldn't come to grips with him armed with anything less than a revolver.
But can't you handle him psychologically?
That's quite a job, old man. His one weakness is a wild obsession with cutting instruments. Swords, razors, and all that sort of thing. It's as dangerous as dealing with the worst sort of trunk murderer.
Yes, I see. What was that?
I said trunk murderer.
Trunk murderer? Come in handy for a trunk murder, if you ask me.
Now, what are you talking about?
Something Margot said earlier this evening when the world still seemed sane. And if they didn't rifle my pockets... No, here it is.
Here what is?
Something with which to fascinate Tofu. A real shiny, sharp, long-bladed jackknife. Do you get the idea?
Yes, I think I do. I think I do. Say, there's a chance with that, Lamont. The one real chance we've got left. Now, let's see. He'll come back any moment now, and when he does, I'll...
Listen. Here he comes.
I'll occupy him with the knife while you sneak quietly away.
And what about the wall?
There's a low place in the wall about 90 feet below the gate. I think with luck you'll be able to get over it while I'm coping with Tofu as best as I can.
You know what you are, Doc?
What?
The salt of the earth.
You here?
Yes, Tofu, we're here.
Good. No go away.
Come in, Tofu. I've got something to show you.
No one to see.
Oh, you'll want to see this. Strike a match, Lamont.
Here you are.
Look, Tofu. Look. Look how it shines. Sharp, too, like a razor.
Oh, knife.
Yes, a knife. Here it is. It's yours.
No.
Come on, touch it, Tofu.
No.
Well, we thought you'd like it. We thought you liked sharp things.
No.
Why, it's all for you, Tofu. All you have to do is take it.
No. Give me. Tofu one.
That's right. Now, sit here beside me, Tofu, and you can have it.
Good luck, Sir Galahad. Get over the wall.
Like it, Tofu?
Tofu got knife. Shine. Sharp. He got knife.
What a life for an officer of the law, riding around with you in the bathtub of a motorcycle.
Hey, Finnegan, look, will you? What is it I see on top of the wall yonder?
I don't know, but I see it myself.
Why, it's the sanitarium figure, Finnegan.
Well, maybe something's happening at last, O'Shea. Come on, me boyo. We'll give him a bit of a surprise. What's going on here? Housebreaking?
Listen to me. No time to waste. I'm not a thief. I'm from inside.
Oh, then you're not breaking in, you're breaking out.
Yes. No. Now, look. The man inside who is presumably the doctor is, as a matter of fact, a madman.
Oh, I see. The doctor is a madman. Well, now, isn't that just the way they always talk, O'Shea?
Now, please, don't make any mistake. My name is Lamont Cranston, and I'm trying to...
Sure, you're a fine gentleman, and we're just going to take you back to the good doctor, where you'll be safe and comfortable.
Oh, no, you don't. Grab his ankle, O'Shea.
No,
Come on,
I tell you, I'm Lamont Cranston.
Oh, thank you, officers. You've done your duty in returning the patient, but I'm afraid I can no longer be responsible for him. 4 breaks in 1 month. I really must ask you to take him into custody and hold him until I can arrange a transfer.
Well, I guess it's in the line of duty.
Yeah, now, just a minute. Say, Doctor.
Yes, my good man?
This fella said his name was Lamont Cranston. Now, I've heard that name before somewhere, and I wondered if...
You need not wonder a moment longer. They're all like that. Just a moment. I'll demonstrate. Number 8. Number 8.
What do you want? I've missed my concert, you know.
Now, Mr. Cranston, as you call yourself, who is this patient?
He's Sigmund Arnold, the world-famous organist.
What? Sigmund Arnold, is it? Out you go, my fine boyo. Grab him there, O'Shea. Good evening to you, Doctor. A fine, balmy evening to you. Now, come along, you, and... Now, take it easy, and nothing's going to happen to you.
I only want to point out to you for the records, gentlemen, that Dr. Blair, the real owner of this establishment, is in that gatehouse over there at the mercy of a black monster 7 feet tall.
Sure, I know. With green eyes, and snakes are coming out from the top of his head, eh?
No,
Now, come along now, and enough of your talk. What in blazes is that?
I hear that. Now, what is it? Throw your light over there. Look at the window.
Sure, heaven preserve us. He's right. 2 men are fighting over there.
Two men. A man and a giant, if you ask me. Don't shoot.
Master! Oh, you should have held your fire, men. The big one has run out on the highway.
Don't worry about him. The slave won't deserve the master.
Well, one of us is lonely, Mr. Cranston, and I'm afraid it ain't you. I want to say right now...
No time to talk now. You attend to Dr. Blair. I have an appointment, an urgent appointment, to keep with Griswold.
No, please don't. No, don't.
The time has come, my bird.
No, you can't.
Now, with the aid of the master hand that guides me, I shall heal you.
No, stop it.
Oh, Cagliostro, remain with me.
No.
What? Who's there? I can see no one.
Shadow.
Of course you cannot see me. No one has seen me these 300 years and more. I am that master spirit of whom you prattle such vain nonsense.
Cagliostro.
I have come to tell you the truth, mortal. Cagliostro does not guide your hand. Never has he helped you, and never will he.
It's not true. It's not true. No.
Who would know better than I? I am that power in which you believe. I am the great spirit whom you thought watched over you. I know you not, mortal.
No.
Release this girl. You have no skill. You'll only blunder again. And I, who know all, tell you this.
No. If that is true, then I have nothing. Nothing.
You were something once and can be again. Go to the doctor who is watching over you. He can help you. Go to him.
No, it's all over. I'm a failure.
Where are you going?
Through a passageway which leads under the building to death.
If you attempt to escape, they will kill you.
It doesn't matter.
Come back. Come back, Griswold.
It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Nothing.
Lamont, where's Margot? Is she all right?
Here I am, Bill. Safe and sound, thanks.
Oh, good, Margot. Where's Griswold?
Look, isn't that someone moving along the wall?
Throw your flashlight over there. There's something there, all right.
Why, it's Griswold. Griswold, what are you doing?
Don't come any closer, Dr. Blair. This last trick is mine.
He's got a gun. McPherson's revolver.
Yes, gentlemen, McPherson's revolver.
He mustn't get away. He's completely out of control.
What can we do?
What's that?
Look, the gate's open. It's Torfu.
Master, you not leave Torfu. Not leave me, master.
Stand back. I'm going over the wall alone.
No, leave me. No.
Back, I say.
You know, leave me.
Stand back, Torfu. I'm armed. You're not.
Torfu, armed. I got knife.
Put down the knife. Torfu, put down the knife.
Now, you go. And Torfu go. With you.
He's dying. Is there nothing we can do for him?
Nothing but pray for both their souls. Pray for both their souls.
You have just heard Sigmund Arnold in the program scheduled for last evening. Mr. Arnold is now bowing.
Well, God's in his heaven again.
Lovely weekend.
Well, I'm afraid it wasn't very restful.
My dear friend, I shall weekend hereafter in the pastoral calm of Broadway and 52nd Street.
But I did get something out of it, you know.
What was that?
My headache. It's completely gone.
Today's story is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the Blue Coal Dealers of America bring you an adventure of the Shadow that will thrill you as you've never been thrilled before. So be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your friendly Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at...
The Yesterday USA Superstation. Official voice of the National Museum of Communications.
As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Man Who Lived Twice.
All right, you guys. Turn in.
Okay.
Don't let me hear any more noise out here either.
Hey, Flasher, get in your bunk, will you? That screw is looking for trouble tonight. Hey, Flasher, what are you doing?
Just killing time.
Huh? Hey, what's that you're tearing up?
The calendar.
Oh, hey, that's my calendar. You're tearing up my 5-year calendar.
I told you I was killing time, didn't I?
Well, what's the idea?
We ain't going to be needed.
Huh?
We ain't going to be here that long.
What do you mean, Slasher?
Mike, we're breaking out of this can tomorrow.
All right. Break it up. Right to the yard.
Mike. Mike, you got it all straight now?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, we better go over it once more because that truck's going to be ready any minute.
Okay. We walk over easy like we're near the gate.
Like we're doing now?
Yeah, like we're doing now.
Huh?
Then we edge up to that delivery truck.
Right.
We wait till the driver starts the truck.
Check.
Then, when they open the gates and the truck starts, we jump in the driver's seat. Yeah. We slug the driver, step on the gas, and that's all there is to it.
Hey, Mike.
Well, what?
You guys want to play ball?
No.
Come on, we're going to play ball.
We don't want to play.
Well, we got 7 guys.
Will you? Come on, Mike. Hey, that truck's getting on the way. They're opening the gates. Yeah, come on. He's heading for the gates now.
So are we.
Grab him, Mike.
Hey, get off this truck.
Yeah. Let's go, Mike.
Hey, stop those guys. They're making a break. Shut those gates.
We're going to make it. We're going to make it. We're out, Mike. We're out. Oh. Mike. Mike. What's the matter? Mike.
They got you, eh? Well, I'm afraid this is where you get off, kid. I'm not carrying any extra freight.
Hey, Flasher, what are you doing?
I'm getting rid of you, Mike.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, kid. It's got to be done.
Oh, Flasher. Flasher, Evans escaped the state prison. Tell Mike Madoni found dead on Riverside. Read all about it here.
Hold that car.
What's wrong, huh?
Close that door to stick up.
What?
Close it.
Now, just a minute. Let me out of here.
No, you don't, brother. I want that bag you're carrying.
Oh.
Give me
No.
that bag. Now, for being so smart, I'm going to give you something to remember me by.
Put away that knife. Oh, no. No.
Just for trying to run away with that payroll, sister, you're going to get a souvenir from the slacker. That's what you get, copper, for trying to put the cuffs on a slacker.
I tell you, Cranston, that guy's made a complete monkey out of me and the entire department.
Yeah, so I've observed, Commissioner.
Have you uncovered any trace of him at all?
No, Margot.
And I'm honest enough to say that I don't expect to.
You mean you're admitting defeat?
No, but I've had dealings in the past with Slasher Evans. I spent almost 5 years trying to catch him. Last time.
Only to see him break out again.
Yeah.
Well, to what do you attribute his elusive powers, Commissioner?
Well, he's smart. Plenty smart. I gather from his background that he came from a rather decent family. Even had a college education.
Oh, does that qualify him to be a master criminal?
Oh, but it helps. It helps. Gives him a greater field to work in. See, the guy can get in any place. He'll do one job in a silk hat and tails, and the next in overalls. One victim will describe him as a mug, the next as a high-toned gentleman.
But why is he so difficult to catch, Commissioner?
Well, first, because he always works alone.
Yes, I've noticed that.
And second, whenever the boy makes a good score, or makes 5 or 6 big holes in a row, he disappears.
You mean he just retired?
Yeah, that's it. And whenever the dough runs out, why, he starts operating again.
Oh, it's a good system.
Yeah. Not for me, it ain't.
How much did he get on his recent rampage?
Too much. That's why I don't think I'll ever find him. His last jobs have brought him over $400,000, all in cash.
Well, that's enough to retire for life.
Yeah, even for a guy like Slasher Evans. Oh, Mr. Weston speaking. Yes. Yes. Huh? His brother. Say, is it the Rip? See? Yeah, I'd be glad to come over. Just give me the address. Hotel Grand. Yeah, thanks. Right away. Goodbye. Say, maybe I'm getting a break.
How's that?
A man on that phone just told me he was Slasher Evans' brother.
Really?
Yes, he just came in this morning from the West Indies. Said that he'd heard his brother had escaped and that he had some information about him that might help me to find him.
Well, what are we waiting for? Come on, Commissioner. Perhaps Mr. Slasher Evans isn't as elusive as you think.
Perhaps you all think it unusual that a man should be willing to give information that might result in the imprisonment of his own brother, but, well, I have very good reason to do so.
Why?
My brother has always hated our family. And just as long as he is out of prison, our futures, in fact, our very lives are in danger.
How did you learn of your brother's escape, Mr. Carlton?
Well, I was at my home in Trinidad. I heard it on a radio broadcast from the city.
Is the family name Carlton or Evans?
Carlton. The Evans is an alias.
Yes, well, just what is this information you have for us, Mr. Carlton?
Well, it's probably a shot in the dark, but I have an idea where my brother might be hiding.
Yeah? Where?
In a small town in Louisiana.
What would he be doing down there?
Well, you see, when we were children, we had a nursemaid, a Creole. She was very fond of my brother. After we grew up, she returned to a Louisiana home. So I know for certain that in the past, my brother has found refuge there. I think if you were to send one of your men down there, Commissioner, you might turn up something.
Well, that isn't exactly a red-hot lead, Mr. Carlton.
I disagree with you, Commissioner. I think it's a very excellent lead.
Well...
In fact, if you don't wish to send a detective, I'd be willing to investigate it myself.
Okay. Okay, Cranston.
I think I should warn you, Mr. Cranston, that if you do encounter my brother, be extremely careful. When he is cornered, he displays a talent with a knife that is earned in his nickname. Slasher.
Oh. Thanks for the warning.
I might also add that none of us in the family would grieve if you brought back word that my brother was dead.
That must be the house, Margot. Right ahead.
Come on, do you think anyone lives in that place?
How Mrs. Labat, the nursemaid, does, according to the man in the village.
Well, shall we walk across the yard or swim?
I'm sorry to have brought you out in weather like this, Margot.
Oh, stop. Lamont, do you really think we'll find the Slasher here?
We might. But don't worry, Margot. I'm prepared for him. Now, we'd better let Mrs. Labat know we're here.
What is it? What you want, huh?
Are you Mrs. Labat?
Oui. Who are you?
This is Miss Lane. I'm Lamont Cranston.
I have never heard of you.
Well, we've heard of you, Mrs. Labat. We'd like to talk to you.
How have you heard of me? From who?
From John Carlton.
Oh, come in.
Thanks. Will you go in, Margot?
Thanks.
In there. Now you will sit here, please.
Thank you.
Out of the room, Billy. Go.
Oh, what a beautiful cat. Here, pussy.
You did not come here to admire my cat. Now you please get to the reason for your visit.
Well, we were sent here by John Carlton.
You have already told me that. The least you get away from that woman, you leave her alone.
Oh, that's all right. She's just rubbing against me. She seems to like me.
She is a deceptive animal until first she gives you her affection, then she slash you with the claws.
Oh? Perhaps she learned that trait from someone else.
Who do you mean?
The man who calls himself the Slasher.
The Slasher?
Yes, he's better known to you as John Carlton's brother.
I don't know what you talk about.
I think you do.
You come here to question me, is that it?
I am seeking information, Mrs. Labarre.
I also get no information here. I am not enjoy you or your conversation, Mr. Cranston. I must ask you both to leave.
Now, just a minute, Mrs.
You hear what I said. Yeah, you leave. You leave at once. Who is there? Who is entering this house? Emil. Why are you here, huh? Is something wrong?
What's the matter with him?
Oh, it's not the power of speech. Emil, is that letter for me? Give it to me. You need help? Fucking nom. You people, why are you still here, eh? You get out of my house for the last time I tell you. Get out.
Very well, Mrs. Labarre. We're leaving. Come along, Margot.
I do.
Perhaps you'll give us the information we desire some other time.
There will be no other time.
Yes. Well, what to do now, Lamont?
That message, Margot. I'm sure it was from the Slasher.
Really?
Yes. And that man, Emil, must know where he's hiding.
That's possible, Lamont.
I think it's time for the Shadow to enter this case, Margot. To trace our friend the Slasher to his hideout. You see, sir, we thought the best place to get our information would be from the chief of police.
Yes, of course. Now, who is it you're seeking? What's his name?
His name is Emil.
And his last name?
I'm afraid we don't know it.
Well, now, we have many Emils in the parish. If you don't know the last name, I don't think that I can...
Perhaps a description would help.
Well, yes, it would.
Well, he's short, heavy set, and has lost the power of speech.
Oh, Emil Blondo. That's who you mean.
Emil Blondo, eh? What can you tell us about him?
Well, I can tell you plenty. That man has caused us much trouble in his day. Much trouble.
How?
Until his accident several years ago, he was a member of one of the worst murderous gangs of smugglers and rum runners that I've ever encountered.
Oh, I see. What was this accident?
He was shot in a gang fight. The bullet penetrated his brain, robbed him of his memory and his power of speech.
And since that time?
Well, he's been little more than an imbecile. Living in a shack somewhere among the bayous.
Well, where is the shack?
Well, now, to tell you the truth, I've never bothered to find out. People seldom venture into the bayous, even the police.
Oh, then you have no idea where he lives?
No, but you might watch for him in the village.
I see. Well, thank you very much, sir.
Not at all, sir. Sorry I can't be more helpful.
No, that's all right. Come on, Margot.
Good day, sir.
Goodbye.
Good day.
Well, that was a dead-end street.
Yes. I guess we'll have to find out about Emil from our Mrs. Labarre. And that, Margot, is going to be a job for the Shadow.
Toi, Felice. What is wrong with you, Felice? Why you act so strange, huh? What was that? Do laugh.
I trust that you'll pardon this intrusion, Mrs. Labarre.
I've seen no one, yet someone spoke.
Yes, Mrs. Labarre. I spoke.
Who are you? Where are you?
I'm standing right here beside you, in the shadows. You shall know me by that name.
I shall know you by that name, a shadow.
Yes.
It has come again. Again, I am hearing voices. Let's pull myself together.
Do not be alarmed, Mrs. Labarre. The voice that you hear is a friendly one.
Why has this happened?
I wish to talk to you. Talk to you about your life long ago.
Very well, very well.
I want to talk in particular about a young boy named Carlton.
Everett Carlton?
Yes. You were very fond of that boy, weren't you?
But of course, he was a darling boy.
Your affection for him was so great that you have even forgiven the mistakes he made.
Yes.
You have sheltered him here in the past when he's come to you in trouble, haven't you?
I have. He needed my help.
And now you're giving him that help again.
Yes.
is he now? Where is Everett Carlton, Mrs. Labarge?
I not know.
But you heard from him. You know that he's near.
Oui, but I do not know where.
Then it's Emile who knows his hiding place, is that it?
Emile? Oui, Emile, no.
And where can Emile be found?
At his shack.
Where is that?
In the bayous, the point where two rivers meet.
Are you certain that you're telling me the truth?
Yes. Steady. What is wrong? Wait. Oh, you sent someone in this room, Miss Farley. But speaking at someone.
Yes, she sees me, Mrs. Labarge.
Ah, then you are not a voice. You are human. A flesh and blood being who has tricked me into revealing forbidden secrets.
I did not employ any tricks, Mrs. Labarge.
If I could see you, I would kill you or slash you to pieces.
Just as your Everett Carlton might do, as he has done in the name of Slasher Evans.
I not know what you mean. None of what I told you before was true. Do you hear none of it?
There is only one way to prove that, Mrs. Labarge.
How?
By paying a visit to the shack of Emile Blondeau. Quietly, Margot. Our friend Emile mustn't hear us approach.
I know. Do you think Mrs. Labarge could have warned Emile about coming?
She hasn't had time, Margot.
Gosh, doesn't it ever stop raining in this country?
Well, those trees are so heavy overhead. It could have stopped 4 days ago, and they'd still be dripping.
What was that?
Some sort of wild animal. Bayous are full of them. And that includes the human variety.
Oh, that's nice to know.
Oh, look, Margot. That must be the shack there.
That mass of tumble-down boards?
Yes. You'd better wait here for me.
Why?
I don't particularly trust our friend Emile. He was a killer even before that bullet lodged in his brain. Now with his mind warped, there's no telling what he might do.
Well, I'd still rather go with you, Lamont, and wait alone here in this desolate place.
All right, very well. Come along, then. Our best approach is to enter quickly and surprise him.
Yes, all right.
Okay. Let's go. Just a moment. Stay where you are. Now, don't be alarmed. We're not going to harm you. We're your friends.
Yes, we've come to help you. We were sent here by Mrs. Labarge.
You remember us, don't you? We were present last night when you delivered that note to Mrs. Labarge. We are aware of the contents of that note. We've come in answer to it. Is the slasher in trouble? Is something wrong with him? Just nod your head, yes or no.
That nod must mean yes.
Is he sick? Very sick? Then you must take us to him at once. Can you do that? Good. Come along, Margot. Our long trail is nearing an end.
Come on. Have you any idea where this is taking us?
No. We'll just have to put our trust in Emile.
Do you suppose that he really is leading us to the Slasher's hideout?
There's no way of telling.
We're practically at his mercy at this point, aren't we?
Yes. We just have to hope that he believed our story.
Well, why do you keep looking behind you?
To keep an eye on Emile. A bullet in the back could be most uncomfortable.
You think he might try to kill us?
I'm not taking any chances.
How can you even see in this choking mist?
He knows his country very well.
Look, Lamont, how the mist hangs on the trees like a white shroud. Oh, it gives me the creeps.
That won't bother you much longer, Margot.
Why, do you think we're getting out of it?
No, but you won't see it. It'll soon be night.
Oh, that's worse.
Say, he's stopping the boat. We must be getting...
Look, Lamont, right ahead. A tiny shack standing on sill.
Yes. I guess we've reached our destination. Hey, grab hold of that dock, Margot.
All right.
Oh, look. Emile is motioning for us to get out. Yeah. Give me a hand, Margot.
Yeah.
There we are. That's it. Now, Emile, will you lead the way?
Lamont, I don't like that grin on his face. Look. You see? There's someone lying on that cot.
Yes.
Is he sleeping?
I don't know. There's a candle on that table. Would you light it, Margot? I want to keep my eye on our two friends.
Yes, all right. Here you are.
Thank you.
The eyes are closed. His face is chalk white. Well, Lamont, do you suppose we're too late?
No, he's still breathing. Look at the face, Margot. It's Carlton, all right. Or I should say Slasher Evans. Same nose, same broad forehead. Except for that long scar on his face and the red beard, this man could almost be John Carlton himself.
Look, he's stirring. His eye do.
Hey, what is this? Stay where you are, Sasha. Who are you? How'd you get here? Oh, so this is your work, Emil. You brought him here. You're giving away my name, my hiding place. Well, nobody's going to get me.
Look out, Lamont. We've got him, Neil.
Give me that gun. And I've been free in life, and I'm going to be free in death.
Oh, the candle. He's knocked it over.
Sasha, you'll never get me. Never.
Look, he's running out the door.
Come back here, Evans. Try and get me. Come on, Margot. He's not getting away.
There he is, running along the bank of the river.
Yes. You might as well give up, Sasha. You're not going to lose us.
Look out, Lamont. He's going to shoot.
Margot, down quickly. You can play your game, Slasher. Yeah, well, no bullet of yours will ever get me.
Lamont, he's putting the gun to his head. He's going to shoot himself.
Slasher!
Oh.
It was his only way out, Margot. His body's fallen into the river. So I guess our job is done. That's the end of Slasher Evans.
I'm very glad for you, Miss Lane and Commissioner Weston, for coming here to my apartment with your information about Slasher Evans.
That's all right, Mr. Carlton. Incidentally, Lamont will be here in a few minutes.
Oh, so the old boy's late again, huh?
I hope he's not too tardy, Commissioner. I'm very anxious to hear more about his encounter with my brother.
Well, I'll let Lamont tell you that when he arrives.
But you're sure that he's dead?
Oh, yes.
Well, did you hear that, Commissioner? I guess that's proof enough that you've heard the last of Slasher Evans. What was that?
Shadow.
Yes. The Shadow.
Why are you here?
I am here, Commissioner, to contradict a statement that was just made by that young woman.
What do you mean?
I mean that Slasher Evans is not dead.
Not dead?
He is very much alive.
What?
Yes. He's in this city. In fact, Commissioner, he's in this very room.
Who is speaking? Where is his voice coming from?
I am the Shadow, Mr. Carlton. And I'm quite sure that you've heard of me.
How?
From your fellow criminals.
What are you driving at, Shadow?
I'm trying to tell you, Commissioner, that this man is Slasher Evans.
That's ridiculous.
Not at all, Mr. Carlton. Or I should say, Slasher. I've investigated you quite thoroughly, and I learned some very interesting facts.
Yes, what were they?
I've been in touch with the authorities in Trinidad, Mr. Carlton's residence, and they told me that he had been away for 5 years, had just returned recently. That was the length of your stay in prison, wasn't it, Slasher?
Don't be fooled by this voice, Commissioner.
Quiet, Go on, Shadow.
I've also inquired into your financial background. And I found that although you have no means of support, no income, you still have lived lavishly.
But why, if he's the Slasher, did he send us on his own trail?
Because he wanted it that way. He left an easy trail leading to the Slasher's hideout so that someone could bring back definite proof that he was dead.
Yes. Yes, that could have been his plan.
You see, with the Slasher legally dead, John Carlton can live respectably for the rest of his life. Or at least until the money that he gained by his criminal activities is gone.
But how could he be here and in Louisiana at the same time?
It takes very little time for a plane to reach Louisiana, Commissioner. And it took very little theatrical makeup to change his face and fool this young woman and her companion.
You're pretty smart, aren't you, Mr. Shadow? But not quite smart enough.
Look out, Margot.
Let go of me.
Take your hands off that girl, Slasher.
This dame is going to be my ace in the hole, see? She's going to be my shield till I get out of here.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'll get away.
This ought to persuade you not to, sister.
Put away that knife.
Yeah, I think you know what that means, Commissioner. I warned you a long time ago that the Slasher always uses this blade when he's cornered.
Well, you're not using it on me.
Listen, sister, I usually just slash my victim's face. But if you don't do as I say, I'm going to change my technique for you and bury this blade in your heart.
No.
What happened to the Shadow? Where's all his talk now? I thought he was jealous. The minute I flashed this knife, he stepped out of the picture, didn't you, Shadow? He ain't even here.
Now listen to me, Slasher.
You listen to me. I'm getting out of here, see? And if you make one move in my direction, I'll slash this dame to bits.
You wouldn't dare.
No.
Here goes.
No, you don't.
Hey, let go of my hand. Let go.
Drop that knife, Slasher. Drop it. There.
Stand where you are, Slasher.
Stand where I am, eh?
Running out of the church. Darling, Weston.
Well, that's the way he wanted it. Yes, Commissioner. And I think you can write a finish to the career of Slasher Evans. The man who lived twice failed in his third attempt.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Once again, we bring you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Phantom Voyage.
Oh, now look at that line, Lamont. Something stole the bait again.
Yes.
I'll show them. Came out here to get a fish, and I'm not leaving until I do. I don't care if it takes me into
Margot, I'm afraid I'm going to spoil your resolution.
Why, Lamont?
Take a look at those clouds over there.
Hmm?
There's a good storm in those babies. We better be heading for shore before it hits us.
Oh, Lamont, those clouds are miles away.
These Florida storms are very deceptive, Margot. We're still a couple of miles offshore.
All right.
Now, let's see. If you'll take in those lines, I'll start the engine.
Okay. If I were you, Lamont, I'd certainly go to the man who rented us this launch and get your money back. He guaranteed we'd have a boatload of fish, didn't he?
Yeah. He also guaranteed this motor would run.
What's the matter? Trouble, Lamont?
It just won't start.
That's nice.
Yeah. Waves are beginning to kick up a bit. You'd better come here and hold this wheel, Margot, while I try to start this thing.
All right. Say, Lamont, look where those clouds are now. They're almost overhead.
Yes, I told you they travel fast. Why doesn't this thing start?
Lamont? Say, Lamont, those waves are getting so high.
Yes, I see.
Wheel's getting awfully hard to hold.
I guess I've got to let this engine go for now.
Lamont, I can't hold it much longer.
All right, let me have the wheel. There.
Well, what can we do?
Hold on tightly, Margot.
This is a regular hurricane.
Yes. All I hope is that I can head the boat into those waves and keep it from being capsized. Margot, I'm going to make another attempt to get that motor working.
Yes, all right.
You've got to hold onto this wheel alone for a few moments, with all your strength.
All right, I'll try.
Good luck, Margot.
Good luck to you, Lamont. Ray, you did it.
Oh, at last.
Oh.
All right, give me that wheel. We have a 50-50 chance for safety. Well, Margot, at least we've weathered the storm.
Yes, thank heaven.
But in its place, we have an even greater menace. This blinding fog.
Have you any idea where we are, Lamont?
No, none at all. Fortunately, we have no compass.
The storm could have blown us way out to sea.
Yes, or we might even be a few hundred feet from shore. No telling until this fog lifts.
Well, I'm certainly glad I thought to bring that lunch basket. At least we have food.
Well, sorry to disappoint you, Margot. Your basket was washed overboard.
Oh, Lamont.
Margot, listen.
What is it?
I thought I heard a foghorn. Hey, did you hear that?
Yes. Yes, do you suppose we're near a lighthouse?
Either that or a passing ship. It must be a ship, Margot. The sound is moving closer.
Can you see anything yet?
No. It's very close, though. We better keep watch
Lamont,
out.
look. Right ahead of us.
The prow of a ship. She's bearing right down on us.
Lamont, they don't see us. They'll hit us.
Yank this wheel. I think we can clear them.
Phew. It was a close shave.
Yes. Well, let's get their attention before they pass by. Hello! Hello!
Stop! Please stop!
Hello up there!
They're passing us by. They don't even see us.
Ahoy there!
Oh, Lamont.
Well, did you hear that? That whistle, Margot? That's a signal to stop. They've heard us.
Oh, really? Oh, that's wonderful.
We're saved, Margot. We're saved.
All right, hold tight to that ladder. That's it. Yeah, let me give you a hand, miss.
All right. Thank you.
There you are. Now, you, sir.
Thanks. I guess I can make it.
Okay.
Yeah, there we are. Well, I'm certainly grateful to you for picking us up.
Oh, that's okay. I was on the bridge when you called out. I wasn't sure I heard a voice, so I signaled the engine room to stop.
For which we're completely thankful.
Indeed we are. Now, I wonder if you
What's going on here? Who ordered this ship stopped? Who are these people?
Well, they were adrift in a small boat, sir. They called for help, so I signaled the engine room.
Oh!
You take orders on this shop. Not give them.
Now, see here, this man was...
I'll get to you later, brother. I'll go to your quarters, Markham. Come on, get up and get going.
Yes, sir.
May I inquire just who you are?
Yeah, I'm first mate.
Well, you weren't justified in hitting that man. He stopped this ship to save our lives. Don't you understand that?
Yeah, I understand it. That's why I hit him.
Oh, I see. Well, you'd better take us to your captain at once.
The captain's busy.
Nevertheless, we wish to see him.
The captain ain't seeing nobody.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Now get this, both of you. You wasn't invited here, see? If I'd been on the bridge, we'd never have stopped. But as long as you're here, you do as I say. You know that much about the sea, don't you? On shipboard, you take orders from them that's in command.
I'm aware of that tradition, and we'll respect it. However, as long as we can't see your captain, and as we don't seem to be welcome, I'd like to use your wireless, if I may, so that we can be taken off here at once.
We ain't got a wireless.
Why, that's unheard of. Every ship today has a wireless.
Well, we ain't.
What's your destination? Where are you bound for?
I wouldn't be knowing.
Well, can you even tell us the ship's name?
No. Now, listen, save all your questions for the captain. I ain't answering any more.
Well, then why don't you take us to the captain?
I already told you he was busy. Now, look, you're wasting my time. Come along with me, both of you. I'm putting you below deck till the captain's ready to see you.
And when will that be?
I couldn't tell you. It might be a long, long time. Come on. All right, go ahead in. And remember, you wait in this cabin till I come for you, see?
Yes, you've made that quite clear.
Okay.
Lamont, he's locking us in here.
Yes, I expected he would.
But why has he treated us like this? What's this all about?
I don't know, Margot. I'm completely baffled. One thing is certain, though. Something is going on aboard this ship that they don't want us to see or know about.
But what is it?
We'll have to find that out.
Why wouldn't he even tell us the ship's name?
That's all part of it, Margot. While we were on deck, I looked at the lifeboats and the life preservers. The name of the ship was painted out on both of them.
Oh, Lamont, I almost wish we were back in the small boat.
No, Margot. You mustn't allow yourself to...
There's someone at the door.
Yes.
Oh, do you suppose it's...
Wait. The door's being unlocked. Stand behind me, Margot.
May I come in?
Why, yes.
Thank you.
What do you want?
Visitors we seldom see, so I have come to call on thee.
Oh?
I have no rank. I'm just plain me, a grizzled old sailor who follows the sea.
Well, we appreciate your call.
Yes. I warn you, though, you made a slip in ever coming aboard this ship.
Why? Why do you say that? Why is there such an air of mystery surrounding this boat?
Captains once and captains twice. aboard the ship of evil and vice?
Oh, what does he mean? What is he trying to say?
I don't know. Look, old man, stop using your cryptic rhymes, will you? Tell us what this is all about.
Oh, I can tell no more.
Well, why not?
If I told more, you'd find my bones beneath the sea with Davy Jones.
Oh, nonsense. Did someone send you here to frighten us? Well, if they did, I'll tell you now that you...
Parker, what are you doing here?
Why,
You crazy old fool, what have you told?
Oh, I've told much. I have told nothing.
Get out of here.
Now, wait a minute. That old man told us nothing at all.
I'll find out for myself. Come on, you.
No, please,
Lamont, what's he doing to him?
We're going to find out right now, Margot.
We can't get out of here. The door's locked.
I believe I can solve that little hazard. This skeleton key should do the trick.
What about the mace? He ordered us to stay in here.
I love to disobey orders, Margot. Yeah, there we are. Come along.
Why, they're gone.
Yeah, so it seems. But, Margot, I'm going to find out what this is all about. Come out on deck, Margot. There's no one in sight.
Why is that bell ringing, Lamont?
That's a fog warning. It's probably a seaman ringing it.
What are you going to do?
Let's go forward and talk to the sailor who's standing watch by the bell. Perhaps we can learn something from him. There's the bell, right up.
Lamont! Look. Do you see what I...
Yes. There's someone hanging from the bell rope.
Oh.
It's the old seaman who's spoken rhymes, Margot.
Oh, Lamont.
Come on. We're going to the captain's quarters. I don't care how busy it is. He's going to see us now. Good evening. Are you the captain of the ship?
That is right, sir.
I think you should know that one of your seamen has been hung by the neck from the ship's bell rope.
What?
Yes, that's true. Come and see for yourself.
Of course. When did you discover this?
A moment ago. The victim was an old seaman who came to see us below deck.
There's the bell right ahead, and there's the... Lamont. He's gone.
What?
The body's gone.
I don't understand. Only a moment ago we...
Is that your corpse over there? If it is, he's a pretty lively one.
But that man wasn't here before.
Do you mind if I check on that?
Well, no.
Carson.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been on this watch?
2 hours, sir.
Did you never leave your post?
No, sir. I've been ringing this bell steady, sir.
You don't believe us, do you, Captain?
Well, you could hardly expect me to believe.
I understand.
I presume you are the two people we picked up a while back?
That's right.
Why didn't you come directly to my cabin as I requested?
As you requested. But, Captain, we were told that you were too busy to...
Nonsense.
That's true, Captain. And we were also told that you had no wireless.
Where'd you get that idea? Of course we got a wireless. He's in need of repair right now, but we're picking up the missing parts when we reach port.
And when is that?
Tomorrow.
Captain, how do you explain the fact that your ship has no name?
No name? Well, certainly we got name. See there on that lifeboat? There's the name. It says Marshall. Where'd you get all these fantastic notions about my ship?
From your mate.
The big burly fellow with the mustache.
Well, he got no mate who answers to that description.
But you must have. He's the one who murdered the old seaman.
Now I thought we cleaned up that point.
Oh, yes. Yes, I forgot, Captain. You'll pardon me.
Certainly. I think I can understand your state of mind. Being adrift in that open boat has made you both. Well, shall I say, in need of a good rest?
Now, see here, Captain. There's nothing wrong with us.
The captain may be right, Margot. Perhaps we do need a rest.
Oh, some right. Now go below and turn in. Both of you. We'll talk these out in the morning.
Yes.
Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Thank you, Captain.
Oh, Lamont, do you really believe that we've been seeing things?
Not at all, Margot. All that we've encountered aboard this ship has been reality. A mysterious reality, to be sure, but one that is very intriguing to the shadow.
Well, Lamont, are you taking the captain's advice?
About turning in? No, Margot.
Say, what are you doing to that lifeboat?
I'm just examining the ship's name that's painted on here. And it may interest you to know, Margot, that the paint is still wet.
Then it was done recently.
Very recently. This accounts for my not having seen the name when I examined the boat before.
But, Lamont, why should they do all this shim-sham just for our benefit?
I don't think it is just for our benefit, Margot. When you change your ship's name, you do it to fool many people.
And you think that that's what's been done?
Yes.
But why?
Well, I think the answer to that can be found by paying a visit to the crew's quarters. That's always a good source of information.
Can I come with you?
No, Margot. You'd better return to the cabin and wait there for me. This is going to be a job for the Shadow.
Now, listen, Markham. You never get in no trouble by keeping quiet, see? But I tell you, I don't like what's going on aboard this ship.
Oh, you don't like what's going on aboard this ship? Now, ain't that too bad? Now, listen, Bud. You signed down here as a seaman. And a seaman does as he's told.
But I didn't know what it was going to be like. I didn't know. You ain't supposed to know. As long as you're getting paid, you should keep your mouth shut and mind your own business. Hey, what was that?
Why do you counsel this man to keep his mouth shut, gentlemen?
Who's that talking? Where's that voice coming from?
This voice comes from the Shadow.
Shadow? Hey, I heard of you.
Then you must know why I'm here. I'm seeking truth, gentlemen. Truth about this ship.
What about it?
Why does everyone behave so mysteriously aboard this vessel? What are they trying to conceal?
We don't know what you mean.
Why were you cautioning that young man to keep quiet?
That's none of your business, Shadow.
You're wrong. It is my business. And I intend to get an answer to my question.
Not from us, you won't.
How about you, young man? Are you going to remain silent, too?
Yes, he is. Now, wait a minute. Shut up, Markham.
Why don't you let him talk? Are you afraid? Afraid of what he'll reveal?
None of us are talking, sir.
How about that, Markham? Are you going to let them silence you, are you?
No.
Then tell me. Tell me what you know.
All right, I will. Keep quiet, Markham. No, I won't. I'll tell you what's wrong with this ship, Markham. It's the cargo we're carrying, Mr. Shadow. A cargo that's so unbelievable that we... Go! I don't think you'll do much talking for a while, Shadow.
That was a foolish thing to do, gentlemen. You haven't stopped me by silencing him. I'll get my information by inspecting the cargo myself.
I believe that this passageway leads to the ship's hold, Margot.
What'll we do if someone sees us, Lamont?
Well, we'll face that when it happens. Yeah, that looks like the hatchway right ahead of us.
What do you suppose this mysterious cargo can see?
Shh, Margot. Listen a moment. Do you hear that?
Yes.
That noise is coming from the hold beneath us.
Lamont, it sounds almost human.
I know.
I've heard a sound like that just once before. In a hospital after an accident had occurred. When all the injured were crowded into a little room waiting for care.
I know what you mean. Well, there's only one way. Margot, someone's coming out of that cabin at the end of the corridor.
I've given you a half hour. Just one more half hour to make up your mind. Understand?
The mate.
Yes.
I'll be back then.
Don't move, Margot.
That was a close one.
Margot, I wonder who's in that cabin. Who was being warned?
Well, why don't we find out?
We're going to. Come along. We can't risk knocking. We'll just have to open the door quietly.
Who's there?
Close the door, Margot, quickly.
Why don't you leave me alone? Can't you stop torturing me?
We're not here to torture you, sir.
No, that couldn't be.
Why are you in this room? Who are you?
Who am I? I'm the captain of this ship. Everyone knows that.
The captain?
Yes, I've been kept blindfolded and in chains down in this hole for days.
But we met someone else who called himself the captain.
He's an imposter. That man who called himself the captain was formerly my first mate.
But what happened? Why are you here?
I'm here because I'm a prisoner. Prisoner aboard my own vessel.
Well, how did this happen?
I signed on 2 new mates for this voyage. They overpowered me one night and took over.
But what about your crew?
They knew nothing about it. Those men told them I was ill, and they put into port. I don't know where, and they took aboard a new crew and a new cargo.
Oh, I see. And, what is the cargo?
I don't know. But it's something outside the law, I can tell you that. My captors have offered to reveal it to me if I'll join them.
Is that why you were threatened just now? For not joining them?
Yes. They've given me a half hour to change my mind. If I remain firm, I'll be killed.
So, they're approaching a showdown, eh?
Yes.
That means we must be nearing port.
Who are you? How did you get here?
We were adrift at sea in a small launch. We were picked up when a member of the crew saw us.
That's bad. You'll both be in the way. They'll dispose of you, too.
Why?
Because these men will stop at nothing. Murder is their business.
Don't wish to alarm you, young lady, but you're in danger. Great danger, both of you.
He's right, Margot. We've already seen evidence of their murderous work.
Yes, and what can we do, Lamont? How can we stop them?
Let me think. If only the wireless aboard the ship worked, we could radio for help.
The wireless is working. I know it is.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Where's it located?
It's on the upper deck near the captain's quarters.
Well, we must get there at once. Now, don't give up hope, Captain. We still have half an hour, and a lot can be done in that time. Margot, I want you to stay outside this door and keep watch. I'm going in and send for a call of help.
All right.
Warn me if anyone approaches.
I will. Good luck, Lamont.
Now then, wait. Say, who are you? What are you doing here?
I've come here to send a message.
Oh, yeah? Well, you're in the wrong place.
I don't think I am.
Keep away from that key. Keep away, do you hear?
I'm sorry, old man, but I've got to get this message through. I hope someone picks this up. I hope somebody hears it. Margot!
Go of me. Let go.
Take your hands off that girl.
Lamont, look out behind you. The mate. Oh.
Good work, mate. That takes care of him.
Oh, Lamont. Lamont.
A long time before he answers you, sister.
What'll I do with this guy, Cap?
Throw him overboard.
No,
Shut
no.
up, sister. You're coming along with me. You and your now departed friend have such a great curiosity about our cargo, sister. I'm going to let you take a look at it. You just lift up this hatch. Yeah, Jar. Take a look. How'd you like to join us?
Oh.
Ah. That's human cargo. Pays good, too.
I don't understand.
Those are natives of various West Indian islands. They pay for the privilege of being smuggled into the United States.
Oh, what a fiendish business.
Not at all. It's quite legitimate. You see, I break no laws because, unfortunately, they never reach their destination.
What do you mean?
Well, in the past, when I've carried cargoes like this, always there seems to be a series of accidents as the men are being lowered into small boats. Accidents which resulted in the entire lot being drowned.
I took care of your little job, Cap.
What does he mean?
I mean, girlie, that I ordered 2 members of the crew to throw your boyfriend to the sharks.
No, I don't believe you.
Well, it's true.
Why, you... I'll kill you both of you.
Trevor, as long as she misses that guy so much, we'll take her up and let her join us.
Keep away from me.
Come on, sister.
Stop. Keep away from that girl.
Hey, what was that?
Thank heaven.
Stay where you are, both of you.
Who's speaking? I don't see no one.
I'm called the Shadow, gentlemen. Don't bother to look for me. I am never seen.
What are you doing here?
I've come to protect this girl and turn you over to the proper authorities.
That's a laugh, Protector. You haven't even got nerve enough to show yourself.
I don't have to show myself. I'm quite able to deal with you with words.
What does he mean?
I mean that I know all about you, both of you. And I intend to put a stop to your dealing in human souls.
Yeah? And how did you think you can do that?
You'll learn very soon.
I've had enough of this talk. Mate, close that hatchway quickly.
Aye, sir.
I'll get the other hatch. Now, Mr. Shadow, we'll see just how clever you are.
What do you mean?
We're all locked in these short corridors. Although we can't see you, I know you must be of flesh and blood. And just to prove that statement, I'm going to rake this corridor with bullets till I hit my target.
No, you mustn't.
That scares you, sister? And I guess it scares the Shadow, too.
No, it doesn't. But I must compliment you on your cleverness. It's an excellent scheme, except for one thing.
Yeah? What's that?
It'll never work while I have your gun. Now stand against the wall, both of you.
What was that?
I have an idea that it came from a gun aboard a United States Coast Guard cutter.
What?
They're responding to a wireless call for help. And I imagine they'll be very interested in both of you. Both you and your cargo.
You see, Margot, I regained consciousness just before the 2 crewmen reached me, and as the Shadow, I eluded them.
Oh, Lamont, I thought surely they'd thrown you overboard.
Well, I fooled you.
Yeah, thank heaven. What's going to happen to those 2 men?
They've been arraigned and charged with every crime in the book of maritime law. Their career of crime is ended, Margot.
And the people they carried in the hold?
Well, they were sent back to their native islands. Poor deluded fools. Their attempt to enter this country illegally almost sent them to the bottom of the sea.
Don't you mention the sea to me again for a long time, Lamont. For the next year, I'll want a 2-man bodyguard before I even eat a clam chowder.
As you sow evil, so shall you reap evil. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week by the Blue Coal Dealers of America. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Before the Shadow starts today's adventure, time out for a little memory test. How many of you remember this old rhyme? The north wind doth blow, and we shall have snow. And what will you householders do then? Well, if you're wise, you'll be prepared for that emergency with a bin filled with blue coal. For blue coal gives you clean, radiant warmth that's not to be sneezed at. Yes, there's less chance of head colds and chest colds alike when your home is healthfully, evenly heated with blue coal. Phone your neighborhood dealer tomorrow. He'll show you the easy, economical way to heat your home. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Chess Club Murder.
Shrevey, will you drop me off at the Black Rook Chess Club and then drive Miss Lane home?
Chess Club, Miss Lane, home, Oh, sure, Miss Cranston.
Well, why the hurry to get to this club, Lamont?
I'm due there right now for a director's meeting, Margot.
Oh, Lamont, that's the dullest thing I've ever heard of. A director's meeting at a chess club.
Well, there's nothing dull about it. You see, there's quite a feud going on down there. They split the club wide open.
Oh, it sounds momentous. The trouble, dear, did someone try to change the color of the squares?
All right. Have your fun.
Well, what else could a chess club feud be about?
Well, it's a long story, Margot.
Hey, Mr. Cranston, hey.
Yeah, Shrevey?
Can you see that there new sign on the Evening Star building? Look at it. All the late news is spelled out by them moving electric lights.
Yes, I've seen it, Shrevey.
Yeah. Ain't science fantastical, huh?
It certainly is. Oh, by the way, Margot, that innovation is the work of Raymond Packer, the publisher of the Star.
Oh.
He's one of my opponents in the chess club feud. He's the leader of the faction that wants to...
Look. Huh? That sign is spelling out something about the chess club.
What? Why, so it is. Slow down, Shrevey.
Yes, sir.
Judge Harold Walker, president of the Black Rook Chess Club, was just this minute found in the library of the club, murdered. Shrevey, take me to the chess club at once.
Lamont, will you tell me why such an exclusive club is quartered in that dilapidated building?
Well, the founders started the club way down here by the waterfront years ago when they and their careers were younger.
Well, why haven't they ever moved?
For sentimental reasons. That's one of the currents of friction that started the feud. The younger element wants a new, modern clubhouse.
Oh, I don't blame them.
In here, Margot.
All right.
Well, I guess the elevator's upstairs. Have to ring for it.
Is that little wire cage an elevator shaft?
Yes.
It looks like one of those cash carriers they used to have in department stores.
All right. Here he comes.
Who runs it? Diamond Jim Brady?
No, Margot. And Lillian Russell is not our hat check girl.
Where's that dog?
Probably in the elevator. It belongs to old Andy, the operator.
Evening, Mr. Cranston.
Evening, Andy. Hello there, Blackie. How are you?
Blackie, quiet. It's all right, man. He won't harm you.
Well,
He's just not very friendly with strangers, Margot.
I suppose you've heard about what happened, Mr. Cranston.
Yes, I have, Andy. Is Commissioner Western upstairs?
No, sir. The police haven't arrived yet. You see, the body was just found a few minutes ago.
But how did the news get out? We read a bulletin reporting the murder on that new sign on the store building.
Aye. That was Mr. Packett's work, ma'am.
Well, how did Raymond Packett get the news out so fast?
From his office upstairs in the club. He has a newfangled machine there that sends news right onto that sign.
Oh, I see. Go ahead into the elevator, Margot.
Quiet, Blackie.
Oh, Andy, do they know who killed the judge?
No, sir. And I don't think they ever will.
Well, why do you say that?
There are many who hated Judge Walker, and many like me who are glad that he's dead.
Well, I wouldn't talk that way to the police if I were you, Andy. They might misunderstand.
They can't pin anything on me. Watch your step, Mr. Cranston.
What do you mean, Andy?
I mean getting out of the elevator.
Cranston.
Oh, hello, Packer. You know Miss Lane?
Oh, yes. How are you?
How do you do?
Where's the body?
In the library. Dr. Latham, the medical examiner, was in the club and the judge was found dead. He's in there with him now.
Who discovered the murder?
Robert Dowd. He found the judge seated in his usual chair. A bullet had pierced his temple. Obviously, the killer used a silencer.
Oh. Have you seen the corpse?
Why, sure. I even took pictures.
That was very ethical.
Now, listen, Cranston, as owner of the Star Bulletin, I'm a newspaper man first, last, and always. Even though this is my club, my work is my first consideration.
Where's Robert Dowd now?
In my office. Say, you haven't seen my new setup here, have you?
You mean this news machine of yours?
Yes. Come on, here, take a look at it. Have you met Robert Dowd, Miss Lane?
No, how do you do?
How do you do? Hello, Mr. Dowd.
How do you do, Mr. Cranston?
Yeah, now take a look at the setup. A wire service from all the leading news agencies, a stock ticker, and my pride and joy, the news machines.
Well, it looks like a large typewriter.
Well, that's the baby I scooped the town with on the murder story. I typed it directly onto the news belt that encircles my building.
Remarkable. Mr. Dowd, I understand you discovered Judge Walker's body.
Yes, that's right.
Do you know when he was last seen alive?
Yes, about an hour ago. He'd been playing chess with John Lord.
Oh, I see. Is Lord still in the club?
I believe he is.
He's not only in the club, but tomorrow morning he's going to be on the front page of my newspaper as well. Listen to my story for the morning edition. I just dictated it into this machine.
According to a statement made last night by Commissioner Weston, John Lord, who was the last person to see Judge Walker alive, will be held for questioning by the police.
Well, there you are.
Packer, you can't print a story like that.
Why not, Mr. Dowd?
It's unfair. The commissioner hasn't even arrived here yet.
Why, everyone in this club knows that Judge Walker and John Lord cordially hated each other, even though they still met over a chessboard.
Does that justify your printing an accusation like that?
It's news, isn't it?
Packer, are you going to crucify an old man just for an exclusive story?
Listen, I'm convinced that John Lord knows all about Judge Walker's death.
Excuse me.
Oh, hello, Dr. Latham. Have you finished examining Judge Walker?
Yes. Packer, what were you just saying about John Lord?
I believe, Dr. Latham, that he's implicated in Judge Walker's death.
But I'm afraid you're wrong.
What do you mean, Doctor?
John Lord was just found dead. Stabbed through the heart.
Well, that was a highly informative session, Lamont.
Yes.
2 men murdered, and any one of 50 club members could have committed the crime.
Make that 51, Margot.
Why? What do you mean?
Old Andy, the elevator man, is eligible for that list.
Well, Lamont, do you seriously suspect old Andy of being the murderer?
I can't answer that, Margot, until later on this evening.
What's going to happen then?
I'm planning to pay a call on the old man. I shall visit him as the Shadow.
Blackie, what's the matter, boy? What is it? Why are you growling? Be quiet, Blackie. What was that? Who laughed?
I think you've heard of me, old man.
Who's speaking? I can't see anyone.
I am called the Shadow.
The Shadow? The man who's invisible?
That's right.
What are you doing here? Why have you come to see me?
I'm seeking information. Information about the men who were murdered in the club upstairs.
Why have you come to me?
Because I believe that you were implicated in the crime.
No, that's not true.
You didn't like Judge Walker, did you?
No, I didn't. Judge Walker tried many times to have me discharged from my job. It was always bothering me. Yes. I'd willingly have killed him if I'd had the nerve. But I didn't do it.
Do you think the police would believe that story?
No. I guess not. But if I were the murderer, do you think I'd have taken John Lord's life, too? He was a fine man. A friend of mine.
There's no way of proving that friendship now.
Look, Mr. Shadow, if you'll only believe me, perhaps I can be of help.
How?
You've heard the expression, dead men tell no tales.
Yes?
Well, dead men do tell tales, Mr. Shadow. There's something in Judge Walker's past that proves this saying.
What do you mean?
I can't tell anymore. It's up to you to learn the answer.
See here, old man. If you're talking in riddles just to divert suspicion from yourself, you're making a great mistake. I'm warning you right now. In due time, the murderer of Judge Walker and John Lord will be brought to justice by the Shadow.
More from the Shadow in just a moment. But first, remember the old saying, an apple a day keeps the doctor away? Well, nowadays, there's a new saying. The blue coal way keeps the doctor away. And that's not the least bit surprising either. For blue coal is America's finest hard coal, specially prepared for low-cost, convenient home heating. It distributes a steady flow of uniform, healthful heat from cellar to attic. Yes, an even-burning, long-lasting blue coal fire in your furnace is your best safeguard against winter colds caused by drafty floors and chilly, underheated rooms. So keep the doctor away the blue coal way. And when you phone in your order, be sure to ask your dealer about a blue coal heat regulator. He'll be happy to give you a free demonstration of this efficient, modern thermostat that opens and closes dampers automatically and saves you money by saving fuel. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal. Consider health, economy, and comfort. Phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow. And now, we return to our drama.
We'll stay in the shadow of this hedge until we reach the house, Margot.
Is there anyone living here now, Lamont?
I don't believe so. Judge Walker had no family. He lives here alone.
What if there's a watchman?
And we'll chance that.
What is it you're looking for here, Lamont?
I haven't the slightest idea, Margot. This whole thing may be a wild goose chase.
Then we're here because old Andy remarked that you should look for something in Judge Walker's past.
Exactly. And that's quite an assignment, believe me.
Well, Lamont, do you know anything about the house?
Well, yes, I've been here several times. I'm looking for the judge's study. That's where he kept all his private papers.
But if you don't...
Shh, quiet, Margot.
What's wrong?
Look, inside the room. There's someone there. See the beams of a flashlight?
Yes.
You'd better wait out here, Margot. I'm going inside and confront our fellow marauder as the Shadow.
Yes, this is it. Who's that? Who put on those lights?
I did, Mr. Packer.
Oh, where are you? I don't see any. Oh, I believe I know who is here. It's the Shadow, isn't it?
That's correct, Mr. Packer.
I had a hunch you'd bust in on this case.
Just what are you holding behind your back, Packer?
Why, it's just a book, that's all.
A book? May I see it, please?
Why? What interest would you have in it?
The same interest that you have, Packer. I believe that we came here seeking the same objective. And that objective can only be that book. Why is it so precious to you?
It's just a book that I've wanted to read.
So you came here in the middle of the night to the house of a murdered man to borrow it. Is that it?
Yes. That's my story. Can you think of a better one?
A much better one. One that implicates you in the murders of Judge Walker and John Lord.
Oh, no. You're shooting in the dark now, Shadow.
Then how else can you explain your presence here?
Line of duty. I'm a newspaperman, you know.
Yes, and I also know that you stop at nothing to manufacture a good story, even murder.
You'd have a tough job proving that.
Yes, but perhaps possessing that book would help.
Now, wait a minute. You can't have that.
No, but I do have it, Mr. Packer, and I intend to keep it.
I see. You think you're pretty clever, don't you, Shadow? Well, let me put you straight on one thing.
What's that?
I didn't kill Judge Walker or John Lord either, but I'm going to beat you at your own game. I'm going to discover their murderer before you do, and when I do, I'll tell my readers just who I outwitted to get the story. Yes. Good night, Mr. Shadow.
You'll have to work fast, Packer, very fast.
Margot. Margot, are you out there?
Yes, what is it, Lamont?
I think I've discovered our clue.
What is it?
This book. I'll hand it down to you.
All right. Murder on a Bet by Harold Walker.
That's Judge Walker, Margot. He wrote this book many years ago.
What is it about?
A mystery novel, I suppose. There's no tying it in with the judge's death until we read its contents. One thing, though, old Andy may have been telling the truth when he said, dead men do tell tales. Andy, is Mr. Packer in his office?
Aye, he's busy working. Here we are.
Thank you, Andy.
Good evening, Mr. Cranston.
Oh, good evening, Dr. Latham.
Looking for a game?
No, thanks. I'm here to see Raymond Packer.
Oh, he's in his office. I heard him talking into the dictaphone a while back.
Oh? Anything turn up on the murders, Doctor? Has the commissioner discovered any clues?
No, I'm afraid not. You know, as medical examiner, I've been on many murder cases, and usually the killer makes one mistake that gives him away. This chap seems to evolve the perfect crime.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Doctor. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to see Packer. It sounds like Packer's still hard at work. Perhaps I'd better... Listen, Dr. Latham. Isn't he repeating the same phrase over and over?
Yes, sounds that way.
That isn't Packer at all. It's his dictaphone machine.
What can be wrong?
I don't know, but I think we should find out. Packer! Good heavens.
Slumped over the desk.
Packer! Packer!
I'm afraid he's dead, Mr. Cranston.
Yes, a stab wound through the heart, the same way John Lord was killed.
And no sign of the killer's weapon.
Wait, Dr. Latham. I have an idea. That machine, that dictaphone, he must have been speaking into it just before he died.
Yes.
Let's play the record back. It may contain a clue.
You're right.
Here, now let's see. I wonder... Here's a cut right here.
While the police have been fruitlessly combing the town for the perpetrator of the double murder at the chess club, your editor has uncovered a clue that should lead to the solving of the crime. Here it is. I advise the police to learn the nature of the bet between Robert Dowd and... The bet between Robert Dowd and...
I wonder who the other person was. The one he was about to mention.
Yes.
I have a feeling, Dr. Latham, that the unnamed person is the murderer.
How about Robert Dowd?
He's mixed up in it, too. I think it would be worth paying a call on him at once.
Yes, go ahead. I'll notify Weston. Good luck, Cranston.
Is Mr. Robert Dowd in his apartment, please?
I'll ring and find out. Oh, I just remembered. Of course he's in. Another caller just left there.
Oh? Well, thank you. Careful of your glass, Mr. Dowd.
Who's there? I see no one. Who are you?
I believe you might know me as the Shadow.
The Shadow. Yes. Yes, I know you. At least by reputation.
Then you know that I'm here to learn about the double murder at the chess club.
Why do you visit me?
Because you have been a party to those murders.
You're crazy.
Perhaps I should remind you of a certain bet that you made. Does that refresh your memory? Does it?
No.
A bet that employed human lives as its stake? I have proof of this cold-blooded wager, Mr. Dowd.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I see. You've been warned to remain silent. Perhaps by the caller who was just here.
I had no caller.
You're lying. Those 2 drinks on your desk. Your visitor's cigarette is still smoldering. This visitor was the man you made the wager with, wasn't he?
I'm not going to say a thing.
I'd advise you to change your mind on that score. Because you yourself may be the next victim.
You're just guessing. You don't know what you're saying.
I'll prove to you that I do. You made a bet with this person that he couldn't get away with murder.
This plan of murder that your friend followed was taken from a book that was written years ago by Judge Walker. A book called Murder on a Bet. So far, he's followed the storyline exactly. You didn't know this, did you?
No. No.
Well, for your information, Robert Dowd, the next chapter in this bloody volume is one not yet reenacted. But it deals with the killing of the man who wagered with the murderer. Now, will you admit that you made this bet?
Yes. Yes, I did make it. But when I made it, I never thought that you were serious. I thought it was a joke. Believe me, Then when the killing was started, I was afraid to tell the police. I was afraid that I would be...
Down. What's the matter?
My breath. I can't get my breath.
That drink of yours. Something's been put into it.
Yes, that must be it.
Your caller did that to silence you, Mr. Dowd, just as I said he would.
I can't breathe.
Who was this caller, Dowd? Tell me who the murderer is.
All right. He?
Yes? Dowd. He's dead.
Come on, Margot. Just one more flight to the chess club.
I wonder why Andy didn't answer the elevator buzzer.
That's what I want to find out.
Do you suppose another chapter in the book has been played?
I hope not. Here we are. All right. Come on in, Margot.
The lights are out.
Yes. Andy, where are you? Andy, why don't you... Margot, what happened?
I don't know. Say, what's that?
Someone's just thrown a very bright light in our eyes.
But who's holding the flashlight?
I can't see beyond the beam of light. Oh, wait a minute, Margot. There's a hand reaching out into the light.
Yes. It's holding out a piece of paper.
Well, I believe we're supposed to take it. Is that right? Is this a message for us to read?
He doesn't want to play with us, Lamont.
No. But he's obligingly putting it in my lap. What? Listen to this, Margot. Your captor, who is covering you both with a revolver, prefers to remain unknown for the present. Watch this paper carefully. It is chemically treated. In just a moment, it will burst into flames.
Lamont, that's like the paper they drop from warplanes to cause incendiary fires. What's the object in his using it?
Listen to the rest of this, you'll find out. At the moment this paper ignites, 100 such pieces of paper will ignite in the basement of this building. A few minutes after that, the building will be a roaring inferno.
Lamont, could such a thing happen?
Yes, I'm afraid so, Margot. Oh. A murderer's taking back his slip of paper.
Yes, and look. Look, it has burst into flames.
Yes. So now our situation is this. Downstairs at this very moment, the building has caught fire. Soon the smoke and flames will be swirling up the elevator shaft. And we're being held in Raymond Packer's office by a person who is not only our captor, but the perpetrator of the chess club murders. Isn't that right, murderer? Oh, won't you at least speak to us? Oh, I see. One tap is no, 2 taps yes. Is that right? Well, tell me, murderer, you are the man who bet you could get away with murder, aren't you? You wagered with Robert Dowd that no one could catch you if you decided to kill, right? You followed the pattern of Judge Walker's book, which, ironically enough, made him the first victim, and then you killed the others in the same pattern.
Who is he, Lamont? Do you know?
Yes, I believe I do. I believe that the murderer is Dr. Latham.
Excellent deduction, Mr. Cranston. Excellent. But you made your discovery too late.
Lamont, do you smell the smoke?
Yes. Fire's coming up the shaft.
The flames will soon reach this room. Your time is growing very short.
I see, Dr. Latham, that you have even chosen to reenact the final chapter. The killer's taking his own life in a burning building.
That's right.
Lamont, the smoke is choking me.
What are you writing on that typewriter, Cranston?
Just my ABCs, Doctor. Nervous habit of mine whenever I'm in a tight spot.
Well, stop it.
Oh, now, Doctor, you wouldn't begrudge a man who's about to die a little pleasure, would you?
Stop it, I say.
Oh, very well.
That's better. Now, how did you discover my identity, Cranston?
Well, old Andy gave me the first clue. He told me of overhearing a discussion of the book Murder on a Bet between you and Judge Walker.
I see. That was very careless of me. But old Andy has paid for his revelation.
What do you mean?
It was necessary for me to kill him, too.
Oh, you're mad, Doctor, mad.
I was just following the plan of the book.
And that's why you took Robert Dowd's life, too, eh?
Yes, Dowd was a very timid man. I was afraid he might welch on our wager.
Lamont, the smoke.
You haven't much longer to suffer, young lady. Soon we shall all be wrapped in flames.
You might be mistaken about that, Dr. Latham.
How?
You recall telling me here earlier this evening that a killer usually makes one mistake?
Yes, but I haven't.
You're wrong, Dr. Latham.
What do you mean?
You have made a mistake. A very simple mistake. As simple as ABC.
What are you talking about?
I'm referring to the ABCs that I wrote on this machine that you thought was a typewriter. But in reality, it's Raymond Packer's news machine.
No.
Yes. And your guild has been read by thousands of people on that sign on the Star Building.
What?
And now I'll take that gun, Doctor. There we are.
You think you'll trick me, don't you? You think you've gained the upper hand?
I do. Listen. You hear those sirens? Help will soon be here, Dr. Latham.
They won't get me. They won't get me, do you hear?
Oh, what's he doing?
Come back, Dr. Latham. Come back.
He's going out the window, Lamont. Oh, no.
Margot, if we're going to get out of this trap, we'd better try to meet our rescuers halfway.
Lamont, to think that all those things could happen at a chess club.
I always told you, didn't I, that it was a very exciting game?
Exciting? It's a killer.
We'll hear from the Shadow again in just a moment. But first, we present John Barclay, America's home heating expert. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. These are certainly busy days for your neighborhood blue coal dealer. Yes, around this time of year, he's really got his hands full. But no matter how much he has to do, your blue coal dealer is never too busy to give his personal attention to your individual heating problem. You see, your friendly blue coal dealer is different from an ordinary coal man. In most communities, he's an institution. His office is a regular clearinghouse for free information on low-cost home heating. You'll find him pleasant to deal with, too. And besides, he's dependable. Even in the worst weather, your blue coal dealer never falls down on the job. He gives you careful, courteous, and prompt delivery. His motto is service with a smile. In addition, he will gladly be of assistance by helping solve any heating problem for you. His John Barclay trained serviceman will inspect your furnace and recommend the proper size coal for best results. This service is free and available to all blue coal customers. It will pay you to phone your neighborhood blue coal dealer in the morning. Thank you.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. And now, fresh from the records of Kings County Court, we bring you conclusive proof that crime does not pay. Brooklyn, New York, February 1st. George Zeitz shoots and kills Irving alias Matty Moskowitz in barbershop. Crime, murder in the first degree.
Brooklyn, New York, February 19th. George Zeitz sentenced by County Judge Samuel S. Leibowitz to death in the electric chair at State's Prison during the week of March 31st. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the Blue Coal Dealers of America bring you an adventure of the Shadow that will amaze and astound you with its daring, dramatic action. So be sure to listen. And be sure to phone your friendly Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. This is Ken Roberts saying, keep the home fires burning with blue coal.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week by the Blue Coal Dealers of America. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Before the Shadow begins today's adventure, I want to ask you a question. What's the best hard coal you've ever burned? Well, if you burn blue coal, I'll bet you can answer that question right off the bat. And if you don't burn blue coal, I sort of feel it's my duty to tell you just what you've been missing. Clean, radiant, invigorating warmth that takes the chill off the house in a jiffy. That's the kind of heat you get from blue coal. And find out for yourself. Order a trial ton from your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow. He'll show you the easy, economical way to heat your home. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's story, Death Rides a Broomstick.
Light, Doctor?
Yes, please, Miss Lane. Would you hold the lantern a little higher? That's it. I'm trying to be as careful as possible, Mr. McCaffrey.
I understand, Doctor. Go right ahead.
Mr. Cranston, would you hand me those bandages now, please?
Surely.
Here you are.
How is he, Doctor?
I'm just dressing the wound now, Commissioner.
I think we ought to learn just what this is all about.
But, Commissioner, he's not in any condition to talk now.
I'm all right, Miss Lane. I'll explain everything right from the beginning. Then it'll all be very clear. Well, would you mind propping me up a bit, Doctor?
Not at all.
There you are. Thank you. My family, the McCaffrey clan, is an old, old family. And like many old families, there are many things in our past that we'd like to forget. Among them is the fact that many years ago, 1741 to be exact, my great-great-grandfather, Thad McCaffrey, chieftain of the clan McCaffrey, officiated at the execution of a woman condemned to be burned at the stake on a charge of witchcraft. It took place in the courtyard of the old castle, far up in the Scottish Highlands. And as the story goes, everyone in the township had gathered.
There she is! They're pinning the witch to the stake! Witch! Witch! Burn the witch! Burn the witch! Burn the witch! I burn her!
Be it known to all that this woman, taken in the practice of black magic and known to be a sorceress in league with the powers of darkness and the evil one himself, is this day to be burned at the stake, that her remains may not be buried in hallowed ground, nor may any offer prayers for the peace of her soul. Her judged to and signed with the seal of the chieftain of the clan McCaffrey. Executioner, apply the torch.
The torch!
Wait, stay your hand! If I am to die for my witchcraft, then is the clan McCaffrey to feel the power of it. This day I curse you, McCaffrey, with a dying curse. I give you 200 years from this day, and in the second month of the 2nd century from this date, every male who bears the name of McCaffrey shall die a horrible death. By the end of that month, there shall be no man living with the name of the blood of McCaffrey. This I promise.
Enough. Apply the torch.
The curse!
Apply the torch.
The curse is on you!
The curse was nothing more to my Uncle Garth or my brothers Tom and Donald and myself than just an old wives' tale. A forgotten skeleton moldering in the family closet.
But what has all this got to do with...
Let him continue the story, Commissioner. Please go ahead, Mr. McCavery.
Well, as you know, the family prospered through the years. My Uncle Garth, who took care of the finances, was custodian of over $2 million. And none of us paid attention to the fact that 1941 was the 200th year of the curse. But at the beginning of this month, the second month of the second century, things began to happen. Just past midnight, February 1st, on a small merchant vessel some 200 miles off the coast of Labrador.
Our mate, snatched from the prime of life, whom we must leave behind us buried in a sea grave, shall hold a place in our hearts forever. May God in his goodness see fit to bring to him at last peace and bring him home to harbor. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Commit the coffin to the sea.
Hoist away. Over the edge.
May heaven so receive the soul of Thomas McCavery.
He was the first to die.
This was your brother?
Yes, Miss Lane, my younger brother, Tom, dead at sea. I remember the night that I received word of his passing. Without knowing why, I found myself looking at a calendar. And for the first time in my life, I gave serious thought to the family curse. Later that evening, I paid a hurried visit to my brother Donald's apartment to bring him the fearful news.
Oh, Jamie, come in. I was just writing to... Jamie, what's wrong? You're pale as a ghost.
Donald, Tom is dead.
Tom is dead?
Yes. I just received a cablegram.
Tom dead? Why, no, that's impossible.
It's true, Donald.
But he was in the best of health. What happened?
The cable just said, cause of death unknown.
Cause of death unknown?
Donald, do you know what month this is?
Well, yes, it's February. Why?
February is the second month of the second century.
Well, what has that got to do with... Oh, yes, I see what you mean. Now, Jamie, you don't think...
I do. I believe that the curse of the clan is now at work.
Oh, come now, man. In this day and age, no one can believe that a story that's been handed down...
Donald, someone fired that shot from outside this window. Look, they threw the gun in through the glass. Why in the name of heaven should... Look, it's mine. That's my gun. How in the world...
Jamie.
Donald, what's the matter?
I've been shot.
Donald. Donald!
James McCavery. This court finds you guilty in the first degree of the murder of your brother Donald and sentences you to the state penitentiary where you will be imprisoned for life.
Say, officer, it's pretty stuffy in here. Would it be asking too much if we went out to the observation platform? You know, just for my last fresh air as a free man.
Well, okay, McCavery. But no funny stuff.
No funny stuff.
Come along, then. But remember, you and me are going to be closer than Siamese twins till we get to the big house.
I could hardly forget it with these handcuffs on. Oh, boy, that smells good.
Cigarette?
Thank you.
Tell me something, will you?
What's that?
What'd come over a young guy like you to bump off your own brother?
I didn't kill him.
Now, look, Buster, you aren't talking to the judge now. You were found with your gun in your hand, the door locked, and you were trying to smash your way out the window. What does that look like, a teapot?
I repeat that I didn't kill him, so don't ask me any more questions, please.
Okay. Have it your own way.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Evening.
It's lovely weather, isn't it? The days are getting longer. I'll have time to put around in my garden before the light's gone. You fond of gardening?
No.
It's excellent for the health.
Yeah, I know.
I specialize in hydrangeas. You Like them?
Yes and no.
Oh, it's a beautiful flower. Last season they didn't do well for me at all at first.
No?
No, I used some of Dr. Webb's silica extract on them, and you know what?
No, what?
There's a gun in my left-hand pocket that's going to blast a hole right through your midsection any second now.
What?
Yes, so I'll just bet you're going to be a good boy and unlock those handcuffs, aren't you?
I don't get you.
Unlock them.
Sure, okay.
Say, who are you? They call me the Smiler.
Well, what's this all about?
You'll find out after we're off this train, Jimmy. Now, over the side with you.
Well, after getting me off the train, the Smiler took me to my Uncle Garth's home. Oh, but I guess, Lamont, that you and Miss Lane know the story from there on.
Yes, Jimmy. Margot and I were driving out to your uncle's. Margot was asking me why I had to...
Lamont, will you tell me why you picked the dead of night to pay a call on the McCavery mansion?
Well, Margot, I thought old Garth might need a little cheering up. This trouble between his nephews has hit the old boy pretty hard. Wait, this looks like the turn here. Yes, I remember those big stone gates.
Lamont, is that the McCavery mansion? That Karloff Castle?
Yes. Old Garth lives there all alone.
I wouldn't say that.
What do you mean?
He must have any number of ghosts to keep him company in that weird old place.
It is a bit spooky looking, isn't it?
That's an understatement.
Well, here we are.
Yes, here we are. Shall we put our sheets on now?
Now, Margie, you're going to like old Garth. He isn't like his house at all.
Well, if he is, I'm going right home. Gee, Lamont, it's so dark I can't see a thing.
Well, just hold on to my arm. Front door's right over here.
How are you finding it? By the Braille system?
Uh-huh. Here we are.
I don't see any lights on in the house.
And Garth's rooms are upstairs at the rear.
Oh.
Yeah, it's enough to wake the dead, I guess.
Lamont, could you possibly use a more cheerful figure of speech?
Old Wellesley, the butler, is usually very prompt in answering the door. I don't understand what's keep... Oh.
Good evening.
Is that you, Wellesley?
Who?
Is that Mr. McCavery?
McCavery?
I'm sorry I can't see you. It's so dark.
Who did you wish to see?
Mr. Garth McCavery.
Sorry, but there's no one here but me.
And who are you, may I ask?
I'm known to my friends as the Smiler.
Well, this is the McCavery mansion, isn't it?
No, I'm sorry. I imagine you've lost your way. You've gotten mixed up. Good night.
What in the blaze... This is the McCavery mansion. I've been here dozens of times.
But, Lamont, why should that
Wait a minute. If this is the place, there'll be a little family graveyard just within a clump of trees near the car.
Uh-oh, here we go again.
Let's do a little deducting.
If we're looking for a graveyard now, I hope we are in the wrong estate. All in all, this has been a fine night, what with... Lamont, you were right. There's the graveyard.
Yes, of course. I knew this was the place.
Look. That grave in the middle, the one with the big stone, it's all dug up.
Yes, so it is. So it is. Margot, I'm afraid we've got a flat tire.
What are you talking about?
We've got a flat tire, and we're going to ask our rude gentleman friend to let us use his phone. We're going to get into that house at once.
Will Lamont and Margot succeed in getting into the house? We'll find out in just a moment. But first, do you know the most popular topic of conversation these days? Well, it's still the weather. But nowadays, people don't just talk about the weather. They do something about it. Yes, sir. And millions have the last laugh on Old Man Winter by burning blue coal. For they've discovered that blue coal gives them greater heating comfort at less cost. And no wonder. Blue coal is America's finest hard coal. Mined deep down in the ground where only the choicest hard coal is found. Consequently, there's no finer fuel your money can buy. Yes, blue coal distributes steady, longer-lasting, healthful heat. And a blue coal automatic heat regulator makes it doubly easy to keep your house at the exact temperature you want. Just a flick of the finger and the thermostat is set, and your furnace dampers open and shut automatically. Blue coal and a blue coal heat regulator make the modern combination for a low-cost, convenient heat. So try the easy blue coal way to heat your home. Phone your neighborhood dealer tomorrow. Ask him for a free furnace inspection, and let him help you enjoy better heat at less cost. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory, under the words Blue Coal. And now, back to Death Rides a Broomstick.
Oh. Yes? I hate to bother you again, old man, but my left rear tire's gone flat. I wonder if I could use your telephone.
Haven't you got a spare?
No, I haven't.
You're sure of that?
Quite sure.
I'll come in.
Thank you. Go ahead, Margot.
All right.
The phone
I
is...
know where the phone is.
How do you know?
I'm gifted with a sixth sense.
Yes, everyone tells him that he's psychic.
Well, he's most fortunate.
You say that you're known as the Smiler. Is that because you're always so cheerful?
I'm afraid your humor is lost on me. I must get back to my work.
Lamont, what do you suppose his work is?
Something very grisly, no doubt. Operator, hurry with that call to Commissioner Weston, will you?
I'm ready with it now, sir.
Oh, put him on.
Hello, Cranston.
Good evening, Commissioner.
What's on your mind?
Well, Margot and I are out at the McCavery mansion,
What?
and...
McCavery Mansion. You mean Garth McCavery's place?
Yes.
Is he there now?
No.
We just received a note about him here at headquarters.
Well, what about?
He's just been kidnapped.
What?
Yes, the note says Garth McCavery is not coming back. The McCavery curse is working again. Signed the Smiler.
Signed what?
The Smiler.
The Smiler? Why, he's...
Sorry, Mr. Cranston. You must have a bad connection.
Yes. Yes, indeed. And, let me compliment you on your marksmanship.
Thank you. Now I'm afraid I must persuade you both to stay here for the evening.
What's that?
That flat tire that you haven't got will make it quite impossible for you to return to town.
Yes, very interesting. Tell me, sir, have you ever used your name, the Smiler, as a signature?
Yes, at times.
A signature to a note that you might have sent the police?
My good man, I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Oh, I see.
And now I'm going to ask you to retire to your rooms, if you please.
And where would they be?
Right up those stairs, and I advise you not to try to leave. You see, the next time I won't be aiming at a telephone.
Lamont, what do you suppose this Smiler has done with Garth McCavery?
I don't know. If I did,
Let me out! Let me out of here!
What's that, Lamont?
Sounds like we have a fellow prisoner, Margot, somewhere in this wing of the house.
Do you think it's old Garth?
There's only one way of finding that out, Margot.
Out, I say!
I'm going to investigate just what goes on around here as the Shadow.
What was that? Who's there?
What are you doing here, James McCavery?
I'm being held here, a prisoner, but who speaks to me?
I am a friend. I'm here to help you. How did you get here?
I escaped from the train that was taking me to the penitentiary.
How?
I was helped by the man who later brought me here to my uncle's home.
Was this man the Smiler?
Yes, he was.
Is he the one who locked you in this room?
That's right.
Why are you being held prisoner?
I don't know.
Do you know where your uncle is?
I believe so. He's been kidnapped by a gang of murderers.
How did you learn that?
I overheard the Smiler speaking on the phone to the men who've taken my uncle away.
Did he happen to say where they might have hidden him?
Yes, at least he mentioned the name of the Sailor's Roost. It's a tavern out on the seacoast. Say, wait a minute. Maybe these kidnappers are the same ones that killed my brothers. If I can rescue my uncle, perhaps I can prove my own innocence.
Don't worry, Jimmy. If you're innocent, the law is on your side.
But how can I get out of here?
I think I know a way. Just continue to shout and pound on the wall. The Smiler is bound to come in here to silence you. Then I'll take care of the rest.
All right, let's try it then.
Let me out of here! Let me out of here!
Keep it up.
Okay.
Let me out of here! Let me out of here!
Just a minute, young man. I'm going to have to...
Get his gun, Jimmy. That's it. In the next room, Margot Lane and Lamont Cranston are being held prisoner. Release them and take them with you. They may be able to help you prove your innocence.
All right, but to whom do I owe my thanks? Who are you?
I am the Shadow.
Well, according to the sign, this is the Sailor's Roost.
I have an idea they aren't going to give us a very hearty welcome.
Well, Margot, at least we have never been thrown out of any lower dive than this.
You get 100 for that little gem.
You have the gun, Jimmy?
Yes, Lamont, very handy.
All right, then take a deep breath and in we go.
Nice-looking welcoming committee.
Yes. Chummy-looking group of cutthroats.
Where'll we go?
Straight ahead to that back room. Follow me.
All these hoodlums are watching every move we make.
I know it. All we can do is
Wait
hope...
a minute. Where do you think you're going?
Why, we thought we'd have a drink back there.
You'll have a drink in here, buddy. There's more room, and it's nicer for a lady. Now, what'll it be?
Well, something warming. Brandy and Benedictine be all right for you two?
Well, that's swell.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Anything else on your mind?
Else?
Yeah. Else.
Well, only that we're looking for someone.
Who?
Mr. Garth McCavery. But I don't suppose you'd know anything about him.
I don't.
No, I somehow didn't think you would.
You'll have to wait a second for your drinks. I've got to get some Benedictine in the back room.
Oh, interesting chap.
Isn't he? And what's more interesting is that right behind the bar there are at least 6 bottles of Benedictine.
He wouldn't be notifying someone that we're here, would he?
James, I think he would.
Well, we're certainly the object of all eyes. Every thug in this place is glaring at me.
I was just to the boss, and he says there is a Mr. Garth McCavery here after all.
Well, what do you know?
He's right up at the top of the stair. The boss, a couple of you can go up. Wanna?
It's a trap.
Not at me. Not by that door. Call the police. Watch. Right. On, go.
Going.
Menu. Wait. Here. Never mind. Kill. Watch. No. Yes. Oh, no. Me. When.
What's he talking?
I don't know. Grand.
Put up, tell you. Put up. Those I say. Have it in my hand.
What's all about? We're here to say.
That's very touching. What
do you mean?
I mean, you blundered into something that's business. And you both of you.
Then you hear your own free will, Mr. McCack.
Right? All right, I'll be right there. That boat's taking me to a tramp steamer. In the
Your purpose?
My purpose is in the black valise in the corner. That back contains all McCavery millions. Beverly Curtis to cash.
Oh, I see.
What is you seeing, Dr. Cranston?
I see now that you are the murderer of
Excellent introduction. But it's come too late. What's that?
It could have here your nephew's name.
Yeah.
Here by nephew's name.
James. But he's my house. Prisoner.
He's right on stairs in this building.
How did he get here?
By some process, I'll bring him with. Well, the police.
Jimmy.
For God's sake. Look out for him, Jimmy. What do you mean?
He means I engineered your escape from a term of life imprisonment so I could personally give you a quicker death. Death from this gun.
You mean, Uncle Garth?
Yes, he does, Jimmy. That's why he had the Smiler help you escape from the train so that you, the last to be killed, could never talk, even in a prison cell.
No.
Well, that explains the open grave we saw. It was to be Jimmy's grave.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Now, then perhaps this'll convince you.
Jimmy, look out!
I think you've done just about
Get
enough.
away from him, unless you want the same thing, both of you.
Where are you going?
After bidding you both a fond farewell, I'm using this window as an exit to my motor launch.
The police are covering this building. They'll spot you.
I'll chance that.
Come back here. You'll never make it.
Yes, I will.
Come on, they're throwing a searchlight on this window.
Yes, so I see McCavery.
You're right, Cranston. I thought I was a little too smart.
So you see, at least I know now that it was Uncle Garth that was responsible for all the murders, not the McCavery curse.
Of course, Jimmy.
You know what's funny? It seemed for a time as if the witch's words were working out, didn't it? Ah, but of course that's nonsense. I may be the last of the McCaverys, but I'm alive. And the second month of the second century ends tonight. So it really was just an old wives' tale.
Is it a bad wound, Doctor?
Yes, I'm afraid it punctured the heart.
Just a skeleton in the family closet.
Is he dead?
Yes, Miss Lane. There was nothing I could do.
Well, that's that, I guess. You coming below, Cranston?
In just a moment, Commissioner.
Oh, the poor boy. Lamont, what was that?
Nothing. Only the wind.
And now, before the Shadow gives us a thrilling thumbnail dramatization from real life, here's John Barclay, America's home heating expert. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. Extra money always comes in handy, doesn't it? Well, you householders can save yourselves extra money just by taking a few simple precautions during this blustery weather. For instance, if your house is on a hill, protect the windows on the north side with storm sash and weather stripping. Another sound idea is a storm door on the outside of your regular front door. This way you'll save yourself money because you'll be burning less fuel. And you'll be adding to the comfort of your home at the same time. But of course, there's more to keeping your home comfortable than just protecting it on the outside. You see, the comfort you enjoy also depends to a large extent upon the fuel you select for your heating plant. That's why I want to put in a good word right here for blue coal. As Ken Roberts tells you, blue coal is America's finest hard coal. And that means it sends up a flow of clean, healthful heat that makes your house a joy to live in. But before I close, I want to remind you again that a John Barclay trained serviceman is qualified and willing to help you solve any heating problem you may have. His services are an exclusive blue coal dealer accommodation. It'll pay you to phone your neighborhood dealer in the morning. Thank you.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. But now, fresh from the records of the Pennsylvania Quarter Sessions Court, we bring you conclusive proof that crime does not pay.
The defendant, Robert J. Bolts, a financial counselor, stands accused of defrauding his clients of more than $1 million. The plea, guilty.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, February 24th. Robert J. Bolt sentenced to from 20 to 40 years in the Eastern Penitentiary. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the Blue Coal Dealers of America bring you an adventure of the Shadow that is astoundingly thrilling and truly amazing. And be sure to phone your friendly Blue Coal at less cost. Keep the home fires burning.
The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's story, Murder Underground. In the metropolis, the riverfront by day presents a noisy, boisterous cross-section of our city life. The docks are crowded with shouting workers.
Take it away! Oscar, coming up!
The air is filled with the sound of motors, the creak of giant cranes, the grunting and puffing of tiny tugs and mighty ocean liners. And from above, we hear the steady hum of motor cars as they travel in an endless stream across the bridge that spans the river. This, then, is the riverfront by day. But at night we find a different picture. A quiet, an unearthly quiet descends upon the scene. The docks are deserted now. And from the river itself, we hear only the mournful moan of a lone tramp steamer slipping out to the open sea. A cold, damp fog embraces the street and the buildings on it. A blinding fog, an eerie, mysterious fog that masks the movements of those who live within it. At night, no one is ever seen on these streets. They are heard, they are felt, but never seen. Beneath the shadow of the bridge in a fog-shrouded building, two of these people of the night are to be found. A mother and her son. The son is just returning home.
Who's that?
It's me, Johnny.
Did you tell the boys?
Yeah. Thanks to the fog. I'm pulling the boat in under the house now.
Good. What you after this time?
A load of silk. They just landed it this morning. I've been casing the job all day. It ain't gonna be easy.
It's never easy. Where's the stuff?
Warehouse 9. They got 4 watchmen on the job.
You've taken care of that many before, son.
I know, but the heat's on now. Since that last job, we pulled Weston double the number of coppers on river patrol.
You've taken care of them before, too.
Yeah, and I can take care of them again. What was that?
What?
That noise from upstairs.
Why, I heard no noise.
Somebody's upstairs, and I'm gonna find out who.
Oh, wait a minute, son. Wait, now, don't get excited.
Oh, there is someone there, huh? Who is it?
Just a boarder.
A boarder?
Yes, he moved in today.
Where'd he come from?
He bought an apple from my stand. Poor chap was looking for a place to live, he was. So I brought him here and rented him a room.
Up to your old tricks, huh?
What you mean, son?
You don't know why you brought that guy here.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about them slot machines the cops have got stored under the bridge.
Oh, no,
You're
son.
planning to drop that guy through the hole you got in the back wall, make him bust open the machines, and hand you up the nickels. And then leave him for the rats.
Now, look here, son.
That's what you done with the last guy.
He's just a boarder, son.
Look, I'm running $1 million business here, see? $1 million business and hijack goods. And you're going to spoil the whole thing for a measly handful of nickels.
That ain't so at all.
You're getting that bum out of here right now.
All right.
There's the signal. Boys are down below on the boat. I gotta go. We should be back here by midnight. Keep a lookout. If there's any patrol boats around, have a light on in the upstairs bedroom.
I know.
And get rid of that guy.
I suppose I must get rid of him. But I hate to pass up all that money. Oh, my. Mr. Magoni?
Yes?
Would you come down here, please?
Okay.
Boy, does Johnny make me do this.
Well, what is it, ma'am?
I must ask you to leave.
Huh? Why? What's wrong?
My son don't want me to take in boarders.
I see. Well, let me have my rent money back then.
Your money back? You want your money back?
Well, certainly. I paid you a week in advance, didn't I?
But I don't want to give up the money. It's mine now. See, it's mine.
Well, look, either give me back the money or I stay here.
You'll stay if you don't get the money?
Yes, ma'am.
I see. Well, I tried. I tried to make you go, didn't I? And you refused. So there's nothing I can do about it, is there?
No, ma'am. Not a thing.
Well, then, as long as you're staying here, Mr. Magoni, here's a little favor I want you to do for me. A little favor for a poor old lady. Come with me. Come along. Come with me. That's it. Keep hammering. It won't be long now.
Hey, what's that?
Don't stop now.
There's rats down here. Hundreds of them.
Big fella like you ain't gonna let a few rats bother him, are you?
They're all around my feet. The floor's covered with them.
Mr. Magoni. Hurry then. We've got to get that money. All those nickels. Just think of them, Mr. Magoni. Hurry.
Hurry's right.
Good now. Keep hammering. You'll break the machines open in no time. That's it. Now tie that bucket to the rope. I'll pull it up.
I can't find a rope. Lower the light a little.
There you are.
These rats, they're crawling over my legs now.
Hurry, you fool. Tie that bucket to the rope. There's no time to lose.
I found it.
That's it. Now I'll pull it up here. Here it comes.
Hurry up.
Here it comes. At last, I got it.
Hurry, lower the rope for me. The rats are crawling all around me.
Money, all of it mine.
Hey, put that light back on and lower that rope. The rats are coming and go.
That's what you get. That's what you get for being a thief.
Well, Margot, this is the place we're looking for. Number 6, River Street.
Gosh, Lamont. Imagine living in a house like that. Seems to be built right against the base of the bridge. Wonder if oh, goodness, Lamont, did you see that?
Yes, I saw it.
A cat ran right in front of me, almost tripped me.
That wasn't a cat, Margot.
Well, what was it?
A rat.
Lamont, a rat? That size?
Yes, a common sight here on the riverfront, especially at night. Maybe I better ring again. No one seems to...
Yes? Can I be of assistance?
Oh, good evening.
Good evening.
Are you the landlady?
I'm the owner of this house.
I see. Well, I wonder if we might see Mr. Joseph Magoni, please.
Magoni?
Yes, I understand that he's living here with you. My name is Cranston. Mr. Magoni was a former gardener of mine.
Oh. What reason have you to believe that he lives here?
Well, I received a postcard from him this morning asking for his old job back.
Oh. Are you sure you have the right address?
Why, yes. You have the card there, haven't you, Margot?
Yes, here it is. You see? The address is 6 River Street.
This is 6 River Street, all right. But I has no roomers at all right now. The house is vacant.
Oh, I see.
Sorry not to be able to help you.
Well, that's quite all right.
I'll keep an eye out for him, though. I'll remember his name. Magoni, did you say?
Yes, Joseph Magoni.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Well, what do you suppose could have happened to him, Lamont?
I don't know. I don't understand it.
Well, there's no way of finding him tonight. I guess you'll just have to wait until you hear from him again. He'll probably send another card or something.
Margot.
What?
Quicken your pace. Not noticeably.
What is it?
I hear footsteps behind us. Someone is following us.
Oh, I see.
Get away a minute, you two. We'd better stop, Margot.
Where are you running off to?
It's a policeman, Margot.
Don't you know that...
Holy smokes, it's Mr. Cranston. That's right. How are you, Kelly?
Oh, fine, sir, fine.
I'm after thinking that I'm tailing a couple of desperate characters. You know Miss Lane, don't you?
No, didn't I waltz with her at the policeman's ball?
And a wonderful waltz it was, Mr. Kelly.
Thanks to you, ma'am. But tell me what brings you people down to a neighborhood like this? Well, I was looking for a man who used to work for me, but we couldn't seem to locate him.
What is that?
Police patrol boat. A bit of trouble out in the river, I guess. That ain't no novelty down here. Well, we'll cut through this tunnel and under the bridge. It's the shortest way to the center of town.
Officer, what's behind all these iron doors?
City storage vault. They keep confiscated slot machines in there, kinds and all of them. They don't destroy them till they get a court order.
Wouldn't be bad to get in there and get all that money.
You wouldn't be saying that, ma'am, if you knew what it was like inside. There was a man who found that out only last week.
Oh, what happened, Kelly?
It's a gruesome story. It happened just a week ago tonight. Me and another cop are walking through the tunnel here, just like we are now. It's a bitter cold night and the wind is howling like a lovesick banshee. Then above the wind, faintly at first, we hear the cry of a human voice from inside the vault.
Kelly, did you hear that?
Yes, it sounds like someone in the vault. We'd better investigate.
But that place is full of rats. Half-starved, man-eaten rats. We can't go in there.
I've got the keys here and I'm going in. Get your club ready, McCaffrey.
Right.
Flash your light.
Mother of mercy. Look at them rats. Millions of them.
Look over there in the corner. It's a man. The body of a man.
Sure we can never get through to him, Kelly. We've got to call the riot squad quick.
By the time the riot squad got there, nothing was left of the poor devil.
Oh. How did he get in there?
We never found out. But you know, ever since then, every night when I pass by here, I keep thinking I hear the voice of that unfortunate man crying out against them demons like. I just imagined I heard it then.
That's not your imagination. There is someone in there. Kelly, where are those keys?
Right here, sir.
Give them to me quickly.
Hurry, Lamont. The crying has stopped. He's given up.
Now stand back, Margot. I'm opening the door.
Oh!
He fell out.
Close the door quickly.
Yes.
Keep that swarm inside.
Right.
Yeah.
He's unconscious.
Help me turn him over, Kelly.
Yes, sir. There.
Is he dead, Lamont?
Yes. Do you know who this is? It's the man we've been looking for. It's Joe Magoni.
You won't mind dropping around to the morgue tomorrow morning to identify the body now, will you, Mr. Cranston?
I'll be there, Kelly.
Is there any place near here that we can get a cup of coffee, Officer Kelly? My nerves need a bit of steadying.
Yes, ma'am, right at the end of the tunnel. I'll walk you down.
Thank you.
When you talked to headquarters, Kelly, did you get word through to the commissioner that I wanted to have Magoni's death investigated?
I did that, sir. But the commissioner said he had no time for it tonight.
Oh, why not?
There's the devil to pay in this neighborhood right now. A gang of river pirates just looted Warehouse 9. Every available man on the force is combing the district for them. Well, here's your lunchroom. I'll have to be leaving you now.
Well, thank you, Kelly, for all you've done.
Not at all, sir. Good night to you, ma'am.
Good night.
Good night. Come on, Margot. Let's go inside.
All right.
Hey, what about that apple pie? Put it up.
Lamont, shall we put it at the counter or one of the tables?
Oh, I think a table would be better, Margot. You just want coffee?
Yeah, that's all, thanks.
All right.
Good evening.
Well, good evening. We'd like 2 cups of coffee, please.
2 cups delicious coffee, right?
For that experience, coffee will be mighty welcome.
Well.
Good evening, Dick.
Oh, good evening, Mary. Yes, you're looking fine.
What?
There's the woman who answered the door at number 6.
From the looks of that bag, you must have sold a barrel of apples today.
I had a very good day. People are very kind to a poor old widow woman like me.
Yeah,
Lamont, look at that pile of nickels.
Yes.
I don't know if I can give you bills for all those nickels tonight, Mary. I haven't got that much money in the place.
You'll be grateful for as much as you can spare, Nick.
How about $5 worth?
That'll be fine. I'll just count them out here.
All right. Here you are. 2 cups coffee. Delicious.
All right, thank you. Oh, say, waiter.
Yes?
That old lady standing at the counter, just what does she do?
Old Mary? She's got an apple stand up on the bridge.
Oh? She seems to do very well at it.
Sure. Well, she don't often make as much as she's got tonight. She usually only sells about $1 worth. She must have run into one of them philanthropists.
Yes. I'll pay for these now.
More nickels?
Keep the change.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know why, Margot, but I sense a vague connection between all those nickels that the old lady made today and the nickels in the machines under the bridge.
Do you mean that you think that she does know something about Magoni?
Well, it's worth investigating. When our old apple vendor leaves, we're following her. I'm curious to learn just what goes on at number 6 River Street.
She's gone into number 6.
Yes. We'll stand here in this doorway for a few minutes, Margot. See if we can detect any activities from outside the house.
Wish this fog would clear.
Margot,
Yeah?
do you remember your remarking how the house was built right against the base of the bridge?
Yes.
Look at the house again. The side wall is right next to the storage vault where they keep the slot machines.
Of course.
That might explain how Joe Magoni got into that vault.
Oh, Lamont, do you think that she might...
Quiet. Door's opening. The old lady's coming out again.
Yes. And she's carrying a lighted lantern in her hand. I wonder what she's up to now.
Look. She's crossing the street. She's behaving so furtively. Seems to be looking for something.
Yeah, regular old crone, isn't she?
Yes. She's going out on that dock, toward the river. Come on, Margot. We've got to find out what she's up to. All right, quickly. Let's get behind these packing cases. We can watch her safely from these.
Look. She's putting the lantern on the edge of the dock.
Yes. Must be some sort of a signal.
Lamont, can you see anything on the river?
Well, there's quite a few searchlights playing around. Must be the police patrol boats looking for those river pirates that Kelly told us about.
Look, Lamont. Right by the edge of the dock. Isn't that a boat moving quietly through the shadows?
Yes. Yes, it is.
The old lady's going back to the house.
I think we've stumbled on something more important than her, Margot.
Why, what do you mean?
That boat could be carrying the river pirates. Look, they've stopped the boat. Right by that seawall in front of the house.
You suppose they're going to unload their stolen goods right here?
Oh, they wouldn't dare to... Margot.
What?
The front of the seawall. It's swinging open.
Good heavens. The boat is going under it.
Yes. And if I'm not mistaken, their destination is the basement of number 6.
Look, the wall is closing again.
Very clever. But not quite clever enough.
What do you mean?
I want you to go back to that lunchroom, Margot, and phone Weston. Have him send a squad here at once.
What are you going to do?
I'm paying another call on that sweet old lady in search of the missing Joe Magoni.
Yes?
Good evening.
Oh, it's you again.
Yes, I'd like to come in and talk to you, if I may.
I'm sorry, but I
I'll
can't.
only be a moment.
Oh, wait a minute. You can't come in here. Now, hold on
Sorry,
here.
but I am in here. The damp night air is rather chilling. I think it would be much more pleasant if we conversed in one of your rooms.
Oh, come back here. This is my house. You understand?
I thought you might be interested in knowing that I have gotten further information about Joseph Magoni, the gentleman I was seeking earlier this evening.
I don't care about this. You get out of my
He
house.
was found dead about an hour ago.
What has this Magoni got to do with me?
He had been in that storage vault next door.
Well?
I think you know how he got in there.
That's a lie.
I don't believe you. You're not telling the truth. And I'm not going to leave here until you do. You're not ever going to leave here, buddy.
Johnny.
Reach for it, friend. Well, and who might this good protector be?
This is my son. And he don't like snoopers, see? He's got a way of taking care of them.
Yeah, and I got a way of taking care of you, too.
What?
I heard what this guy said about Magoni.
No, Sonny, I don't
So
know
you've done it again, huh? You didn't get rid of Magoni like I told you.
I couldn't help it, Sonny.
You're so hungry for nickels, you'd spoil our chances for $1 million.
Please, now, Johnny,
I was right. She did do away with him. Knowing that ain't gonna do you no good now, brother. What do you mean? You'll find out.
The rats, Johnny, the rats. He'll make mighty nice company for the rats, he
Get
will.
going, buddy. You don't think you can get away with this, do you? Open the trap door, Ma.
Gladly. Gladly, Sonny.
Now, there's a rope hanging down there. Lower yourself down on it. Your little stunt won't work. Lower yourself or I'll shove you down. Very well. Down I go.
You've got to make noise, son, for the rats. That's how the others were killed. The sound of the hammering attracted the rats.
Okay, we'll make noise. Plenty of it.
The rats are coming out in droves.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing it. Happy times, brother.
Well, what is it? I was looking for the gentleman who was here with me earlier this evening.
Oh, yes. Come in.
Thank you.
Right this way.
More company, Ma?
Yes. This young lady is looking for a gentleman friend.
I'm sorry to trouble you, but where is he?
He's down below in the storage vault.
In the vault?
Yeah. Having a little conference with the rats.
Oh, no. Oh, no,
Just thought I'd tell you quiet like.
Oh, you've got to let him out. He'll be killed.
Ain't that funny? Same idea come to me.
My Johnny's smart, he is.
You've seen both of you.
And now, sister, we wasted enough time on visitors tonight. We're getting rid of you quick.
Take your hands off me.
Open up the trapdoor, Ma.
No, you can't.
The rats are just about be ready for you by now.
What was that?
Oh, thank you.
And who would that be? Who just talked?
I think you've heard of me as the Shadow. The Shadow? Yes. I thought you'd know me. What are you doing here? I've come to put an end to your evil doing. What do you mean by that? I'm aware of the work that both of you have done tonight. You already have sent 2 men to face death in that rat hole.
Oh, no. No,
And your son even now has a boatload of stolen goods planted beneath this house. You're crazy. I arrived here just in time to prevent you from sending that girl to her doom as well. I think you know that sound well enough to realize the police will be up here any minute. He's right, and you're to blame, Ma.
Oh, no, Sonny, I didn't.
Yes, with your petty larceny nickel grabbing, you ruined everything. You'd better prepare to give yourselves up. There'll be no escape. No, we can still get out of here. Not with the police at your front door, you can't. There's more ways than one of getting out of this joint, Shadow. And you and nobody else is stopping us, see?
We put out the light.
Yeah, that's right, sister. Now all of us are on even terms. Come on, Ma, we're making a break for the boat.
That was quick thinking, son. Where are you now?
Over here by the door.
Well, Mr. Shadow, you ain't so smart after all, are you? We're getting out.
Ma! What happened, Ma? Fallen through the trap door.
Oh, no.
Ma! Ma, you all right?
Hurry, Sonny, the rats. The rats has come out. I can feel them on my face.
Here, I'm reaching down for you, Ma. Try to grab my hand.
Yeah, this light should help.
Reach for my hand, Ma. Don't lean so far over the edge. You'll fall, too. That's it, Ma. You got my hand now.
Sonny.
Hey, Ma! Don't yank so hard on my arm, Ma! Ma, you're pulling me in. I still feel badly, Margaret, that I was unable to bring those 2 people out of that rat hole alive.
Oh, Lamont, you did everything you could. Going down there alone, trying to save them. You're lucky you didn't get killed yourself.
Well, I guess the police will see to it that no one else ever gets into those vaults again.
Lamont, how did you get out of the rat hole the first time when they forced you down there?
I clung to the rope, never lowered myself down. When they closed the trap door, I waited till their footsteps moved from the room. Then I opened it again and joined them as the Shadow.
For which I'm very grateful. Well, it's all over now. Let's go out someplace, Lamont, and forget about it.
All right, where to?
Let's go see a Mickey Mouse.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's story, The Ghost Walks Again. Night. Peaceful, serene night has just fallen on a small New England town. As the village clock strikes the hour of 9, we hear the footsteps of two men of the town on their way to a village meeting. They're taking a shortcut through an ancient graveyard.
Sam. Hi. Sam, look up there by the big oak. Isn't that a fresh dug grave?
Well, now, it sure looks like one.
Mighty odd. That section's closed off. Ain't been a burial there in over 200 years.
We'd better take a look up there.
Hold that lantern higher, Sam. That's it.
Say, that dug-up ground looks to be right by the grave of Sir Roger Mathis.
Sam, it is the grave of Sir Roger Mathis. Now, who could have done that?
I don't know, but it's a pretty snide trick, desecrating a grave that's over 200 years old. The grave of the first governor of our colony. Whoever the meddler was should...
No meddler desecrated this grave.
What was that?
Sam, look. Walking towards us. Look at that man.
His clothes are covered with dust. They're strange-looking clothes. Knee breeches, powdered wig, Puritan hat.
His face. Look at his face, Sam. It's like a death mask.
It looks like the picture to Sir Roger.
I am Sir Roger. I have returned from the dead.
No. No, this is a joke.
I do not jest. I have returned to save thee and thy village from its sinful ways.
It can't be. It can't be.
Silence! If either of thee utter a single word, I shall run thee through with this sword.
What do we do, Sam? What do we do?
Thou shalt do as I command. Thou shalt learn from the will of Sir Roger Mathis' law. And to break that law means death. Dost thou hear? Death.
Well, there's Stebbins. Let's hear what he has to say.
Fellow selectmen, the issue that brings us here tonight has to do with this old meeting place. Now, as all of you know, this building was erected in 1712 by the first governor of this colony, Sir Roger Mathis. And as you also know, nothing has been disturbed within these walls since that day. The furniture, the paintings, even the ancient punishment stocks and torture presses, all are still here in their original places. Now, the issue that's been proposed by some members is that this hall, which has always been a private gathering place for the descendants of the first settlers of the village, be open to the public as a museum, and an admission price be charged.
That proposition is an outrage.
Please, Mr. Corson.
It's an outrage, I say. Thou art violating the laws that were passed down to us by our founder, Sir Roger Mathis.
Silas Crossman, you'll get a chance to talk later on.
I should talk now. Someone go into the museum and fetch the original ruling, written in Sir Roger's own hand. You go in there, Harvey.
Yes, sir.
I shall read to thee his document. In it he states that only the families of the village...
No. What is it, Harvey?
In the press. The ancient torture press, there are two bodies.
What?
Why, they can't.
It's Sam and Wes Merrill. They've been crushed to death.
Good heavens.
That can't be.
Look. Merciful saints.
Look, they're clutching something in their hands. Both of them.
See what it is, Harvey.
Yes, sir.
Who could have done such a thing?
Why, I saw them only an hour ago.
Here you are, Mr. Stebbins. Looks like two pieces of old parchment.
Yes. Yes, that's what it is.
What's that writing on them? What does it say?
Glory. This can't be.
Well, what is it?
These are two ancient death warrants, signed by Sir Roger Mathis.
Why don't
Don't them state troopers come, Mr. Stebbins?
They'll be here soon, Harvey.
I don't like being alone in this old place.
Someone has to stay here in the hall with the bodies until the police arrive.
No, it's scary in here.
Well, what is there to be afraid of?
What is there to be afraid of? Tell me, who killed Sam and Wes? Why were they killed?
Well, Harvey, I don't know.
I know why. They were for opening this place against the original wishes of Sir Roger. Well, he had something to do with their death. I just got a feeling.
Now, you stop talking nonsense.
He was a stern old Puritan, Sir Roger was. I've read all about him, and them that disobeyed his wishes... Did you hear that?
Yes. It was just the door.
Footsteps coming into the hall.
Now, see here, Harvey. If you're going to act like a fool...
Look.
Good heavens.
The ancient clothes. The Puritan hat. And that face. Like a face from the grave. It's Sir Roger.
Yes, it does look like it.
He's coming towards us. I can't stand this. I'm getting out of here.
Now, come back here, Harvey.
No.
Come back here.
No, I'm going.
Harvey, you shouldn't have done a fool thing like that.
You have been left alone, John Stebbins.
You can't frighten me. Who are you?
I am the ghost of Sir Roger Mathis.
Now, you keep away from
Thou
me.
hast broken the laws that I've handed down to thee. Thou hast suggested opening this meeting hall to the public. And for that thou must pay for thy sins.
No.
Pay.
Keep away.
Pay, dost thou hear?
No.
Yeah?
Who is it?
It's me, Harvey. I got to see it once, Sheriff.
Well, what is it? What's wrong?
Sir Roger, the ghost of Sir Roger. We just saw him in the meeting hall.
Now, take it easy, Harvey. Where's Mr. Stebbins?
He's still in the meeting hall. He's alone with that ghost. Come with me at once. Right in here, Sheriff.
Hold that lantern steady, Harvey. I can't see a thing.
Oh, where is Mr. Stebbins? What's happened to him?
Now, I'm sure he's all right. Now, we'll just have a look around here. Harvey. Look. Look there by the speaker's pulpit.
It's Mr. Stebbins. His head and his arms locked in the ancient punishment stock.
Yes. Stebbins. Mr. Stebbins.
Look, his neck. It's twisted so strange.
Mr. Stebbins is dead, Harvey. He's been strangled.
Oh.
Look. Look there in his hand. He's clutching a piece of parchment.
It's the same. The same as the others.
Yes. Another death warrant. Signed by Sir Roger Mathis. And that was the night that the whole thing started, Mr. Cranston.
Did the state police uncover anything?
Nope. They're as baffled as we are. That's why I took the liberty of sending word to you like I did.
Well, has the ghost of Sir Roger been seen since?
Oh, yes, Miss Lane. Many times. And there have been others that died by his hand.
How many others?
2 more. One was found hanging from the tree that was used for just that purpose in the olden days.
And the other?
He was tied to the ancient ducking stool. We found him in the river, drowned.
And were both of these victims clutching a death warrant when they were discovered?
Yep, same way.
Have there been any clues at all? Any one thing that would link these crimes together?
Well, of all the men who died, they were in favor of opening the old meeting place to the public.
Oh, I see.
But that only strengthens people's belief in the ghost of Sir Roger. They say that this is his vengeance for their proposing such a move.
Well, aside from Sir Roger, what living person in this village was opposed to the opening of the meeting place?
Quite a few would vote that way. The leader of the faction is old Silas Crosman.
Was he present that first night when the bodies were found?
Yes, he was. But you can't suspect him, Mr. Cranston. Old Silas is our leading citizen. His family was one of the founders of the village.
I see. You've never even questioned him, then?
Oh, no, I haven't.
Well, tell me, Sheriff, this ghost of Sir Roger, just where has he been seen? When have these appearances been made?
Well, he's always been seen in the old meeting hall. Usually at the
hour of midnight.
Can it be arranged for us to get into the hall at that hour, Sheriff?
Why, certainly.
Without anyone in the village knowing that we're there?
Yep.
Very well. We shall seek out the ghost of Sir Roger Mathis tonight.
Lamont, I don't think the ghost is going to appear.
The evening isn't over yet, Margot. Not frightened, are you?
No. No, of course not. I mean, well, not very.
Listen. Midnight. The hour for the ghost to appear.
I still don't think he's coming.
Well, suppose we find that out right now.
Sir Roger! Sir Roger! If you can hear me, why don't you show yourself?
No one answers.
Give him time, Margot. Give him a chance to.
Lamont, listen.
Yeah, that did it. He heard me. He's coming.
Where are those footsteps coming from?
I can't tell yet. They seem to be somewhere overhead.
Isn't there a small balcony just above us, Lamont?
Yes. He seems to be right above us now. Give me that flashlight, Margot.
Here you are.
Is that you, Sir Roger?
Who called to me? Speak up. Who summoned Sir Roger Mathis?
It is Sir Roger.
I warn thee, silence will bring destruction upon thee. Who called out my name?
I did, Sir Roger.
Where art thou?
Right down here, below you.
Lamont, that face. Look at that face. It's
You do not find my face pretty to look upon. Why art thou here?
We've heard a lot about you, Sir Roger. The fear that you've created in this village. We don't share that fear. That's why we're here.
Fools! The fate of the others will be thy fate as well.
We're chancing that. So come ahead. Bring your destruction, Sir Mathis. I'm most curious to learn what your powers are.
I select the time for my revenge.
Oh, I see. Then you're not going to harm us tonight, is that it? Very well. If you will come to us, then we shall come to you.
Stay where thou art. I warn thee.
Come on, Margot. We're going up to meet Sir Roger right now. Hurry, Margot. Up these stairs.
Right, Lamont.
Well, Sir Roger. What? He's gone.
But where did he go?
I have chosen not to meet thee at this moment.
Where's that voice coming from?
Listen to me, both of you.
He must have gone through a secret panel.
Thou that dares defy the laws of Sir Roger Mathis, and by my sword, thou shalt die for it.
Meeting hall certainly looks different in the daylight, doesn't it, Lamont?
Yes, very much so.
Did you say anything to the sheriff about our encounter last night, Lamont?
No, I thought it best not to mention it to anyone for the present.
Oh.
We do know now that Sir Roger proved himself to be a very human ghost.
Yes.
But who he is and what his motive might be still remains to be discovered.
Yes, and how he got away.
Yes. That's what we'll try to find out right now. Let's take a look at this wall, Margot.
You think he escaped through a secret panel?
Oh, undoubtedly. You stay at this end, Margot. I'll look down by the speaker's pulpit. If you find anything suspicious, call me.
All right. The panel seems solid enough. There's no sign of any...
Good afternoon.
Oh.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you.
Oh, that's quite all right. I just didn't hear you.
Yes. I'm Edward Croston.
Oh, how do you do? I'm Margot Lane.
Oh, Miss Lane.
Oh, Lamont, will you come here?
Yes, coming.
Lamont, this is Mr. Crosman, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, yes.
Mr. Crosman, Mr. Cranston.
How do you do, Mr. Cranston? The sheriff tells me that you're trying to track down our elusive ghost.
Well, we're making an attempt.
I'll be greatly relieved if you find him, sir.
Why is that?
Well, I've been more or less the leader of the group who wish to open the meeting hall to the public. Most of those who are on my side have met death at the hands of the ghost.
Oh, and you feel that you might be next?
Yes, sir, I do.
Have there been any attempts on your life?
No, not yet. Knock on wood. Although my dear uncle probably wishes there had been.
Your uncle?
Yes, Silas Crossman. He heads the opposition group.
Oh.
Plenty sore at me, I guess, for disgracing the family name by fostering this move to open the meeting hall.
I see.
Have you discovered anything that might be a clue to all these killings?
No, we were just looking around in here. Having heard of the ghost and knowing that all good ghosts use secret passageways and such, we hoped we might stumble on one.
Oh, say, that's an idea. Perhaps I can help you.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, I'm to be in charge of the restoration work in this hall if it's ever opened, and I have a sheaf of the original plans of the building at home.
Oh, really? Could we see them?
Well, surely. I'll dig them out for you this evening if you wish.
Well, we'd appreciate that. Where shall we meet you?
Oh, back here at the meeting hall?
All right, that's a date.
Fine. Well, I've got to be getting along. Oh, by the way, I trust that no word of this will get to my Uncle Silas. He might...
We won't mention it to anyone.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Margot, I think it's time that we investigated Mr. Silas Crossman. I'm going to pay a call on him right now as the Shadow.
What was that?
Sorry to interrupt your letter writing, Mr. Crossman.
Who are you? Where does that voice come from?
I am right beside you, Silas Crossman. Don't trouble yourself to look for me. No human eyes have ever seen me.
What is thy name?
I am called the Shadow.
What brings thee into my house?
I'm here in search of a ghost, Mr. Crossman. The ghost of Sir Roger Mathis.
Why do you seek him here?
Because I believe that you know all about him.
I know no more than any of the others.
Why are you opposed to the opening of the old meeting hall?
Because that hall belongs only to those of the village. For hundreds of years, it has always been that way. They shall not desecrate an ancient tradition.
Do you realize that those are the same words that were used by the ghost of Sir Roger Mathis?
I'm aware of that.
People aren't going to continue to believe that a ghost is responsible for the killings in this village. Soon they'll know that a human hand has caused these deaths. And when they do, Silas Crossman, their suspicion will fall on you.
Why? Why me?
Because of your behavior. The way you live in this house, surrounded by the relics of the past. You still write with an ancient quill. In your speech, you use the antiquated thee and thou, just as the ghost of Sir Roger does.
That proves nothing.
You're wrong, Mr. Crossman. That evidence alone would be enough to convict you in a court of law. Now tell me, what do you know about these killings?
Nothing. I know nothing about them.
Very well. I've given you your chance. And let me warn you, Mr. Crossman, there is no escaping justice. If you are the killer, believe me, you will pay for your crime.
Lamont, do you think Mr. Crossman will keep his word?
I believe so, Margot.
I shouldn't like to spend many more nights in this eerie old hall.
Well, if everything works out as I expected.
Lamont, listen. Do you hear those footsteps?
Yes.
Can it be Sir Roger again?
We'll soon find out.
Hello there. Sorry I'm late.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Crossman. You gave us quite a scare.
Oh, I'm sorry. That seems to be a habit with me, doesn't it?
Did you bring the plans?
Yes, there are 2 copies of them here. You may take one of them.
Well, thank you. I think we'd better go right to work. We can each start at one end of the wall, Miss Crossman.
Oh, very well.
What about me?
Oh, if you don't mind staying with me, Miss Lane, I'd appreciate it. You see, my eyesight is rather poor, and in this dim light, I can hardly...
all right. I'll go with you, Mr. Crossman.
Thank you. Here are the plans, and here's my flashlight, Miss Lane.
Thanks.
Call out to me if you find anything.
Yes, we will.
We can start right here, Miss Lane. Now, do the plans indicate anything for this section?
Well, there does seem to be one thing here that might mean something. See, it would be about this point on the wall.
Where?
This panel here. Look, Mr. Crossman. It moves.
Well, so it does.
Wait, I'll see if I can get hold of it. There, the panel's open. We must call Lamont. Lamont! Go!
Shut up. You're so anxious to meet Sir Roger. Suppose I take you to see him right now.
Go with me. Lamont! Lamont, help me!
In you go.
Where are we? Where have you taken?
We're in a secret compartment of the cellar beneath the meeting hall. This place is known only to me.
You let me out of here.
You can cry out to your heart's content if you wish. No one will hear you. These walls were made especially thick to muffle sound. They had a purpose in building them that way even in the olden days.
What do you mean?
This room, which I discovered through the plans, was an ancient torture chamber.
Oh.
Torture chamber, yes. Look about you. See the press? The spike-studded pit?
Oh, no.
Excellent place for entertaining, don't you think?
And you. And it was you who's been impersonating Sir Roger.
That's correct.
Well, why did you bring me here?
You shall learn presently. You see this fire that I've started in that forge?
Yes?
I've placed a branding iron in there, and soon that iron will be white hot.
No. Oh, why are you doing this?
In the days of the Puritans, they had a very satisfactory method for dealing with meddlers. They branded them upon their foreheads.
No.
Soon, young lady, soon you shall feel the searing agony of that brand biting into your flesh.
Oh, you're mad. You're mad.
You won't feel the pain too long. Oh, no. You see, after you're branded, I have another treat for you. The press.
Oh.
The torture press.
Let me out of here.
Prepare yourself. The branding iron is glowing now. It's ready to use.
You can't do this, please.
Yes.
No.
Prepare yourself, Miss Lane. I have the iron ready now.
No, keep it away from me. Keep it away.
Drop that iron, Mr. Crossman.
Who is that?
Release that girl.
No, let go of my arm. Let me finish my work.
There. Your work is finished, Mr. Crossman.
Who are you?
I am the Shadow.
Shadow. I've heard of you.
Then you know, too, that I'm here to put an end to your career of torture and murder, Mr. Crossman.
Oh? And how do you propose to do that, Mr. Shadow?
By turning you over to the police.
The police will never get me.
We shall see. Why did you do it? Why did you kill those men?
Because of my uncle, Silas Crossman. I hate him. Him and all that he stands for. But now, I've had my revenge. He will be blamed, you see. He will be held for the murders.
What makes you think that?
Because none of us are leaving this building alive.
You're wrong, Edward Crossman.
You see?
Look out, he's tipping over the board.
Don't do that, Crossman.
It's done now, Shadow. Look, the flames are already licking up the walls. This old hall is a tinder box. It'll burn to a cinder in no time.
There's a flashing all over the room.
Yes. What are you going to do now, Shadow?
We're getting out of here. Go to that door at the end of the room, Margot. If we can get upstairs, we have a chance to escape. I'll keep him away from you. So hurry, Margot, hurry.
Hold on to my arm, Margot.
Oh, there's smoke, Lamont. I can't see.
We've got to keep going. We're upstairs now. We should be nearing the door.
Oh, Lamont, there's smoke.
Margot. Here, I'll carry you. We haven't far to go. We can make it. Only get to the door. To the door. Wait, this is it. I found the door, Margot. We've made it. How do you feel, Margot?
Better, thank you.
Oh, good. Take a look at that building. It's a mass of flames.
Yes, we got out just in time. Any sign of Crossman?
No, there's no hope for him now, I guess. He must be burned.
Look in the belfry of the meeting house. There's someone standing up there.
Oh, Lamont, it's young Crossman.
Yes, look at him. He's waving his arm. He's shouting something to the crowd.
Lamont, he's going to jump.
Turn your head, Margot. I just left the police, Margot. They searched young Crossman's house.
Did they learn anything?
Yes, among other things, they found the costume he wore for his ghostly impersonation.
Why did he ever do it, Lamont?
Well, they found his diary among his effects. That told the real story, Margot.
What was it?
Well, the young man was most anxious to inherit his uncle's fortune. So he devised the first murder to throw suspicion on the old man, hoping that he would be blamed for it and possibly executed for the crime.
Oh, I see.
I'm certain he didn't have a very balanced mind to begin with. And after the first killing, he just went berserk with a lust for murder that proved his downfall.
Well, this whole affair settled one thing, Lamont.
What's that?
The town will no longer be divided over the meeting hall because there just isn't any more hall.
The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Prowls at Night. High on the snow-covered Adirondack Mountains, in a tiny trapper's cabin, two men lie sleeping, quietly sleeping. Suddenly, the mournful howling of frightened dogs shatters the stillness of the night. One of the men, alarmed, rises quickly from his bunk and calls out to his partner.
Pierre. Pierre.
What?
Wake up, Pierre.
What is it?
The dog. Something is frightening the dog.
What can it be?
I don't know. I'm going out to see.
Do you wish to take my gun?
No, I won't need it.
All right. I shall put on my boots.
What is wrong with your dog?
I will come out and join you in a moment.
Why are you howling?
Can you see anything, Philip?
No, there does not seem to be.
Philip! Philip, what is wrong? I'm coming, Philip.
Yeah. It's a wolf. A giant wolf.
The criminal is killing him.
Save yourself, Pierre. Save yourself.
I must get the gun. The animal is turning on me. I must get the gun. If I can make the cabin, I will...
John, I wish we'd stayed in the village tonight.
You mean on account of the snow?
No, it's just that I don't like riding through these woods like this.
Why, we've done it hundreds of times, Anna.
I know, but it's different now.
Oh, now you've been listening to that wolf story, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Well, now that's a lot of nonsense.
No, it isn't, John. Too many people have seen him. And what about the bodies they found? Bodies just torn to pieces by a savage beast.
Now, Anna, we'll be home any minute now, and you'll be...
Listen. What's that?
Why, just dogs howling, that's all.
Those dogs are frightened. I can tell by the sound.
Now, Anna, stop imagining things. Get up there, boy.
That howling is coming from somewhere behind us. All I can see is dark wood. John!
Anna, what is it?
The wolf. He's running behind us, following the sleigh. It's the wolf.
Great heavens. Get up, boy. Get up.
Faster. He's gaining on us.
Well, we're going as fast as we can.
He's right behind us now.
Here, take the reins, Anna. I'll deal with him.
It's too late, John. He's right beside us. He's going to leave.
Margot, look at that moon.
Yes. Oh, it's so bright, Lamont, we could almost go skiing again tonight after dinner.
We could at that. How about it, Joe? You've been a guide around here for a long time. Do people ever do any moonlight skiing?
Well, they have in the past, Mr. Cranston, but, well, I wouldn't advise it tonight.
Well, why not, Joe?
Well, it wouldn't be safe.
Oh, you mean this wolf scare that's going around?
Yeah.
Joe, I'm surprised at you. I've never heard of a man who's lived in the woods all his life being frightened by any animal.
I'm not frightened by any animal.
Just a moment. What do you mean, Joe?
This beast is not an animal.
You mean a human is responsible for all these killings?
A human mind is. A human mind in the body of a savage wolf.
I don't understand, Joe.
Have either of you ever heard of a werewolf?
Yes, I've read about them. Werewolf is a man who possesses the power to transform himself into a savage beast.
That's right.
I believe that the legends about them have all come from Central Europe.
I don't think they are legends, Mr. Cranston. I believe they are fact. You see, I was brought up in Central Europe.
Oh, now, Joe, you're not asking us to believe that we have a werewolf here in the Adirondacks.
Well, you can believe what you wish, but I know what has been going on. I myself have seen the animal. Its cunning behavior, its ability to appear and disappear at will, its method of killing. There is a werewolf here. I'm sure of it.
Well, I can't argue with you, Joe. Here's your cabin, Margot.
Yes. All right, I'll meet you at the lodge, Lamont, as soon as I'm dressed.
Righto. See you later.
All right. And I'll keep an eye out for the wolf, Joe. Good old Joe. He certainly
Good evening,
is...
Miss Lane.
Oh, you surprised me, Marie.
Sorry, mademoiselle.
Would you draw a tub for me, please?
Oui, mademoiselle, I have already done so.
Oh, good.
I trust that you enjoyed your skiing today.
Oh, it was wonderful.
Will you be wearing this blue dress, Mademoiselle?
Yes, that'll be all right. Marie, do you hear those dogs howling?
Oui, Mademoiselle.
That's an eerie sound, isn't it?
They often howl like that at night, dear Mademoiselle. I would not worry about it if I were you.
Oh, they don't bother me. I was just... Oh, there's someone at the door. Will you see who it is, Marie,
Oui,
please?
Good
evening.
Oh, good evening, Doctor.
Who is it, Marie?
It is Dr. Van Der, Mademoiselle. He often comes here to the lodge.
Oh, does he want to see me?
Yes, if I may.
Oh, then will you come in?
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
You're Miss Lane, I believe?
That's right, Doctor.
I saw you out skiing today. I wondered if you'd sustained any cuts or bruises that might need attention.
No, I seem to have come through without a scratch, thank you.
Oh, that's fine. Fine. Up here for a rest, are you?
Why, yes, sort of.
Been tired, have you?
Well, more in need of a change, I'd say.
I see. Then you should not be indulging in such violent exercise as skiing. You should be resting, relaxing.
I suppose you're right.
This is a personal question, I know, Miss Lane. But have you had any medical attention lately?
Have I had any... Oh, no. Not in the past 6 months.
I see.
Why do you ask, Doctor?
Young lady, you are in a very highly nervous state. I make this statement freely because I specialize in such work. I suppose I should not have told you this.
No. No, I'm glad you did.
Your eyes have a strained look. They are weary. Very weary. Is that not so?
Yes. Yes.
Sit down, Miss Lane, please.
Sit down?
Yes. No. This chair, please. Yes. That's it. Now, just relax. Now, think only of peace. Look at me, Miss Lane. Look at me. Do you feel better now?
Yes. Yes.
I should say, Miss Lane, that you are very badly in need of constant medical care for the next few days. Don't you agree with that, Marie?
Oui, Doctor. I do.
I have a small sanitarium nearby, Miss Lane. An excellent place for you to rest. I suggest that you spend a few days there.
Whatever you say, Doctor.
Fine. Pack some of Miss Lane's clothes immediately, Marie. We are leaving for the sanitarium at once.
Margot! Margot! You in there? Margot! That's odd. Better go in and see. Margot! Margot! Well, she's not here. Has Miss Lane been here at the lodge?
No, sir.
Are you sure?
I'm positive, sir. I haven't seen her since this morning.
State police, attention. State police, attention. Be on the lookout for young woman missing since 6 o'clock this evening. She is 5 feet, 5 inches tall. Weight 118.
Not a thing, Mr. Cranston.
It's been 24 hours now. 24 hours without any word.
Yes, I know. Looks bad. Oh, excuse me. Yes? Huh? What? Oh, send him right in. Well.
What is it?
A man outside who claims to have seen someone just an hour ago who resembled the missing girl.
Where? Where did he see her?
Well, I don't know yet.
You send for me, Sarge?
Oh, it's you, Jennifer. Come in.
Yes, sir.
This fellow's a local farmer.
Where did you see the girl?
Right near my house. I seen her. Just an hour ago.
Where is she now?
I don't know.
Good heavens, man. Don't you realize that half the police in the state were looking for her?
Sure, but I didn't have no chance to get near her.
What are you talking about?
It won't do any good, Mr. Cranston, to rush this guy. Tell us what happened, Jennifer.
Well, I was home, like I said. All of a sudden, my dog started howling. He was yelling so bad, I got the idea maybe there was someone prowling around the livestock.
So you went out to investigate?
Yeah.
And then what happened?
Well, first I looked around. Couldn't see nothing. And all at once I spotted somebody down in the lower field. It was a girl.
Young, tall brunette?
I don't know whether she was a brunette or not. She's wearing a white ski suit.
Well, that was Margot, all right.
Running through the field in the moonlight. Running real fast, she was. And at her side was what appeared to be a giant gray dog like.
Did you call out to her?
Didn't have no chance. Before I could even say anything, she disappeared over the side of the hill.
Sergeant, there's no time to lose. We must go to this man's farmhouse at once.
But now, back to Death Prowls at Night. I'll take a squad up the other side of the hill, Mr. Cranston. We can all meet back here at the farm.
All right, Sergeant.
All right, come along, men. Come on over this way here, boys.
Mr. Jennifer.
Yeah?
When you first saw the girl, which direction was she coming from?
Back yonder.
Are there any other farms back there?
Not for a good many miles.
Oh, I see.
In fact, outside of Dr. Van Dane's sanitarium, there ain't another place in that direction.
Dr. Van Dane's sanitarium?
Huh?
Where's that?
About a mile up the road.
In the same direction?
Yeah.
Who is Dr. Van Dane?
You must have seen him around the lodge. He's up there quite a bit.
Oh, I see. That's very interesting. Could you lead me to the sanitarium of his?
Sure. When would you want to go?
Right now, Mr. Jennifer. Right now.
Now, there's the sanitarium right ahead, Mr. Cranston.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, I won't go no further with you. The doctor don't like visitors much.
All right, Jennifer. I'm grateful to you for your help.
That's all right. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye.
Oh, Miss Cranston.
Yes?
Be careful.
Yes. Excellent advice, Mr. Jennifer. Excellent advice.
Yes?
I'd like to say, aren't you Marie, Miss Lane's maid?
Oui, monsieur.
Well, where is she? Where is Margot?
I do not know.
Don't lie to me. Where is Miss Lane?
Is that you, Lamont?
Margot! Let me in.
Please, Mr.
Margot!
Let us out.
Margot, where are you?
Right in here, Lamont.
Oh, darling. Darling, you're all right. You're all right.
Of course I am. Why are you so upset?
Why am I upset? With half the countryside searching for you, not knowing if you're alive or dead?
You had searching parties out for me?
But of course.
That was silly of you.
Silly of me?
Yes.
Margot, don't you understand? I was alarmed about you, why you had disappeared and where. Tell me, what are you doing in this place?
I've come here for a rest. That's all.
A rest?
Yes. Yes, is there anything wrong in that?
Well, no,
Well, then
but...
stop behaving like a schoolboy.
Margot.
Leave me alone, will you?
Margot, just tell me this. Why did you leave the lodge as you did without telling me where you were going?
I didn't think it necessary to tell you.
Well, how did you meet Dr. Van Dane?
He came to my cabin at the lodge.
You'd never seen him before?
No,
Well, then how did you know it was safe to come here to this place?
because I trusted him. He's a very fine old gentleman.
Oh. Well, where is he now?
I don't know.
Margot, you were seen several hours ago running through the nearby fields. Why were you out like that in the dead of night? Answer me, Margot.
Lamont, will you please leave me alone? I refuse to answer any more of your stupid questions.
Very well. Then I shall seek my information elsewhere. I'm going to investigate the other people who live within these walls. I shall visit them as the shadow.
Only I could get to sleep.
Sorry to disturb your slumber, Marie.
Oh, who is there?
Don't be alarmed, Marie. I've chosen to make myself invisible to your eyes.
Oh, who are you?
I am called the Shadow.
What are you doing here? Why have you come to see me?
I am seeking information from you, Marie. Information about Dr. Van Dyne.
What about him?
Where is he now, do you know?
No. He has gone out.
At this time of night? Where did he go?
I do not know.
Don't you think it odd that he should choose this hour to be out in this mountain wilderness?
I do not question the doctor's habits.
You came here last night with Miss Lane, did you not?
Oui, monsieur.
Why? Why was she brought here? How did he persuade her to come?
He did not persuade her. She came of her own free will.
You've known Dr. Van Dane before, haven't you? Answer my question.
Oui, monsieur.
For how long? How long have you known him?
What difference does that make?
It makes a great deal of difference. I suspect very strongly, Marie, that you aided him in bringing Miss Lane here.
She came here willingly, I tell you. She needed a rest.
Are you trying to make me believe that she chose to come to a sanitarium where she is the only patient?
No.
I've just determined that fact by searching the building.
I know nothing about that.
But you do know something about Dr. Van Dane, more than you're willing to tell me.
No.
Well, I shall continue to question you until you do.
No. No, leave me alone, please.
Where did he come from? What is his background, his place of birth?
He was born in Europe. That is all I know.
In Central Europe?
Oui, I believe so.
That's most revealing. Does Dr. Van Dane often indulge in nocturnal prowling?
I do not know.
You do know, but you're afraid to tell me.
Oh, please, monsieur. Do not ask me any more questions.
How does Dr. Van Dane feel about dogs? Does he have any around the house?
No, he hates dogs.
Then how do you account for the fact that Miss Lane was seen several hours ago running through the fields with what appeared to be a giant beast?
I do not know what you are talking
Yes,
about.
you do. You also realize the significance of the appearance of Miss Lane with that huge dog-like animal, don't you?
No.
You suspect just as I suspect. What this means. But the thought is too horrible for you to voice, isn't it?
Stop torturing me.
You're being very foolish, Marie. By your very silence, you're bringing about your doom.
What do you mean, monsieur?
Don't you see what is happening? Your place is being taken. Already you've been supplanted by Miss Lane.
No, monsieur.
When Dr. Van Dane has no further use for you, you know what that can mean, don't you?
Yes.
Then you must do something about it. You must act quickly.
What is there to do?
I am getting that young woman out of here at once. Meantime, you can call the police. If you tell them everything you know about Dr. Van Dane, there is still a chance for your salvation.
What? That is my only chance?
Your only chance. But you must do this at once.
Well, Lamont, did you succeed in getting the information you wanted?
I did talk to Marie.
Are you satisfied now that this is a perfectly safe place for me to be?
Quite the contrary, Margot. I'm taking you out of here at once.
Lamont, what are you saying?
I found out something about Dr. Van Dane. If it's true as I think it is, your life is in danger every moment that you're here.
Oh, Lamont, you can be so melodramatic.
Margot, I'm giving you cold, hard facts. Do you remember the conversation that we had with Joe, our guide, about the people who'd been killed by a giant wolf?
Yes.
Do you remember his believing that the animal was really a human being?
Oh, you mean that werewolf story?
Yes.
Oh, Lamont, are you trying to tell me that there may be something to that story?
Yes, perhaps.
Oh, that's fantastic. You're just making up a story in order to get me out.
I'm not making up a story, Margot.
Oh, no.
What's the matter, Margot? You're trembling.
Oh, dogs. Why don't they stop their howling?
Margot, why should their howling bother you?
I don't know. I just hate the sound of dogs, that's all. Why don't they stop?
Margot, I don't know what's happened to you, but this thing is part of it.
What are you talking about?
This fear of dogs.
Oh, dogs, no.
You've never felt that way before. Then your irritation at my being here, your nervous behavior, the way you're pacing the room right now.
I've got to get out. I've got to get out.
I'm taking you out, Margot.
Oh, no. Now I'm so alone.
Margot, listen to me. We're leaving here together.
Oh, no, we're not. You have no right to tell me what to do.
I'm sorry, Margot. You're coming with me. Even if I have to carry you out of
You
here.
dare lay your hand on me, I'll... Oh, I'm sorry, Lamont. I lost my head, I guess. I didn't know what I was doing. Of course I'll come with you. Come right now.
Oh, that's better. Thank you, Margot.
Will you get my coat, please, in that closet?
Well, surely. I don't see them in here, Margot. Are you sure they're in here? Margot! Margot, let me out of here.
Next time, you'll know enough to let me have my way.
Margot!
Goodbye, Lamont.
Margot!
Oh, now I must find the doctor. I must let him know that I'm free.
Looking for me, Miss Lane?
Oh, I'm so glad that you're here, Dr. Van Dane. I was worried about you.
Really?
Yes, I heard the howling of dogs and was afraid that you might have been in trouble.
You need never fear for me. I am too clever for them. Much too clever.
Doctor, you seem upset. What's wrong?
I just had a most unfortunate experience. Someone I trusted proved herself disloyal.
Marie?
Yes. She was about to telephone the police. About to betray me.
I see. She will never make the call?
Never. But come. We have things to do, young lady. The night is short. Time is precious. Come. You have a mission to perform. Tell me, did you enjoy the sense of freedom that you found earlier this evening? Running through the open field?
Oh, yes. Yes, I did.
I am pleased. You are progressing rapidly.
I shall always follow your instructions.
Excellent. You are most obedient. Come now. We are setting forth on our first great adventure. The supreme adventure. Before the night is over, you shall have learned to kill.
I am ready.
Very well. Come with me. Who is that?
One moment, Dr. Van Dane.
The shadow.
Who spoke? I see no one.
The young lady knows who I am, Doctor.
Yes. Yes, it is the shadow.
Young woman, do you know this unseen voice?
Yes.
Why is he here? How did he find us?
I can answer that for you, Dr. Van Dane. I am here to save this young woman from your evil power.
I do not know what you're talking
I
about.
don't wish to be saved. Leave me alone.
I am aware of what you've done to this girl, Doctor. You've influenced her mind, robbed her of a power to think for herself. By some form of hypnosis, you've gained control of her every thought.
That's not true.
Did you hear that, Shadow? She herself denies this.
She denies it because you've willed her to do so. But I'm going to break this hold you have on her.
No. No.
I, too, possess the secret of hypnosis. And I believe that my power is greater than yours, Doctor. Just as the power of good is always greater than the power of evil.
Leave me alone. Make him leave me alone.
I am warning you, Shadow. Do not meddle in my affairs.
You can't frighten me. Not when I know as much about you as I do.
What? What do you know about me?
That you are the one who is responsible for the savage, brutal killings in this neighborhood. That you have committed these crimes in the guise of a wolf.
You mean I've transformed myself into an animal?
Exactly.
That is preposterous. You are going back to medieval superstition, to the legend of the werewolf.
It's possible you might possess that power, Doctor.
How dare you say such a thing?
Margot, listen to me.
No. No.
I am using all the power that I possess to reach into your mind.
Oh,
Feel it. Feel that power.
No.
Let my thoughts link with yours. Let them join together and drive out all evil.
Remain firm, young lady. Do not listen to his lies.
I'm trying, Doctor. I'm trying.
Concentrate on one thing and one thing only, Margot. The thought that I'm sending to you. Grasp it. Hold it in your mind.
Drive it from your mind, young lady.
Oh, please, both of you. I can't think.
It will come true, Margot. The thought will come true.
Those dogs. Where are those dogs?
They are looking for you, Doctor.
Those dogs?
They belong to the police.
Huh?
That frightens you, doesn't it? You are not able to concentrate now.
Please, Doctor.
The way is clear now, Margot. You can receive my thoughts alone. You're coming back to me. You're coming back to me.
Yes. Yes. Lamont.
There, Dr. Van Dane. Your spell is broken now.
Dogs. They're coming nearer.
Yes, soon the police will be here.
I must get away. They will never get me.
You're staying here.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Come back here, Dr. Van Dane.
They'll never get me.
You say I was in his power, Lamont, for all that time?
Yes, Margot.
Then we must find him. We must.
Oh, you don't.
What was that?
I don't know. The sound came from the trees here. Come on, Margot.
Oh, is that you, Kelly?
No, it's me, Officer Lamont Cranston.
Oh, Mr. Cranston. Say, you found the girl.
Yes.
Good work.
What were those shots? What were you firing at?
Hey, this big fella here.
Lamont, it's a wolf. A huge gray wolf.
Yes. Is he dead, officer?
Yes, sir. Plenty dead. Well, I guess that's the end of the wolf that's been killing people around here.
Yes. The end of the wolf. And it may also be the end of Dr. Van Dane.
Crime does not pay.
Today's drama, Hoodoo.
Major Spire, tell me, just what is a hero?
Well, Margot, I'm afraid that I've never been able to answer that question to my own satisfaction.
But you've seen so many men under fire.
Yes, I know. But the men I've seen under fire have been fighting for something they believed in. Now, I don't think you can call that heroism.
No?
No. To fight for what you know to be true and to your best interest is just good, plain, common horse sense. Do you understand what I mean, Lamont?
I do, Major. I've always said that heroes should be judged by the measure of fear they have in their hearts. Not by what they do, but by how afraid they were to do it.
Well, that makes them pretty rare individuals, doesn't it, Lamont?
It does, Margot. I think I've only known one man who really measured up to those qualities in all my life.
Who was that, Lamont?
Sebastian. Remember him?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Well, don't you think he was a real hero?
Yes, he was.
Sebastian? I don't think I've ever heard of him. Was he recommended for the Service Cross?
No, Major. Sebastian was a man who crossed our paths one summer on Little Cauldron Island, one of the more remote of the Geechee group, about 80 miles off the Georgia coast.
But who was Sebastian?
Oh, just a chap who passed unknown and unsung. But for my money, he was a model of the purest form of heroism.
Well, I'd like to hear about him.
Very well. May I fill your glass, Major?
Oh, yes, thanks.
Well, Margot and I were vacationing on Little Cauldron that summer. The island was virtually owned by Gerald and Edmund Fergus. It's a desolate place. In fact, the Fergus brothers and their sister Polly were the only whites living there. The rest of the population consisted of some 2,000 backward and illiterate natives.
Backward and illiterate? That's giving the natives a break, Lamont.
You see, Major, these natives practiced a peculiar form of voodooism. They worshipped reptiles.
Worshipped reptiles?
I know it seems unbelievable to find such primitiveness only a few hours' journey from the Georgia coast. Nevertheless, it's true. I still carry proof of it here on my watch chain.
What is it?
A bit of hard wood, carved to resemble a serpent's head. The natives use it to ward off evil.
The natives call it a snake stone. All of them wear one tied around the neck.
Yes. Well, one day, just about dusk, during our first week on the island, Gerald Fergus, Margot, and I had gone down to the beach to meet the mail launch. Edmund Fergus was in his study on the lower floor of the big house attending to his accounts. Everything was quite orderly, routine, except that up in Miss Polly's room, at the rear of the big frame mantel.
It's heavy tonight, Stevie.
Very heavy.
Where are you going?
Downstairs, Miss Polly.
Wait until I've finished dressing, please.
Tonight's night of dance Congo. All people make this dance for spirits of dead. Cine, go now.
No, please don't go. They'll begin those dreadful drums in a moment.
If you're afraid of that, you'd like to take this, maybe?
What is it?
Snake stone. Belong to Cine. Keep evil spirits away.
I don't believe in your superstition, Cine.
Then Cine, go.
No, please, Cine.
It do you no good for me to stay.
What do you mean?
Miss Polly know that Gobi, Papaloy, rich man of Little Cauldron, put voodoo on Mr. Edmund, Mr. Gerald, and her too.
I don't believe that, Cine. Besides, Papaloy has to have some of our clothing or our hair, something that belongs to us to make the voodoo work.
You're right, Miss Polly, you're right.
Of course I'm right.
Maybe Miss Polly noticed to see me clean her hairbrush. Miss Polly must be careful. She's losing hair. Mr. Gerald, Mr. Edmund losing hair, too. All Fergus leave hair and brushes. But Cine takes care of it. She takes care of it.
Cine! She did it. She gave the callings to the witch man. Because she hates us. All of them do. They don't want us here. Let's get dressed and tell Edmund all about it. He'll fix her. He'll have her arrested. He'll put an end to all this. What's that?
Who's outside that window? Who's there? I can see someone. Who is it? Tell me. Tell me. Who are you?
The mail launch is coming in now, Lamont.
Oh, there, Mr. Fergus.
Hello, Norton.
I can't come in any closer. Ain't got any mail anyways, but I thought you might be interested to know we found the gun.
Oh, good. Can you identify it?
No, not yet.
Gerald. Gerald?
Margot.
Gerald.
What is it? What did you call out?
Lamont, it's Gerald. Something's happened to him.
Huh? Gerald? Come on, old boy. Gerald.
Lamont. Is he dead?
I'm afraid so, Margot. Who are you? What are you doing here? I'm called Sebastian.
The killer. The missing killer.
Tell me quickly. Who are the ladies holding funeral rites for? Edmund Fergus and his sister Polly. They died earlier this evening. See. Someone's gone. Why have you come here? You, an escaped murderer? Listen. I don't know what you've heard about me. I didn't kill that man on the mainland. You've been suspected of the crime. Edmund Fergus put the police on my trail. He did this because he himself was the murderer. How can you say that? I saw him do it. He knows that I saw him. That's why he accused me. Edmund is a dangerous man. He's mad, I tell you. Mad. Edmund Fergus is dead. You know that. You know that your accusations can never be challenged. Edmund Fergus is not dead. What are you saying? I came here to warn you to take a boat to the mainland at once.
What is he talking about?
I can't stay here any longer. It isn't safe. Wait, you're not going. I won't let you go. Take your hands off me. You're wanted by the police, and I shall see that they get you. Don't be a fool. Let me go.
Come on. Look, coming over the hill. The natives, hundreds of them.
I warned you. I warned you this would happen. There seems to be a white man leading them. Edging them up. It's Fergus. Edmund Fergus.
He's right, Lamont. It is Edmund. He's alive.
Yes. Yes, I see him now. Quiet. He's shouting something to them.
Follow me. Follow your God who has returned from the grave.
Now, do you believe what I told you?
He was right, Lamont.
I must go. They can't find me here.
You must kill my enemy.
That happens to be up, my friend. So I have to go. Good luck.
Wait.
He's gone, Margot. Stand close to me, darling. They're coming. They're coming.
I will be all powerful.
Lamont. What's going on downstairs? Can you hear what Edmund's saying?
Just snatches of it. Seems to be bragging about his great powers to the natives.
Why were we locked in this room? Why are we prisoners here?
Well, I don't know, Margot. Edmund must have some scheme afoot concerning us.
The trial of my enemy.
Hey, listen, there's someone's unlocking the door.
My enemy is about to begin.
The servants see me.
Both of you, come. Master, send for you.
Are we to be freed? Sent back to the mainland?
Master, decide that. Come.
Well, we might as well go down, Margot.
You shall now see, too.
Lamont.
Whoever attempted to stand in my way, they've not...
Look at all those natives. The room is full of them.
Will be their punishment.
And do you see your friend, Edmund? He's rigged up the sort of throne at the end of the room.
You...
Gerald.
Margot.
Gerald.
What is it? What did you call out?
Lamont, it's Gerald. Something's happened to him.
Huh? Gerald? Come on, old boy. Gerald.
Lamont. Is he dead?
I'm afraid so, Margot. Who are you? What are you doing here? I'm called Sebastian.
The killer. The missing killer.
Tell me quickly. Who are the ladies holding funeral rites for? Edmund Fergus and his sister Polly. They died earlier this evening. See. Someone's gone. Why have you come here? You, an escaped murderer? Listen. I don't know what you've heard about me. I didn't kill that man on the mainland. You've been suspected of the crime. Edmund Fergus put the police on my trail. He did this because he himself was the murderer. How can you say that? I saw him do it. He knows that I saw him. That's why he accused me. Edmund is a dangerous man. He's mad, I tell you. Mad. Edmund Fergus is dead. You know that. You know that your accusations can never be challenged. Edmund Fergus is not dead. What are you saying? I came here to warn you to take a boat to the mainland at once.
What is he talking about?
I can't stay here any longer. It isn't safe. Wait, you're not going. I won't let you go. Take your hands off me. You're wanted by the police, and I shall see that they get you. Don't be a fool. Let me go.
Come on. Look, coming over the hill. The natives, hundreds of them.
I warned you. I warned you this would happen. There seems to be a white man leading them, edging them on. It's Fergus. Edmund Fergus.
He's right, Lamont. It is Edmund. He's alive.
Yes. Yes, I see him now. Quiet. He's shouting something to them.
Follow me. Follow your
happens to be up, my friend. So I have to go. Good luck.
Wait.
He's gone, Margot. Stand close to me, darling. They're coming. They're coming.
I'll be all powerful.
Lamont, what's going on downstairs? Can you hear what Edmund's saying?
Just snatches of it. Seems to be bragging about his great powers to the natives.
Why were we locked in this room? Why are we prisoners here?
Well, I don't know, Margot. Edmund must have some scheme afoot concerning us.
The trial of my enemy.
Hey, listen, someone's unlocking the door.
My enemy is about to begin.
The servants see me.
Both of you, come. Master, send for you.
Are we to be freed? Sent back to the mainland?
Master, decide that. Come.
Well, we might as well go down, Margot.
You shall now see, too.
Lamont.
Whoever attempted to stand in my way, they've
Look at all those natives. The room is full of them.
will be their punishment.
And do you see your friend, Edmund? He's rigged up the sort of throne at the end of the room.
You will stand before the throne of justice, both of you, where you shall be given every consideration, every chance to defend yourself.
Defend ourselves? Defend ourselves against what? What have we done?
You've broken the laws of the island.
He's mad, Lamont. Mad.
Yes, but not so mad that he didn't know what he was doing when he murdered his own sister and brother.
What are you saying?
You know that's true, Edmund. You had Polly done away with, and you yourself gave Gerald a slow poison in his drink.
That's blasphemy.
You killed him to satisfy your insane craving for power. You wish the natives to believe in your supernatural resurrection.
Enough. I've heard enough.
You killed your brother and sister to save your own neck. Deny that if you can.
Take them away. Take them away, both of them. Obey when your God speaks to you. Take them to the ceremonial ground. Place them under guard in one of the huts. Tomorrow at dawn, they shall die.
Margot,
Yes, Lamont.
the guards are sleeping.
Yes, I know.
I could only reach that infernal rope that finding my ankle, I could free myself.
Oh, keep trying, Lamont.
Must be nearly dawn. They'll be coming for us soon. He must get free.
What's that?
The door's opening. Someone's coming into the hut. Who's there? Quiet. Sebastian. I've come to help you.
Sebastian?
How did you get here without their seeing you? Never mind that. Time is too precious to waste on talk. Have the natives awakened yet? No, but they will soon. I have a knife here. I'll cut your ties. Lie quietly, don't move. What are our chances for escape? Not good. Are there any boats nearby? They're all being watched. There you are. Thanks. Now the young lady, I'll cut her bonds too. No, wait. I've just thought of something. Something that has one chance in 1,000 of working, but we must gamble that it will.
What? What is it, Lamont?
You must remain tied up, Margot.
Lamont,
Please trust me, Margot. Sebastian, are you willing to trust me too? To do whatever I say, if it means our getting out of here safely? Certainly. Good. Here. I want you to wear my coat. Here, take it. Give me yours. All right. You must remain here in my place, Sebastian. I shall tie you with the ropes that once bound me. I'm willing. I must tie you quickly then.
Where are you going, Lamont?
To try to bring freedom to all of us. There. That'll have to do. Good luck. Thanks. Trust me, both of you. I wonder if he'll come back.
I'm sure he will.
Well, in any case, I'll do my best, young lady, to give you what little protection I can offer. Courage, young lady, courage.
Where is Lamont? Why doesn't he come?
There's still time. Have faith.
Bring them here. Bring them to the stake.
Master orders. Obey him.
Let go of me.
Come.
No, you can't do this. Edmund, listen to me. These savages obey your command. Make them stop in heaven's name before it's too late.
Gobi Papaloi. You call, Master. Gobi Papaloi will prepare the victim for the sacrifice. Gobi Papaloi, obey.
Take your hands off me, all of you.
Useless to struggle now.
You giving up to that?
No, I'm waiting for the proper time to strike.
What are they doing with me? Where are they taking me?
We're in a large clearing, surrounded by the natives. In the center of the clearing, Gobi Papaloi, the witch man, waits. In his hand, he holds the sacrificial lamb.
No, they plan to murder us. Cold blood.
It's the ritual.
Ritual? How dare a tribe of lowly snake-stone-wearing savages even use that sacred name? Where's Lamont? Why doesn't he come? The
Papaloi will strike. I offer sacrifice to Serpent, to ancestors of Serpent. So be Papaloi, now take life. Oh, no, you don't!
Papaloi! White man, attack Papaloi!
Stop him, I say!
He's a knife! He's got Papaloi!
Get that knife away from him!
He is that knife! Now give it back to White man! Sebastian, what have they done to you?
You must carry on. Along.
What the heck, Giant? Papaloi, feel it. Now,
Benny, you shall continue the sacrifice.
Something holds the arm. You cannot strike with knife.
I am preventing you from striking your helpless victim, Zini.
For you. I see no one.
You shall find out soon enough.
Hoodoo. That's voodoo magic.
Right, Zini! Continue the sacrifice. Why do you stand there like that?
Because I have willed her to do so.
Who speaks? Where did that voice come from?
You might know me, Edmund Fergus, as the Shadow.
Shadow!
So you've heard of me. Then you must know why I'm here, Edmund. I've come to put an end to your reign of terror and murder.
How dare you defy me? Use the knife, Zini.
She is powerless. Observe this, all of you. I have willed it that this girl's life be spared. Now watch as the knife is taken from Zini's hands by an unseen power. There, you see? You see her drop the knife?
Pay no attention to him. He's resorted to trickery. Cheap trickery.
You can answer that, Zini. Did you feel the pressure of my hand upon your arm? Did I make you drop that knife?
Yes. Yes, that voodoo. Powerful voodoo magic.
Wait, all of you. Don't be swayed by an unseen voice. I am your master. I am your God. You must obey me.
That is a lie. He is not a god. He is a mortal being who tricked you into believing that he had returned from the dead. Let me tell you this. Edmund Fergus never died. He had no resurrection.
Don't listen to him. Continue the ceremony. I command you.
You command, Edmund Fergus, but none obeys. They stand silently. You are rapidly losing your hold on these people.
I must obey. You're here. I must.
Look, all of you. Observe the behavior of your God. See how frightened he acts. He's afraid of you. He's afraid of what you'll do to him.
No.
If he were a god, why didn't he prevent the death of your witch man, Gobi Papaloi? Why doesn't he stop me now from telling you these things?
Wait, don't listen to him.
There is blood on his hands, much blood. The blood of your people and his.
Keep away from me. Stand back, all of you.
Margot, run quickly to the beach.
Yes.
Don't come any nearer.
You're powerless now, Edmund Fergus. These people will march you out.
Keep away.
That's quite a story, Lamont. But as for this fellow Sebastian, I hate to disagree with you, but I wouldn't call him an exceptional hero. After all, he did what any other man would have done in the same situation. Not exactly, Major. You see, when the natives prepared to burn the remains of Sebastian, tied around his neck, they found a snake stone. You mean he believed in voodoo completely?
He was a member of the cult, Major.
Then he must have believed that in killing the witch man, he was dooming himself to eternal damnation. Not sure that he did. Yet he killed him anyway. I wonder how he ever brought himself to do it. A hero, Major, must be measured by the amount of fear he has in his heart.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, one of the Shadow's most thrilling adventures, Murder from the Grave.
That's him there, walking towards the corner.
Yeah.
Pulling closer to the curb.
Okay.
Wait till we're right beside him, see?
Yeah, I know.
All right. Let him have it.
Right over here, Doc.
All right.
Well, here he is, what there is left of him.
Yeah. They did a pretty complete job, officer.
Yeah, he must have stopped every slug they threw at him. He's still breathing, though, and I don't know why.
Well, we better get him to the hospital at once. Here, give me a hand with him, will you?
Okay, but it looks to me like a waste of time.
Well, what's the story, Doc?
DOA, officer. Dead on arrival.
Yeah, I figured that. Well, better make out a report.
You want to send him to the city morgue or hold him here at the hospital?
I'll check headquarters and find out.
Yes. Gangster, isn't he?
Might say so.
Do you recognize him at all?
Well, now, how can I answer that? The guy ain't got hardly no face left, has he?
Good evening, Dr. Henry.
Oh, hello, Dr. Metzger. What brings you down here to the receiving room?
Just keeping in touch with the activities of the hospital. Well, what have you there?
Gang shooting, Doctor.
He seems to be well perforated.
Yes. Especially the face. It's been just about shot away.
Yes. So I see.
He died on the way to the hospital.
So, mind if I have a look at him?
No, Doctor. No, go ahead.
I'm going to use your phone, Doc. I'll be right back.
All right, officer.
Dr. Henry.
Yes?
Did I understand you to say that you have pronounced this man dead?
Why, yes, Doctor.
I'm afraid you were mistaken.
What?
This man is still alive.
Well, Dr. Metzger, I couldn't feel any pulse, no heartbeat.
He is alive. Ring for the elevator at once.
But, Doctor,
I tell you this man is to be brought to my laboratory. Hurry, Doctor. There's no time to lose.
Dr. Henry speaking.
Hello, this is Dr. Metzger.
Oh, yes, Doctor.
That patient, man who was brought to my laboratory, is alive and can be saved.
Why, that's unbelievable, Doctor.
Nevertheless, it is true.
But what about his face? His face has been shot away.
I intend to give him a new face. Now, listen to me, Dr. Henry. I want a general order given to all in the hospital that I am not to be disturbed for the next 6 weeks.
Yes, sir.
All of my meals and any surgical instruments or supplies that I might need are to be left outside of my door for that period. You understand?
Yes, Dr. Metzger.
If these orders are carried out, I can tell you now, Henry, that in 6 weeks' time, I will bring forth a man who is whole again.
Doggone it, Jack. I just can't help it. Old man curiosity is getting the better of him.
And you've got to find out what goes on in Metzger's laboratory. Is that it?
Yes. He's been in there almost 6 weeks now, Jack. Imagine almost 6 weeks without telling anyone how his experiment is progressing.
Say, does anyone even know if the patient is still alive?
Yes, we do know that much. Metzger sent word to that effect to Doc Hawkins yesterday.
Look, Sherlock, how do you plan to get into the laboratory?
Well, when Metzger opens the door for this tray of food, I'll just walk in with him, that's all.
Good luck.
Yes, I'll need it. Knock on the door for me, will you?
Sure.
Who is there?
Your food tray, Dr. Metzger.
Oh, thank you.
Where do you want me to put...
One moment. You believe the tray with me, Dr. Henry.
Well, I was just going to
You were just going to try to gain entrance to my laboratory. I'm aware of your intense curiosity, Henry. A curiosity that is shared by everyone else in this hospital. Well, you can tell them all for me that my experiment is nearing completion.
Very well, Doctor.
If they wish, they may come here to my laboratory tomorrow at noon. And I shall reveal to them my finished product.
I
don't know what we're waiting for.
Dr. Metzger asked us all to be here at noon today. It's now 1:15. I, for one, see no reason for waiting around any longer.
You're right, Henry.
What'll we do?
Well, we'll let him know we're here.
Dr. Metzger. Dr. Metzger.
Why doesn't he answer?
Well, there's only one way to find that out. Let's start trying to get in. The door isn't locked. I'll go look for him. Dr. Metzger. Dr. Metzger.
He must be in there. He's not out here.
Lord, come here, all of you.
Oh, what is it?
Look, there on the floor.
Oh, holy.
It's Metzger.
He's dead.
Yes. And it looks like murder.
His face has been slashed.
Look, here on the floor. A broken mirror.
Where's the patient? The man he was working on.
There was no one else in this room when I came in.
Well, then he's gone.
Yes. But not before he murdered Dr. Metzger.
And since that time, Lamont, the police have learned nothing.
Well, that's understandable, Dr. Hawkins. They really have nothing to work on.
You have no idea what this Mr. X looks like, have you, Dr. Hawkins?
No, we haven't, Margot. Dr. Metzger did a plastic job on his face, changed it completely. That's all we know.
Well, it's been 24 hours since the killing. The man has had ample time to get away and cover up his tracks.
Yes.
I don't see how Lamont can do any more than the police have done, Doctor.
I didn't ask Lamont to come here for that purpose, Margot.
Oh, no?
No, I discovered something in Dr. Metzger's laboratory that I haven't even told the police about.
Well, why not?
Because it's something too fantastic for them to believe.
Oh, what is it, Doctor?
Metzger's personal notebook, in which he recorded the progress of his experiment. I have it right here.
Well, what does his notebook contain?
Well, the first entry was written the night the patient arrived in the hospital. Dr. Metzger wrote in the notebook at that time.
Tonight, I have at last been given the opportunity that I have been so patiently waiting for. The perfect subject for my experiment is at this very moment lying on a table before me. I have given him the first injection of the solution. The reaction was most successful. Now the real work begins. What does all that mean, Dr. Hawkins?
You'll learn later, Lamont. Just as I learned as I read further into the notes. The next entry of any importance came a week later. At that time, the doctor wrote,
Everything is progressing satisfactorily. Today, the patient has sufficient strength for me to begin the plastic work. I have found that best results can be obtained by giving injections of the solution every 24 hours. This is most important. Any period of time beyond this is dangerous.
Well, what is the solution that he keeps talking about?
I'm coming to that, Margot. I'll skip over the entries that follow. They deal mainly with a growing conflict between the patient and Metzger. A note of regret creeps into his writing. You sense that he's almost sorry for the work that he's done. Eventually, this conflict flames to open hatred. And in the last entry, written the night before he died, Dr. Metzger wrote,
May heaven have mercy on me for ever conceiving this work that I have done. The patient has now reverted to the vicious being that he has always been. Instead of having gratitude for what I have done, he shows only resentment. Tomorrow morning, I shall remove the bandages that cover his face. He has threatened me that if he is not pleased with my work, dire consequences will result. This, then, is the fruit of my labor. This is the price I pay for my great discovery. My discovery of a solution that literally brought a dead man back to life again. A solution with which... So that's it. That was the secret solution.
Yes.
But that's unbelievable, Dr. Hawkins. A solution that brings the dead back to life?
Metzger was a great scientist. Nothing was impossible to him.
Well, where is the solution now?
I couldn't find it. I've searched everywhere in the laboratory.
Then it's evident that the patient, knowing about it, took it with him.
I'm afraid so.
Well, I'd say you had good cause for alarm, Doctor. This killer who is now at large is a man returned from the dead. A man without a soul.
Yes, that's true. But tell me, Lamont, have you gotten any clues from what you've just learned?
Only one. The broken mirror that was found near the doctor's body. Obviously, this mirror must have been shattered by the missing man.
Why do you say that?
He must have broken it in rage when he first saw his new face. Metzger must have made him sufficiently horrible to bring on this rage. So we have only one clue to work on. A man with an incredibly ugly face.
Dr. Hawkins! Dr. Hawkins!
What is it? What is it? Come in.
Dr. Hawkins, something terrible has happened.
What's wrong?
In the morgue. The hospital morgue, just a few minutes ago.
What happened?
A man with a gun came in. Forced me to take one of the bodies. A dead body out to a car.
What?
I had to obey.
Why didn't you call out for help?
I was about to until I saw his face. His face, Dr. Hawkins. It was the most frightening thing I've ever seen. It wasn't human.
Doctor, I'd say our killer has made his first move. And I fear that it won't be his last.
While we're waiting for the curtain to rise in Act 2 of Murder from the Grave, I want to ask you something. When the summer months come, what are you going to do for a supply of hot water? Would you be able to have all the hot water you want, when you want it? And will it be available at a cost within your budget? This is an important problem in many homes. That's why today, the Blue Coal Dealers of America are offering the latest in low-cost hot water heating equipment. They've given you the Blue Coal Automatic Heat Regulator. They've given you the John Barclay Home Heating Service. And now, in 1941, the same Blue Coal Dealers bring you the equipment that provides all the low-cost hot water you want. Yes, the new Blue Coal Deluxe Water Heater that works automatically gives you more clean hot water than you can use. Think of it. Now, at last, you can have an abundant supply of clean hot water heated at just the right temperature and whenever you want it, all summer long. Phone your neighborhood dealer tomorrow and ask him about this new Blue Coal Deluxe Water Heater. Remember, it will pay for itself in savings over the usual cost of summer hot water. And remember, too, when it comes to keeping your home warm and comfortable, there's no other fuel like Blue Coal. Give your dealer a call in the morning. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal.
All right. Put the stiff in the car.
Yes, sir.
We're getting to be regular customers, ain't we?
Why do you do this? Why do you want these bodies?
You'll find out. Everybody will find out very soon. This ain't our last visit to you, Mr. Mallkeeper. You'll be seeing us again.
No, you'll get me into trouble.
Shut up. All right, Eddie, step on the gas. Let's get out of here.
Extra, another gangster's body kidnapped from the morgue here.
That particular pendant will cost you $2,000.
Oh, I
There we are. All of you. This is stick up.
What do you want with us? We can't get away with this.
No. Just watch us. Grab them rings, Eddie. Hi. Phil, take that tray of bracelets.
Okay.
That's all we need here. Wait a minute, boys. Before we blow, we ought to let the folks have a look at us for purposes of identification. Take off your mask, boys.
Oh, no, they're not you. Oh, how horrible.
We ain't very pretty, are we? Well, nobody is. Once they've been dead. Look, only 3 guards for a payroll over $100,000. Cut them off, Eddie. Squeeze them into the curb. Right. Good work. Come on, boys.
What do you guys think you're trying to do?
You'll find out soon enough, Buster.
You men stay where you are. We've got a Tommy gun here.
Go ahead and use it, brother. Go ahead.
All right. You asked for it. Look. The bullets don't have any effect on them. They're still coming toward me on the car.
Don't you know better than to shoot at a mob that's already been dead? Let them have it, boys.
Margot, the entire city has been terrorized by this mob of, ghouls. That's all you can call them.
Lamont, do you honestly believe that this gang consists of the dead men who were kidnapped from the different morgues?
Yes, Margot. There's no doubt of it. They've been sustained by Dr. Metzger's life-giving solution.
Oh, how horrible.
And so far, no one has been able to learn just where this gang is hiding out.
Well, what can be done, Lamont?
Well, one of the mob was captured by the police this afternoon. They've got him in the city jail.
Did he reveal anything?
No, he refused to talk. That is, to the police. But I have an idea that I might be able to get something from him.
I think I know what you mean, Lamont.
I think you do. I'm paying a little visit to his cell as the Shadow.
Why don't they come for me? They know the cops have got me. Why don't they come? What was that?
So, your friends have deserted you, eh?
Who's talking to me? I must be getting stir crazy. I don't see nobody.
You're not stir crazy. I've merely made myself invisible to you.
You made yourself invisible? Oh, I get it.
The shadows paid me a visit.
That's quite correct.
What are you doing here?
I've come to talk to you, to learn something about you and your companions.
Save your talk. I ain't saying nothing.
I know the horrible secret that you and your gang possess. The power that you have to bring life to the bodies of those already dead.
How'd you learn? Where'd you ever dream up an idea like that?
I followed the activities of your leader from the day he killed Dr. Metzger and stole the life-giving solution.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. You're being foolish enough to remain loyal to your mob after they've deserted you.
That ain't true.
Then why haven't they tried to get you out of this jail? Certainly they must know that you'll soon need another injection of the serum.
What are you talking about?
I learned from Dr. Metzger's own journal that the life-giving solution must be injected every 24 hours. To go beyond this period without it means a return to the dead.
No. No, you're just trying to scare me.
How long has it been since you received your last treatment?
Yesterday. Just about this time.
Then its effect should be wearing off right now. We must act quickly. Tell me where the hideout is. And after dealing with your friends, I promise to bring back enough of the serum to keep you alive.
Are you sure? You ain't handing me no line?
I swear it. Now, tell me the secret hiding place and just how many men there are.
Okay. About the men. The boss has only 2 henchmen left now. Phil and Marty. It's been getting harder to make snatches from the morgue. And besides, the boss don't want to waste the serum on us dead ones anyway. Only 2 days ago, he let one of the boys go back to the grave without a shot from the hypo. And believe me, Shadow, his face wasn't pretty to see.
Quickly now. Where's the hideout?
The hideout? Well, it's... Hey, what's happening to me? I got a funny feeling in my head.
Quickly, man, quickly.
Like buzzing.
Tell me where the hideout is.
It's...
How much better for them to have left you untouched after death had claimed you the first time. Well, Margot, we're certain of one thing.
What's that, Lamont?
That our Mr. X, having built up his mob from the remains of notorious gangsters, is now finding it difficult to get bodies of gangsters who, before they died, knew their trade.
Correct.
Also, he's obviously running low on Dr. Metzger's solution. He's letting his lesser helpers die without giving them injections.
Correct again.
Well, then, here's my plan. I'm going to ask Commissioner Weston to plant a story in all the newspapers that a notorious out-of-town gang leader, Dutch Carson, has just been killed by the police.
Who's Dutch Carson, Lamont?
A Middle Western mobster who dropped out of sight about a year ago.
Well, why are you doing all this?
To attract the attention of Mr. X. Then I shall arrange with the commissioner to be taken to the city morgue and be placed on a slab as the body of the dead Dutch Carson. And unless I'm badly mistaken, Margot, within 24 hours, the 3 missing ghouls will be back in their graves, and this time for good.
You ready to stretch out on the slab, Mr. Cranston?
All right, Tom.
You know, you're the first live stiff I ever had in here.
Well, I hope I remain that way.
Yeah.
And will you cover me over with a sheet, please?
Yeah, sure. Hey, what's going to happen when these fellas find out you ain't a dead one, much less the missing Dutch Carson?
Well, now, Tom, it's something I'd rather worry about when it happens, if you don't mind.
Yeah, well, I'm here to tell you, I wouldn't touch your job.
Quiet.
Huh?
I hear footsteps outside the door.
Yeah, somebody's there. Who are you?
Take a look at me, Pop. That ought to answer your question.
You come again, eh?
Yeah, I told you I'd be paying you another visit.
What do you want?
I want the body of Dutch Carson. I got a little job he's going to do for me. Phil.
Huh?
Mix up a shot of the solution.
Hey, it ain't time yet, boss. We don't need none for another hour.
It ain't for us, stupid. It's for a new guy I just snatched out of the morgue. I got him in the next room.
Yeah, but we're running low on this stuff.
Mix it up, I said. We can use this guy. He's valuable.
Huh? Who is he?
Dutch Carson.
Oh, yeah. I don't know him, but I heard of him. He's,
Well, I don't know him either. But he was supposed to be one of the smarter boys in the Middle West until he disappeared about a year ago.
What happened to him?
I don't know, but what's important now is that we've got his body in the next room. Hey, what's that? What's going on out there?
Come on, get inside, you.
Hey, why'd you bring that dame in here, Marty?
Well, I caught her snooping around outside trying to look in a window. Maybe she was trying to cop a quick look at a couple of dead men, eh, boss?
Interesting. What's the idea, girlie?
Well, it was just... Oh, your face.
Find something wrong with it?
You're the one. You're the one that killed Dr. Metzger.
Also interesting. Where'd you get your information?
Let me out of here.
Now, the chance. Now, sit down like a lady like this.
You can't push me around like that.
No, well, I'm giving you a pretty good imitation, ain't I? Now, what were you doing outside? Who sent you here?
Oh, you're so clever. Why don't you find out?
Who sent you here? Answer me.
Oh, stop it. You're hurting my... Oh, Lamont.
And that won't do you no good, sister.
Lamont. Where is he? What have you done with him?
I asked you a question. Wait a minute. Done with who? Who are you talking about?
You brought him here. What have you done with him?
Hey, she must mean the stiff inside.
Now, what is this? Who'd you bring here, boss?
The body of Dutch Carson. Why?
Dutch Carson?
Yeah, I snatched him from the morgue. You heard of him, Marty?
Heard of him? Are you kidding? A year ago, I buried Dutch Carson a load of concrete at the bottom of the river.
I see.
Hey, then who did you bring here, boss?
I don't know. Hold on to this dame.
Yeah.
I'm soon going to find out. He's gone. The body's gone.
It's a trap. The cops are behind this.
Yeah, one thing is sure. The guy is still in the house. Marty, go out and look around the grounds.
Okay, boss.
And now, if you don't mind...
But I do mind. You're staying right here.
No, keep away from
Give
me.
me that knife, Phil.
No.
Gladly, boss. Here you are.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to carve that pretty face of yours to ribbons.
No, don't. No, don't. Keep away.
Get ready, sister. Who laughed?
Not quite so fast, Mr. X.
Hey, what's happening?
You're not touching that girl.
Hey, who done that? Who knocked that knife out of my hand?
I did, Mr. X.
Who's speaking? Where's that voice coming from?
It's coming from the shadow.
The shadow, eh? Well, now, Shadow, this is one time you've stubbed your toe. Because even you can't do anything to dead men.
You're wrong, Mr. X, because I know that you need an injection of Dr. Metzger's solution every 24 hours in order to continue living.
Yeah, and we aim to continue getting it.
I wouldn't be too sure of that.
What do you mean by that, boss?
I mean that I now possess the solution. You see?
Look, the bottle hanging there in midair. He's got the solution.
Give me that bottle, Shadow.
Oh, no. This is my hold on you, gentlemen. And I shall keep it until your allotted time expires. I shall watch you return to the dead again.
Get it away from him, boss, quick.
I'll get it all right. We may not be able to see you, Shadow, but we can see the bottle.
Boss, put that gun away. That ain't the way to do it. Oh, now you've done it.
You hit the wrong target, Mr. X.
Oh, you broke it, boss. You broke the bottle. It spilled all over the floor.
I didn't mean to hit the bottle. I wanted to plug him.
The cops.
You'd better give up, Mr. X.
No, we ain't giving up. We still got another hour to live, Shadow. And a lot can be done in that time. We're going to rip this town wide open, just for luck.
Wait. You're staying here.
Yeah, try and stop us.
Marco, they've got an hour to spread the greatest terror this city has ever seen. I've got to stop them.
We ain't got much time, boss. Looking back, Marty's gone already.
Yeah, I know, Phil.
Will we look as bad as that when we return to the dead?
We'll never know. Besides, right now, we got a little fun ahead of us. Now, when we get to town, shoot and keep shooting at anybody who gets in our way. They're going to remember us when we get done, Phil.
Okay, boss. Hey, watch your driving. This is a narrow bridge.
You know, it's something's pulling the wheel.
What?
I can't straighten it out.
You'll never straighten it out, Mr. X.
Shadow. How did he get here?
I've been with you since you left your hideout, gentlemen.
Hey, let go of the wheel, Shadow.
So that you can carry on your campaign of ruthless killing? Oh, no.
Hey, he's trying to steer us into the river. Where is he?
He must be on the running board. Hey, let go, Shadow.
Don't be a fool, Shadow. If we drown, you'll drown too.
That's not as important as the lives of the innocent people you're planning to kill.
Phil, I can't hold the wheel much longer.
Stop the car! Stop the car!
Too late. It's too late.
But, Lamont, you might have been drowned, along with your ghostly friends.
I certainly might have been, Margot. But fortunately, I threw myself into the car before it went over the bridge.
You know, Lamont, I've become very attached to you. Oh, don't think for a minute that all our mad exploits together haven't been fun. But I wish that for a while, at least, we could have a calm, peaceful existence.
And we shall have, Margot. We shall have.
Mm-hmm. Well, nonetheless, I'm sure you'll forgive me if I hang on to my hat when we start out again next week.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. And now, fresh from the records of the New York General Sessions Court, we bring you conclusive proof that crime does not pay. New York City, December 13th, 1940. Stephen Fleming passes bad check in business deal. Crime, grand larceny in the second degree.
New York City, April 1st, 1941. Stephen Fleming sentenced to serve 15 years to life in state's prison. The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
We'll be back in a moment with tonight's episode of The Shadow, but first this word.
Hear Joe Dolan Saturday nights on KHJ Radio 93. From City Hall to Zanzibar, let's hear what you have to say on any subject that interests you. Saturday nights from 7:05 until midnight. Call Joe Dolan and he'll provide you with a forum for your blasts and bouquets. On KHJ, the information station for Los Angeles.
And now, tonight's episode of The Shadow.
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death on the Rail.
Hello?
Hello, Margot?
Oh, Lamont, where are you?
Well, I'm leaving for your place in a few minutes. How's everything going out there in the country?
Oh, fine, thanks.
Well, that's good. I still wish you'd get over the habit of going out to that lonely place, Margot, all by yourself.
Oh, Lamont, I'm not alone. Katie, the new maid, is here.
But she isn't any protection.
Now, Lamont, we've had this all out before. I'm perfectly safe out here. Now, stop worrying about me and come on out. I'll wait dinner for you.
Very well. But do be careful, please. Bye.
Goodbye. Silly. Never heard of such a thing. What could happen to me out here? Katie!
Yes, ma'am?
You come over here, I'll show you where the garden is.
Yes, Miss Margot.
See, this is it here, Katie. Yes, I see. Of course, it's still dead for early in the year, but soon you'll be able to get enough vegetables from it to feed us all summer long.
Yes, ma'am.
And look, over there is the flower garden. And right behind the house, there's a conservatory that you can... Katie, you're not listening to a word I'm saying. What's the matter?
Well, not a thing, ma'am.
Oh, what is it? Tell me, Katie.
Well, it's the loneliness of this place. I wished I'd never come to work here, ma'am.
Loneliness? Oh, now, Katie, you're just...
I mean it, ma'am. You know, being a maid in a summer place sounded real nice when I was taking the job in the city. But now that I'm here, well, I wished I'd never come.
Oh, Katie, you'll get over that feeling.
Oh, no, I won't, ma'am. Why, last night, before you come here, Miss Lane, I heard so many noises and creakings and groanings that I thought I'd be jumping out of my skin.
Oh, you're not afraid, are you, Katie?
Frankly, ma'am?
Well, yes, of course.
I am. And for good reason. Only last night I come in the kitchen and I seen a ghost.
A ghost?
Yes, ma'am, a ghost. It just stood there staring at me. course, when I come nearer, it turned out to be a mop standing in the corner all covered with cobwebs. Oh, you can laugh, ma'am. But if I hadn't already got me full growth, believe me, it would have scared me out of the rest of it. Well, there are no ghosts around here, Katie, I can assure you. Come on now, we'd better be getting inside. I think it's going to rain. Yes, ma'am. Now, it's none of my business, I know, ma'am. But why were you after picking out a place so far from civilization like this? Why, we've been coming here for years, Katie. It's an ideal summer place. 5 miles from the railroad and no neighbors nearby. And you call that ideal, ma'am? Well, Mother and Dad and all of us love it here. And you'll feel the same way by the time the summer's over. You wait and see. Well, I'm not so sure. Oh, now, we'd better get the rest of our unpacking job done, Katie. Miss Margot. What? I didn't leave the front door open. Did you? Why, no, I didn't. Oh, wait, of course I did. I remember now. But I remember you're closing it, ma'am. That I do. You pulled it shut. Oh, now, Katie, stop acting like a child. I think I left the door open. But if I didn't, what difference does it make? Why, there might be somebody in there. Oh, Miss Margot, it ain't right for 2 women to be all alone out here, and it's for sale. Katie, stop that talk. Come inside and get to work. Believe me, there's nothing to be afraid of. Mr. Cranston will be here tonight. I'm expecting him any minute. So stop worrying. Yes, ma'am. Now, the first thing to do is to get those books on the shelves. Here, will you take some of these, please? Yes, ma'am, I will. Oh, heaven save me, nothing but mystery stories. Oh, reading about spooks in a place like this, that's certainly carrying coals to Newcastle. Oh, Katie, stop your mumbling. Oh, no, You don't have to read them. Just put them on the shelf. Yes, ma'am. You know, I read a mystery story once. It was about a house just like this one. The family that lived in it was just like yours. They went to sleep one night and nobody heard from them for weeks. Finally, some folks broke the doors down and found them all butchered in their beds. Butchered? Yes, ma'am, butchered. And the worst of it was that... Katie, what's wrong? I saw it. Now, don't tell me I didn't. I saw it. What? Somebody's face looking down at me over the banister. Oh, now, Katie, if you don't stop this business... But I saw a face, I tell you. Oh, Miss Margot, I got to get out of here. I got to. Listen to me, Katie. You didn't see anyone. Oh, there isn't a living soul within miles of this place. Now, stop your nonsense. There's nothing to be afraid of. Well, maybe you're right. And maybe you're not. Well, what's that? Obviously, someone is at the door. Well, I'm not going to open it. Katie, I know that there's somebody out there that I'm not going to want to see. It's going to be the same thing that's been showing itself around this house. Oh, be quiet, Katie. I'll open it. Oh, don't you do it, Miss Lane. Don't you do it. Please. One moment.
Good evening.
Good evening. What do you want?
I hope you'll pardon this intrusion, but the storm is just about to break, and I find myself without shelter. May I come in?
Well,
I'm a neighbor of yours. Portless is my name. I've just taken the house up the road.
Oh, really? Which way up the road?
To the right. The big white place with the stone gateway.
Oh.
Yes, I'm taking possession tomorrow. Thought I'd stroll about the countryside and get acquainted.
How interesting. It's a beautiful house.
Yes.
Lovely solarium on the first floor.
I like it.
And that's a delightful swimming pool behind the garden.
Yes, delightful.
Mr. Portless, that house happens to belong to my father's business partner, and he wouldn't part with it for anything. It has neither a solarium nor a swimming pool. Uh-oh. And besides, is it your custom to take a valise along with you for a little stroll through the countryside? I knew it. I knew it was something dreadful when I heard the knock.
Well, I guess my little story didn't work.
No, I guess it didn't. And now, Mr. Portland,
Wait,
if you don't mind.
Don't close the door, please. I only told you that because I wanted to avoid alarming you. Thought it would make things a good deal more simple if I appeared to be your neighbor, since I am forced to ask you to put me up for the night.
To ask me to what?
Let me explain. You see, there's been some trouble on the 7:45 train for New York. Engine coupling went wrong, and since I'm not a well man, I couldn't risk my health waiting around the drafty station at Pegram Junction.
Now, don't let him in, Miss Lane. Please, close the door.
Please. So I inquired after the nearest habitation and was told there were no hotels, but that you were here opening your place for the season. So I just walked over.
See, didn't you find it rather a long walk for a sick man?
Listen, young lady, I'm not going to stand here explaining myself any longer.
No, I should say you're not.
Oh, no, you don't. You're not closing that door until I'm inside.
Let go of that door to get out.
I'm sorry to have to impose on your hospitality. Nevertheless, I must.
Merciful saints, he's in.
No, you needn't be alarmed. I'm not going too far.
I'm going to call for the police.
I wouldn't advise that, young lady.
Oh, no. No, don't call the police. He'd butcher us before we ever got to the phone.
No, I'd hardly do that. But I would suggest that you do not reveal my presence here to anyone.
Why have you come here? What do you want?
A night's lodging, I told you, that's all. Your bedchambers are upstairs, I believe?
Yes, sir.
Will you show me to one of them, please?
Yes, sir. Hey, we've got to, ma'am. We've got to. Butcher us, he would. This way, sir.
Thank you. Good night, young lady. I will be gone in the morning.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if we all are. Not very funny, that last remark. Hello?
Is Lamont Cranston there?
Why, no, but I expect him soon.
Tell him, please, when he comes, to be very careful.
What? Why? What do you mean?
There are some desperate people in the neighborhood of your house who will stop at nothing.
Who are they?
I can't say any more just now, but please warn Mr. Cranston.
Who is it? Hello? Hello, who is it? Oh, hung up.
Miss Margot, what are we going to do?
Now, please, Katie, this is no time for hysteria. But now, listen to me. Stand there by the foot of the stairs and keep an eye out for Mr. Porter. Yes. I'm going to put a call in Mr. Cranston in New York. Oh, but what if he hears you do it? He'll butcher us, just like was in the story. Oh, Katie, please. Operator. Hello, operator. This is Telegram 316. Yes? I want to put a call in to New York City. The number is... Operator. Operator, you still there? Operator. Operator. This phone's gone dead. Hello? Hello? The door. The door's opening. Look, someone's coming in. What do you want? Who are you? Where is he? Who? Who are you looking for? You know who I'm looking for. He's here all right. I saw him come in, so there's no point in trying to lie to me. She's got a knife. She's carrying a knife in her hand. Shut up, you. Yes, ma'am. Now, where is he gone? Where is he hiding? It's Mr. Porter. She's looking for that there Mr. Porter. That's who I want. Tell me where he is. You have no right to come into my house. Tell me where he is, I said. Upstairs. He went upstairs. Oh, trying to hide from me. Well, I'll show him.
You show me what, Eloise?
There you are. I found you. He's got the gun. Please, both of you.
You didn't expect this sort of a reception, did you, Eloise?
You're not frightening me, Portrait. I'm not afraid of that gun. Katie, go quickly for help.
Yes. Stay where you are, all of you.
Still the big, brave man when you're confronted by women, aren't you, Portrait?
Put down that knife, Eloise.
Oh, no.
You will never learn discipline, will you? Give me that knife.
I'll give it to you. In your heart. Oh, thanks above us. In his heart, he said. Please, I can't stand anymore.
Knife, Eloise. I'm going to give you the count of 3 to drop it. If you still insist on crossing me, I'll kill you on the spot. All right, now. 1.
Oh, give it to him, miss. You wouldn't dare to kill me.
Believe you know me better than that. 2.
Give it to him, please. Stop it.
Will you give me that knife?
No. I've bent to your will for the last time.
I've warned you.
Yes, he's warned you. He'll do it. He'll kill you. Give him the knife. No.
3.
He killed her. Come on, we've got to get out of here. Come on,
Come back here, Miss Lane.
Go ahead, Katie.
Miss Lane, come back here, I say.
Shelley Berman, is it true that comedians are the world's most unhappy people? Richard Chamberlain, do you object to being called squeaky clean? I don't have the nerve to ask these questions, but Army Archer, KHJ's columnist to the stars, does. Listen to Army Archer Inside Hollywood, mornings right after the 9:30 news on KHJ, Radio 93.
Margot, I can't go another step. You've got to keep going, Peggy. Not get to the junction. That man may fall. Oh, but he didn't leave the house. We've seen that. That makes no difference. Come on. Yes, but look back there. The lights are still on. Do you want him to catch up to us? Oh, sure. I'd be wanting that. I think not. Well, then come on. Miss Margot, there's a car coming down the road. Yes. Yes, we've got to stop. Perhaps they can help us. Yes. Stand out here in the road with me, Peggy. Oh, but once they don't see us, they'll run us over. Oh, they'll see us. Wave your arm. Yes, I'm making like a windmill, I am. Hey, look up. Hey. Come on, Peggy.
Margot, what's wrong?
Oh, it's you, Lamont. Thank heaven. That's the day.
What are you doing out here in the rain, Margot? Well, what's happened?
Dreadful things, Lamont. Yes. The man came in. The woman was killed.
What?
And then
What is she saying?
A strange man forced his way into the house and said he was staying the night. Yes, and then the woman came. The dead one.
A dead woman came to the house?
Oh, she wasn't dead when she came in. The man shot and killed her.
Well, where is the man now?
I think he's still in the house. Get off of the road. Here comes another automobile.
Margot. Oh, those fools. They saw us standing here.
Look, that car. It's slowing down in front of the house.
Yes.
Oh, good heavens.
But look, they're throwing someone out of the car.
Close up. It's another killing.
Come on, Margot. We must get back to the house at once. Listen. Do you hear that, Margot?
Yes. Seems to be coming from down there by the hedge. It was him. Him that was thrown from the car. I know it. Hey, don't make so much noise. You don't want Portless to hear it. It was him that was thrown from the car. I know it.
Let's have a look at this fellow.
There he is, Lamont, lying on the ground.
Yeah. Who is that? No. Don't be alarmed, old man. Take it easy. We're here to help you.
Lamont, look at his shirt. It's covered by...
You're too late.
Nothing can help now.
Take it easy, old man. Take it easy. We'll be the judge of that. Now, here. Let's have a look at it.
No. Just leave me alone. Let me die.
Oh, we can't do that. You've got to let us help you.
Just a minute now. Here, give me a hand with him, Margot. You must get him into the house.
Into the house? Oh, merciful saints, the house is full of killers and dead ones now.
Well, this man needs immediate attention.
Yes, but what about that Mr. Portless? I mean, Mr. Portless. Lamont will deal with him, Sadie.
Portless. Did you say Portless?
Yes, you know him?
Portless is in that house.
Yes.
I've changed my mind. I want to go in there.
Oh, Lamont. Is he dead?
Just a minute. No. Just fainted. Lots of blood, I imagine. Well, let's get him inside at once.
All right. Katie, you go ahead and prepare some hot water and bandages. Ahead? Where? Into the house. Merciful saints. With a madman running loose in there, I should say not. You'd be carrying him in and me out.
We'll all go in together then. There. Wait a minute. I've got him now, Margot. You lead the way.
All right. Lamont, what's behind us? Well, I'd like to be, Miss Margot, way behind it. Oh, please, Katie. Well, Lamont?
I don't know. This man here was evidently taken for a ride. He, in turn, knows the chap that just killed a woman in your house. It's all linked up together somehow.
Lamont, someone called for you a little while ago.
Oh, who was it?
Oh, he didn't say, but he left a message that there were some desperate people in the neighborhood, and he warned you to be careful.
Oh, I see.
Lamont, we can't just walk into the house with Portless waiting there for us with a gun. What do we do?
Call out to him. Tell him we're coming in. It's the only way.
Call out to him? Oh, but that only gives him a chance. Quiet, please. Mr. Portless! Mr. Portless, we're coming in. Why don't he answer?
Open the door, Margot.
Come on, do you think we should?
Open the door.
All right.
I'll go ahead in.
Oh, we're just putting our head in the lion's mouth.
It's all right, Margot. There's no one here. Come ahead.
All right, come on, Katie. As I said before, we're putting our head in the lion's mouth. Oh, Katie, will you stop?
Get some water, please, Margot. Some hot water, and get some cloth for bandages.
All right. Oh! Katie, what's wrong? It's gone. It's gone.
What? What are you talking about?
The body of that woman. She was lying right here by the stairs. That's so, Lamont.
Margot, Are you positive that she was shot?
Oh, Lamont, we heard the gun and we saw a fool. Yeah, we're dealing with spooks now, too.
Nonsense. She's evidently been taken away by the man who shot her.
Well, then where are they? Still in this house?
Perhaps I'd better find out.
Wait a minute, Lamont. Where are you going?
Upstairs to have a look around. We won't be safe here until that man is found. Or meanwhile, Margot, it might not be a bad idea if you call the police.
Well, the phone is dead, Lamont. The wires were evidently cut.
Oh, I see. Well, if anything goes wrong down here, call out to me.
All right. But do be careful, Lamont.
Don't worry. I will.
Now look at the pickle we're in. All alone in a house with one dead, one dying, and one waiting to kill some more. Oh, Katie, I can't stand any more of your complaining. You can leave here right now if you wish.
Leave?
Leave? For where? Out into that storm with spooks chasing me all the way? Oh, no, not at all. If I must die, I'm going to die in comfort in a warm house. Oh, what was that? The man seems to be regaining consciousness. Get me some water, Katie, please. Well, all right. Sorry. But I'm telling you, there's nothing but a pack of butchers.
Where am I?
You're in safe hands. Just relax, please.
Oh. Yes, you found me. You're the one.
Yes.
Brought me into the house.
Yes, that's right.
Wait. You said Portland was in this house.
Yes, he was.
Where is he? Where is he now?
I don't know.
Find him. Find him. Wait. He wrecked the train.
What? What are you saying?
Portland and his gang dynamited the train off the tracks. People killed. Many people.
Good heavens, when did this happen?
7:45 train. Tonight.
Why did they do it?
Money. Had the train of money in a mail car.
How do you know all this?
I was stranded with a gang. Supposed to report them.
Then you're with the police?
Yes, but they found out. Took me for a ride. They left me for dead.
Then you're looking for Portland to turn him over to the authorities.
Yes, that's right.
Oh. Lamont, did you see any sign of him?
No, but I found his black valise.
That's the bag he was wearing.
I thought so.
Lamont, this man has regained consciousness, and he's just told me all about Portland. He and his gang have wrecked and robbed a train.
What?
That bag contains the money they stole.
Are you sure?
Yes, give it to me.
I'll take that bag. Then I hope this gun is sufficiently impressive to stop any of you from attempting to interfere with me. I wish to be alone with this gentleman as he brought into the house.
Huh?
Both of you go into that room.
No, don't leave me alone with him.
Locking the door of that room. Please, if either of you attempt to get out, I'm warning you, I'll shoot and shoot to kill.
Mom, what are we going to do? He'll kill that poor man. I know he will.
But we're locked in this room, Margot.
Well, locked doors have never bothered you before, Lamont.
I know, but...
But you must do something, Lamont. What's the matter with you?
What do you mean?
You let him lock us in this room without even putting up any sort of a fight.
Well, he had a gun, Margot.
A gun has never made any difference to the Shadow.
Well, this may not be a case for the Shadow, Margot.
This may not be a... With a man's life at stake? Oh, man, what's come over you?
If you hadn't come to this place alone, none of this would have happened.
Oh, I know. I realize now that you were right about that. But I'll never do it again. But please, the Shadow can save that man. You must do it, Lamont.
But how can I get out of this room?
The window. Through that window, then in the kitchen door.
Please, don't, Portland.
Listen, you're torturing him. Go on, Lamont. Go at once.
I've spent enough time with you, no doubt. Now you're going to pay for double crossing. No, leave me alone.
Why hasn't the Shadow gotten in there?
Give away from me, Portland. Give away.
The Shadow, he's there.
What was that? Where did that voice come from?
It appears that I arrived here just in time, eh, Mr. Portland?
Where are you? Who are you?
I believe that you might know me as the Shadow.
That's the Shadow.
I see that the name is a familiar one to you. Then you must know why I'm here.
I'm not going to interfere with my plans, Shadow.
Put down that gun, Portland.
Oh, good heavens.
You don't frighten me.
Put down that gun, I say.
Attaboy, Lamont.
Let me warn you, Shadow, you may be invisible, but I have a very keen sense of hearing. Very keen indeed.
I know exactly where you are right now by the sound of your voice. That'll be of no help to you, Porter. Why, it's the contrary. You're made of flesh and blood, aren't you? A well-directed bullet will find its mark in your body, whether you remain invisible or not. Others have tried your little scheme, Porter, but they've failed. Just as you will fail. Well, I'm superior to others.
Listen to him.
I can just prove that. How? By taking away your gun. Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, Lamont.
How do you like
Lamont.
that, Mr. Shadow? I told you you'd let your match.
Oh, no. What's happened? Lamont.
You see this?
No.
That's all that remains of the shadow.
No. No.
Yeah, she's coming to now. Margot. Margot. Are you all right, darling?
Oh, Lamont.
Easy now, easy.
But I thought...
Now, Miss Lane, just take this glass of water. That's it.
Porter. What are you doing here? Nordhoff, you're walking around. You're all well again.
Yes, Margot, they're perfectly all right.
Well, I'm afraid you had too much of a shock, Miss Lane.
Oh, this is fine. Now enters the mystery woman who was shot. That's all I needed.
Not really shot.
Wait a minute. I don't understand.
Well, all this was a little hoax of mine, Margot. I intended it to be a lesson to you for remaining here alone, but it... I guess my little game backfired.
That's putting it mildly. And incidentally, what happened to the shadow? I heard his voice in the other room, and then the shot that killed him.
I guess Mr. Cranston's pretending to be the shadow was a little too much for you, Miss Lane.
Yes, I guess it was. I'm afraid I'm still in the dark.
Well, you see, we were hired as actors, but he certainly out-trooped us with that performance as the shadow.
Indeed, he did. If he'd been able to make himself invisible, he'd have been better than the original. Mr. Cranston, your voice was better than his.
I'm really not that good.
Oh, you were. Whoa. Wait a minute now. As I see it, Lamont, you impersonated the shadow as the final act in your little comedy.
Guilty, Margot.
Uh-huh. And the only thing you couldn't do was make yourself invisible?
Well, I couldn't very well do that. You can understand, Margot.
Oh, yes. Yes, I can understand, Lamont. And as for your three jovial chums, they're just hired actors?
Good ones, too. Local managers, please note.
I see. Well, from now on, Mr. Cranston, if you don't mind, I'll take all my performances behind the footlights.
A final word from the shadow in a moment. But first...
Hi, this is Red McElvain, inviting you to join me every morning on the Red McElvain Show, now 6 to 10 a.m. on KHJ Radio. Every morning we've got Leo DeRocher, an Army Archer with his big movie stars, our KHJ weather jet, the McElvain weather vane, advice to the loveworn, early morning nursery rhymes, and we've got lots of, interesting guests and things like that going on, a lot of information and the finest in music. Every morning on the Red McElvain Show, 6 to 10 a.m. Listen to it forward like this, or if you're a backward person, listen to it backwards. Yes. No, me brush me vocabulary off. Now, real turn, me learn. But if you're a forward-thinking person, then jump in on the Red McElvain Show and listen to it like this.
The shadow will return again next Sunday after the 5 p.m. news.
The thrilling adventure adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Winter is just around the corner. The cool nights and quick drops in temperature we've already had are reminders to fill your coal bin now. And especially this year, it's well to start the season with a big supply. The producers of blue coal foresee no shortage whatsoever of this finest of all hard coal. But present unsettled conditions make it wise to be prepared. Don't wait. Don't put off ordering. Call your neighborhood dealer tomorrow and order your winter supply of blue coal. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and powerful secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Dragon Tongue Murders.
Let us listen now to a crime being born. Let us listen to the devious, insidious reasons for its inception. First, let us go to the apartment of one Jerry Post, fashionable young playboy. Jerry Post is entertaining a visitor, an unwelcome visitor.
Get me that money.
Now, Max, be reasonable. Where can I get $25,000?
What about your mother? Ask her for the money.
No, my mother doesn't think very much of me. She disapproved of my gambling, and this isn't the first time I've been in a spot. Max, you've got to give me more time.
Your time is 10 days from today. Are you going to do something about it?
Perhaps things can be arranged.
One spoke is in the wheel of fate. One dagger closer to its resting place. Now let us see the second. It is Jerry's sister, Barbara Post, this time. She is talking to her fiancé, Jack Norcott.
Jack, how can you treat me this way?
Better dry your eyes, Barbara. Tears never move me.
But you said you loved me, and you wanted to marry me. You did say that, didn't you?
All right, Barbara, all right. Let's be frank about this whole business. My father has warned me that if I were to marry into the Post family, there'd be no more money from him. You told me that you have no money until your mother dies. Now, the best thing for us to do is just forget the whole...
No money until my mother dies.
What? What did you say?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Perhaps things can be arranged.
It is said in the Orient that the apple of death falls into 3 equal parts. Let us now taste of the third part. Thomas Miller, twin brother to Mrs. Post, is calling on an old friend, the Oriental merchant Wu Long.
And what propitious happening has brought you to my humble shop, honorable sir?
My sister returns from the Orient tomorrow, Wulong.
With her she brings rare jewel called Light of Orient. Is that not so, Mr. Thomas Miller?
How do you know that?
I know. 150 years ago, jewel was stolen from sacred temple of Tai-E-La. We of the Wu family have dedicated our lives to its return. Thus far, all have failed.
Then perhaps you can succeed where others have failed. I can help you, and you can help me.
Continue, honorable sir.
I hate my sister. I hate her. All my life she's dominated me. She's been the strong one. I've been the weak. My own twin sister has always been my greatest enemy.
It is said that the serpent hates the serpent.
When my father died, he left the managing of the estate to her. She's doled out an allowance to me as though I were a poor relation. But with your help, I can change all this.
I see. I am to send your twin sister to meet her ancestors. And in return...
You will have the jewel, the light of the Orient.
I must respectfully beg you to change plan.
What?
I will not engage in murder of your sister, Mrs. Post.
But the jewel. You will get the jewel.
Not even for most beautiful, most sacred jewel, Mr. Thomas Miller.
All right, Wulong. With your aid or without your aid, perhaps things can be arranged.
Margot, this is going to be one awful weekend for me.
Oh, please, Lamont. You don't know what this means to me. To write an article about that famous Emerald Light of the Orient for style and fashion magazines. Why, it's practically a journalistic scoop. Do you realize that if Mrs. Post hadn't known my Aunt Augusta at Vassar...
Margot, do you realize what a bunch of characters these Posts are?
Well, they have been rather prominent in the scandal sheet.
Prominent is putting it mildly. They're all a bit, well, let's call it peculiar. Take Mrs. Post's twin brother, Thomas Miller, for example. It's a well-known fact that he hates his sister like poison. And then there's that good-for-nothing adopted son, Jerry Post. He's been in more scrapes than you...
Then you can shake a stick at?
Yeah. And Barbara, the daughter.
She's adopted, too.
I know. And she falls in love regularly and always with the wrong man.
Well, she's engaged to a very nice young man now. His name is Jack Norcott, and Mrs. Post approves of him.
How do you know that?
Mrs. Post told me. I caught her just as she was going through the customs when her ship docked. At first, she refused to talk to me because she thought I was a reporter. But after I mentioned
That Aunt Augusta went to Vassar with her?
Yes, how'd you know?
I'm psychic. Go on.
Oh. Well, I explained how important it was for me to get a story about this Light of the Orient. So she asked me out for the weekend, and... Oh, I hope she won't mind.
Mind what?
My bringing you with me. She's very
Doesn't
abrupt.
she know I'm coming?
No. I didn't think of it till later.
How nice. Lamont Cranston, the uninvited guest.
Miss Lane, I've never seen you before in my life. If you don't leave immediately, I shall feel it my duty to turn you over to the authorities. Huh?
You see, Margot? You not only forgot to inform Mrs. Post about my arrival, but you also forgot to tell her you were coming.
But Lamont...
Yeah, now will you please leave?
But don't you remember...
There is no need to continue this farce, Miss Lane.
Mrs. Post, I'm sorry that you don't remember our meeting at the pier yesterday. Let's go, Lamont.
Oh, forgive me, Mrs. Post.
Yes, Face Hon.
But you surely cannot have forgotten Miss Lane. Everything she has related about meeting at pier yesterday and subsequent invitation is quite true.
What? Yes, Face Hon. You're right. That's quite true. You see, I suffer from lapse of memory at times. Please make yourselves at home here. Face Hon, my companion, will show you to your rooms. Please forgive me.
Well, what do you say, Lamont? Shall we stay or not?
Well,
Please stay. There is much danger, and I fear for my mistress' life.
Danger?
Mr. Cranston, there are several who will profit by my mistress' death. Both her adopted children, Mr. Jerry and Miss Barbara, need money, and my mistress has refused. Only by her death can money be obtained through legacy.
And the uncle, what's his name?
Thomas Miller.
Yes, what about him?
He, too, has quarreled with my mistress and has refused even to stay in the same house with her. He has gone down to stay in small guest house at other end of the estate.
So, we have 3 potential murderers living close to the scene of a crime about to happen, eh?
Oh, Lamont.
Oh, please, not say that. So much evil has befallen this family name already.
I've warned you, Jerry.
It's true, isn't it, Barbara? I knew that Norcott guy was only after the Post millions.
I could kill you for that.
You could kill... Who are you?
Mr. Jerry and Miss Barbara, this is Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston, guests of your mother.
Guests? We don't want guests here.
Hope you enjoyed the little family scene you just witnessed.
I'm sorry, Mr. Post, but we couldn't help overhearing you. What's that?
Oh, yes, Miss Hayes.
Oh, yes. I found this in my room.
A dagger. Here, let me see it.
It was sticking in the wall over my bed. I went to lie down.
An oriental dagger, eh? And there seems to be a message wrapped around the hilt. Let's see. It says, "Death by the fiery tongue of the dragon to those who covet the emerald, Light of the Orient." No signature, but a drawing of a dragon in red.
Lamont, what does it mean?
My jewel. It is not safe. Someone wanted to rob me. You, Jerry, and you, Barbara. You want the jewel. You want to kill me. You both threaten me.
Don't be preposterous, Mother.
Stop it. You're hysterical.
My mistress, do you not believe legend? Death to those who covet the jewel. You do not covet the emerald. It is yours already. Yes, you are quite safe.
Safe? You're sure, Payson?
I will protect you, mistress, with my life.
Touching little scene, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Post. I think it is. You know, Margot, this may turn out to be a very exciting weekend after all.
But are you not bound by the vows of our house, Payson?
I renounce you alone, my uncle, and I renounce the vows I never took.
And yet you came, knowing what I expected of you.
The dagger with message to my mistress this afternoon revealed to me your design.
You are wise, my niece. I have not been mistaken in your intelligence.
I repeat, I will have no part in your evil plan.
Oh, yes, my niece. You will do as I say. Listen as I speak, and forget not 1,000th part of one word. The emerald must be returned to the temple of Ta-E-La. The Post family must die to wipe out the curse of alien hands which have defiled it by their touch.
Oh, no. No, I will not do it.
My niece, Payson, you will do this deed, or the fiery tongue of the dragon will wipe your insignificant shadow from the green, unpleasant earth.
No. No.
Oh, you weep, Payson. Tears betoken acquiescence. Yes, you will do as I say.
Fire! Fire! Fire!
What's the matter, Mr. Post?
Fire! The guest house is on fire.
Why, where's the fire?
What is it? Jerry, did you say the guest house, Jerry?
Yes, look for yourself out that window. There on the other side of the grounds.
Lamont, where are you?
Here, Margot. Turn on a light, someone. There, that's better. Is there anyone there at the guest house?
My brother Thomas.
Come on, Post. Let's get over there.
No, it's useless. He's dead by now.
What are you talking about? Now you come with me or I'll drag you
He's
over
quite
there.
right, Mr. Cranston. Thomas must be dead.
Well, perhaps he woke in time to escape the fire. He may need
No.
help.
Thomas was in the habit of taking sleeping pills. He probably never knew what happened to him.
Well, I must say you're all taking this thing pretty calmly. Much too calmly. I'm putting this whole business in the hands of the police.
We pause briefly before we start the second act. It's probable that you'll never have to face the particular problem in our story today. But there is a serious problem that you do have to face, come what may. And that's the problem of keeping warm this winter. Well, heat your home with blue coal, and then you can smile with satisfaction while the cold winds blow. Because with blue coal, you'll enjoy comfortable, even warmth throughout the house, no matter how fierce and biting the weather outside. Blue coal, you know, is the finest of Pennsylvania hard coal. It's delivered to your home in exactly the proper size for your heating plant. So blue coal gives you safe, efficient, and economical heat. It's easy to heat with blue coal, and especially if you have the new deluxe blue coal heat regulator. Every home should have one. It's as easy to operate as your electric toaster. It automatically opens and closes the dampers on your furnace and keeps every room at an even temperature at all times. Ask for a free demonstration of the blue coal heat regulator in your own home. And remember the name, blue coal. Blue coal is color marked for your protection with a harmless blue tint. Call your reliable neighborhood dealer tomorrow. He is listed under the words blue coal in your classified phone directory. And now, back to the shadow.
It's quite obvious that the fire that destroyed this guest house was aided by gasoline. And it is my belief that murder has been done.
If what you say is true, Mr. Cranston, it's a matter for the police and no business of yours.
Commissioner Weston has been sent for, Mr. Post. But until he arrives, I'm taking over as his deputy. Now, Mrs. Post, will you be so kind as to tell me why you were fully dressed at 4 o'clock in the morning?
I must have fallen asleep with my clothes on. You'll just have to take my word.
My mother is protecting Faison. She suspects Faison knows a great deal about Uncle Thomas's death.
Why do you say that?
When I returned home in my car around 3:30, I saw her peering into the window of the guest house.
What were you doing there, Faison?
That, Mr. Cranston, I will not answer.
Well, answer it or not, Faisan, this definitely puts you on our list of suspects. Mr. Post.
Yes?
Did you get out of your car when you saw Faisan?
No, I didn't. Not till I got to the front of the main house.
I see. These tire tracks that lead up to the guest house were made by the tires of your car, Mr. Post. I found them earlier and traced them to you. Also, you will see the imprint of a man's shoe in the soft earth under what was once the side window of the guest house. I've also traced that to you. How do you explain it?
I can't explain it. I don't know. I may have stopped after all. I don't remember.
Hello there! Barbara and Jack Norcott. Where have you been all night?
It's really my fault, Mrs. Post. We ran out of gas over on the Island Road at about 2 o'clock.
Yes, it took us hours to find a filling station. Say, looks like there's some excitement around here while I was gone.
Miss Post, don't you know what has happened?
Barbara, Uncle Thomas is dead.
Dead?
Yeah, burned to death in the guest house. Might as well tell you, dear sister, that we're all under suspicion.
Suspicion? Why, I wasn't anywhere near here when the fire started.
That's it, dear sister. Establish your alibi.
Why, it's no alibi. We ran out of gas, as we said, and we couldn't find a filling station.
Miss Post, isn't that a stain of gasoline on your coat? Huh? It still smells quite plainly of gasoline.
Why, yes. Yes, you see, when I helped Jack carry the gas back to the car, some spilled on my coat.
That's very interesting, Miss Post, because gasoline was used to start the fire that caused your uncle's death. I'm holding you also as a suspect. This whole thing has Commissioner Weston confused, Margot.
Well, I can understand that, Lamont.
He says Mrs. Post is the logical victim. Everyone had a motive to kill her, but she turns up as one of the suspects.
I'll have to agree with him on that, too, Lamont.
Perhaps, Margot, some of this puzzle might be unraveled if the shadow paid Mrs. Post a visit.
Tell me, Faisan, what were you doing at the guest house when Jerry saw you peering in one of the windows?
Since you commanded, my mistress, I will tell you. Do you not recall that after quarrel with your brother, he left in anger to spend weekend in guest house?
Yes.
Then telephone call came from him asking you to come last night, as he had matter of great importance to discuss. Later, I fear he might do you great harm, so I went in search of you.
Oh, yes. But I decided not to go and called him back and told him that if he wanted to talk to me, he could come here. What was that?
That still does not explain one very important thing, Mrs. Post.
I heard a voice.
It is a voice of evil spirit.
No, Faisan. It is the voice of the shadow, whose mission is to fight evil.
Can't see you.
No, I have cast a mist of hypnosis over your mind, which makes me invisible.
What do you wish of us?
The truth, Faisan. Mrs. Post, why were you not in your bed at 4 o'clock this morning?
I was too nervous to sleep. I half expected my brother Thomas to come here, as I'd asked him to, and I waited in the library. I must have fallen asleep.
I see.
Shadow, if you are indeed friend of good, you will believe my mistress. She is telling you the truth.
Mrs. Post. Mrs. Post.
What shall I do, Shadow?
Answer him.
What do you want, Commissioner Weston?
Down to the library right away. We're getting everyone together, and we're going to settle this case once and for all.
I shall be down immediately. Well, Shadow, are you satisfied that I'm innocent of my brother's death?
Your explanation seems logical, Mrs. Post, but I've only your word for it. Remember that the shadow has ways of finding the truth.
This is ridiculous. You can't prove anything.
How long is this silly questioning going to continue?
Quiet. Now, wait a minute. That's better.
If you'll pardon me, Commissioner.
Oh, what do you want, Cranston?
It's just occurred to me that none of us has seen this fabulous emerald that there's been so much talk about.
Now, look, Cranston, I'm running this business.
Hear me out, Weston.
As if I could help it. Go right ahead.
Perhaps you haven't heard the legend of the emerald called the Light of the Orient, Commissioner. The legend goes, death by the fiery tongue of the dragon to those who covet the jewel.
That's a
Now, wait a minute,
story.
please. Where is the emerald? Mrs. Post, have you looked at it since you arrived?
No, I haven't.
Well, suppose it's stolen.
Stolen?
Mrs. Post, would you mind producing the emerald, please?
The emerald? Why, Faisan, get the emerald and bring it here.
Why, mistress, it is here, in this room.
Oh, yes, of course. Get it, Faisan.
But, mistress, it is in the safe. And you warned me no one is to touch safe but you.
You mean you'd trust a priceless jewel like that in that old cracker box behind the picture?
Why, even I know the combination to that old thing. I have known it since I was 10 years old. Here, I'll show you. You just push this button here, and there the picture slides away, like this. There. That's the safe.
Oh! That face!
What is
That
it,
face
Mrs.
I
Post?
saw!
What's the matter?
Oh, that face I saw. A face pressed against the window. A horrible Oriental face.
Oh, you're seeing.
Must be your imagination,
No,
Mr.
I
Post.
tell you, I saw a face.
Now, don't worry, Mrs. Post. I've got my men surrounding the house. If there was anyone there, he'll be caught.
My mother, Commissioner Weston, has a very vivid imagination.
Shall I open the safe?
Yes, Barbara, open it.
Right. Now, turn 10 to the right. 6 to the...
What happened?
What has happened to Barbara?
Oh, call a doctor, somebody.
Just a moment. I'm afraid it's too late for a doctor. Mrs. Post, your daughter is dead. We examined the safe, Margot, and found it to be some sort of a burglar-catching device that got Barbara Post when she worked the combination. The purpose of the burglar catcher was to send in an alarm and hold the criminal until the police came.
But she was killed by it.
Well, the doctor said death was caused more by heart failure than the shock she received.
Well, why didn't Mrs. Post warn her? Or have her turn off that burglar catcher when she opened the safe?
Well, that's what's got Weston up a tree. Mrs. Post disclaimed any knowledge of the device that killed her daughter.
That doesn't seem likely.
No, it doesn't. It's true, nevertheless. That occurrence proves something to me that's been bothering me ever since we came here.
What's that, Lamont?
I can't tell you just now, Margot, because I've work to do. Tonight, the Shadow is going to force the murderer to strike again to cover up his tracks.
Jerry Post, the murderer is known. One person in this house will reveal him to the police. Mrs. Post, the conscience of the one person who can point to the real murderer will cause the capture of the killer. Paysan.
Who calls me from darkness of my room?
It is the Shadow.
The shadow. You have returned? What do you wish of me?
I have come to warn you, Paysan, that tonight an attempt will be made on your life. You know who the murderer is, and the murderer will attempt to silence the only one who knows.
Yes, I know. It is my Uncle Wulong. He has been here tonight. My mistress saw his face at window. He has vowed to kill his family and regain the jewel for the temple of Taela. He will try to kill me because I would not help him.
No, Paysan, you're not telling the truth. It is not your uncle that you suspect.
Yes, Shadow.
No, and the person you suspect is not the murderer.
Oh, can I believe that what you say is true?
You must trust me. The person you suspect is not the murderer. Will you help me trap the murderer?
To apprehend the murderer is to protect the life of my beloved mistress. I am willing. We have waited at least an hour, Shadow, here in darkness, and no one has come.
Quiet. Paysan, I think our murderer is approaching your room now. My friend, you will not kill again. Drop that dagger. Drop it, I say. That's better. Now, Paysan, turn on the lights. Let's have a look at the murderer.
Oh! Mr. Post, my mistress. Oh, no, Shadow. You told me the person I suspect was not the murderer. You have deceived me.
Weren't you trying to murder Paysan to cover your crime forever?
I don't know what you're talking about. Paysan, you surely don't believe this.
Oh, no, mistress.
Paysan, I promised you that the person you thought to be the murderer would not be the murderer.
Yes.
You really believed it to be your mistress?
Yes. Then Mrs. Post is innocent.
Mrs. Post is dead.
Oh, no.
And this is her twin brother, Thomas Miller, who killed her and proceeded to impersonate
You
her.
don't believe that, Paysan?
No. Now we'll just take that wig of yours, Mr. Miller.
Oh! Thomas Miller!
Yes, Thomas Miller.
Oh, then it is my mistress who is dead.
Yes, I killed her. All my life I've hated her. I would have had everything that belonged to me if it hadn't been for you. Well, you're not turning me over to the police. I'll fix that.
Drop that gun, Miller.
No!
So you see, Margot, Mrs. Post was murdered by her twin brother before we got there. Later, he destroyed her body in the fire.
And it was really Thomas Miller, posing as his twin sister, who met us at the door when we arrived.
Yes, Margot. That's why you got the cold reception. But I wasn't really suspicious until Mrs. Post, or rather her twin brother, didn't know where the emerald was kept.
That's right. It was right there in the library safe. And he didn't know about that burglar catcher either.
Mrs. Post must have had it installed secretly and hadn't even told Fay San, whom she trusted.
Oh, what a horrible bunch of people. I'll never ask to go on another weekend, Lamont.
Not even to write an article for Style and Fashion magazine?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I called the magazine on the phone just before we left to drive back to the city. And they don't want the article.
Don't want it?
No, they said it was too lurid for a woman's magazine. They said it belonged to some detective magazine. So I did.
So you did what?
Sold it to a detective magazine. Got more money, too.
Margot, you're wonderful.
In a moment, you'll hear an episode from real life proving that crime does not pay. But before we get to that, you'll be interested, I know, in what Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, Mr. John Barclay, has to say. Mr.
Thank
Barclay.
you. Friends, the world is so complicated nowadays that often we make complications where none should exist at all. For example, the economical operation of a home heating plant is really very simple. That is to say, it's simple provided you get started right. That's the clue. Because when you don't get started right, you're quite likely to run into one difficulty after another. Soon you're discouraged. You know you're spending more money than you should, and worst of all, your house is uncomfortable, either too hot or too cold. Now, that's making complications where none should exist. Take pains to get started right, and you'll have no trouble. Now, here's my suggestion. Call your reliable Blue Coal dealer, and he'll send an expert John Barclay trained serviceman to your home at no charge. He'll check your heating plant thoroughly and start you on a comfortable and economical season. Call him tomorrow before cold weather is upon us. You'll be delighted to discover how much easier and how much more efficient it is to heat your home the easy Blue Coal way. Phone your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. Thank you.
Today's program is based on a copyrighted story. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Direct from real life, we now bring you conclusive proof that crime does not pay. New York City, New York. Lyman Fennell, tough, bold gangster gunman, hoped to make a big robbery haul in a prominent New York club.
Yeah, this is the apartment I want. Hey, you, give me the key.
No!
Shut up! Yeah, that'll hold you.
You won't get away with it, Gunman Fennell. Death is waiting.
They'll never catch me. Here's my car. I gotta get away. Can't find the key. They're too close. I won't go back. I can't face prison. My gun. I gotta do it.
So, by his own hand, Lyman Fennell paid the price of crime. The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer brings you one of the strangest and most baffling of adventures in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your friendly Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. So don't forget, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Be sure to hear our special guest at the end of today's program. And now, the thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air. Brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Get the jump on winter. Put in a supply of blue coal now, and you'll have a head start on cold weather. Don't wait until some of your family start catching cold before you tackle your heating problem. It's so easy to start the season off right with comfortable, economical blue coal. So place your order now. And remember, this year it's well to start the season with a big supply. The producers of blue coal expect no shortage of this finest of all hard coal, but present unsettled conditions make it wise to be prepared. Call your neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow and order your winter supply of blue coal. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and powerful secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Hoodoo Ship. The date, 1850. The place, aboard the slave ship Raven, flying between Africa and America.
Mr. Carway, sir.
What is it now, Peters? What thunderation do you want?
That ship, sir.
What ship?
The ship, sir, that has been following us since yesterday noon.
Tell the first mate to pile on more canvas. We'll outrun her.
Every piece of canvas we have is in use, sir. If we're caught with our cargo...
We'll not be caught with our cargo.
But the ship's a man of war, and she's faster taking us.
We'll not be caught with our cargo, mister.
What do you mean, sir?
I mean we're dumping those slaves overboard.
But they'll drown.
Without a trace. The man of war may catch us, mister, but she'll never be able to prove we carried slaves. Well, why are you standing there, gape-jawed? You heard my orders. Over the side with a lot of them. And when the man of war comes athwart us and asks our cargo, tell them we don't carry one. That we're just traveling for our health.
And that, Lamont and Miss Lane, is the history of this old ship, the Raven.
A pretty gruesome history, Mr. Crew.
But how does the haunted story originate?
On almost every voyage this old ship made after that, someone died. Finally, men refused to sail her. She's been harbored for the last 20 years.
How long have you had this ship?
Only a short while. You see, I was in something of a spot with the government taking over most of the merchant marine, and when I found the Raven for sale, it was a godsend.
Well, were you told about this legend of death concerning the ship when you bought it?
Yes, but I thought it was just a story. A story such as any old sailing ship might have acquired in its long life.
Something has happened to make you think otherwise?
On its first trip from my plantations, the captain was murdered in his cabin.
Oh, but that doesn't necessarily
The door
mean
was locked from the inside, and there wasn't a mark on his body. Frankly, Cranston, I, too, am beginning to believe this ship is accursed.
I was watching the men taking the stuff off in that boat while I was waiting for you and Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston.
Oh, were you, Shrevey?
Yes, sir. Ain't it too bad that the days of sailing boats is over, that they're over?
Why do you say that, Shrevey?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I read it somewheres. I was just making with the conversation, like they say. You two have been so quiet, I was just making with the conversation.
Like they say.
Yeah. Gee, I would like very much to be a sailor. Sailing on the briny deep and batten down the hatches and stuff.
Well, Shrevey, I don't think you'd like that ship.
Why not? I'm thinking to myself, that ship is beautiful.
In a repulsive sort of way.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Shrevey, that ship once carried slaves from Africa to America.
Is that so? Well, you can't blame the ship, you can't blame.
No, but the taint of the men who indulged in that business still seems to stick to her.
Well, that's quite understandable.
What do you mean, Mr. Cranston?
That ship is haunted.
Oh, well, You mean it's got ghosts, it's got?
Shrevey, watch where you're driving.
Yes, ma'am. I thought for a minute you said the ship was haunted.
She did.
Oh, Shrevey, you're too excitable.
Yes, ma'am. I'll keep reminding myself of that. I'll keep.
Well, after all, it may be only a peculiar combination of circumstances.
Lamont, don't you believe what Mr. Carew told us?
That the captain was found dead in his cabin?
With the door locked on the inside?
Margot, the captain may have died from natural causes. There were no marks of violence on his body, and as he was buried at sea...
What about the wailing noises that were heard the night he died? What about that awful smell aboard ship? An odor of death. Was all that just coincidence?
Yeah, how about that, Mr. Cranston? Coincidence?
Well, it hardly seems likely, but...
What about all the trouble Mr. Carew had with the men being afraid to sail the ship again? Do you think you could scare all those men with a peculiar combination of circumstances?
No, that's very true. Well, you've convinced me, Margot.
Well...
Convinced me that I ought to accept Mr. Carew's offer to sail with him aboard the Raven.
Sail? But, Lamont, I'll have to start shopping like mad for cruise clothes.
Margot.
Let me see.
Margot.
Hmm?
You didn't hear me correctly. Mr. Carew asked me to sail with him. Just me.
Oh, Lamont, you wouldn't...
Margot, that's final. This is one time you're not going along.
Well, Lamont, needless to say, I'm glad that you've decided to come along this trip.
All right, there you may.
Funny, but I've got a strange feeling about this particular voyage. A feeling that I may not come back alive.
Oh, now, Carew.
Well, Mr. Carew, we'll be sailing with the tide in about 20 minutes.
Good. Captain Flanagan, this is our one and only passenger, Lamont Cranston.
How do you do?
Well, how do you do, sir? So you're the gentleman who's going to ferret out our spook, eh?
Oh. You know the ghost legend?
Captain Flanagan knows all about it.
Mr. Cranston, I'm not a superstitious man. I've examined my cabin where this so-called murder took place from stem to stern and can't find a hiding place big enough even for a ghost. If a spook is going to clamber down that porthole tonight, I'll welcome him with open arms and buy him a spot of rum. He'll deserve it. Now, gentlemen, I'm more worried about my crew than I am of any ghost. Never in all my years at sea have I seen a meaner or uglier bunch of men.
Well, they were the only men we could get, Captain. Sailors are superstitious about a hoodoo ship.
Hey, Captain, look aloft. That man's going to fall off the rigging.
Oh, don't worry about him. Even with one leg, he's more agile than the rest.
Yes. That wooden leg of his doesn't seem to hinder him at all.
That's Rock, the bosun, Captain.
And he's the ugliest of an ugly lot.
Well, he's a good man. I don't know how I'd ever have a crew for you if he hadn't persuaded the men to sign on for another voyage.
I hear you. Bosun, come here.
Aye, sir.
Rock, this is our new skipper, Captain Flanagan.
Welcome, sir. Welcome to the good ship Raven. Haven't I met you someplace before, Mr. Rock?
Not that I recall, sir.
You look familiar to me. But perhaps I'm mistaken.
Yes, sir.
Is that tobacco you're chewing, Mr. Rock?
That it is, sir.
I won't have any chewing or smoking while you're on duty.
Yes, sir. Over the side it goes, sir.
Good. Mr. Rock, I have been informed the discipline aboard the ship has been very lax.
Oh?
I'll not tolerate that. As soon as we're out to sea, I want to talk to the entire crew.
I'll see that they're assembled on deck, sir.
Good. Now, back to your work, Mr. Rock.
Aye, aye, sir.
Don't you think you're being a little hard on him, Captain?
Mr. Carew, I hope you won't mind my telling you this, but I'm the captain of this ship. You're the owner. But once we're out to sea, this ship is my responsibility.
No offense, Captain. I quite understand.
Captain Flanagan, for a moment you thought you recognized Rock.
Yes.
Who did you think he was?
A man who used to work for me some years back. And I must have been mistaken. And now, gentlemen, will you do me the honor of dining in my cabin tonight? Perhaps the presence of three men who don't believe he exists will discourage our ghost. Well, Mr. Cranston, Mr. Carew, when we hit that typhoon, there weren't enough able-bodied men aboard her to bury the dead. Oh, yes.
Captain, is it all right if I clean the dishes away, sir?
Yeah, clear away, Jess.
Yes, sir.
Well, you were saying, Captain, about the typhoon.
Yes, that's a very interesting yarn, Captain.
Well, for 3 days and 3 nights it blew.
I lashed myself to the wheel with the waves breaking across the deck. Finally, the first mate relieved me, and I crawled into my cabin more dead than alive. I didn't care whether the ship sank or not.
I've gone through that same thing, Captain.
You mean lashed to the wheel?
Oh, no, seasickness.
Oh.
As a matter of fact, Lamont, I'm afraid I have a touch of it myself right now.
Oh, no, Carew.
Yes, Cranston. So if you'll both excuse me, I think I'll go out on deck for a little fresh air.
Yes, what's the matter with you? You've broken all the dishes.
What are you staring at?
The horns. They've come. I know that.
He's looking at that locker over there in the corner.
Yeah. I seen the door move. Hear that? There's something in there.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
Come out.
Yes, Lamont.
Margot.
Miss Lane.
Who is this woman?
I'll explain, Captain. Margot, what do you think you're doing?
A very bad job of stowing away, Lamont. But a very good job of being seasick. Oh!
Margot.
Here I am, Lamont.
Oh. Feeling any better, Margot?
Yes, a little, thanks.
Well, you can go below now if you want to. Go to have my cabin. Carew and I are going to bunk together.
Oh, thanks, Lamont. You're a dear.
Wait till this voyage is over before you thank me, Margot. Things are brewing aboard this old ship. Things that may result in the death of any of us.
Have you learned anything yet, Lamont?
Not yet, Margot. But the Shadow is going to Captain Flanagan's cabin tonight.
Well, what can you gain by questioning Captain Flanagan?
I'm not going to question him, Margot. Tonight, the Shadow is going to be merely an observer. Because I think that an attempt will be made on the captain's life. And I'm going to prevent it, if I can.
Who's there? Who's there?
It's only me, miss. Yes, the steward.
Oh, you frightened me for a minute.
You pardon my saying so, miss. The deck of this ship ain't no place for a young lady to be alone this time of night.
I'm beginning to think you're right, Jess.
This ship is haunted.
What?
I got a feeling that something's going to happen tonight.
Jess, you don't believe in ghosts, do you?
Maybe yes. Maybe no. But I don't like the feel of death in the air tonight.
Cranston, is that you over there?
No, it's I, Margot.
Where's Lamont? He didn't come back to the cabin.
What? I don't know. What's the matter?
There's something unearthly about. Miss Lane, do you notice that odor?
What? Yes. Oh.
The odor of death. The same odor that permeated the ship when Captain Rutherford was killed on the last voyage.
Quick, we've got to find Lamont. Jess, you go around to the... Well, where is he?
Who?
Jess. I was just talking to him.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. He was right here a minute ago.
I didn't see anyone talking to you when I came up.
But he was here. I know it. What's that?
That wailing I heard, too, when Captain Rutherford was killed. That scream came from Captain Flanagan's cabin. Come on, hurry!
In a moment, our curtain will rise on Act 2. Meantime, let's talk about how you and your family can keep warm from now until next May. Heat your home with blue coal. You know, it's a fact that with blue coal, which is the finest of Pennsylvania hard coal, you can enjoy comfortable, even warmth throughout your house. Let the cold winter winds blow. You'll be snug and completely free of heating care. One reason it's so easy to heat with blue coal is that it's delivered to your home in exactly the right size for your heating plant. Another reason, and one you want to be sure to remember, is the new Deluxe Blue Coal Heat Regulator. Every home should have one. It's as easy to operate as an electric light switch. It automatically opens and closes the dampers on your furnace and keeps every room at an even temperature. You can let the weatherman do his worst. You're always comfortable. Ask for a free demonstration of the Blue Coal Heat Regulator in your own home. No obligation whatever. Get in touch with your reliable neighborhood Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. He's listed under the words Blue Coal in your classified phone directory. Remember the name, Blue Coal. Blue coal is color marked for your protection with a harmless blue tint. And now, back to the shadow.
He's dead. Captain Flanagan is dead.
Oh, Mr. Carew. His face is so contorted. He must have suffered horribly. Oh, Lamont.
I heard the scream and came running. What is it?
Look for yourself, Cranston. Captain Flanagan is dead. The same way that Rutherford got it. And not a mark on him.
I think you're wrong, Carew. There's a slight scratch on his forehead.
Let me see. So there is. How could a little scratch like that have caused his death? And where is the murder weapon?
Mr. Carew, you've had plantations in the West Indies for many years. Haven't you ever heard of a native poison brewed from the roots of strange herbs called maunagua? It's known to cause instant death.
Why, no. No, I don't know the poison. Why do you ask?
Why? Because in some mysterious way, Captain Flanagan was murdered with that drug.
The way you talk, Lamont, it seemed that you believed Mr. Carew had committed the murder.
Perhaps he has, Margot.
But you were there when it happened. You must have seen how it was done.
Margot, I was right in the cabin when it happened, but I might have been in New York for all the good it did me. The shadow went to Captain Flanagan's cabin last night. The door was locked and bolted, so I knocked. When he opened the door to see who it was, the shadow slipped into the cabin. Then he locked and bolted the door again, but before I could...
I could have sworn I heard someone knock at the door. Must be my imagination. Well, to bed. Strange. What's that odor? Smells like it's coming from that ventilator. And the wailing. Just as Carew said he...
Then he screamed and fell to the floor of the cabin. I heard you and Carew coming toward the cabin, and when Carew forced the door, the shadow slipped out.
And you didn't see how it happened?
No, Margot. I saw it happen, but the whole thing had me completely baffled.
Come in.
Begging your pardon, miss, but Mr. Carew wants both you and Mr. Cranston, sir, to come up on the bridge.
Did he say what for, Rock?
There seems to be some trouble, sir. The men refuse to go on. It looks pretty serious. I think you'd better talk to them, Mr. Carew. They look like they're in a pretty dangerous mood.
Yes, they know how Flanagan died, and they want to turn back.
Well, we can't sail the ship without them. I guess you'd better union them.
But this is mutiny. It's unheard of in this day and age.
Oh, please do something, Mr. Carew.
All right, I'll do something. Something that may convince them.
Let's have some action around here!
Hey, listen to me! We're going to continue our course to the West Indies.
Not in this present ship, we're not.
We want to turn back.
What happened to Captain Flanagan happened to...
Let me speak! What happened to Captain Flanagan?
And Captain Rutherford, don't forget. This ship is
It was all an accident. There was nothing supernatural about it.
This ship is cursed and we're not sailing. We want to turn back.
And we're going to turn back.
Man, please. Suppose I prove to you that there is nothing to fear on this ship.
How are you going to do it?
Then,
we want to know.
if I sleep in the captain's cabin and nothing happens to me, will you continue the voyage?
That's fair enough.
Fair enough it is.
You do it, and if nothing happens to you, we'll go on.
Aye.
We'll go
You'll
on.
prove it to us.
I've never asked a man working for me to do anything that I wouldn't do. I'm sleeping in the captain's cabin tonight.
Now, have you got all that, Margot?
Let's see if I've remembered everything. I'm to watch the porthole in the captain's cabin.
And don't forget to stay out of sight.
Right. When I get your signal.
Not my direct signal. The porthole slamming shut will be the signal.
That's right. Then I'm to shoot the gun.
And remember, just into the air to arouse the men of the crew. You're not to take a shot at the murderer. I'd like to take him alive.
Who is he, Lamont?
Well, I'm still not sure, Margot. But I do know how the murders were committed. I spent the whole afternoon inspecting the captain's cabin again, and at last it came to me. You see, the victims were awakened by...
Come in.
Carew,
I was looking for you, Lamont. I wonder if you'd do me a favor.
Well, if I can.
Do you want to speak with Lamont alone, Mr. Carew?
No, thank you. It may sound silly to you, Lamont, but would you take care of this letter for me?
A letter? What do you mean?
It's to my wife. Just in case, you know.
Oh, nothing's going to happen, Mr. Carew.
Why, of course not.
Of course not. I feel as though I'm taking that last long walk tonight. But it's something I've got to do. Nice evening, isn't it? Seems pretty fine to be alive. Well, I won't bore you with my emotions. Better have a go at that cabin. You will take care of that letter for me, won't you, Lamont?
Certainly.
So long.
He spoke as if he were going to die tonight.
And well he may, Margot. If anything goes wrong with the trap I've set for the killer. Well, let's get along. The shadow has work to do.
Now to lock and bolt the door. There. Now there's nothing to do but wait. I could go to bed and wait. Huh? What's that? Who's there? Strange. I thought I heard someone knocking. Huh. Must be my nerves.
Mr. Carew.
Voice. Maybe they're right. Maybe the ship is haunted.
No, Mr. Carew. It is the shadow's voice you heard.
But I can't see you.
The shadow is invisible to your eyes. But let me reassure you, I am a man of flesh and blood, and I am your friend. I've cast a hypnotic mist over your mind, which makes me invisible.
I don't understand. What do you want of me?
I've come to help you, to save you from almost certain death.
How can you save me?
Be patient, Mr. Carew, and obey my orders, and we will outwit the killer.
But I... That odor. The odor of death.
The killer has come earlier than I expected.
And now the moaning. Shadow, that awful smell. It seems to be coming from the ventilator.
Mr. Carew.
What is it?
Don't move another step. You see the ventilator in front of the porthole?
Yes?
The murderer is just outside waiting for you to go to that ventilator. As you pass the open porthole, he will strike.
Then I won't pass it. I'll be safe if I don't.
You must pass it.
What?
If we are to catch our killer red-handed, please follow my instructions. Now, count 3 to yourself and walk toward the ventilator. When I shout now, drop to the floor instantly. Ready?
Ready. 1, 2, 3.
Now. Are you all right, Mr. Carew?
Yes, I'm all right. What's all that shouting about?
Unless I'm mistaken, that means our killer's criminal days are over. If you'll examine the porthole, you'll find a sharp steel needle dangling from a silk thread. But be extremely careful of the way you handle it, as it's coated with a very deadly poison. That, Mr. Carew, is the murder weapon.
Oh, Lamont, Mr. Carew is about the happiest man in the world this morning.
Well, he should be. He came very close to following Captain Rutherford and Captain Flanagan as the killer's third victim.
And Rock is in chains in the hole, Lamont?
Yes. Carew's turning him over to the authorities as soon as we dock at Tecito.
Well, did Rock finally admit why he had committed these murders?
Well, Margot, it seems Rock had been hired by another concern to ruin Carew. Not only on this ship, but on any other ship that Carew might try to hire.
You know, Lamont, I still don't know how Rock could do all those things.
What things, Margot?
Well, for instance, the wailing sound that we heard.
That's simple enough. He rigged up some large tin drums on a rosin cord hung onto the yardarm. When the wind whirled them about, it produced our moaning sound.
But what about the odor? That terrible odor of death.
That was nothing more than a few basic chemicals placed in the ventilators. Our imagination supplied the so-called odor of death.
Oh, that's simple enough. But how did Rock actually commit the murders?
I knew, Margot, that the killer had used a blowgun and a poisoned dart. But what puzzled me was, what became of the dart?
You remember we couldn't find it.
Oh, now, Lamont, that's not so simple.
On the contrary, Margot. Rock merely slid down a rope to the porthole, shot his poison dart, and retrieved it by pulling it back on a silk thread.
Huh, as simple as all that? Why, I could have figured that out if I'd had time enough.
Well, of course you could, dear. Give you time enough and you could have figured it out, certainly. There's only one thing you overlooked, Margot.
What's that, Lamont?
A peculiar characteristic of our friend Carew.
Really? What characteristic?
He just doesn't like being buried at sea.
Well, you can understand. Oh, Lamont.
We have a special announcement to make in just a few moments, but now we'd like to present to you Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, John Barclay. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Friends, they say that well begun is half done. And I want to point out to you today the truth of that old saying as it applies to modern home heating. You know, there's really nothing complicated about the operation of a furnace, although, as experience perhaps has shown you, there are seemingly simple things that can cause you trouble. Now, why do these troubles arise? Believe me when I tell you that most of them are caused by not starting out right. Well begun is half done. You'll find it pays you over and over again to take pains at the beginning of the season to start your heating plant off right. Now, here's my suggestion. Call your reliable Blue Coal dealer, and he'll send an expert, John Barclay-trained serviceman to your home. There's no charge whatever for this. He'll check your heating plant thoroughly and start you on a comfortable and economical fall and winter season. Call him tomorrow, before cold weather settles in for good. You'll be surprised and delighted to find how much easier and how much more efficient it is to heat your home the Blue Coal way. Phone your friendly Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. Thank you.
It's our great privilege to present to you at this time Mr. Norman Weiser of Radio Daily. Mr. Weiser, as editor and critic, has long been regarded as a leading authority in the world of radio drama. Mr. Weiser.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, radio today is certainly a major influence in the field of drama. Radio dramatizations such as The Shadow are very carefully selected and are designed particularly to suit the listening tastes of an exceptionally discriminating audience. Today, I am representing Harper & Brothers in commemoration of their new book, Writers' Radio Theater of 1940-1941, which contains the 10 outstanding radio dramas of that period. It is my honor to present one of the 10 Merit Awards to The Shadow, as having contributed one of the best radio dramas of the year. It was called The Ghost Walks Again, written by Jerry Devine, produced by Wilson Tuttle, and presented over this network March 16, 1941.
Thank you, Mr. Norman Weiser, and thank you, Radio Daily. Today's program was based on a copyrighted story. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer brings you another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your friendly Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. So don't forget, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal.
Shadow knows.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air. Brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The way to get in step with the times on home heating is to fill your bin with blue coal, that exceptionally fine home fuel. Yes, blue coal gives you comfortable, economical heat, and it's effort-saving on your part, too. Yes, it's easy as well as clean and healthy to heat your home the blue coal way. Order a supply of blue coal right now. The producers of blue coal foresee no shortage of this high-quality home fuel, but present unsettled conditions make it wise to be prepared. Don't put off ordering. Call your friendly neighborhood blue coal dealer tomorrow and get your winter's supply. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and powerful secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Devil's Hour.
The ram's horn will summon Satan. Help me, Satan. Alone in the forest here, I have sounded the devil's horn. I call on you to blot out the life of my enemy, Edward Heller, before the hour of this midnight has struck, and to blot out the life of his sister Deborah before the hour of this midnight has passed.
Is that you, Bediah?
Yes, Miss Deborah. It's Bediah. Them farm people are having a fine time for their Halloween husking party.
Oh, we shouldn't have done it, Bediah. Mr. Edvard is in no condition to be lying in his bed upstairs, tossing and turning, while that infernal laughing and stomping goes on.
Yes'm. But they'll be leaving soon, ma'am. Now, Miss Deborah, I'm going down to the servants' quarter.
Well, there's nothing else for you to do. Bediah.
Miss Deborah.
It sounded like...
The devil's horn, Miss Deborah.
Where's it coming from?
Mr. Edvard's room.
Edvard? Oh, get up there quick, Bediah.
Yes'm, Miss Deborah. But there ain't much I can do. You heard that horn.
Yes, Bediah. I heard the devil's horn. Means Edvard is to die. But it isn't time yet. Midnight was the hour he always feared. Midnight. Edvard.
Miss Deborah! Miss Deborah!
Yes, Bediah?
Mr. Edvard!
Yes, Bediah?
Mr. Edvard is dead.
Of course he is.
What were them shots, Miss Deborah?
Who are you to ask?
My name is Jarkins, one of the farm folks, ma'am.
What is...
Mr. Jarkins. My brother Edvard is dead.
Edward dead?
Dead? Who, Edward Heller? Dead?
Murdered, you mean? Quiet, friends. Miss Deborah, who would kill such a man as your brother?
I don't know that, Mr. Jarkins. But this I do know. Just before my brother was killed, we heard the devil's horn. from up there in his room.
Oh, the devil's horn.
Yeah, the devil's been here.
Old Pratsman done it. Old Pratsman the witch. He talks to the devil.
Quiet, friends. Miss Deborah, did old Pratsman maybe have a grudge against your brother? Did he, ma'am?
My brother knew Mr. Pratsman. Only yesterday it was I heard them quarreling.
Go on.
And I heard Pratsman saying as clear as though he were in this room right now. He said,
I may be helpless at Valhalla, but I can call on Satan to bring death and destruction on the house of my enemies.
that's just what he said, Mr. Charkins. Now, what are you going to do?
Bury the witch with his victim, Miss Deborah. We're going to dig a nice, deep grave for old Pratsman. There'll be 2 bodies together in that grave tonight.
You know, Margot, we haven't yet passed a witch on a broom. Strange, isn't it?
Unheard of, Lamont, considering it's soon to be Halloween. Can you remember what an exciting thing Halloween was when you were a kid?
Well, that doesn't require too good a memory, Margot. Incidentally, I didn't want to frighten you, but I'm afraid we've lost our road.
Well, I'm really too sleepy to care, partner in crime.
Well, then, why don't we just pick out a little inn along the road and stay there until morning?
This countryside is perfect for Halloween. So why don't you just wave your wand, stop your car, and there you are. Well, you stopped your car, but where are you?
You're in.
I am. Oh, where?
Well, doesn't that sign say in?
Oh, yes, I see. Nailed up on the tree there. P-R-O...
I think the name is Pratsman.
Yes, Pratsman. Well, Mr. Pratsman's inn's a little dilapidated. But then so am I.
Hurry then, my lady, before you both fall apart.
And I'm just in the mood to do that.
Well, doesn't seem to be a creature stirring, but we'll take a chance.
Serve us right if an old witch took us in and baked us both into gingerbread boys.
A boy for me and girl for you, darling. You see, Oh, good evening.
You've come to tell me he's dead, haven't you?
What? What did you say?
You've come to tell me. Oh, I thought you were someone else.
Someone else?
My name is Pratsman. This is my house. What can I do for you?
We'd like 2 rooms for the night, if you have them.
Step inside. I'll try to. What was that?
What?
That you hear?
Oh, some people on the road. After all, it's Halloween.
Look, Lamont, coming over the hill. It's a mob.
It's me they want. They're after me.
Pratsman, where are you?
What will I do? What will I do?
Well, as a first precaution, I suggest you're ducking inside and locking the door, Mr. Pratsman.
That wouldn't stop them. They'd burn the house down.
Then I'm afraid we're in for a first-class...
This time they're going to kill me.
Quiet.
They'll kill me.
Listen to me, you men.
I'd keep out of this if I was you, stranger.
Pratsman, you're the one we want to talk to.
What do you want with me, Mr. Jarkin?
Funny you're asking that, you with your dirty witchcraft and spellcasting.
Where are you taking me?
We're taking you back to the Hella Mansion, Pratsman. And we are going to bury you with Hella in a nice deep grave.
No,
Grab him, man. No, you don't. Let me go, Pratsman. You ain't leaving us alive.
Don't hurt me. I can
Hold
do
it fast, John. That grave is just going to fit you.
Did you hear what I heard, Margot?
I'm afraid I did, Lamont.
A witch, a murder, and a grave already dug? What were you saying about Halloween being exciting when we were kids, Margot?
Quiet.
Do what we want to do.
Let Pratsman talk.
Please. Please, let me go. You're wrong about me, I tell you.
Are we? Here's your witch, Miss Deborah. Got anything to say to him?
I have. That's my brother's body on the bed there, Mr. Pratsman. Not a pretty sight, is he? with those 3 bullets in his heart.
Don't make me look at the dead one.
You'll look at it all right. It was the last night.
Please.
Listen. Hear that? Someone coming up the stairs.
Expect anybody, Miss Deborah?
No one.
Well, here we are, Margot. No trouble at all. Oh, quite a turnout we have here.
Good evening, everyone.
Well, I don't want to play, Margot. Now, my dear, we are at what is usually referred to as the scene of the crime. We must observe everything very carefully. For instance, the broken vase we see lying on this hearthstone may be connected with this fresh bullet hole in the mantelpiece here.
Amazing, my dear Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Margot. Now, I wonder if these good people here have noticed that the dead man didn't so much as stir in his sleep while being killed.
Listen here, stranger. I don't know who you are,
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm Lamont Cranston, and this is Miss Lane. We thought we'd help track down the criminal who killed Edward Heller.
The devil himself killed Edward Heller.
Really? The devil must be having a rather tough season of it.
What do you mean, miss?
That empty watch case on the mantelpiece. Did the devil by any chance steal the contents of that, Mr. Jorkins?
Edward's watch case.
She's right. It's empty. His watch is gone.
Ah, nice work, Margot. Was it a very valuable watch, madam?
It was an heirloom. One of those old-fashioned watches that chimed a little tune on the hour.
Oh, yes, I know the kind. Very popular in my grandfather's day. Still rather popular with the Satanic Majesty by the looks of things.
What kind of nonsense is this? The devil has no need for the things of men.
No? Well, then, Mr. Jorkins, why did your devil use the revolver by this bed to murder Mr. Heller?
It's Edward's own gun. He always kept it in his room.
May I see it, please?
Yes.
Miss Deborah, don't give it to him.
Thank you, Miss Deborah.
Thank you.
Back to Mr. Jorkins, you and your mob. Now, then.
All right. It's all right, men. He won't get away with this.
And you better get old Protzman out of here, Lamont.
Right, Margot. You.
Me, sir? Bediah, sir? I'm only a servant in the house, sir.
Get Mr. Protzman out of this room quickly. Hold him downstairs until the police come.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, young man.
We'll get you for this, Protzman, and you too, Cranston.
Get him out, Bediah.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I'm sorry to interfere with your fun this evening, gentlemen. But no one is to touch that old man until the police arrive. Is that clear?
Who says so?
I do, Mr. Jorkins. Not to mention the revolver. And now we're going to proceed with a sensible investigation of this.
What's that?
What was
He
that?
killed Bediah. He's gone. Protzman's got away.
Bediah!
He's a witch for sure he is. How did he get away? I turned my back for 1 second, and he vanished.
Oh, I can't stand this. I'm going
falling. Lamont, help him.
Here, Miss Deborah. Take my arm. Hold the gun, Margot, while I...
I'll take that gun, Mr. Cranston.
There.
There. Now, sir, you listen to me. You let Protzman escape.
Miss Deborah,
I want no explanations. He killed my brother. He threatened my own life, and now... Mr. Jorkins.
Yes, Miss Deborah.
You and the rest will take Miss Lane below and hold her until Mr. Cranston brings the murderer to me. If you fail to do that by 1 o'clock, Mr. Cranston, I will take the law into my own hands. You and Miss Lane have 30 minutes to live.
In a moment, we'll bring you the second act of The Devil's Hour. Recent weather predictions describe an especially severe winter in store for us. Be prepared to meet it with a plentiful supply of blue coal. This exceptionally fine home fuel will give you comfortable, even warmth, no matter how cold the winds outside the house may blow. And remember this, that it's especially easy to heat your home with blue coal. Blue coal is delivered to your home in exactly the proper size for your heating plant. It's carefully prepared to give you safe, efficient, and economical heat. And you'll enjoy added ease when your furnace is equipped with our new automatic blue coal heat regulator. What a truly wonderful improvement this is. It's as easy to operate as your electric toaster. It automatically opens and closes the dampers on your furnace and keeps every room at an even temperature at all times. Call your reliable neighborhood Blue Coal dealer right away and ask for a free demonstration of the Blue Coal Deluxe Heat Regulator in your own home with no obligation whatever. Your neighborhood dealer is listed under the words Blue Coal in the yellow section of your classified phone directory. Blue Coal, you know, is color marked for your protection with a harmless blue tint. Get in touch with your blue coal dealer tomorrow. And now, back to the shadow.
Jarkins and his men are holding Miss Lane outside. And your time is passing, Mr. Cranston.
I hope to give you a definite clue soon, Miss Deborah. Now, let's see. This was Edward's library. An art collection. Egyptology, metaphysics. Uh-huh. Look at this.
Who's that?
Witchcraft. A volume on witchcraft. And what's this in the pages?
It's a letter, Mr. Cranston.
So I see.
It seems to begin at the middle. There must be another page somewhere about.
What does it say?
You were taken away, my own. I will leave no stone unturned to bring misery and death on him who stole you from me. Signed, Edward.
Strange. I don't look, here it is. The first page.
To whom is it addressed, Mr. Cranston?
To beloved Elsa. Dated the 25th. Why, that's yesterday.
Elsa! Oh, no.
Miss Deborah.
Oh.
Are you ill?
Don't worry about me. There's no time to waste. You must go to Badiah at once, Mr. Cranston.
Badiah?
He will know the truth. Ask him why my brother went to see Dr. Fennings last night.
Dr. Fennings?
If only you can make him talk.
There are ways to do that, Miss Deborah. Oh, I'll have to go out this window. You can tell Mr. Jarkins I'll be back soon.
Miss Deborah, you hear me in there? Where is he? First Protzman disappears, and now...
Mr. Jarkins, there's been a mistake.
You'll find out what a mistake there's been if you're Protzman's next victim. Where's Cranston? Why did you let him go?
I had to, Mr. Jarkins. There was
Miss Deborah, I believe you're in league with your brother's murderers, with Cranston and Protzman.
No, Mr. Jarkins.
You are. And now, if it's the last thing on earth I do, I'm going to...
No, Mr. Jarkins! Mr... Oh.
She's dead. Badiah, Cranston has escaped, but my men are still holding Miss Lane. She has only a short while to live. Meanwhile, I don't want you to tell anybody I talked to you.
I won't tell, Mr. Jarkins.
Good. From here on, I'm going to shoot on sight.
Make sure your aim is good, Jarkins. Very good. Who was that?
I am the shadow.
But I can't see you.
No. I've cast a hypnotic spell over your mind, Badiah.
What do you want with me?
Why did Edward Heller visit Dr. Fennings last night?
You know that?
The shadow knows. Why, Badiah?
Because Mr. Edvard's heart was bad. Dr. Fennings said he couldn't live out the month.
I see. Why did you keep that visit a secret?
Because I was scared of Mr. Edvard. Death always seemed to be close to him. And that horn we heard...
Very interesting. One thing more. Your master, Edward Heller, wrote a letter to Elsa. Who is Elsa?
Elsa? Why, that was Mr. Protzman's wife.
Mr. Protzman's wife?
She's been dead these 10 long years, she has.
I see. I'm leaving you now, Badiah. But remember, I'm always near. The shadow will be watching you.
What are we waiting for, Jarkins?
It's almost one. Why don't we kill Cranston's friend, Miss Lane, here?
We've still got 5 minutes left. Miss Deborah
Miss
promised...
Deborah's dead. I'm in charge now. Men?
Yeah, what is?
That grave Edvard Heller's lying in is waiting for a companion. If we can't get Cranston, we've got Miss Lane.
But Lamont won't go back on his word. He'll be here any minute.
Any minute won't do, Miss Lane. He should be here now.
But I am here, gentlemen.
Oh, Lamont.
Put down that gun, Jarkins. My time's not up yet. I promised to deliver the murderer before 1 o'clock, and I will.
All right, but you'd better do some fast talking, Cranston.
Gladly. Now listen to me. First, That broken vase was shattered by the bullet that made this small hole here in this mantelpiece.
What's your point, Cranston?
Just this. We know there were 3 shots heard when Edward Heller was killed. It's unlikely that the murderer would have missed after getting his range. Therefore, the shot that missed and broke this vase must have been the first shot fired. Right, Mr. Jarkins?
Well, yes. Yes, I guess so. Well, what's that got to do with it?
Just this. If you'd been in bed asleep and someone had fired a gun in your ear and knocked a vase to the floor, what would you have done?
Frankly, I would have jumped up and tried
Of course you would have, Margot. But Edward Heller didn't. See how smooth his bedclothes are? Heller didn't move because he knew he was going to be murdered. Murdered as part of his own plan.
Just a minute, Cranston. This bullet hole of yours in the mantelpiece hasn't left a trace of lead.
No? Well, let's see that, Jarkins. Oh. It's just possible that this mantelpiece isn't exactly what it appears to be. I'd say... Aha! Quite an interesting little device, eh, Mr. Jarkins?
That's right. The mantelpiece open.
Yeah, what do you suppose is inside there?
I'm not sure, but I've got a good idea.
I wouldn't go in there, Cranston.
I'll take that chance. Stay here with your men, Jarkins. Come on, Margot.
All right. Careful, Lamont.
I'll be careful. It's only a question...
Lamont, isn't that a figure huddled there in the corner?
It is, Margot. It's Protzman. Protzman! Protzman, are you all right?
Here, let me help.
Please don't hurt.
He's almost delirious.
Leave him alone, Cranston. I'll tend to him. Come along, Protzman.
Oh, no, you don't, Jarkins.
This gun says I do.
Please don't.
Come on.
Please.
Well, Lamont, this is a fine pickle. Haven't you found out who killed Edward Heller yet?
Almost, Margot. There's only one piece missing from the puzzle, and that's the little stolen watch that plays a tune on the hour.
Do you think you'll find it before they kill Protzman?
Perhaps the shadow can find it, Margot.
Please don't hurt me, Mr. Jarkins. Please let me live.
Shut up, Protzman.
I was...
Who's there?
It's Bediah, Mr. Jarkins.
Well, why don't you come in, Bediah? We're killing a witch in here.
Oh, no. No. You're killing him, Mr. Jarkins?
We're killing him, Bediah.
Not yet, Jarkins, not yet.
Hey, what's that?
Who was talking?
It was I, Mr. Jarkins. The shadow.
But I can't see you. You're just a voice.
You cannot see me, but I'm here in this room. As is our murderer, Mr. Jarkins.
Who is the murderer?
You have but a moment to wait. The devil's hour is over.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Yeah, where is our murderer?
Right there, gentlemen.
It's Edward Heller's watch.
Mr. Jarkins?
Yes, voice.
Why don't you ask Bediah the time?
Why ask me the time?
Reach in your pocket, Bediah, and take out Edward Heller's watch.
All right. What if I have Mr. Edward's watch, Shadow?
Just this. You killed Edward. Then you kidnapped Protzman to make us believe the devil had a hand in this night's crime.
Yeah, and why did I do that, Shadow?
For a sum of money.
You mean my master paid me to kill him?
That's exactly what I mean. You were the only person who knew Edward was going to die within the month. And Edward wanted someone to kill him tonight.
And why would he want that, Shadow?
Revenge. He never forgave Protzman for marrying Elsa, the woman he loved. And because of this, he paid you to kill him, so that he could use his death to frame Protzman.
How do you know all this?
And Edward almost succeeded. He was only defeated by your stupidity. You couldn't resist stealing your master's watch.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
I'm going to do plenty.
Look out, Jarkins.
He's got my gun.
Yes, and I'm going to use it.
No, you're not, Bediah. Give me that gun.
No, Shadow. Your job is done. You found your murderer, but I'm robbing you of the privilege of taking him alive. And this time, the first shot won't miss its mark.
Goodbye, Mr. Cranston. Miss Lane, I have to thank you for giving my life back to me.
And I have to thank you for humoring an old fool.
Glad we happened along, Mr. Jarkins. Oh, by the way, Mr. Protzman,
I'd give up experimenting with witchcraft if I were you.
Oh, believe me, I will, sir. I will.
Good.
Believe me.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr.
Goodbye,
Portman.
Mr. Cranston.
Ah. All right, Margot?
Yes, I think so. Only, you know, there's one thing I don't understand.
Oh? What's that?
Well, as Mr. Protzman told us, he asked the devil to kill Edvard Heller before midnight, and his sister before 1.
Miss Deborah's death, Margot, was due to apoplexy, brought on by the realization of what Edward had done.
But still, it all turned out exactly the way Protzman asked the devil to arrange it. You see what I mean, Lamont?
Margot, one really mustn't ask too many questions on Halloween's Eve in a strange countryside.
In a moment, we'll bring you an episode from real life proving that crime does not pay. First, however, I know you'll be interested in hearing from Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, John Barclay. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Many people already have started their furnace fires. In the changeable weather we're having, it's nice to have warmth in the chilly mornings and evenings. But it's certainly no fun to have to get up on a cold morning and go down to rebuild a fire that's gone out during the night. You won't have to do this, you know, if your furnace is equipped with the proper dampers and if you have a modern thermostat. Any Blue Coal dealer will be glad to send an expert John Barclay-trained serviceman to your home to show you how easily you can regulate your furnace to give you heat just when you want it. Heat during the cool mornings and evenings, and fires banked during the day and night. Let this expert serviceman help you at no obligation whatever. Simply call your friendly neighborhood Blue Coal dealer, and you'll soon settle down at ease, free of heating worries. He's listed in the yellow section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal. See how much easier and more efficient it is to heat your home the Blue Coal way. Thank you.